we're so sad that you left us. You don't even know me, LL Bean. There are questions that I would say are straight up homicide inducing.
Hot take. Nobody thinks your kid is as cute as you think your kid is.
I've had it with pictures of food.
I've had it.
A Showtime original movie.
I'm gonna be daddy's.
Sometimes to start a new family,
Drink up, because you're gonna need it.
you need your chosen family.
Good grief. Is Ricky pimping your baby?
Noah's Ark the movie, streaming June 20th on the Paramount Plus with Showtime plan.
On The Young and the Restless, it's a soapy summer of scandal in France.
It's time for me to make myself known.
The Young and the Restless, new weekdays on CBS.
On August 1st, see Liam Neeson like never before.
I'm gonna ruin another suit.
They are threatening to shut down Police Squad if we do not solve this case.
Says you served 20 years for man's laughter.
You mean manslaughter?
Must have been quite the joke. Car, drive forward 30 feet.
Oh!
This place is falling apart.
I gave Iran 60 days, and they said no, and the 61st year. So I'm in constant touch, and as I've been saying, I think a deal will be signed, or something will happen, but a deal will be signed. And I think Iran is foolish not to sign one.
That was President Trump earlier this hour at the G7 in Alberta, Canada, alongside UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, and where we find Bloomberg's David Gura once again as global leaders prepare for that annual family photo. David, a busy day today. Tell me what you're expecting this evening.
Extremely busy day. We've got one more working group session here before the night, and then there'll be that family photo. And of course, this takes on a lot of, we like to kind of watch and see who's pairing up with whom, what interactions they might have. But a lot of us still remembering that photo from 2018, the last time the G7 was held here in Canada, where you had President Trump sitting down and then an array of world leaders kind of standing above him, Angela Merkel, the now former German chancellor, pointing at him. So photographs of this event are significant because they allow us to kind of game out or to judge or think through the psychology of what's happening in the room. But this has been a busy day with a lot of bilateral meetings. Certainly on the Canadian side, Mark Carney, the Prime Minister, is trying to have bilateral meetings with each of the 7 G7 nations, but also the others that he's invited here. President Trump has had a few of them as well. Of course, that meeting with Keir Starmer, the UK Prime Minister, producing a codified version of the trade deal that they came together to sign a few weeks back in the White House. So we'll watch as all of that unfolds and see what reports we get of sort of what's happening along the sidelines here. And again, just to reiterate, the biggest issues kind of casting a shadow over this, of course, the conflict in the Middle East, and trade policy, tariffs, and sort of what agreements might come together here along the lines of what we saw with the UK, or be what we're watching for closely here tonight as we move into more sessions tomorrow, guys.
Looking ahead to a 10:30 p.m. sunset, Bloomberg's David Gura joining us from Canada. We thank you. Gorgeous shot. Joining us now for their reaction and expectations for the G7 this evening's political panel. Bloomberg Politics contributors Rick Davis, partner at Stone Court Capital, our Republican strategist, alongside Democratic analyst Gigi Shanzano, senior democracy fellow at the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. It's great to see you both here. I don't know your thoughts on this because this deal sounds a lot like the one hammered out a couple of weeks ago. It's a framework for a larger deal. When Peter Navarro says 90 deals in 90 days, how are they going to get that done?
I don't know if they're going to get 90 deals in 90 days, but they do seem to be moving forward, and that is good news for all of us. You know, this has been problematic for the markets. It has been destabilizing as you look at Donald Trump's political acumen. The latest polls show his lowest numbers are still on the economy, cost of living, tariffs, and trade. Yeah. So it's really important, not just for us economically, but for the administration and Donald Trump politically, to get these deals done and to give people a sense as to what they can expect going forward into the, school is going to be coming back into session, and then the holiday season is going to start.
Rick, this is something that you knew was coming. They'd already discussed this with the UK. Does the president need to have another big deal or another big announcement at the G7 to really show that they are getting somewhere on tariffs and deals?
Julie, there's really no surprise here, right? This was already signed. Right. Donald Trump in the Oval Office, Keir Starmer in a factory. Donald Trump signed something. I guess he just signed it again. But this was an easy one. We have a trade surplus with the UK. It's like one of the few countries in the world where it actually benefits us to have the surplus with the UK, not the opposite. And so when you look at the trade folks and you ask them where we go from here, this was the easiest thing in the world to do, not the hardest thing in the world to do. So the hard stuff's about to begin. And I know that everyone is hopeful, as Jeannie said, that we start getting some trade deals with people who really matter. Yeah. But this was a start. They had to have a deliverable for the president today, so they delivered something that was already in the mail.
Knowing there'd be no communique coming out of this summit. We all remember the iconic photograph that David Gura refers to from 2018, the president sitting down, crossing his arms, Angela Merkel leaning over the desk, looking at him. Freeze frame that image. Fast forward to today. Jeannie, he's back. And this is happening against the backdrop of Israel and Iran firing missiles at each other for the better part of 4 days. How does that play when we consider the potential for a transatlantic split between Donald Trump and these other world leaders?
Yeah, I mean, and listening to him speak today, if anybody thought he was going to go over there and be, hugging and making nice with everybody, he went right in. He blamed the former Prime Minister of Canada and Barack Obama for pushing Russia out of the G8. He took on many members of the G7. He was very, very critical. So I think it is Donald Trump in an environment he likes, which is to attack or to criticize people who we traditionally think of as allies. I mean, this administration started off with, we had J.D. Vance going into Europe and being so critical that many European leaders could barely believe what they were hearing.
Mm-hmm. Well, and he also brought this up in the context of Putin being part of the G7 once again, and he basically said right in front of Prime Minister Carney that it was the fault of Trudeau that he wasn't there anymore. I mean, how do you think this went over, A, with the world leaders, but B, in Canada, country that he said he would like to make a 51st state?
Yeah, first of all, I think he's really behaving himself. I totally disagree with Jeannie. He said a lot of nice things about, Prime Minister Carney. It was a love fest with Keir Starmer. I mean, if you had listened to Keir Starmer 2 years ago about Donald Trump, you thought, oh my God, they'll never be in the room together. And yet he went out of his way to commend the transatlantic alliance and how important the relationship is between Britain and the U.S. Sure, he took a shot at the former Prime Minister of Canada. Obviously, no love lost there, but he hasn't been pushing the 51st state line or how weak they are without us defending them. So I don't know. I think I see it totally differently. I see him being on the best behavior a Donald Trump can possibly be on based on what his usual shtick is with foreign leaders. I don't think you're going to see that kind of contentious picture that we just saw from 2018. I think you're going to see him in amongst a group and a lot of smiles.
Well, he looked a lot happier with the Chancellor of Germany today. He did sit down with Chancellor Merz. Are there sideline meetings going right now that might help Donald Trump decide what to do when it comes to Israel? European leaders are very concerned the U.S. joins this effort offensively.
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly a lot of sideline meetings going on about Israel and also about Ukraine and Russia. Mm-hmm. The president has a real challenge on his hands as it pertains to what does he do in the case of Israel, and you've got our transatlantic partners on a very different thought process than the president is. And the president, quite frankly, has been speaking out of both sides of his mouth on this issue. On the one hand, he's looking for talks. He's looking to negotiate. He is saying don't go in. And on the other hand, he gave tacit approval to go in. So we are, I think, in my mind, unclear as to where this administration goes on Israel.
Mm-hmm.
Rick Davis and Jeanne Shane Zaino, thank you so much for being with us. It was great to all be at one table today. And tomorrow is the premiere of the new Bloomberg original show Bullish with Sonali Basak. The first episode features Citadel CEO Ken Griffin and a conversation about his political influence. Take a listen.
When you think about your political giving, when you think about the influence that you want to have and the mark you want to make, what's most important to you?
Well, I think you need to think about the arc of one's life. In my 20s, I gave my time. I didn't have money to give in my 20s. I gave my time. I actually tutored in the inner city of Chicago and saw firsthand the challenges that these young, in this case, boys and girls face in trying to break the cycle of poverty. Like, it's really, really tough work to tutor these kids who are so far behind. And at Citadel, one of the things that we support is we support our colleagues being involved in nonprofit organizations. We have several hundred colleagues who are on the boards of nonprofit institutions across the country, giving of their time to improve other people's lives. I'm really proud of that that's such a part of the ethos and culture of the firm. Now, over the years, time became scarcer, money became more plentiful, started to give money to support public education reform. How do we help young men and women? In Chicago, one of the things I love doing is I would help to underwrite the cost of giving books to every newborn child in the city of Chicago. It's a well-established fact that the number of books a child is exposed to early in life actually has a disproportionate impact on their entire educational journey. If I looked at all the work that I did, though, in public education in particular, I would often see that work undermined by very poor political policies. In some sense, we often put the interest of the teachers union in front of the interest of the students. And if I wanted to see kids have a chance to get ahead of the United States, I decided it was important to support politicians, both Republicans and Democrats, who put education as a very important part of their platform. And over the years, I've continued to support candidates on both sides of the aisle who really do lead with an education-first policy.
It's interesting to hear you say that, because coming into this interview, I was going to ask about what mark you wanted to make on the Republican Party, but it sounds like you're not limited to that.
I'm not limited to that. I find in general I tend to agree with more of the policies from the Republican Party. But it's important to recognize people in both parties that really do lead the charge fighting for the interests of children.
Make sure to tune in to the premiere of Bloomberg's Originals Bullish with Sonali Basak tomorrow. It'll be available online or on the terminal at 9 a.m. Eastern. You can watch it live on Bloomberg TV, 6 p.m. Eastern Time, as we rejoin with Rick Davis and Jeanne Shane Zaino. It just brings up the issue of money in politics. Rick, something that this administration has certainly embraced, not only money on the campaign trail, but the president's relationships with some of the wealthiest people in the country. Is this a Trump-only scenario, or does this outlive him in this administration?
No, absolutely not. And it's not a party only. It's not limited to Republicans. I mean, we used to be jealous of all the billionaires that were in the Democratic Party and, Hollywood and all the money that came out of there, and New York City. And now you see it on a different footing. Probably no more important person in New York when it comes to the markets. And yet he's backing Republican candidates now. So it's going to be one of those things that are incredibly important to watch over time, because they do have an inordinate impact on the politics of America.
It was interesting, though, to see Sonali point out that, say to him, it sounds like you're not just interested in Republicans. I think in a situation like that, are we looking at people that have their own agendas and can afford to just get them through?
Yeah, absolutely. That's why many reformers say the biggest reform we need in American government is campaign finance reform and lobbying reform. And it is very hard to get because the people in power make the rules and they benefit from it.
Perfect conversation with Rick Davis and Jeanne Shane Zaino. We thank our panel for their insights. And thank you for joining us on Balance of Power. Alongside Julie Fine, I'm Joe Matthew. We'll do this again tomorrow on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Be honest, do you still get excited when you hear the Windows startup sound?
It reminds me of a magic time.
This feels like, without it, there is no day that you could start.
Microsoft, an indispensable and inescapable force for 50 years. The company invented the software industry and changed the world as we know it, transforming personal computing from a nerdy curiosity into a global necessity.
I'll cheat a little bit.
Yes! With 3 CEOs spanning 5 decades, each leader marked a distinct chapter in technological history.
The thing they all have in common is this extraordinary curiosity. Bill is more of a reader. Steve studies numbers, finds patterns and pictures in them, and loves talking with people. Satya is like the Renaissance man CEO.
The software giant has lasted this long by catching and capitalizing on technology waves, constantly hedging their bets over an uncertain future.
We're always thinking about, okay, what happens tomorrow? What's going to happen tomorrow? Will the company keep going?
They didn't catch them all, but just enough to stay relevant today.
There have been so many twists and turns in the technological road. When I was in charge, I'd sit up all night thinking, oh, we're going to miss this, we're going to miss that. The fact that we've been able to navigate this changing environment, kind of a miracle to me. Here we are, and now, the road's got all these AI twists and turns that Satya, with a little bit of advice from Steve and I, gets to drive the car around these curves.
Microsoft loomed large for years, but as the land of tech giants got more crowded and more competitive, it seemed to drift into the corporate doldrums. Until Satya Nadella and a big bet on OpenAI brought them back into the zeitgeist. But the next generation of Microsoft has to do more than rely on ChatGPT's strategic advantage.
We're at a really pivotal moment here. The company still needs to figure out a consumer-centric vision, a consumer-first vision. But it's not in Microsoft's DNA, and it remains to be seen if they can do it.
Welcome to Microsoft's 50th birthday! We're gonna go inside to watch the main event.
Are we on the circuit?
You're on the circuit.
Right now?
You're on the circuit.
We're
There's
on
a
the
cameo
circuit.
from the competition.
Oh my God.
Go in, I'll open the door for you.
I love the circuit.
Thank you.
Welcome to the era of AI companions and of co-pilots.
It starts with Bill and Steve, who are both here with us today.
Hi, we're waiting for Bill. He's finishing up an interview, and then he's coming here.
There's one more piece, Bill. I mind if I hop in here?
Okay, Bill. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
50 years. So it's 1975. What's going on inside Bill's brain? Did you and Paul think you had something this big in your hands?
Well, we knew that software would be important. We said when people thought it was crazy, a computer on every desk and in every home. And so we saw it as this tool of empowerment.
Microsoft's journey begins with these 2 young hackers in the Pacific Northwest, Bill Gates and Paul Allen. They started obsessing over the emerging computer industry after spotting this cover of Popular Electronics. It's rudimentary stuff by today's standards, a mini computer kit that you'd program by punching holes into paper. Gates and Allen were hooked and developed a new programming language for it. That became the foundational software for Microsoft.
People probably remember the Apple II, the TRS-80, the Commodore PET. Those were the first computers that sold literally in the millions, and all of them included Microsoft Basic. So the reason you could write a program and try things out was because we'd worked with each of those companies. Then the IBM PC comes along.
IBM now had 50% market share and was defining what a PC meant.
This is the moment that took Microsoft from scrappy startup to global software giant. Gates and Allen got their software on the first IBM PCs, and in a stroke of business genius, inked a non-exclusive deal, making it possible for other manufacturers like Apple to license it.
What was the scariest this might not work moment along the way?
Well, there were times in our relationship with IBM that were very complicated. Very early on in the history of the company, we had a dispute with our customer. They weren't paying us. Thereafter, I said, I'm going to have enough money in the bank to pay everyone's salary for a year, even if nobody pays me anything. So I was very conservative financially. And we were always worried that once somebody realized what we realized, that they might do a good job as well. So, why didn't IBM, who had all the capital in the world and great people, why couldn't they do what we did? And we thought, well, we're more dedicated to software. We're going to price this stuff super, super low and make it available to everyone.
Welcome to the Microsoft MS-DOS 5 upgrade training. It's new.
Productivity software was the hot new thing transforming the workforce, and Microsoft soon became the company to work for, attracting people like this guy.
This is a classic throwback video.
Yeah. I know. My daughter makes a lot of fun of my accent even here.
As you can see, the most important architectural requirement for this piece is...
So you're a technical product manager here, you're demoing Excel. Who's that guy? Like, what's he thinking at that time?
It was an Excel demo with I think a DB2 connector back to, at that time, a mini computer. And it was the beginning of that client-server era.
Did that guy have any idea he'd be running the place one day?
No chance. I was like hoping to stay there in my job for the next month if I could. I was lucky enough to get hired. I never felt any job I was doing at Microsoft somehow was a path to the next job. The job I was doing was like the most exciting thing that I could be doing, and I gave it all, and the rest is history.
Nadella joined Microsoft in 1992 when the company started to cement its position as the default operating system for the world.
Really, the origin of Microsoft was this idea that you could make money off of selling software. Before that, everybody sold the hardware, and you got software with it. But it was the idea that you could have a software company, and that was really revolutionary.
Dina Bass is a Bloomberg tech reporter who's covered Microsoft since 1999. That's 25 years of war stories.
There have been so many ebbs and flows and waves and this and that.
Some of it is routine where, another version of Windows. And some of it is a 4:30 a.m. phone call on your home phone with Microsoft PR talking into your voicemail about the fact that they're about to launch a hostile takeover bid for Yahoo. And you're 7 months pregnant and you're like, nah. When I moved to Seattle, it was really a different place. It was the late 90s, and there was just this whole culture of the stock had gone crazy in that decade. So there was this whole culture of Microsoft millionaires.
Tech employees are a unique breed. Do they still call them Microsofties?
I think so. I mean, at least we progressed from microserfs, right?
Microsoft nearly dominated the PC market, practically printing money by selling new versions of Windows and Office. But shipping software back then had an entirely different meaning.
When the company would finish work on a product, it was called RTM, release to manufacturing. That was when you froze the code and you sent it off to the nice people that publish disks, which for your younger viewers is a circular thing that you put in a computer. There'd be cascading turns of people, signing off on their own code, signing off that they were done. And at the end of it, there was a giant party. People would end up in the fountains. People would end up getting thrown into Lake Bill.
We saw Steve Ballmer jumping into Lake Bill.
I like to be excited. There was so much to be excited about at Microsoft. We were doing great things and, trying to really, if you will, be cheerleaders for a whole industry. And that was a lot of fun.
People brought super soakers to campus, and there was a giant water fight. Basically, to prepare for this, Microsoft, which has a very nice and pricey art collection, would take the art down from the walls because they didn't want it to get damaged. But it was a young culture that was kind of fun, which I think people don't really associate with Microsoft.
Microsoft reached a pinnacle with the launch of Windows 95. It was a cultural moment.
We had Jay Leno, and it was kind of maybe the time when people realized Microsoft was quite a unique company. Office had come together, the graphics interface had come together, on all the different systems, whether it was Apple Macintosh or Windows on the PC. We were providing the top application. So that was definitely a fun day that, showed that we had some special sauce.
I'm Jason Kelly, and this season on Power Players, we're taking you behind the scenes to see how the business of sports has gone global.
I want sports to grow. I want sports to be bigger because we have talent.
What we have achieved in the NWSL from an investor perspective over 2 years is the equivalent of what it took other leagues 25 to 30 years to achieve.
You've got to have a business that's sustainable. The only way it's sustainable is got to make money.
Flat-footed. So you have a few things going on at once in that kind of canonical evil empire era.
This is when the company started to get in trouble with the US government. Microsoft was accused of wielding its market power, bundling its browser with Windows to try to ride the internet wave. They got big, monopoly big, according to the Department of Justice.
How many of you use a PC without Microsoft's operating system? Gentlemen, that's a monopoly.
You were criticized for your aggressive business tactics and being anti-competitive. How do you reflect on that period?
Well, we were so successful, and one of the great rewards if you're, that successful is the government comes in and says, okay, do they have to do things to help out your competitors? Did you follow all those rules? So yes, at that same time as the internet era was coming along in the 90s, we were involved in a U.S. government lawsuit. Then Brad Smith came along.
Microsoft President Brad Smith joined in 1993 as a budding technology lawyer. You can find him at places like Davos, liaising with heads of state, or at Microsoft's Treehouse.
You helped navigate Microsoft through maybe one of the most challenging times in corporate history. Bill said the company could have died during the antitrust battle. What stands out to you from that time?
We needed to figure out how to resolve disputes and not just figure out what it might take to win them. And that really meant making peace. And when I got the job of general counsel back in 2001, when I was selected, I said to Bill and Steve and others, look, if you want to go make peace and negotiate agreements, I'm probably the right person. And if you don't want to do that, then I'm probably not the right person because I had a strategy I believed in.
We were able to work a settlement out with the government, and we've been a lot more aware of, okay, let's constantly be in touch with the governments around the world, make sure they're good with what we're doing, and so we haven't had anything intense like we did there in the late 90s.
The Microsoft antitrust case has relevance for both Google and Meta today. Both companies are facing down lawsuits in a bid to break up dominant tech companies once again.
That was sort of the beginning of a challenging time for innovation at the company. Was it bad for Microsoft, but good for the industry in a way?
No company will ever hit every wave better than everyone else. That's not the way the world works. Now, it is the case that if you're distracted, you're much less likely to hit the next wave. And I think it is always worth remembering, it is a big world. If you don't hit a wave, somebody else will. You have the opportunity to get the next one.
Some people will blame that on the distraction from the antitrust case, but some of it really was just a failure to understand where the market was going, to understand what consumers wanted, what office users wanted, right?
So they miss search, they miss mobile,
right?
They miss social, basically, and the stock is flat for years.
This is the Steve Ballmer era.
How much do you think this advanced operating environment is worth?
Employee number 30 at Microsoft, Steve Ballmer is the energetic, exuberant sales whiz who led Microsoft from 2000 to 2014. He put the big in big tech.
When it was Bill to Steve, it was sort of obvious because Steve was the president of the company. He had been Bill's co-pilot, if you will, for basically 20 years.
When I first stepped in the role, I said, wow, this is actually quite different. I really understood what it means to be in the buck stops here position. Developers! Developers. It's part of my greatest hits, I guess, and I'll never shake it.
Your 25th anniversary, you jumped out of a cake. I want a do-over.
I didn't even remember that.
You know, I miss Ballmer-style product launches. Do you think tech's too serious now?
I always thought, okay, you're going to have fewer characters. You know, Bill Gates, a character larger than life. Larry Ellison, a character larger than life. Steve Jobs, obviously. And yet I think there's still some characters. The AI thing is tricky because if you don't seem serious enough, then people won't trust you with the privacy, you know, the issues that AI generates uniquely. So I see a little bit less of the, hey, let's do the big joke or thing, because it's just tougher with these kinds of products.
During Ballmer's tenure, Microsoft wandered into its wilderness years, battling fresh challenges from Google in search and Apple in mobile. A new acronym emerged that described the big tech stocks of the moment, and it didn't include Microsoft. The company just couldn't connect with the shifting needs and tastes of consumers.
The company missed mobile and social and search. Do you ever look back and think, what if?
Not too much, actually. You know, did the company miss search? No, because all the stuff, including Satya, who worked on that stuff, all that stuff is now fundamental to what's going on in AI. So yes, there was a cycle of it the company missed. The one I would highlight is the intelligence that you carry with you, i.e. your phone. That's the one I say, and I know why we missed it. Missed meaning we don't have a strong position, and we have no position anymore. But I think that the company has really thrived despite that. I'm proud of that, and you know, are there things that Satya's missing right now? I'm sure, you know, 15 years from now, he'll look back and say, could have done that one. Sorry. Oh, shoot. Could have done that one better. But there you have it.
Why don't you like us anymore? Why are you leaving us? Oh, we're so sad that you left us. You don't even know me, LL Bean. There are questions that I would say are straight up homicide inducing.
Hot take. Nobody thinks your kid is as cute as you think your kid is.
I've had it with pictures of food.
I've had it.
On The Young and the Restless.
This is something else.
A mysterious invitation to the south of France.
Who does this guy think he is?
One of the most reclusive billionaires in the world.
Ignites a soapy summer of scandal.
As if there wasn't enough mystery and intrigue already. It's like a human board game.
Anything can happen.
This just gets weirder and weirder.
Can somebody please help? And shocking revelation.
It's time for me to make myself known.
The Young and the Restless, new weekdays on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
We ran a bunch of charts that tried to track his performance. If you looked at profit, if you looked at revenue, it went up. The chart that just was down was the stock. And there was just, it seemed like there was nothing they could do right at that point. And again, it's not totally accurate to say they missed mobile. They knew it was going to be big. They couldn't figure out what people wanted. Bill Gates loved the idea of a tablet computer, a pen computer, he called it in the 90s.
It's a tablet, and there's a pen here.
He had wanted to do that forever, and they finally released one in the early aughts, and it's not something that anyone wants. And then Steve Jobs gets up there with the iPad, and it's exactly what people are looking for. Now, there's a couple of exceptions. In 2001, they released the Xbox, which remains the biggest American gaming empire. It was a tough decision for them to make. Bill and Steve both were unsure at various points. There was a lot of screaming and yelling around that decision. Bill, in a very foul-mouthed tirade at a meeting on Valentine's Day, accused the team working on it of, I'm not going to use this exact wording on television, but messing up everything he had created at the company. Steve, at this point, is 6 weeks or so into his tenure as CEO, and this is the first major decision he has to make. Am I going to greenlight this Xbox or not? And he decides to go for it, but not before raking the team over the coals. That ended up being a really prescient decision by Steve Ballmer, though. The other thing that Steve did that was really important, he decided to do some really smart things in terms of cloud.
Ballmer became the bridge from Microsoft's PC era to its cloud future, a transformation sparked by a competitive threat next door. Amazon identified that cloud computing would be the next opportunity, so Ballmer put together a team led by Satya Nadella to try to catch up and get a piece of the emerging market. Microsoft then launched Azure and brought Office apps to the cloud.
It's a really pivotal moment because Microsoft at this point has been surveying customers about whether they want to move to the cloud. And customers are telling them, we're not ready. And so the person that preceded Satya in that division basically tells Steve Ballmer, customers don't want it. We shouldn't move this quickly. And Steve looks at that executive, a guy named Bob Muglia, and says, well then, Bob, you're not my guy. And he replaces him with Satya. And there's like a sliding doors moment where that doesn't happen. Satya never becomes CEO, and God only knows where the company is.
I understand that Bill spent a lot of time succession planning when he spent a lot of time succession planning when you passed the reins to Satya. What's the key to building a company that outlasts its founder?
It was super important to let Satya have his space. And I think that was a key learning, because when Bill and I, we sort of had a long handoff. And so in a sense, the long goodbye, I think, is difficult, because role reversal is difficult. And I think I learned that enough to say, look, I love you. I might think I have a lot you can learn from me. And I said to him, but don't listen to old CEOs. Former CEOs are former CEOs. You're going to know what to do, and anything you don't know, you're going to figure out.
What was it about Satya?
Satya was not beholden to the past. He was not beholden to making sure that Office helped Windows. And so he was able to make decisions, I think, in a way that was a little bit freeing. Steve famously got upset when employees had iPhones. Satya wanted everybody to experience everyone else's products, to know about them. I remember talking to someone, an executive from another company, had been at a conference with Satya, and every single business leader in the room kept pulling out their BlackBerry, checking their email. Satya didn't look at it the whole day, he just listened.
Brett, I mean, how confident are you that Nadella can bring this company back from where it's been and sort of restore Microsoft to greatness and win in the places where it can?
There's not a tech leader who doesn't respect Satya Nadella. He's really taken an extremely complex and large company and genuinely changed its culture and strategy.
With Satya, his first reaction when the succession process was announced was not to throw his hat in the ring. I mean, he literally said, I don't think you need me.
Wow.
And then a couple months later, he said, well, I think maybe you need me.
This company's had 3 CEOs. They're all right here. This is all.
Not everybody knew him as well. He had only been running the cloud business for a little less than 3 years. If it had been 2 years later, I think it would have been obvious. So it was a bet.
If there's one thing that I have learned during my time at Microsoft, it's not about longevity, but relevance.
Next time, we look into how a series of strategic moves brought Microsoft back to the tech forefront. The question is, can they maintain their edge?
The hardest lesson you've learned as CEO?
Each quarter, you have to create magic. Right, that's kind of what every 90 days, the market expects you to create magic.
So right now you feel like you have a once-in-a-decade opportunity.
I really do. I think these next couple of years are going to be a defining moment.
How confident are you that AI's promise will outweigh the perils?
I'm not confident, but that's what we need to get oriented around.
right, let's cut right to it. This is Bloomberg's new show, Primer. Technology is a $1 trillion game. Won, lost, won again, just by backing the right science at precisely the right moment.
My life has been focused on how can you elicit intelligence from brain cells in a dish.
This is the fundamental building block of our fusion technology.
We're doing things that have never been done by anybody, ever.
Everyone is selling the future. If you want to understand what's coming, you'll want to watch Primer, because details matter.
Lasers on.
So do lasers.
There we go.
Oh, and it's on all these lovely channels. Hope you're jotting this down.
I'm Jason Kelly, and this season on Power Players, we're taking you behind the scenes to see how the business of sports has gone global.
I want sports to grow. I want sports to be bigger because we have talent.
What we have achieved in the NWSL from an investor perspective over 2 years is the equivalent of what it took other leagues 25 to 30 years to achieve.
You've got to have a business that's sustainable. The only way it's sustainable, it's got to make money.
The future runs on batteries. Lithium-ion battery demand is expected to grow over 30% annually through 2030. Supply chains need to keep pace. With its long history in the automotive supply chain and proximity to resources, manufacturers, and end markets, Ohio has emerged as a natural fit for clean, renewable EV battery manufacturing, connecting EV businesses with access to premier sites, timely funding, and world-class talent to lead the future.
A Showtime original movie.
I'm gonna be daddies.
Drink up, because you're gonna need it.
Sometimes to start a new family,
You know you're taking this job, right?
I have 2 babies on the way.
you need your chosen family.
The millennials love a daddy. So do I.
Get a nanny. What will you do when the babies wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning?
Hey Siri, how do I stop a baby crying? I get it. We're a mess.
I heard that.
Noah's Ark the movie, streaming June 20th on the Paramount Plus with Showtime plan.
Once you kill a man for revenge, there's no going back. A voice in your head saying over and over, that was awesome.
Police Squad has always been the elite of the elite.
Hi, Daddy. Love you.
Hey, Dad. Boy, do I miss you.
And you, Frank, are the best of the best.
Need a bathroom. I need this room immediately.
There's a line, man.
Police business. Oh, I'm gonna ruin another suit.
Over here, Lieutenant. I think someone murdered my brother.
I'll find them. This is what I do. Says you served 20 years for man's laughter. You mean manslaughter? Must have been quite the joke.
They're going to shut down Police Squad if you do not solve this case. Do this by the book.
Show a little respect.
What do you want, little one?
Playtime's over. Rest assured, I won't stop until I've found justice.
We've upgraded your car with the most advanced crime-fighting tech.
Drive forward 30 feet.
Oh!
This place is falling apart.
That's the sound of the police.
It's so wonderful to be here with all of you celebrating 50 years of Microsoft. And it's especially exciting to be doing it at a time like this.
It's been a time to say the least. The computer club turned software giant is trying to catch the next technology wave. It started with $1 billion bet on OpenAI, the startup behind ChatGPT.
I see the path towards like this just being like my super assistant for all of my cognitive work.
Super assistant.
Yeah.
I am super verbose and polite now in email responses.
You could now get a computer to do things without having expert programming skills. AI is at everyone's fingertips, and the tech industry is expecting it to be the next platform shift.
The same way that, Microsoft Office became sort of a basic set of skills, now working with these AI agents is, how you can actually organize your learning and think, okay, this is how I would use this in the job I'm going to have.
Catching this wave might have been harder in the house that Gates built. It took a baton toss or two for Microsoft to get here.
I wrote more code than either of these guys. But when it comes to picking people, motivating people, thank God for Steve and Satya.
Yesterday I was sitting in the middle of them. It is like my worst nightmare. It's kind of like a Bill and Steve review together. It's like, oh my God, how did I end up here? Take me out of here.
Yeah.
And the Udell tree is popular.
I guess that was the first time the three of them have all been together on stage in like 11 years. And they're all so different. So it's really just interesting to think about what it takes to survive as a company for 50 years and what it's going to take to get to the next 50.
Well, we have the person to ask.
You are credited with leading Microsoft's comeback, and you came in as kind of a wartime CEO. Is it peacetime now, or is it still war?
I mean, those metaphors are interesting. To me, I feel like the Microsoft I grew up in was that there was no such thing as, oh, wow, we won anything. So at least the core DNA and the core posture I've had throughout my 32 years at Microsoft is we better get our act together to make sure we are learning fast enough about what the next big thing is. It's all about, hey, are we being relevant in the future? That's the only way to survive.
When Satya Nadella took the reins in 2014, he challenged the Windows-obsessed hierarchy and reoriented Microsoft around the cloud and AI. It worked, and the stock talked, to the delight of Ballmer, Microsoft's largest shareholder.
Everything's 3 times as big. Revenue's 3 times as big. Profit is market cap's more than 3 times as big. All good by me. So everything is scaled so much. It's amazing.
Microsoft surged back to Wall Street glory with the Magnificent Seven, shorthand for high-performing tech stocks with market caps bigger than some countries.
The hardest lesson you've learned as CEO?
I think the hardest one is to be able to really live that, right? Deliver the present and then prepare for the future. That ability, like as a CEO, what is it that you have to do? Each quarter, you have to create magic, right? That's kind of what every 90 days, the market expects you to create magic, and that's kind of the reality of the world we live in, while at the same time building a long-term institution. And the accountability that goes with it, being able to sort of understand what it takes to have that ultimate accountability to both deliver today and for tomorrow, and to be able to get that balance right.
It's a much more complex job today. I have to say I'm in great admiration for how zen he is at picking the things he's going to focus on and all the choices. He's very good about drawing both Steve and I in. So whatever expertise we have, he gets the benefit of that. So I think he's kind of a model. He wasn't there in the early days, and yet, of all the tech companies, I think he's been the best at carrying forward even the original spirit of what made Microsoft special.
Nadella's legacy includes big investments and acquisitions, from LinkedIn, GitHub, Activision Blizzard, to what some have called the deal of the decade, a $13 billion bet on OpenAI.
Microsoft's biggest hit?
Windows.
Biggest miss?
Clippy. It was just ahead of its time. It was just ahead of its time. It's back again.
Biggest surprise?
The biggest surprise was maybe this OpenAI ChatGPT. Having a chat interface become a hit was a real surprise.
The concept of a chatbot isn't new. They tried before with Clippy, Cortana, and Tay, the bot that had to be shut down 16 hours after launch.
Soon Tay was ranting about Hitler.
But ChatGPT was a massive success, giving Microsoft a surprise jump in the AI race.
The deal with OpenAI, was it smart, lucky, or a quick fix?
It's hard to argue anything other than smart. The original deal back in 2019, nobody really knew if it was going to work out the way they said, right? And Bill Gates opposed that deal on technological grounds because Bill thought that the way that the technology of the AI market would play out was going to be a different way, and that what Sam and company wanted to do wasn't going to be how it would work. Lucky that they picked the right horse, perhaps.
The OpenAI Microsoft partnership delivered a hit, but there have been some bumps along the way.
It is full mutiny within the world's most important AI company.
Who's going to be CEO of OpenAI tomorrow? You tell me.
I will leave it to OpenAI and its board.
What's Satya like in a crisis?
Satya, to me, that weekend was like a duck. He was completely calm above the water, and underneath the water, he was paddling furiously. You pointed out to me that quote about, Microsoft being above them, below them, around them, and, which sounds kind of scary, but really it's true. The contract that Microsoft had struck and with OpenAI really gave them access to everything, no matter what happened. And at the same time, things are starting to change on the basis of that.
Microsoft is building its own models. OpenAI is making other friends, and your partnership ends in 2030. Are you trying to tell the kids that maybe this marriage isn't forever?
This is another thing I learned in the last 50 years is, you approach all partnerships and create long-term stable partnerships which are win-win, right? So I hope that for decades to come, Microsoft and OpenAI will be partnered in a variety of different ways. Will they have other partners? Absolutely. Will we have other partners? Absolutely.
But the relationship is changing, right? Like, how is it changing, and what happens when that deal is?
I think that any company that has gone from being a research lab to one of the most successful product companies of this age, obviously things have to change for them and for us, and in the context of the partnership, right? We have IP rights. We're thrilled about that access we have. We are infrastructure providers. They're the biggest customers of ours. And so to us, having that multifaceted sort of partnership is what we are really focused on. And so why would any one of us want to go upset that?
Still, business is business, and it seems like there's always a new twist on tap in that relentless pursuit of relevance.
As we saw with search in your competition with Google, sometimes you just can't fight the verb. It's habit forming, and ChatGPT is the verb right now. So how much do you worry that Microsoft loses the mind share game?
Every day that ChatGPT succeeds is a fantastic day for Microsoft.
Right. Every time you search on ChatGPT, Microsoft makes money, right?
Yeah, in some sense, it even proves the point that markets can evolve and new hit products can be created from anywhere and what have you.
Our vision is to make search effortless so that people can truly ask anything. People used to use very specific keywords, and now you can use more natural language with complex questions, with your voice, with your camera. As search gets more helpful, it just creates more opportunities for you to engage with customers from both discovery to decision. If you're using manual tactics, you are just not going to be able to keep up. AI is catalyzing this consumer experience, and it is the driver of how you can effectively meet users in these new moments of discovery.
The AI wars play out? Like, does it feel different than the mobile or the browser wars? Like, who wins?
Well, we don't know. We know that the level of investment by the leading companies is pretty mind-blowing. Google's a great company, Microsoft, OpenAI. We're out there, every day, making Copilot better.
You obviously have a booming enterprise business. When you look at what Google is doing, and Apple and Meta and Amazon, how important is it to you to win in consumer AI? And how do you do that?
To me, I want us to play to our strength. Like if I look at even what we're doing with Copilot, right? How do we build a Copilot that is the new browser effectively in this intelligence era that has a unique characteristic of that is Microsoft, right? Whether it's helping you with your travel planning or whether it's shopping or with your homework, but do it in a way that it uniquely telegraphs what I think Microsoft's signature would be in it, in what is going to be a new way to litigate what is the consumer market.
Outside of video games, Xbox, Satya and team have just not figured out consumer. And it's becoming potentially more of an issue because our generation grew up in Microsoft products. The generation that's in school now does not. They live in Google, they have Apple devices. You have a generation growing up, and the question for Microsoft is what is their entree to Microsoft products if they're not growing up with them?
Microsoft got a head start with exclusive access to OpenAI's models, but the boardroom drama and big tech competition pushed Nadella to innovate from within.
Hello.
Hey.
Good to see you.
Mustafa Suleyman is head of Microsoft's consumer AI team, who came in-house in a buzzy acqui-hire. Suleyman's job is to make Microsoft's own chatbot, Copilot, as essential as Excel or Windows in a big bet on the next era of computing.
Everything is about to shuffle, whether it's search or the browser or apps or the operating system. These models are just completely different to any one of those last generations of software.
So right now you feel like you have a once-in-a-decade opportunity.
I really do. I think these next couple of years are going to be a defining moment. We're going to look back and be like, this was the era of real agents, you know, forming a lasting, meaningful relationship with an AI companion that becomes the primary way that you do computing in the world.
He's trying to create a seamless and futuristic consumer AI experience, a new mission for Microsoft.
The number one priority for us is that we have to produce beautiful, elegant consumer products that regular young people love, right? And that is not the way that young people think of Microsoft's products today. And that's a very big shift in our thinking.
Microsoft's product suite still, I think, has a lot of challenges and in many ways can feel dated.
Like Excel, you're making me cry. When are we banning Microsoft Outlook? I spent 2 hours today trying to open an email. You have one job.
How do you make it smarter but still simple and delightful?
So you clearly want it to reason over your past data, use your personal information, and then get really good at taking actions inside the browser, searching for things on your behalf. And that's just an iterative process that, you know, is going to take many, many quarters to come to pass.
Mm-hmm. What do you think your approach, your secret is going to be?
I think humor is going to be central. It's got to have a sense of itself, a little bit of character. It needs to remember you and know who you are. And that range of personalization, that's going to be a key differentiator.
All right, we're going to try out some different voices.
Looking for answers or a new perspective? Let's chat and figure it out together.
Whoa.
I want to hear your big ideas. I can write stories, brainstorm ideas, and I can sound like this if you choose.
That sounds a lot like Mustafa to me.
Hey, Copilot.
Does it sound like Mustafa to you? So I have a big tech conference coming up, and I'm trying to think of people we should invite to interview. Do you have any ideas?
You could consider inviting Satya Nadella for insights on AI and cloud, Sheryl Sandberg for social media and leadership.
I find it interesting that Satya's your first choice. Is that because he's your boss?
Not at all.
Are we all just going to be talking to our computers and our phones? Is that the next
I
wave?
think the voice is going to be one of the next platforms. It's not going to replace all the previous platforms. It's like a fork. It enables a completely different way of talking to your computer.
No matter which chatbot wins, demand is expected to grow, sending big tech on a massive spending spree.
Microsoft's putting out $80 billion of investment. You know, clearly that's a sense that, wow, we have something that customers are going to want. We're willing to invest at a level that's completely unheard of. I mean, it's a pretty mind-blowing number.
We're in this new computing era. Tech giants, including you, are building these AI data centers. Do you have any concerns about the size and scale of this bet? Like, are we building the future the right way?
I think the scale is pretty stunning. But the real test here, Emily, is what happens in the real economy. The real test is not some benchmark or what have you of AI. It's one simple fact, which is when we start seeing higher growth rates around the world, and the benefits of that growth rate, by the way, being much more broader, cross-sectorally and by economic strata, then I think we would have achieved something.
The emergence of DeepSeek from China, you told your team to quickly integrate it into Azure. Why don't you think it's a risk? And what do you think of China's role in this fight?
The thing that I think about is there'll always be open source. And if anything, what DeepSeek has proven is open source can come from any place. In this case, it happens to come from China. The next model may come from some other country. It may come from the lab in the United States. It doesn't matter. In this industry, we better sort of really face up to the fact that this is a rate of diffusion that's faster than anything before, and it's worldwide.
I'm Jason Kelly, and this season on Power Players, we're taking you behind the scenes to see how the business of sports has gone global.
I want sports to grow. I want sports to be bigger because we have talent.
What we have achieved in the NWSL from an investor perspective over 2 years is the equivalent of what it took other leagues 25 to 30 years to achieve.
You've got to have a business that's sustainable. The only way it's sustainable is got to make money.
There's a version of AI that's a security and privacy nightmare. How do you think about it?
Well, I think that it's just an imperative for us to protect security and privacy in every aspect of technology, whether we're talking about AI or social media or the content we create at work. The aspect of AI that is most interesting is that it is sort of the ultimate tool and the ultimate weapon.
So the question I wanted to address today is really simple. What does all this mean?
What's not my shame on you? You say you claim that you care about using AI for good, but Microsoft sells AI weapons to the Israeli military.
I hear your protest. Thank you.
Shame on you. Microsoft is a war profiteer. Microsoft is a war profiteer.
Not everyone is along for the tech industry's ride to the AI promised land. There are consequences and challenges ahead as this new underlying technology embeds itself into everything. Do you think we're going to really look back on this march of progress as positive? You know, I've heard Bill talk about how he never thought that tech could be negative until the era of social networking. I guess I wonder if this sort of relentless march of progress could in the future mean fewer jobs, fewer opportunities, less meaning in our lives.
I think it's super important to acknowledge the uncertainty around what's going to unfold over the next 10 or 20 years. Anyone who is confident is probably wrong. And so that means that we have to be alive to the fact that this really is different to other types of technology. It is not just a simple tool. It's dynamic, it's emergent, it adapts to you on the fly. And that means there could be all kinds of third-degree effects that are quite hard to predict.
You've said that the age of complete human dominance will be over in 10 years. What does that really mean for us?
What it means goes beyond, which company actually delivers that or what their stock price is. It's a much more profound thing than just like the browser wars were. I mean, it didn't matter to people really who won the browser wars. Here, the The capacity, the intelligence will give humans a lot of choices.
It's a complicated picture for the software giant. Its mission is the future of work, but it's investing in technology that's reshaping the future of opportunity. AI-powered coding assistants are changing how software gets built, automating tasks normally handled by junior developers. That's become a bragging point at the very top.
And so I'll say maybe 20-30% of the code that is inside of our repos today in some of our projects are probably all written by software. What about you guys?
I don't know, maybe half the development is going to be done by AI.
Is AI going to make engineers obsolete?
Change the way software gets built. It will. And yet there's still going to be people who have to figure out what the world needs, how to give it to them. Will all of the code crunching activities of yesterday be around tomorrow? No, a lot of those will go away. But I'm an optimist. People say, oh, you know, are you going to put people out of, and this happened every time.
Yeah.
You know, will this cause a loss of jobs? Will that cause a lot of jobs? You know what I'd say? Somehow the world's always created new jobs. It can be hard, the dislocation. People say, oh shoot, it's my skills that became obsolete. But there will be new important skills people need.
What's going to be the it job of the future if it was a software programmer in your era?
Well, I'm not sure there's any it job. If you love math and software, great, go be a software programmer. But that was, you know, the percentage of the labor market that was, you know, nerding people like me, you know, where you'd be writing code, you know, is pretty modest. All of that, those capabilities where you bring it as a human, I think will still be fairly important. But it is a period where answering these questions is probably harder than at any time in history.
I think it takes like unique human arrogance to believe that AI cannot supersede humans.
But what about that scares you?
So many things, right? Like this is like, you know, what does it mean to build something that is more capable than ourselves? Like, what is that?
There are folks out there, including Sam Altman and OpenAI, who believe super intelligent, super powerful AI is right around the corner. What's your bet?
I think that we are definitely on a path to have more powerful systems pretty soon.
Is AGI being built on Microsoft's campus right now? Like, can we go find it?
No, you can't find it. It doesn't exist.
How confident are you that AI's promise will outweigh the perils?
I'm not confident, but you know, that's what we need to get oriented around. That's why I was surprised AI wasn't really an issue in the last election. It's definitely got to be shaped.
Hearing you say you're not confident is kind of scary.
People should think
Why don't you like us anymore? Why are you leaving us? Oh, we're so sad that you left us. You don't even know me, LL Bean. There are questions that I would say are straight up homicide inducing.
Hot take. Nobody thinks your kid is as cute as you think your kid is.
I've had it with pictures of food.
I've had it.
On The Young and the Restless, it's a soapy summer of scandal in France.
It's time for me to make myself known.
The Young and the Restless, new weekdays on CBS.
This is Asia Trade. I'm Shevrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Paul Allen in Sydney. The top stories this hour. Asian markets set for a cautious open, even as fears of a wider conflict between Israel and Iran ease. President Trump says Iran should have signed a deal earlier after Tehran signals it wants to start de-escalation talks. But Israel vowing to continue its strikes against Tehran's missile and nuclear program regardless of any negotiations involving the US. Sources say Washington's also refusing to back a G7 proposal urging Israel and Iran to de-escalate.
Take a look at how U.S. futures are trading early in the Asia session. We are seeing the downside pressure with Nasdaq 100 futures down 0.4%. We continue to see oil rebounding after falling in the overnight Wall Street session as we got comments from President Trump that Iran is seeking to de-escalate tensions with Israel. Still in the Asian session, we are seeing those highs again for WTI, not to mention that gold prices are also trading around record highs. And of course, a lot to do also with the volatility that we're seeing in the Treasury space as we continue to see that section under pressure. We'll be watching JGB yields in Japan session as well. Take a look at how Asian assets are setting up because we're following the Japanese yen, which weakened a little bit in the overnight session. A very interesting turnaround for the Japanese yen, which spiked with safe haven demand on Friday after Israel started those airstrikes against Iran. Sort of a similar scenario that we've seen unfold in 2022 when Russia invaded Ukraine. Spike and then weaken against the U.S. dollar. We're seeing right now holding steady at that 144 level as we get to the BOJ policy decision today. No change expected in the rate, but we're watching the JGB's tapering plan for next year because of that volatility that I mentioned in the bond space. When it comes to the offshore yuan holding steady, we had a little bit of support, Paul, because we got some more positive data when it comes to retail sales in China.
Well, President Trump is calling on everyone to evacuate Tehran. In a Truth Social post, he also said Iran should have signed a deal earlier. He called on Tehran to de-escalate the conflict with Israel as Mideast tensions threaten to overshadow trade talks at the G7 Leaders Summit in Canada.
I gave Iran 60 days, and they said no. And the 61st, you saw what happened. Day 61. So I'm in constant touch. And as I've been saying, I think a deal will be signed, or something will happen, but a deal will be signed. And I think Iran is foolish not to sign one.
Well, let's get to Bloomberg correspondent David Gura, who joins us now in Banff, Alberta. David, never mind the practicalities of evacuating a city of 17 million people with some of the worst traffic on the planet. Is there any motivation among the G7 to broker an end to this conflict?
Well, that tweet, that post rather, on Truth Social from the president came out just after he appeared in front of reporters with Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. So he's certainly ratcheting it up. And as you mentioned, Paul, just a few moments ago, over the course of the last 24 hours, there had been this concerted effort by other members of the G7 to come together and try to issue a statement to both Israel and Iran, calling on them to de-escalate. President Trump decided not to sign that. And when he was commenting on that in that meeting with Keir Starmer, he said that the reason for doing that was he still thinks that diplomacy is the best way forward here. He talked about deal-making in this kind of crucible of crisis. We have yet to see sort of what happens as a result of that. The draft document that he pulled out of has been circulated widely, and we'll see if the other members of the G7 codify it. But it's emblematic of the moment we're in, where in the past there would be a kind of wide-ranging communique signed by all of these allies together. There was a recognition going into this event that it was unlikely that the U.S. would agree on a lot of those issues. So what Mark Carney, the Prime Minister of Canada, endeavored to do here going into this summit was to kind of do this issue by issue and allow certain countries to sign on to some documents and not others. This here, a very clear example of one in which the U.S. decided not to participate.
David, we're getting the latest lines from the Japanese Prime Minister speaking right now after that meeting with President Trump for about 30 minutes, saying that no package of a trade agreement was achieved at this point. And this, of course, as we had some questions, we had heard that that meeting had taken place, but we hadn't gotten the details yet. I guess when it comes to the Japanese front, we're not getting any progress so far.
Not any progress, and as you know, that was a meeting that the Prime Minister really wanted to happen, talked a lot about, and it happened on the sidelines here of the summit. I don't know if we can consider it an official or a formal bilateral meeting here at the summit, but they discussed trade, and of course, going into this meeting before the conflict in the Middle East erupted, it was the expectation that President Trump was going to play this role as deal maker on the sidelines of this summit in those bilateral meetings. Of course, the circumstances in the Middle East have overshadowed that. There's a lot of focus now on geopolitics, perhaps a little less on geoeconomics. But what you had there with the UK and the US was something the White House wants to hold up as an example of a country, a trading partner coming forward and trying to find a path forward for that nation and the US. Now, we should say the document that those two nations signed today is really just a codified version of what they agreed to in the Oval Office a couple of weeks ago. Nothing new or novel was added to it, but the White House, again, keen to hold that up as something these other nations could look forward to. And as you both know, this is a moment at which the clock is really ticking. There is this pause in place on so many of these tariffs plans on this trade war, that due to expire on July 9th for many of these nations. So there's an urgency in the backdrop fueling all of this. I think that is something that you see there in the conversations that took place between the Japanese and the U.S., but there are so many other world leaders who are here feeling that same sort of pressure.
Yeah, the Prime Minister is saying that it's hard to say when a trade deal with the United States might be reached, that they haven't reached an overall agreement on the trade package yet. But this is on the Japan side. We have seen some progress when it comes to the UK, with the exception perhaps of steel.
Yeah, with the exception of steel, and sort of that has been reduced, but not to the degree to which the United Kingdom wanted to see it reduced. We also heard from the Prime Minister of Canada in a readout of the conversation that he had with President Trump today that there's been progress on those trade talks. That was the first bilateral meeting that President Trump had here at the G7 summit with Canada, and he brought his entire economic team with him. So we had the likes of the U.S. Trade Representative, Jamieson Greer, the Treasury Secretary was there as well, and the message that we got from the Canadian side out of that meeting was they feel like like they're on the right track. They're making progress toward a trade negotiation, but nothing substantial to announce at this point. And again, in that readout from Prime Minister Mark Carney, the expectation or the framework that they decided on was they're going to try to make a deal happen here over the next 30 days. So a kind of optimistic tone that we got from the Canadians as they, again, try to pursue this deal. But you listen to those two leaders, and it was President Trump who drew the contrast. He called himself fundamentally a tariffs person, as he said before, and said that Mark Carney is somebody who believes in a different kind of economics, a more complex kind of economics. There so clearly is still here a real fundamental disagreement between these two sides, and that has to be brooked here before there can be any kind of deal.
All right, Bloomberg correspondent David Gura there in Banff, Alberta, Canada. Well, Israel says it will continue its military operations against Iran's missile and nuclear programs, regardless of any potential negotiations involving the US. So for more on this, let's get to Bloomberg's Michael Heath. So, Michael, what's the latest? Iran seems to be interested in de-escalation, Israel less so.
Yeah, I mean, Israel has basically said that it's going to keep attacking until it achieves its goals. Now, it didn't say what those goals were. We had an interview with Ron Dermer, who's a minister in the government, and obviously very, very close to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He wouldn't say how long the operations would continue, but he did say they're ahead of schedule. In other words, they're doing pretty well in targeting what they want and what they're after, and we've sort of still seen that they've basically got air control over the country. And just an interesting aside too, that Iran had this ring of fire around Israel, Hezbollah and these other places, these other groups, and we've seen absolutely nothing from Hezbollah, which suggests they've been completely taken out of the picture. And Israel seems very determined to try to do something along those lines. Obviously, given the distance between the two countries, it can't be quite as thorough as that, but it really does seem to be determined to set Iran back a long way. And Dermer mentioned setting it back years, where most people have said that the most Israel could do was set back the nuclear program, months or perhaps 1 year. So very interesting comments there. But at this stage, for whatever talks there are about perhaps de-escalating or finding some sort of agreement, Israel will pursue its interests at this stage. Pursue its operational targets at this stage, and doesn't look like it's going to stop.
President Trump warning Tehran to evacuate. What does that signal about U.S. involvement in this conflict going forward?
Yeah, Sherry, well, look, I mean, the US is involved at this stage already, but it's mainly to do with the defence of Israel. I mean, they've moved naval hardware in there that will help intercept missiles, and basically Iran has been firing missiles on Israel, and I think the latest number is 24 people have been killed in Israel. But at this stage, the US isn't there's no real suggestion that the US is going to join with Israel, even though Israel has said it would welcome this, and that what it's doing is in the US's interests as well. As Paul sort of mentioned earlier, the notion of evacuating Tehran is kind of bordering on the absurd, given just how many people. It's like a small country, that city, and very difficult to do. But we did see that Israel ordered one section, a district of the city, to evacuate because I guess it was near a target. So Israel does make an attempt to minimise civilian casualties. It's often heavily criticised about this, but considering the wars it wages, it does try to do the right thing there. So I think you'd probably be more listening to what Israel has to say rather than what President Trump does in terms of strike sites. But at this stage, it doesn't look like the US is going to join in the conflict. Trump wants to sort of to be the one who signs an agreement with Iran to sort of end this notion of Iran getting a nuclear weapon, and Israel is sort of the hammer in a way that's doing the other side of it, the sort of aggressive side of it for him.
All right.
Yeah, Bloomberg's Michael Heath there joining us with the latest on the geopolitical tensions ongoing in the Middle East, and that's really affected market sentiment across the board. We had some calm overnight coming from global markets. We are now seeing the pressure on U.S. futures, and of course, we were watching oil prices very closely. We had a little bit of a fall in the overnight session, but again, we're seeing that rebound in the Asian session, and you can see S&P futures at the moment down 0.3%. Let's discuss the market opens in Asia with our executive editor for Asia Markets, Paul Dobson, who joins me in the Tokyo studio. Welcome. And what a day to be with us, because we're seeing this really reversal of risk sentiment just on those comments coming from President Trump.
Yeah, a little bit of a jolt when things had seemed to stabilize a little bit in financial markets. So as you were saying, we have US stock index futures down a little bit, crude oil up a little bit, and gold also rallying to a certain extent. I mean, the moves are not humongous at this time of day, but it's certainly injected a little bit more uncertainty back into the market, the comments from President Trump, because they're so nebulous, right? It's very difficult to know exactly what he means or what he's trying to imply by saying this, and so the markets will react. So on the whole, I would say that considering the conflict and the escalation that we've seen, even over the weekend, markets have been taking this remarkably calmly and in stride. We did see that sign of stabilization in yesterday's trading, and so on the whole, people have plenty of other things to worry about this week, not least the BOJ coming up today, and then the Fed later in the week as well.
Yeah, the Bank of Japan kind of been shoved down the news agenda a little bit, Paul. We are expecting a hold, though, but what might we hear about the tapering of bond purchases?
Yeah, so I think that there's a couple of really interesting things for markets to focus on, which target different parts of the yield curve in Japan. There's a lot of interest because there has been a significant lack of demand for longest maturity bonds, for those in the 20-year to 40-year bucket. And we've seen that in auctions that haven't been so successful. And so the market is now hoping that the BOJ is going to think about that when it calibrates how quickly it's going to slow down its purchases of government bonds going forwards. And so what the market is, or the majority of participants are expecting, is that the BOJ will tell us that they're going to ease off on the sort of pace of tapering, as it's referred to in the market, so how quickly they're going to whittle down those purchases. I think it's interesting that while the majority is looking for that, not everybody is looking for that. And I feel that the market has already priced that in to quite a firm extent. So if we do see the BOJ kind of sticking to its guns and not changing its view at this point, that could provoke further volatility at the back end of the yield curve in particular.
And we have already seen really foreign holders talk about JGBs as being really interesting at this point. PIMCO watching the 30-year JGBs. What does this signal for global debt markets? Because we have seen Bloomberg analysis that perhaps treasuries are now more closely tracking what's happening here in Tokyo.
Yeah, that's right, Sherry. I think that, precisely that. They're starting to have an outsized impact almost on trading of global bonds because for so long, JGBs were the lowest yield securities, safe securities anywhere in the world. And that sort of set an anchor, as it were, for the rest of global markets. And as we've seen those yields start to lift with the rate hikes and the sort of slowdown in the bond purchases, so that started to destabilize the rest of global markets as well, because people are looking at relative value. And if your JGB rate is suddenly 1 percentage point higher, then maybe you're going to factor that into where you think that the value is in US Treasuries, particularly as people can move their money between the different jurisdictions, and the yen is strengthening, which gives Japanese government bonds an extra reason to be a little bit more appealing at this time. So the more volatility we're seeing in Japanese markets at the moment, the more that's starting to correlate with global markets, and the more that's starting to have repercussions all the way around the world in the key markets, the treasuries markets, the gilts and the bunds as well.
Paul Dobson, really good to have you here in the Tokyo studio today, Executive Editor for Asia Markets, of course, as we continue to follow the gyrations ahead of the BOJ policy decision later today. Coming up on the Asia Trade, we speak with Middle East expert Roger Shanathan about Israel's endgame in its conflict with Iran. It's a BOJ, and as I said, it's BOJ decision day, so we do speak about that with JP Morgan Securities Japan. We also are going to take a look at Australia-US trade, as of course their leaders prepare to meet at the G7 summit as well. This is Bloomberg.
I'm Jason Kelly, and this season on Power Players, we're taking you behind the scenes to see how the business of sports has gone global.
I want sports to grow. I want sports to be bigger because we have talent.
What we have achieved in the NWSL from an investor perspective over 2 years is the equivalent of what it took other leagues 25 to 30 years to achieve.
You've got to have a business that's sustainable. The only way it's sustainable is got to make money.
A Showtime original movie.
We're gonna be daddies.
Sometimes to start a new family,
Drink up, because you're gonna need it.
you need your chosen family.
Good grief. Is Ricky pimping your baby?
Noah's Ark the movie, streaming June 20th on the Paramount Plus with Showtime plan.
On August 1st, see Liam Neeson like never before.
I'm gonna ruin another suit.
They are threatening to shut down police squad if you do not solve this case.
Says you served 20 years for man's laughter. You mean manslaughter? Must have been quite the joke. Car, drive forward 30 feet. Oh! This place is falling apart.
Tech is integrated into every aspect of our lives, from finance to defense, AI to entertainment, and from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories from the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers and the politics that shape global tech markets. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. Watch the new Bloomberg Tech Europe. Premieres Friday, only on Bloomberg Television.
Let's take a look at how a few key assets are tracking as this conflict between Israel and Iran begins to enter a fifth day. We've got S&P futures looking a little bit softer. It was a positive day for US stocks. The yen a bit softer as well. Take a look at spot gold. Yes, it's higher at the moment, but it has reversed away from the peak that we saw yesterday. Crude prices continuing to gain, although we do have signs of Iran seeking a de-escalation. No sign of it actually happening at the moment, but so far critical exporting infrastructure in Iran has been spared. Well, let's get a little bit more on the conflict between Iran and Israel. Joining us now is Roger Shanahan, Middle East analyst and author. He was the former director of the Australian Army's Land Warfare Studies Centre as well. Roger, thanks so much for joining us. I just want to start by asking you what you see as the end goal here for Israel. Is it the crippling of Iran's nuclear infrastructure, or is there a bigger issue at play here, the possibility of regime change?
Yeah, listen, that's the $64,000 question, because nobody's quite sure. The initial justification for this campaign was because of an imminent threat of nuclear weaponization on the part of Iran. That runs counter to US intelligence estimates. Israel has publicly said that regime change is not one of the issues that the Security Cabinet discussed, but the range of targets that Israel has selected would indicate that it's much more than simply trying to degrade their nuclear capability. It's much more broader than that, but we don't know exactly how broad.
So we've just had this tweet, or a social media post by President Trump urging an evacuation of Tehran. The practicalities of that aside, what are the chances of a popular uprising in Tehran if Israel starts targeting the population instead of just key infrastructure?
Yeah, listen, one has to be very careful about the way that people, particularly large groups of people, react in your ability to dictate events. There's no doubt that the Iranian regime is deeply unpopular. There's no doubt that the Iranian population is not happy with their economic lot in life. Every presidential and parliamentary election has seen smaller numbers of people turning out to vote because they don't believe that the system is representative. There's deep corruption in the country. But at the same time, people don't normally rise up in the face of external attack from an external actor, particularly if it's from Israel. So if that's the aim, and it's said that it's not, it's unlikely to happen. People in Iran will, if they are going to change the government, they're going to do it in their own good time and based on their own circumstances, not those imposed by external actors.
Is Israel's goal here bringing the collapse of the Iranian regime? And then my question would be, is Israel able to achieve this? What course would it have to take in order to get there? Because not achieving this would actually threaten the rise of a more nuclearly powerful Iran.
Yeah, listen, that's the kind of counter-argument to expanding your aims. If there are always doubts about Iran's ambitions as regarding weaponizing its nuclear capability, then directly attacking Iran and exhibiting its weakness in its conventional weapons capabilities is likely to have the opposite effect. You know, if you're the Iranian political leaders, you're going to say, well, listen, we're not nuclear capable, we're conventionally weak, perhaps the best form of defence is an undeclared nuclear capability like Israel has, for instance. But certainly the medium-term aims, it would appear from Israel, is a further weakening of the Iranian regime, certainly its conventional military capabilities, its military leadership, and that's been ongoing since Israel's response to the 7th of October terrorist attack, and we've seen that play out not only obviously in Gaza with Hamas, but in southern Lebanon and southern Beirut with Lebanese Hezbollah, and to a lesser extent the Houthis in Yemen. Iran's external support forces have been degraded, and now this is Israel degrading Iranian political and military capabilities as well.
So, we have seen President Trump continue to make comments about the conflict, including he wants the evacuation of Tehran. He thinks that Iran wants to talk. What are the signals of how involved the U.S. is at this point?
Yeah, listen, the US is involved in a defensive capability at the moment in terms of assistance to Israeli air defense against Iranian attacks. There is no doubt be logistics and intelligence support going on in the background that doesn't hit the headlines, but that happens most days of the week. The issue is, does President Trump, who has tried to pride himself on staying out of conflict, want to be part of this conflict? And most commentators would say at the moment there's no real need for the US to become engaged in an offensive capability, but it's happy for Israel to do the offensive capability so that they can get them back to the negotiating table.
Roger, really good to have you with us. Roger Shanahan, Middle East analyst and author. We'll have more on the Asia trade. This is Bloomberg. U.S. futures under pressure after President Trump told Tehran to evacuate. We are seeing NASDAQ 100 futures down 0.3%. After we saw some calm on global markets overnight, oil prices also rebounding slightly. Not a lot of movement in the FX side of things. This is Bloomberg.
Echo of the Earth. Terre d'Hermès. New eau de parfum intense.
I'm Jason Kelly, and this season on Power Players, we're taking you behind the scenes to see how the business of sports has gone global.
I want sports to grow. I want sports to be bigger because we have talent.
What we have achieved in the NWSL from an investor perspective over 2 years is the equivalent of what it took other leagues 25 to 30 years to achieve.
You've got to have a business that's sustainable. The only way it's sustainable is got to make money.
Back there, so if he falls on his little bum bump, but he gets to move and stretch his legs. You've been awake for hours, Faith. Your mom left you some hash browns on the stove. Just made those. Yeah, so warm them up. It'll work.
Right, we're getting breaking news out of the White House that President Trump will be returning to Washington tonight. Of course, the G7 continues as we have seen leaders trying to negotiate deals with the president. We know that they are not necessarily preparing a joint communique. We've seen a lot of issues regarding that, especially when it comes to alignment by partners on key geopolitical global trade issues as well. And we know that President Trump is not necessarily a fan of these big international summits. We're now hearing that he will be returning to Washington because of the Middle East crisis. Of course, we know that Iran and Israel continue to escalate conflict. We have heard from President Trump telling Tehran to evacuate. When it comes to the trade side of things, we have just seen the end of a conversation with Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba. He's now saying that there is no deal yet with President Trump. Ishiba saying that talks are ongoing and saying that Japan is seeking to protect the nation's auto industries. For more, let's bring in Bloomberg's Yoshiaki Nohara. Yoshiaki, so we didn't necessarily get many details of what happened during that 30-minute conversation, but what do you know so far?
Well, what we know is that the negotiations will continue as they have been at this point, and there's no deal. But we know that there's been a lot of expectations that some kind of agreement could be reached on the sidelines of G7. So I would say it's fair to say this is a little bit disappointing outcome for Japan's side.
Yeah, how badly does Prime Minister Ishiba need a win here with upper house elections barely a month away, and does what he got today qualify as a win?
Well, thank you. That's a good question, Paul. It's happening. The stalemate is happening not really at a good time for Japan. The economy is maybe heading into a technical recession, partly because of the impact of the tariffs, and also Prime Minister Ishiba is preparing for a national election just in July. So having no agreement at this point doesn't sound well for him.
Bloomberg's Yoshiaki Nohara there following the trade negotiations. Of course, nothing achieved so far by Prime Minister Ishiba and President Trump. Take a look at how Japanese assets are setting up today because we're seeing the yen holding steady. Of course, the big BOJ decision is sitting, not necessarily any change expected on rates, but we're watching that review when it comes to JGB purchase tapering because we have seen incredible volatility when it comes to the JGB market. Take a listen to what Finance Minister Katsunobu Kato here in Japan had to say about bond market volatility and who really holds the cards in bringing some stability.
While how to manage interest rate policy is basically under the purview of the Bank of Japan, we, the Finance Ministry, are in a position to issue the bonds and sell them stably. Therefore, the Finance Ministry is responsible for the JGB debt management policy in that sense. Therefore, we are engaging in thoughtful and careful dialogue with the market, and we do decide, for example, the composition of short, medium, or long-term bonds and other matters every year and issue accordingly. The Ministry of Finance will decide these sorts of things and execute accordingly.
Of course, there was a lot of speculation on whether the ministry would be cutting longer-term debt issuance and increasing perhaps shorter-term offerings in order to help with the volatility in the markets. A question right now is what will the BOJ do when it comes to its tapering of bond purchases? Joining us now is Ayako Fujita, Chief Japan Economist at JP Morgan Securities. Ayako, great to have you with us. And the question today, not necessarily about rates, but about what happens to JGB bond purchases. Do you expect any change?
I think actually from longer term perspective, I think actually it's better for BOJ to maintain the pace because that gives us a little bit of more kind of predictability over the long course of the BOJ balance sheet adjustment. But of course, actually, there seems to be some skepticism about actually whether or not actually BOJ can really stick on the pace. So, of course, actually, media has already actually kind of reported that actually there are some actually board members who are actually calling for actually a little bit of reduction of JGB purchase pace. But even if actually BOJ reduce the pace, yet actually the balance sheet adjustment will continue, and with even with the half pace, actually BOJ will probably net runoff BOJ actually JGB holdings will be probably about actually 40 to 50 trillion for next year. So that is quite significant actually quantitative tightening coming for next year as well.
Given that the markets are kind of pricing in already the slowdown of the bond purchase reductions to about half, as you said, what's the risk of more volatility in the JGB space and consequently in treasuries markets as well, because it seems global debt markets are moving in tandem these days if the BOJ does not change its plans?
This is more kind of sentiment issue because what BOJ is going to decide actually for next year's actually JGB purchase. So after actually second quarter next year. So it won't affect actually immediate actually supply and demand, and also actually in the process of policy normalization, it is natural for actually long end of the curve to actually rise more, because actually the JGB market has been pretty much actually controlled by BOJ under the YCC and QQE, but all the policy is going to reverse actually from here. So it's kind of actually a little bit of increased market volatility should be expected going forward.
Ayako, where do you see the yields on the 30-year JGB peaking?
I think actually for the short term, actually, of course, actually, probably, I think actually, I expect actually, MIF to adjust actually issuance schedule. So kind of structural kind of supply demand problem will be resolved actually coming months. But if we think actually, if we look forward actually for relatively longer term, actually, if we think actually the 2% inflation will be maintained, the BOJ policy normalization will continue, then actually question is actually current level of 30 years yield is actually still sufficient actually in the over the long term. So it's for actually 6 months to 1 year term, I think actually already actually probably the market will get stabilized. But in the March years ahead, I still think actually the yield will have some potential to go up.
And is there a role for the Ministry of Finance here as well? How likely do you think it is that there might be a change to debt issuance, perhaps skewing supply to the nearer end of the curve?
I think actually, the MF should have been actually adjusted the issuance schedule much earlier than that because BOJ has already announced actually QT. So, and also actually, over the last 10 years, actually, MOF took advantage of low interest rate environment to extend actually average maturity of JGB issuance. But since actually the overall actually market environment is shifting, so actually, MF probably actually need to adjust actually issuance schedule to shorten the duration because 10 years ago, average maturity of JGB actually issuance was around actually 7 years. Compared to actually current actually 9+ years. So then actually overall actually the pace actually it's not just 1 year actually or kind of immediate issue, but actually 4 years ahead actually MF certainly need to adjust issuance schedule.
Of course, the reason that we're watching these debt markets so closely, not only here in Japan but globally, is because of these deficit concerns, right? And we're headed towards an upper house election here in Japan where these politicians are talking about supporting the economy with more fiscal spending. Give us a little bit of the view of the relationship in Japan's overall debt picture and what really needs to be done to support this economy as well, because we have inflation accelerating, but the economy is still a little bit sluggish.
I think actually clearly actually inflation is actually the biggest actually problem for Japanese economy right now. So because actually consumer sentiment has been dragged because of higher inflation, and it's not just the income actually environment. Actually, household saving ratio has moved up last year. So that tells something actually because the consumer has been freaked out with higher inflation. So containing the inflation is probably the better to actually support the economy overall. So then actually natural consequence of actually containing the inflation is higher policy rate rather than actually providing some money to actually people.
What about service inflation? What about the key metrics within the inflationary basket that the BOJ says perhaps we're still not there?
Well, but if you look at the actual contents of inflation, even actually imputed rent inflation is going up. Actually, Tokyo CPI also suggested imputed inflation, which is actually remained actually almost zero for decades, but now it reached to 1.5%. So the kind of actually, I think actually the BOJ's argument of that inflation is just transitory seems to be a little bit weird. Actually, if you look at the all details of inflation, because inflation has already broadened out clearly.
Also with core inflation above 2% for more than 3 years. Now, Ayako Fujita, really good to have you with us. Chief Japan economist at JP Morgan Securities. We have plenty more ahead. This is Bloomberg.
Why don't you like us anymore? Why are you leaving us? Oh, we're so sad that you left us. You don't even know me, LL Bean. There are questions that I would say are straight up homicide inducing.
Hot take. Nobody thinks your kid is as cute as you think your kid is.
I've had it with pictures of food.
I've had it.
On The Young and the Restless.
This is something else.
A mysterious invitation to the south of France.
Who does this guy think he is?
One of the most reclusive billionaires in the world.
Ignites a soapy summer of scandal.
As if there wasn't enough mystery and intrigue already. It's like a human board game.
Anything can happen.
This just gets weirder and weirder.
Can somebody please help?
And shocking revelation.
It's time for me to make myself known.
The Young and the Restless, new weekdays on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
President Trump's sons are entering the smartphone business with a service plan and shiny hardware as well. The venture called Trump Mobile will use network capabilities from all 3 major U.S. carriers and offers a golden phone they claim is made in America. But the move really dials up concerns around conflict of interest as the Trump family's business interests expand. For more, Bloomberg editor John Harney joins us now from Washington. What do we know about this venture and how it works with the president being in office right now?
Well, yes, it marks another remarkable event, or whatever you want to call it, in this or example of this incredibly laissez-faire attitude that the president has regarding his office, his business adventures, and potential conflicts of interest. This business was unveiled today by his sons, Eric Trump and Donald Trump Jr. at Trump Tower. Notably, 10 years to the day since their father rode down the escalator to enter politics and join the 2016 campaign. It shows you just how much has changed in Washington since then. Now, they say that that the new venture will be made in America as much as possible, and that it will use the network capabilities of carriers like AT&T, like Verizon, like T-Mobile, all of which are regulated by the Federal Communications Commission, whose chair is selected by Donald Trump. So there's a lot of ifs here about how they're going to do this. The very few, if any, phone manufacturers assemble their devices in this country.
John, can you remind us, is there any law preventing a president from using the office to enrich themselves and their family?
Presidents, unlike other, like senators say, Congress people, do not have to divest themselves. But this has never been an issue before Donald Trump, a businessman, real estate developer, came to office. Previous presidents were pretty much adhered to unwritten rules about what could and couldn't be done, and they often would put, say, their holdings in a blind trust. Donald Trump did some of that in his first term. This time, no. I mean, this is he's ventured into cryptocurrency, into large real estate deals in other countries that have relations with the United States government, and this is another one, but it presents even more, an even deeper thicket of questions about regulation, about conflicts of interest.
All right, Bloomberg editor John Hani in Washington there. Thanks for joining us. Well, Chinese President Xi Jinping is in Kazakhstan for talks with Central Asian leaders. The meeting providing a counterpoint to the G7 summit, which is happening in Canada. China correspondent Min Min Lo joins us in Hong Kong. So, Min Min, the final day in Kazakhstan for President Xi. What's on the agenda, and what have been the key takeaways?
Yeah, so President Xi has met with Kazakhstan president, and there are a few of his messages that stood out to me. Number one, he called on the two countries to work together to fight for the common interests of developing nations. So again here, China is positioning itself as this leader of the developing nations to try to erode what it sees as this US-led international order. But both sides also looking to cooperate on counter-terrorism measures. And this is particularly critical to China's Xinjiang province, which borders on 8 countries, including Kazakhstan. And the third thing he pointed out was about the Belt and Road Initiative and enhancing cooperation in areas like railways, ports, energy. And remember, this region in Central Asia is rich in resources from uranium to oil to rare earths, and that's why it's an area that is the nexus of geopolitical rivalry with, the Italian Prime Minister visiting last month, the European Commission President visiting in April, and just a few days ago, Marco Rubio as well met with the Foreign Minister of Kazakhstan. So just on Monday alone, Chinese and Kazakh companies had signed deals worth about $24 billion. But of course, President Xi also is there to meet with other Central Asian leaders as well in the China Central Asian Summit, just the second time that it's being hosted, the first time being held a couple of years ago in Xi'an.
And I mean, it's so important for China to be able to really shore up these partnerships at a time, of course, when we continue to see the growing divergence between Washington and Beijing. And even when it comes to places like R&D and scientific research, what President Trump is doing on those retrenchments in budget cuts in that area is having a big impact on China itself.
Yeah, so those budget cuts had impacted the collection and availability of data, and we understand from sources now that China is making preparations for that. Chinese ministries and research institutions are quietly assessing the damage or their reliance on U.S. data, how that would impact their own activities, and to what extent they will be able to replace with their own domestic data. And these are data that range in areas from covering areas like climate change, astrology, and public health. And so this is something that, yet another aspect of U.S.-China relations that is fraying. And it's an area where there has been some level of goodwill over the years. Both sides have a history of collaborating in scientific research, and Chinese researchers have often praised the comprehensive coverage and accuracy of U.S. data. And one area, one project in particular that could be affected, according to sources, is the research on coral reef bleaching in the South China Sea, which relies on U.S. data on coastal temperature. And the budget cuts had caused that data set to be decommissioned now as well.
All right, Bloomberg's China correspondent Min Min Lo there. We have more ahead on the Asia trade. This is Bloomberg.
I'm Jason Kelly, and this season on Power Players, we're taking you behind the scenes to see how the business of sports has gone global.
I want sports to grow. I want sports to be bigger because we have talent.
What we have achieved in the NWSL from an investor perspective over 2 years is the equivalent of what it took other leagues 25 to 30 years to achieve.
You've got to have a business that's sustainable. The only way it's sustainable is got to make money.
Our vision is to make search effortless so that people can truly ask anything. People used to use very specific keywords, and now you can use more natural language with complex questions, with your voice, with your camera. As search gets more helpful, it just creates more opportunities for you to engage with customers from both discovery to decision. If you're using manual tactics, you are just not going to be able to keep up. AI is catalyzing this consumer experience, and it is the driver of how you can effectively meet users in these new moments of discovery.
Let's get the latest now from the corporate front. American Express teased updates to its travel-focused Platinum credit cards, calling it the company's largest investment ever. The updates will apply to both the US consumer and business Platinum cards, but no specifics on the changes have been provided. Amex has faced intensifying competition for premium credit card customers since it raised its annual fee in 2021. Chow Tai Fook is said to have increased the size of its convertible bond sale to about $1 billion, making it potentially one of Hong Kong's biggest this year. Proceeds will be used for the jewellery business and general working capital as the company works to lift its image to that of a premium brand. The offering also comes as New World Development, which is controlled by the same family, grapples with about $26 billion in debt. SoftBank is looking to raise up to $4.9 billion through an unregistered overnight block sale of American T-Mobile shares. According to terms of the deal seen by Bloomberg, the firm is offering 21.5 million shares for $224 to $228 each. This is a discount of up to 3% from T-Mobile's Monday closing price and could be the biggest US share sale since February.
And another potential deal that we're watching, Paul, Bloomberg has learned that Mitsubishi is in advanced talks to buy the assets of the energy firm Aethon for close to $8 billion. This would be the Japanese conglomerate's biggest ever acquisition. For more, let's bring in Steven Sapczynski, who leads our Asia energy coverage. So what do we know about this deal?
Okay, so essentially this is Mitsubishi Corp buying an investor in U.S. shale gas. Shale gas is a really important part of the energy complex in the United States, and what's very interesting about this one in particular is Mitsubishi and the other Japanese trading houses had actually been early investors in U.S. shale over a decade ago. But after oil prices crashed around 2015 and then with COVID, they started to exit it. So they had exited, a lot of companies actually stopped investing in U.S. shale, but Mitsubishi coming in shows a few things. One, it illustrates that the company expects natural gas demand to continue rising, maybe with the AI boom or demand abroad, especially in places like Japan. Mitsubishi exports LNG from the United States to Japan. The second thing also indicates that maybe efforts in the past to boost investments in renewables maybe haven't been as profitable. Gas makes a lot of money, so it's likely they're looking to potentially benefit from investing in gas, which has better margins, is more volatile, can be traded, and they can hit that arbitrage to make more profits. Lastly, Warren Buffett, through Berkshire, is a major investor in the Japanese trading houses, including Mitsubishi, Sumitomo, Mitsui. And it's pretty well known that Warren Buffett is also a very big fan of natural gas. His Berkshire Hathaway owns a stake in an LNG export terminal in the United States. So again, this is probably welcome news to major investors. They understand gas, they know gas, and gas makes a lot of money.
Stephen, how's Mitsubishi going to fund this acquisition? Do we know?
That's still not immediately clear. I mean, the way that these Japanese banks Japanese trading houses work is they can potentially get some debt. They can get the Japanese banks to assist them with this. One other thing to look at as well is, they also have they're quite cash rich. They have capital, so they could look to invest in it. They could also look to potentially get loans. It isn't uncommon when you're making a major energy investment abroad to get things like the Japan Bank for International Cooperation, a quasi-government-owned bank, to assist in this if this is for energy security purposes. If this gas is to be exported to the United States, exported from the United States to Japan, then that's something that can be backed by, a government bank and provide financing at low interest rates. So it's not clear exactly how it's going to happen. And I also want to be clear that another bidder could come in. Mitsubishi Corp, it's not a done deal for them. And the ADNOC Bloomberg previously reported that ADNOC was in the mix to try to buy this asset. Mitsubishi is there now. So let's see how it kind of plays out, and then we can decide, or they can decide exactly how the financing will play.
So, Steve, when it comes to LNG, for example, we know that the demand here in Japan has been decreasing. Just quickly, is this deal going to still make sense for Mitsubishi?
So Mitsubishi has a company called Diamond Gas, and Diamond Gas exports LNG around the world. So while Mitsubishi's main market, yes, is Japan, they're looking beyond Japan. They're looking at places like Southeast Asia, India, even China, really those growth markets. So for Mitsubishi, it's not just about energy security for Japan, it's about capturing the Asia growth LNG market, and they've been able to do that.
Stephen Sepchinsky here joining me in Tokyo. He leads our Asia energy coverage. Of course, we'll be following those stocks that we talked about today. The market opens in Tokyo, Sydney, and Seoul as well. This is Bloomberg.
A Showtime original movie.
We're gonna be daddies.
Drink up, 'cause you're gonna need it.
Sometimes to start a new family,
You know you're taking this job, right?
I have 2 babies on the way.
you need your chosen family.
The millennials love a daddy. So do I.
Get a nanny. What will you do when the babies wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning?
Hey Siri, how do I stop a baby crying? I get it. We're a mess. I heard that.
Noah's Ark the movie, streaming June 20th on the Paramount Plus with Showtime plan.
Once you kill a man for revenge, there's no going back. A voice in your head saying over and over, "That was awesome."
Police Squad has always been the elite of the elite.
Hi, Daddy. Love you.
Hey Dad, boy do I miss you.
And you, Frank, are the best of the best.
Need a bathroom. I need this room immediately.
There's a line, man.
Police business. Oh, I'm gonna ruin another suit.
Over here, Lieutenant. I think someone murdered my brother.
I'll find them. This is what I do. Says you served 20 years for man's laughter. You mean manslaughter? Must have been quite the joke.
They're going to shut down police squad if you do not solve this case. Do this by the book.
Show a little respect!
What do you want, little one?
Playtime's over. Rest assured, I won't stop until I've found justice.
We've upgraded your car with the most advanced crime-fighting tech.
Drive forward 30 feet.
Oh!
This place is falling apart.
This is the Asia Trade. We're counting down to Asia's major market opens. The sentiment could be a bit more cautious today, Paul, given that President Trump has now said that Tehran should be evacuated. He's actually left the G7 in Canada early because of the Middle East tensions, according to the White House. And he's missing conversations with the Ukrainian president, not to mention the Mexican president, that would have happened on Tuesday.
Yeah, causing some consternation here in Australia as well, that news, because it was meant to be the first face-to-face meeting between Trump and Prime Minister Anthony Albanese. Plenty to discuss there, including trade, the fate of AUKUS. Well, I guess that conversation's not happening, Sherry.
Conversations that did happen with Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba of Japan. Only 30 minutes, though, and we heard from the Prime Minister that there was no trade package agreement. So we'll continue to watch, of course, those ongoing negotiations, especially when it comes to the car sector, because that's the big deal for Japan, right? 25% tariffs on autos here in Japan could have implications of $19 billion for Japanese car makers. But the big day today, the Bank of Japan decision, of course, not really huge news when it comes to the rate decision. We're not expecting any changes, but what we'll be watching is the BOJ's JGB tapering, bond purchase tapering plan. So the expectation is that they'll actually slow down the reductions of their bond purchases, and the reason is that we have seen a lot of volatility in the long end part of the yields. Super long end, 30-year, 40-year yields have spiked in recent weeks. Of course, we have concerns about global deficits as well. Take a look at the 10-year yield, that 145 level, and the Japanese yen not really doing much at the moment. Take a look at how the Kospi and the Kosdaq are trading at the moment, because we also saw new President Lee Jae-myung actually arriving and being at the G7 in those conversations as well. We're going to get that family photo happening anytime now. The Kospi up 0.4%, while the Korean won is weakening against the dollar, Paul.
We've just opened up here in Australia as well. Of course, the staggered open. Be a few minutes before we know how we're really tracking. At the moment, we're a little bit to the upside. Just by about a third of 1 point there. We will be keeping an eye on Santos, of course. Saw that big pop for the oil and gas producer yesterday of almost 11% following the news of the potential $18.7 billion ADNOC takeover. Also watching yields as well, as Sherry mentioned there. Bank of Japan day, no change to rates likely, but of course we are watching very closely for commentary around bond purchase tapering because of JGB yields have been rising. We've had seen an impact of the appeal of bonds in other parts of the world as well. So the bond market waiting and seeing on any news from the Bank of Japan. Checking on the oil price as well. Brent is rising again, 74.54. We did see things pulling back a little bit when Iran said it was seeking de-escalation. Israel didn't seem particularly interested in that. But then we had these remarks this morning from President Trump that everyone in Tehran should evacuate. That's all 17 million odd people there. So perhaps he is aware of something. The market certainly reacting in terms of that news. The oil price ticking higher again, Sherry.
Paul, let's bring in Kelvin Tai, Regional CIO at UBS Global Wealth Management. Kelvin, I mean, we talked about so many things happening at the same time right now. We're watching the G7, and of course, we have the BOJ, the Fed decision as well. What should investors be focused on that could have long-term implications for global markets?
Well, I think where the BOJ decision is concerned, I think at the moment the situation actually works for them. I mean, the yen is basically hovering at about 145, and as you rightly pointed out, the long end of the curve has actually been pretty stable at about 145, 1.45 as well. And I think basically the Japanese yen, the tariff situation has done for the yen what the BOJ would have wanted the yen to do as well, and that's basically a strengthening from about levels of 140.56, 155 to the current levels of 144. So that in turn actually works because of the fact that they don't really have to actually hike or actually tighten or adjust the pace of tightening just so that the yen actually has to strengthen. And I do think that they want to keep an eye on the yen as well, in the sense that any further weakening of the yen will probably again bring in issues of imported inflation, which is something that they don't really want at this point in time, with the economy slowing as well. Now, with regards to the Federal Reserve, we don't think that they'll do anything this time around. We do believe that they will basically keep the status situation on hold, and they will only start to actually cut rates in September, and there's reason for them to cut actually, given the fact that the labour market is actually indeed softening a little bit.
Hey, Kelvin, and you say also in your notes that investors should actually diversify into currencies such as the Japanese yen. Is that also your expectation that we might see more weakness for the US dollar on the other side of that trade? Because what was interesting during all of the spike in geopolitical tensions in the Middle East, we didn't necessarily see that haven flow into the greenback.
Absolutely. I mean, if you look at the 10-year yields, they're basically very steady at about 4.4 to 4.45%. And I think one reason for that is because of the tariff negotiations. We've always maintained that you can't negotiate on the tariffs without talking about the currencies as well. Because if I put 10% tariff on you and you depreciate the currencies by about 10%, we're back to square one. So I think a lot of the countries are aware of that, and they are basically in negotiations with the US Federal Reserve on that, and with the US government on that. And I think the key is that a country can't do that on its own. Right? Because if Korea agrees to an adjustment of its currency and the other countries don't, then that obviously puts the Koreans at a huge disadvantage compared to everybody else. So I think that has to be seen in the light of a currency negotiation across the board. But nonetheless, we are not expecting a Plaza or Louvre Accord kind of agreement. What we are probably looking at is basically for the central banks to actually agree not to intervene in the FX market as often as they should. And therefore, that in turn will likely see an appreciation, especially where the Asian currencies are concerned. Because if you look at the Asian currencies, the tariffs, the average tariff on Asia is actually at about 34%, which is markedly higher than the average of between 15 to 18% for the rest of the world. So I think based on that, we do expect the dollar to actually continue weakening against most Asian currencies, and in fact against most of the G10 currencies as well.
Kelvin, Sherry was mentioning havens there. I do want to get your views on gold. I know you have some, particularly in terms of buying when you see a dip, but when prices are this elevated, what qualifies as a dip?
Yeah, I think where gold is concerned, they're likely to remain very, very resilient. I think the best you can basically hope for is to actually get in at below 3,001 at the very most, and I don't even think it's going to get there because all the conditions for gold to outperform are there, right? You have massive uncertainty right now with the outbreak of the war between Israel and Iran. You have basically central bank buying in very, very big amounts. You have potentially lower rates coming in September, and you have the dollar weakening as well. So I think all these conditions are actually working in favor of gold. And last but not least, you probably have some spike in inflation too next year if the tariff situation is not abated.
Are there any assets out there where you're applying the Warren Buffett maxim right now? You know, be greedy when others are fearful.
I think that's going to be hard because of the fact that your U.S. equity markets is basically near an all-time high. But nonetheless, we do think that where the U.S. equities market is concerned, we do think that 6,400 points with regards to the S&P 500 is actually quite achievable. And the reason for that is because the theory situation is not going to be as bad as what we initially thought it would be. In fact, we think that where earnings growth for the S&P is concerned, we do think earnings growth will likely increase by about 4% this year compared to our earlier estimates of basically flat. And the U.S. economy seems to be holding up quite well right now, given the fact that your spending is still there, your consumption levels have actually been holding up. What we're a little bit more concerned with is with regards to the employment market, in the sense that employment has actually been softening a little bit. If you look at the jobless claims, that have actually gone up. And that indicates that people who are unemployed are finding it a little bit more difficult to actually get jobs at the moment. And that in turn could potentially mean that the Federal Reserve will probably have to start cutting rates in September. And we do think that there's room for them to actually cut by at least 50 to 100 basis points in the next 12 months. That in turn should actually keep your S&P 500 actually quite resilient. And that's why we actually have a pretty positive outlook on the S&P. And we do think, again, that it's likely to actually hit about 6,400 points.
How do you feel about Chinese assets when we got some of those retail sales numbers coming in a little bit better than we had expected?
Yeah, that was quite a surprise as well. It was not just a little bit better, it was actually quite pleasantly much better than what we actually expected, which was about 4.9%. We are getting a little bit more positive on China, given the fact that we think that the property market has basically stabilized. I think that's the last catalyst that's needed for the Chinese equities market to actually rally further. The property market might be stabilizing, but we do think that a sustainable recovery is still probably a couple of quarters away, because recently, if you look at the volumes and the prices, they've actually not been on the upside, especially where the sales volumes are concerned. That has actually come back off again. So we do think that where the Chinese property market is concerned, that needs to actually pick up. And I think that will only pick up if the tariff situation with the US is actually resolved. Right now, they're still negotiating, and there is no news on how that is actually developing further. But once that's resolved, I think confidence will gradually come back to the economy. And if that's the case, then that will potentially actually encourage the Chinese to actually start buying. We do know that the Chinese are sitting on a huge amount of deposits in the banks, roughly at about 23 trillion yuan at the moment. So it's not that they are really starved of cash, it's just that they're not deploying that in any meaningful way. Consumption actually happens on the smaller ticket items like your bubble teas, your hot pot restaurants, your movie ticket sales, but they're not really translating into the bigger ticket items. And especially when the subsidies actually run out, then we're likely to see actually a little bit of a tapering off where the consumption of the big ticket items are concerned.
Kelvin Tai, always good to get your thoughts. Regional CIO at UBS Global Wealth Management. We continue to follow the Asian markets, and one stock that we're watching is SoftBank. We are now seeing that it's going to try to sell some of its T-Mobile shares. SoftBank seeking to raise as much as $4.9 billion in an unregistered overnight block sale of T-Mobile US shares, according to terms of the deal that were seen by Bloomberg. Paul.
All right, still to come, we'll take a deeper dive into Australia's trade and defence ties with the United States. We'll be speaking with the American Chamber of Commerce in Australia later this hour. First, though, the latest on tensions between Israel and Iran as President Trump calls on everyone to evacuate Tehran. This is Bloomberg.
I'm Jason Kelly, and this season on Power Players, we're taking you behind the scenes to see how the business of sports has gone global.
I want sports to grow. I want sports to be bigger because we have talent.
What we have achieved in the NWSL from an investor perspective over 2 years is the equivalent of what it took other leagues 25 to 30 years to achieve.
You've got to have a business that's sustainable. The only way it's sustainable is got to make money.
Tech is integrated into every aspect of our lives, from finance to defense, AI to entertainment, and from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories from the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers and the politics that shape global tech markets. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. Watch the new Bloomberg Tech Europe. Premieres Friday, only on Bloomberg Television.
The White House says President Trump will return to Washington on Monday evening due to the crisis in the Middle East. Earlier, he called for an evacuation of Tehran on Truth Social and said Iran should have signed a deal earlier. He had called for the country to de-escalate the conflict with Israel as Middle East tensions overshadow trade talks at the G7 Leaders Summit in Canada. Let's bring in Bloomberg editor John Herskovich. John, the fact that President Trump is leaving early means he'll miss all of Tuesday's agenda.
Exactly. And the idea that Trump went into the summit with the idea of doing trade deals, but the fact that he's leaving now just indicates that he's going to focus a lot of attention on Iran. And it also means that there may be some U.S. involvement, or it raises questions whether there's going to be U.S. involvement in this, what the escalation may be on the part of Israel, if the U.S. will be involved. Just a lot of market uncertainty that's generated from this, from equities to oil, and then there's the geopolitics. What happens next? Leaving early just moves the agenda from trade, which was the focus that Trump entered the G7 with, to this conflict, which is escalating, showing no signs of slowing down, and could even get broader.
John, in terms of the trade side of things, how much progress did President Trump actually make in terms of advancing some deals?
Well, we had some of the key meetings were with Canada's leader, Carney. There was a meeting with Japanese Prime Minister Ishiba, and there was also one with the UK's Starmer. Canada and the US agreed that they could do something in about 30 days. With Japan, there was no real progress. With the UK, there was an agreement to implement what they had already agreed to. So we saw those three things, but in terms of like actual comprehensive trade deals, these are just really tough. They take months, years to negotiate, something that just can't be done in a 30-minute meeting between leaders. So there was some progress. I think on the part of Japan, the idea is no deal is better than a bad deal, considering the economic interests at stake, automotive industries, Japan's steel sector, and Japan is looking at really hefty tariffs. Canada, also with Carney, he made his reputation for being quite staunchly opposed to Trump. I think he's also going in with the idea that, yeah, no deal is better than a bad deal. And Britain has worked hard to get something with Trump, which does help its industries.
All right, Bloomberg editor John Herskovich there. Let's get some more on the situation in the Middle East after Trump's warning on Tehran. Let's bring in Bloomberg's Michael Heath. So we put together what we know, this warning from President Trump, the unwillingness of Israel to de-escalate this conflict. Where could this potentially be heading?
Yeah, I think sort of John just alluded to it there, that the question sort of becomes, is the US perhaps poised to become involved, or has there been some movement in terms of some sort of deal with Iran? We really just have to wait and see how that unfolds. I mean, what we do know is that, as you mentioned, that Ron Dermer, the Strategic Affairs Minister in Israel, told Bloomberg that you know, it'd be great if Iran signed a deal, but they've had plenty of time to do that, and Israel is pursuing its operational objectives. He said they're ahead of time, ahead of schedule in terms of what they're doing, and their aim is to, you know, to retard the nuclear program and try and get rid of Iran's ballistic missile capabilities there as well. The other thing that seems to be going on as well is that there's sort of an attempt to destabilise the regime a bit. I mean, I think there's a real sense in Israel that this is a sort of a unique opening or opportunity, and they're not going to squander it. We saw Prime Minister Netanyahu earlier address the Iranian people. So, yeah, look, there's a lot of balls in the air at the moment, and really, as John mentioned, this President Trump leaving the G7 early and going back to Washington really sort of changes the agenda, and now everyone's just focused on what's the next move by the US.
And it's not only destabilization of the Iranian regime, right? We're talking about devastation on both sides. What's been the magnitude of the conflict so far?
Yeah, pretty serious, Sherry. I mean, there's been the latest numbers that have been reported is 224 people killed in Iran and 24 in Israel, and a lot of it injured in Israel as well. I mean, while Israel's got its own missile defence, and it's got the US as an adjunct to that with its THAAD system and some naval destroyers there helping too. Iran's missiles are getting through, and they have hit civilians, and obviously in war. And on the Israeli side, that's happened as well. Iran says that most of its dead are civilians. And with the best will in the world on either side, in a war where you're firing missiles that, even if they are strategic areas, there's bound to be people around. I mean, these are densely populated areas that we're talking about, and so there's just going to be fallout there. So it's been pretty significant. Iran's obviously taken the brunt of it there because Israel's defence capability is very, very sophisticated. But also Israel has to travel a long way. Its fighter jets have to travel a long way to get to their marks as well. So whereas Iran's mainly using missiles and drones, so there's been significant damage, and with no prospect of a let-up, it seems like that's going to be keeping on going. It's going to get worse from here.
It's also interesting some of what hasn't happened. Oil exporting infrastructure has been largely spared. No blockage of the Strait of Hormuz. What are we to make of that?
Yeah, well, I mean, part of the issue here as well is that Iran had a lot of tension with the Gulf states around there, with Saudi Arabia and the other countries there. They've both sides have made a real effort to improve relations and ties there. So where previously we'd seen the Houthis attack Saudi infrastructure and these sort of things. Now there was a real willingness on both sides, from the Gulf side at least, that the US and Iran find some sort of agreement there to de-escalate tensions. So it's not really in anyone's interest to be blocking up the Straits of Hormuz or whatever. Certainly President Trump doesn't want US gas prices going up. Obviously everybody in the region relies on oil there as well. So it's not really in their interest, and Israel obviously doesn't want to offend the US in any way by jacking up the oil price even further than that market tension is already doing.
All right, Bloomberg's Michael Heath there. Still to come. While the G7 meets in Canada, Chinese President Xi Jinping's in Kazakhstan for talks with leaders of Central Asia. We'll have more on China's push to deepen its influence in the region next. This is Bloomberg.
Why don't you like us anymore? Why are you leaving us? Oh, we're so sad that you left us. You don't even know me. LL Bean. There are questions that I would say are straight up homicide inducing.
Hot take. Nobody thinks your kid is as cute as you think your kid is.
I've had it with pictures of food.
I've had it.
On The Young and the Restless, it's a soapy summer of scandal in France.
It's time for me to make myself known.
The Young and the Restless, new weekdays on CBS.
Chinese President Xi Jinping is in Kazakhstan for talks with Central Asian leaders. The meeting is seen as a counterpoint to the G7 summit happening in Canada. Our China correspondent Mingmin Lo joins us now from Hong Kong. So, Mingmin, what's topping President Xi's agenda?
Well, President Xi met with the Kazakh president and, of course, again, calling for both countries to fight for the common interests of developing nations. And again, this is something that China has always positioned itself as this leader of the developing nations to erode what it sees as this U.S.-led international order. And President Xi also touted the Belt and Road Initiative, calling for more enhanced cooperation between the two sides on areas like railroads, infrastructure, ports, energy. And again, this is a region where there is a lot of resources, especially in rare earths, uranium, and it's things like this that makes it important, especially against this backdrop of the U.S.-China tech race. And that's why Marco Rubio, the U.S. Secretary of State, also met with the Foreign Minister of Kazakhstan just a few days ago. You have the European Commission President visiting Kazakhstan in April, and the Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni also visiting last month. And President Xi now is on his third overseas trip this year, and he's chosen Central Asia as his destination. His first two trips were in Southeast Asia. The second trip was to Russia, and we really can see that these surrounding areas close to China, they are part of China's top priorities as China tries to build up its alliance amid this tariff war with the United States.
Meanwhile, we've got a situation where Trump's budget cuts on scientific research is prompting China to review its reliance on U.S. data. What are the implications for science and research in China?
Yeah, so the budget cuts on U.S. scientific research has impacted the collection and availability of data that covers things like climate change, public health, astrology. And this is an area where there has been a lot of cooperation between U.S. and China when it comes to scientific cooperation. Both countries signed a treaty back in 1979, and that was just renewed not too long ago. And now the lack of availability of these data is prompting Chinese ministries and research institutes to start to conduct their own assessment of whether they have been over-reliant on U.S. data and to what extent they will be able to replace with their own domestic data. And again, just another aspect of U.S.-China relations that is fraying as a result of Trump's policies, because this is an area where there has been a lot of goodwill. Chinese researchers often praising how U.S. data has been very comprehensive in its coverage and accurate as well. And one of the projects that could be affected is the research in coral reef bleaching in the South China Sea, which relies on coastal temperature data provided by the U.S., but that has been decommissioned as a result of Trump's policies as well.
All right, Bloomberg's China correspondent Mingmin Lo there. Some of the other stories that we're following. U.S. Senate Republicans have drafted a new version of President Trump's signature economic package. The bill expands some tax breaks, raises the debt ceiling by $5 trillion, and makes permanent 3 business tax breaks that were set to expire after 2029. The plan comes at the expense of curbing health coverage for some low-income Americans and makes no mention of a deal on state and local tax deduction. President Trump has directed federal officials to expand efforts to deport migrants in the largest U.S. cities, including Los Angeles, Chicago, and New York. The move comes after protests erupted in hundreds of U.S. cities over his anti-immigration efforts. Trump campaigned on carrying out the largest deportation in U.S. history and has moved to deliver on that agenda, with immigration officers saying they're arresting 2,000 undocumented people a day. President Trump's family is getting into the mobile phone business with Trump Mobile. The service will use network capabilities from all 3 major U.S. carriers. The new venture, unveiled by the president's sons, also launched a golden phone costing about $500, which they claim is made in the U.S. The family's entry into the mobile phone business could escalate concerns about conflicts of interest. Sherry.
Paul, we're seeing some downside in European futures early in the Asia session. Of course, we saw the reversal in sentiment, especially with U.S. futures as well, after we heard from President Trump saying that Tehran should be evacuated. He's left the G7 early because of the Middle East crisis, and you can see right there, Stocks 50 futures down 0.7%. And this, of course, after we saw European stocks gaining in the overnight session. We had seen some calm return to the markets globally on expectations that the conflict in the Middle East would be contained. This is Bloomberg.
I'm Jason Kelly, and this season on Power Players, we're taking you behind the scenes to see how the business of sports has gone global.
I want sports to grow. I want sports to be bigger because we have talent.
What we have achieved in the NWSL from an investor perspective over 2 years is the equivalent of what it took other leagues 25 to 30 years to achieve.
You've got to have a business that's sustainable. The only way it's sustainable is got to make money.
AI forces the supply chain to push harder from chips, from semiconductors, all the way down through applications. Every business is looking at AI because they want to drive revenue. Quantum can go a step further.
Underpinning this field is the ability to manufacture in a way that is cost effective. So whether it's materials for aircraft, understanding the human body, it's here and it's now, it's not 5 years away.
A Showtime original movie.
I'm gonna be daddies.
Sometimes to start a new family,
Drink up, because you're gonna need it.
you need your chosen family.
Good grief. Is Ricky pimping your baby?
Noah's Ark the movie, streaming June 20th on the Paramount Plus with Showtime plan.
On August 1st, see Liam Neeson like never before.
I'm gonna ruin another suit.
They are threatening to shut down police squad if we do not solve this case.
Says you served 20 years for man's laughter. You mean manslaughter? Must have been quite the joke. Car, drive forward 30 feet.
Oh!
This place is falling apart.
Got some breaking news out of Singapore. Non-domestic oil exports for the month of May. Big miss here, a contraction of 3.5%. We were expecting a deceleration. The expectation was 7.8%. That would have been a slowing from the 12.4% expansion that we saw the month prior, but instead a shock contraction here of 3.5%. We have seen, of course, trade slowing across all of Singapore's major trading partners, China, South Korea, Vietnam, Taiwan, and perhaps more cooling could be expected as well as heavier US tariffs kick in, not to mention the somewhat tense geopolitical environment at the moment. So there you see, just to recap for you, a shock contraction in non-domestic oil or non-oil domestic exports in Singapore of 3.5%. Sherry.
We're getting some latest lines when it comes to the conflict between Israel and Iran. The Israel Defense Forces now saying that they've identified missiles from Iran coming towards Israel, that their defensive systems are operating to intercept the threat. In the meantime, we're also hearing from the Defense Secretary in the U.S. talking about the ongoing conflict in a Fox interview, saying that the U.S. remains vigilant and prepared. Of course, we have heard from the White House that the president is returning to Washington on Monday evening due to the crisis in the Middle East. This coming after Trump called for an evacuation of Tehran and called on Iran to de-escalate the conflict with Israel.
I gave Iran 60 days, and they said no. And the 61st, you saw what happened. Day 61. So I'm in constant touch. And as I've been saying, I think a deal will be signed, or something will happen, but a deal will be signed. And I think Iran is foolish not to sign one.
Let's bring in Nick Wadhams, who leads our national security coverage. Nick, of course, we continue to see the escalating of tensions between Israel and Iran. The IDF now saying that they are actually seeing some missiles incoming from Iran. The fact that President Trump left the G7 summit early, could we get a sense of an ominous signal coming from U.S. involvement in the Middle East, or is this just a part of his schedule in order to attend to these meetings?
Right. I mean, that's what we're really trying to sort through. One important thing to note is he hasn't actually left yet, so he is sticking around for the family photo with other G7 leaders that it's expected to take place any minute now, and he is also staying for dinner. So while he did feel that he needed or wanted to leave the summit early, he did not have such a sense of urgency that he helicoptered back from the mountain resort where he's staying and get immediately on the plane. So he is spending a few more hours here before he goes. There are several conflicting things to sort through. One is a social media post he gave an hour or two ago where he said Tehran, a city of about 9 million people, should evacuate entirely. So that got a lot of folks on edge, thinking that there may be some U.S. involvement. However, U.S. defense officials say the U.S. remains on a defensive posture. And you also had the French President Emmanuel Macron saying that Trump told other G7 leaders that he was thinking of a potential negotiation with Iran. So it looks like the president is still holding out some hope of conversations with Iran. So obviously tensions remain extremely high, and there's a lot of concern that the U.S. might get involved, but a lot of information to sort through here.
Just interrupt you briefly there. We are getting some live pictures from Canada. It is the G7 family photo. They kept us waiting for a little bit, but all of the leaders are there. There you see President Trump next to Keir Starmer, and also the host of this meeting, Canada's Mark Carney. So the G7 leaders just lining up there for that family photo. And as you mentioned there, President Trump has signaled an intention to at least stay for the leaders' dinner before heading back to Washington, D.C. What are the options here for Iran, though, because they are running out, and the regime has signaled a willingness to de-escalate tensions. Could we see that happen?
You know, this, again, a big question. So there's been a lot of reporting today that Iran does want to de-escalate. You've seen its air defenses essentially neutralized. Israel has inflicted severe damage on Iran's nuclear program and some of the nuclear sites that it had built up over the years. So there is some reporting that it does want to de-escalate. However, at the same time as we're reporting, Iran is continuing with missile strikes against Israel, so it's not immediately backing down. The question is whether that's a sort of a negotiating tactic. So, you know, Iran, I think, could go either way. You had the foreign minister today also saying that it's never taken negotiation off the table, so leaving the door open to further talks with the U.S. But on the other side, you have Israel, which has said very clearly, Prime Minister Netanyahu said today very clearly that Israel has goals about dismantling the Iranian nuclear program and achieving other objectives, and it's going to keep that up until it believes its goals have been met.
Yeah, Nick, we have seen now that family photo at the G7 finish. We are expecting President Trump to speak there. He actually was standing there speaking to President Emmanuel Macron, not to mention, of course, Mark Carney, the host of the G7. What are we expecting to come out of this summit when it comes to the Iran-Israel conflict? Because we know that a joint communique perhaps is too much, but are we going to get some sort of statement?
Well, no. I mean, that's another issue here. So this, I think, would be the third time. Twice in his first term, President Trump left major international summits. The last time the G7 was in Canada in 2018, and then in 2019 he left a NATO summit early. So this is in keeping with a pattern he's shown in the past. And tomorrow's events at this summit were going to be chiefly related to Ukraine and the G7 showing support for Ukraine. Of course, President Trump largely disagrees with the rest of the G7 on what to do about Ukraine. So there were some meetings that he wasn't necessarily going to be looking forward to tomorrow. And the U.S. was also, according to our reporting, essentially blocking a G7 statement that called for de-escalation in Iran. So, you know, amid these tensions with Iran, there is also a suspicion among some of the folks we've been speaking to that there just wasn't a lot in it for President Trump tomorrow. And when it came to Iran, when it came to deliverables from this meeting, he got what he wanted. He got progress on a trade agreement with the United Kingdom. But otherwise, he may not have felt that there was much to be gained by sticking around for an extra day.
Yeah, Nick Wadhams, who leads our national security coverage, as we just heard from President Trump, that he needs to get back to D.C. as soon as he can, and Mark Carney agreeing that he fully understands why President Trump is leaving early. But take a look at Japanese assets, because we saw some conversations happen at the G7, and that included a 30-minute discussion between President Trump and Prime Minister Ishiba that not necessarily ended on any trade agreement being announced. And take a look at the Japanese market right now, where we're seeing the Nikkei, though, rebounding slightly up 0.3% after earlier losses. And the Japanese yen holding steady, that 145 level, very close at the moment, ahead of that BOJ policy decision. Bloomberg Economics now saying that the BOJ is signaling a cautious approach to defining its long-term bond holdings. Senior Japan economist Taro Kimura joins us now. Taro, and the reason that we're talking about bond holdings, because in today's meeting, the rate unanimously by economists expected to stay steady, but it's really the volatility in the JGB yield market that people are watching.
Right, exactly. So the focus is the Bank of Japan's tapering plan, and they're expected to reduce their cutting pace of JGB purchases. Although in a bigger picture, new purchases are not very important anymore. What matters is the redemption, because back in the QQE period, when Kuroda's period, they purchased a lot of JGBs back in 2013 or 14 or 15. It's now time for those JGBs to be at the redemption. So therefore, in a bigger picture, the running of the balance sheet, BOJ going to the exits, is different. But as you mentioned, the recent spikes in long-term yields, probably I see it's more about the technical and Japan unique factors that created some small jolt few weeks ago. But probably BOJ is paying extra attention to it.
What sort of signals might we expect regarding the timing of the next rate increase?
Actually, I really focus on the rate part of the Ueda's communication, the press conference. The simple reason is because the inflation in Japan is becoming sizzling hot. All of the latest reports, the CPI reports, most of the time overshoots markets' expectations, and it appears that also surprised the BOJ. And the inflation is running in a way that the BOJ have long wanted. It was buoyed by the solid wage growth. Service prices are picking up, and also the frozen items such as the rents and public services also picking up, and also the Israel and Iran tension. Set aside the human tragedy, the Japan's economy is hugely relying on the oil imports from Middle East. Don't forget, the Yom Kippur War, Iranian Revolution, it created a huge jolt in history in Japan because of the high inflation. So therefore, absolutely, the BOJ and Ueda is on guard up against the increased risks of inflation overshooting. So watch out for the rate signals from Ueda.
And at the same time, of course, we have on the other side of the coin the fact that we saw a sluggish first quarter here in Japan, actually a contraction, and no trade deal so far out of the G7. So what are we expecting? How are we expecting the BOJ to set up policy going forward, given, of course, the sluggishness of the economy on the other hand?
Exactly. So I think Ueda will pay his caution on both sides, the tariff risks and also inflation risks, but probably, still the rates are 0.5%, and inflation rate is above 3%, 3.5%. So it's, in real terms, it's really negative. It's not a crisis. It's not yet a crisis. So I think the BOJ policy board is more concerned about the recent policy rate, which is too low in their perspective, is probably creating some financial imbalances or something not productive for Japan's economy overall. So they're keen to increase rates, although they're still paying attention to what's going to come out from the tariff deals.
Taro Kimura, Bloomberg senior Japan economist, of course, as we are now looking ahead to that Bank of Japan policy decision later today. This is Bloomberg.
Boom! Something much for you.
Sounds like someone's got the munchies.
Is it too much to ask for you to play a little bit better?
Wouldn't make much difference with your aim.
Hard to miss your big head.
Okay. Hey, we said no head jokes. Build your own munchie meal.
Or get mine.
Welcome to Jock in the Box.
President Trump is cutting short his visit to the G7 Leaders Summit due to the escalating crisis in the Middle East. And this means he's going to miss a number of scheduled meetings with world leaders, including one with the Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese. Albanese earlier said tariffs and the Pentagon's recent review on the AUKUS Pact would be top of the agenda in his discussion with his US counterpart. So for more, let's get to April Parmalee. She's CEO of the AusCham Australia. April, thanks so much for joining us today. This meeting that we were anticipating, now not going to happen. Is it safe to say, while getting trade ironed out for Australia is a priority, does it even crack the top 10 for the US at the moment? And how does Australia move things forward?
I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. It was good that the President agreed to meet with the Prime Minister when they had the time, but it was unlikely there was going to be much movement on the tariffs anyway. We haven't seen any exemptions heretofore, so I don't think that was going to happen. The AUKUS review was just announced, so there's nothing to discuss there really, and I think this can be put off in favor of some more pressing matters. Nobody's going to argue that the actions in the Middle East are more important than what's happening right now in Australia. So staying down at periscope depth is okay for Australia for now. Another opportunity will arise, possibly around the Quad leaders in India next month.
The US, well, Australia does run a trade surplus with the US. It's one of the few countries to do so, but the United States has expressed some unhappiness with some of Australia's biosecurity measures, particularly around beef. But is this something that Australia should compromise on, and can it compromise on it, considering the domestic political environment?
Well, you're exactly right, Paul. We've had a trade surplus with the United States since 1952, a huge one. It's one of the biggest in the world. I think we're number 3. So President Trump is quite happy about that, since he just counts goods. The beef was negotiated in the Free Trade Agreement, which is just celebrating its 20th anniversary. So in 2005, there was mad cow disease in the United States, and American beef was excluded from import into Australia. That's eradicated now. So since 2019, American beef has been allowed to come into Australia. The problem is that cattle move freely over the border from Mexico and Canada. So unless the Americans can ensure that the beef was born and bred in the United States and hadn't come across a border, that's what's excluded from coming into Australia. And that's what President Trump has hooked onto, saying that Australia hasn't allowed one American Big Mac into the country. I don't think that at this point there's an easy way for America to exclude that cattle that crosses over the borders from other parts of the continent. So the Prime Minister has rightly said that he's going to stand firm on that biosecurity measure. But I think in the future, with AI and other technological methods, there should be a way for us to move forward and allow American beef in.
April, of course, the trade uncertainty is great right now globally, but we also have to contend with perhaps that slowdown of the Chinese economy as well. When it comes to your members, what's the biggest concern on the ground in Australia?
Of course, the Chinese economy is a big concern for all companies. We have American and Australian companies in AmCham, and while we only export about 4% of our total goods to the United States, the ripple effects of the tariff situation with China could have a big impact here in Australia, not only in the iron ore sector, but other sectors as well. And China's moves around limiting exports of the critical minerals needed in batteries will affect companies in Australia as well. Now, America is and has for a long time been the biggest investor in Australia, and America is the biggest destination for Australian capital. It's about $1.4 trillion in each direction. So that relationship will remain strong, and the private sector investment that we see between the countries, I expect to continue, along with the jobs that brings.
I just want to cycle back to the AUKUS conversation. The UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer's been very much nothing to see here. When he took office, he conducted a review. Now there's a new government in the US. He feels it's entirely reasonable the US does the same. But when we consider the size of the investment in US shipbuilding, how do you see this aligning, really, with a lot of Trump's policies? It does seem to tick a lot of boxes, and if AUKUS were to be cancelled, what would replace it?
Shipbuilding is a big priority for President Trump. There's now a shipbuilding office inside the White House. There's somebody at the NSC who's in charge of shipbuilding, so he really wants to see us increase our shipbuilding capacity. We only produce about 1% of the ships in the world in the United States. Korea and Japan do about 33%, and China does the rest. So it's a big priority for President Trump. There's a great Australian company called Austal that operates in Alabama. They've built about a third of the ships in the U.S. Navy, so that's a good relationship there. Up until 2 or 3 weeks ago, Vice Admiral Meade said that he was getting very positive signs from the American officials that everything was on track. They get the picture of what we're doing in Australia, and they're very happy with the progress that we've made. Certainly, Secretary Hegseth was very welcoming when Deputy Prime Minister Marles went to Washington, D.C. with a check for 800 million Australian dollars as a down payment on the $3 billion that we're investing in the subs uplift. I don't see any reason to expect that AUKUS would be canceled because it's very much in America's strategic and economic interests. So I agree that this is normal course of events. If the president actually wanted to cancel it, we'd probably see some sort of a big announcement, an executive order, not a departmental review by the number 3 at the Pentagon. So I'm hopeful that we'll move ahead.
All right, April Parmalee, CEO of AusCham Australia. Thanks so much for joining us. We do have more on Australia ahead every Tuesday, 10:40 a.m. if you're watching in Sydney. That's 8:40 a.m. in Hong Kong. Plus, you can tune in to the Bloomberg Australia podcast, which delves into the biggest stories shaping the country's role in global business. You can find that on Apple, Spotify, or Bloomberg.com. This is Bloomberg.
I'm Jason Kelly, and this season on Power Players, we're taking you behind the scenes to see how the business of sports has gone global.
I want sports to grow. I want sports to be bigger because we have talent.
What we have achieved in the NWSL from an investor perspective over 2 years is the equivalent of what it took other leagues 25 to 30 years to achieve.
You've got to have a business that's sustainable. The only way it's sustainable is got to make money.
Hong Kong's New World Developments is under pressure to refinance an $11.2 billion debt, and the firm's financial distress is causing concern in Hong Kong as it could drag down home prices and impair banks' loan books if it defaults. Bloomberg Opinion's Shuli Ren is now asking if the developer's too big to fail and joins us now from Hong Kong. So Shuli, New World's debt woes are creating quite a bit of angst in Hong Kong just as the financial centre starts to regain its feet. So how important is New World to Hong Kong?
Barclays did an interest study comparing New World Development to China Evergrande Group, which Beijing chose not to bail out, even though it was the world's most indebted developer. And what Barclays concluded was that New World is twice as important to Hong Kong as Evergrande was to China. And I'm just enumerating some statistics here. New World's assets account for 10% of Hong Kong's GDP, whereas Evergrande accounts for only 2% of China's GDP. New World has 10% market share in property sales in Hong Kong, and Evergrande has only 3% property share in Hong Kong. And also, New World has a pretty sizable chunk of commercial real estate loans in Hong Kong. So, in a sense, New World can be more important strategically to Hong Kong than Evergrande was to China.
And yet, what are the implications if New World collapses? Could we see that fallout spread to even the banking sector, for example?
Bankers are certainly not very happy because New World accounts for 7.8% of commercial real estate loans in Hong Kong. And also, most of New World's loans are unsecured, which is quite dangerous if they decide to somehow default or if it's a refinancing deal doesn't go through. Having said that, I will argue that Hong Kong's smaller banks, the regional banks, they are fairly well capitalized and they can absorb the losses if New World, say, just decides to go bust and defaults on everything. But these banks, they're not going to be happy because that's going to wipe out a substantial part of their earnings.
Bloomberg's opinion columnist Shuli Ren there. Great to have you with us. Do check out that opinion piece when it comes to, of course, New World and the Hong Kong economy. Take a look at how the Japanese yen is trading at the moment because we saw some weakness in the overnight session after those gains and that spike that we saw on Israel's attack on Iran last week. A really interesting move when it comes to the Japanese yen because it tends to really spike after geopolitical tensions and then weaken subsequently. And we're seeing now that a downside of 0.2%, similar to what we saw when Russia invaded Ukraine. But of course, the big news today, of course, is what's happening with the Bank of Japan, widely expected to hold the rate steady, but we'll be watching their review of their JGB tapering schedule. Take a look at how U.S. futures are trading down 0.4% on that geopolitical tension, of course, increasing around Iran. We have heard President Trump telling Tehran to evacuate, Paul.
Yeah, let's take a look at how futures for the rest of the region are tracking at the moment. We've got the open in, of course, Hong Kong and China, just a little more than 30 minutes away. A little bit of positivity for Taiwan futures, better by about 2/3% at the moment. Hang Seng futures pointing higher as well. One thing we are watching closely is the Hong Kong dollar. It's getting pretty close to the weak end of the band today, so the level to watch around that 7.85 mark. There are a number of decimal places after that as well, so that's one to watch anyway. Chinese futures are kind of flat at the moment. Well, that is it from the Asia trade. Markets coverage does continue as we look ahead to the start of trade in Hong Kong, Shanghai and Shenzhen. The China Show next. This is Bloomberg.
Why don't you like us anymore? Why are you leaving us? Oh, we're so sad that you left us. You don't even know me. LL Bean. There are questions that I would say are straight up homicide inducing.
Hot take. Nobody thinks your kid is as cute as you think your kid is.
I've had it with pictures of food.
I've had it.
on The Young and the Restless.
This is something else.
A mysterious invitation to the south of France
Who does this guy think he is?
One of the most reclusive billionaires in the world.
ignites a soapy summer of scandal.
As if there wasn't enough mystery and intrigue already. It's like a human board game.
Anything can happen.
This just gets weirder and weirder.
Can somebody please help? And shocking revelation.
It's time for me to make myself known.
The Young and the Restless, new weekdays on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
Half an hour away from the Opens in Hong Kong, Shenzhen, and Shanghai. You're watching The China Show. I'm Yvonne Mann with David Ingles.
Our top stories today. Global markets jolted after President Trump calls for the evacuation of Tehran and cut short his G7 visits. Also, reports from Ukraine noting that Kyiv is under massive missile and drone attacks.
Israel is vowing to continue its strikes against Tehran's missile and nuclear program, regardless of any negotiations involving the U.S.
And the BOJ is expected to stand pat today, but the focus will be on the review of its bond purchase reduction plan.
We start the show with some breaking news this hour, and we're moving away from the Iran-Israel sort of headlines here. We're focusing now on what's happening in Ukraine. As Dave had mentioned there, so according to Ukrainian officials, a combined Russian and missile attack in Kyiv overnight has left at least 20 people wounded, 12 civilians injured, according to some officials here, and the capital, Kyiv, is under that massive missile drone attack. So this on the back of what we were seeing in the G7 with President Trump Trump leaving early to deal with those tensions in the Middle East. But yes, markets are just kind of focused right now on every sort of headline. You see how oil markets are going, and really they're clinging on to whatever news we get this hour.
Yeah, the headline risk again back in focus,
Yes.
right? To the point Yvonne was making, right? So oil actually going into the morning today was on the back foot. We are now slightly higher in Brent crude, 0.5% to the upside. So really the relative calm in markets that we experienced for a brief fleeting session or so on Monday has quickly, I guess in many ways, gone away. Although, as you can see, equity markets in the Asia-Pacific are still clinging on to some gains. We'll see how long this lasts. 0.3% though to the downside on S&P futures. We talked about Brent and gold. Flat, while flat, of course, is retracing some of its weakness back to about the current levels of 34.15, 34.20. The look across FX markets is perhaps more indicative of the risk appetite out there, where you have, of course, the euro on the back foot. Dollar yen, it's the BOJ. We'll talk more about this in a moment. Of course, some weakness again is coming through on the Taiwan dollar after it breached the 29.50 level on the stronger side of that level around this time yesterday. And of course, we've been tracking the weakness coming through here in the Hong Kong dollar. But again, yes, broadly, dollar strength is coming through. Very quickly, the move overnight in China, 2% to the upside. So we're looking at all things casinos, pharma, and everything in between. We'll talk about that last stock you see on your screens a bit later on. That's an herbal company that's really gone, herbal medicine company to be more specific, and for the lack of reasons indicating why we are up substantially. We have a big story on this later on. You can read about it now, if you can't wait, on the Bloomberg Terminal for you. Very quickly, the approach to the open now is we're flats, 10-year yield on deck, and of course we're looking at dollar strength coming through here at 7.1848 there against the US dollar. Right, so the headlines coming through today. So President Trump, number one, calling for the evacuation of Tehran. Number two, we do also understand that he is cutting short his G7 trip hours after he then took, as we've been pointing out to social media, to call for that evacuation of the capital of Tehran.
President, any statement on why you're leaving the G7 early for Washington?
Well, I have to be back. Very important.
David Gura joins us now from Banff in Alberta. David, thanks for sticking around. There's been a lot of breaking news. Walk us through what's happening now. And we understand, of course, the U.S. president will be cutting his trip short.
Yeah, so let me start there, and then I'll get to what's happening in Ukraine in just a minute here. But I'd say this was an unprecedented circumstance, but of course we've been here before. President Trump has left another G7 early. That was back in 2018. But he did that kind of in a fit of pique. He was upset with how everything unfolded. And over the course of today, the first day of this summit, there was really no indication, David, that he was upset with how things were going. We saw him trumpet a deal that he inked with the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Keir Starmer, a trade deal that was announced a couple of weeks ago back in the Oval Office. There was a lot of talk over the course of the day about the situation in the Middle East, and the U.S. indeed did not decide to sign a kind of joint statement among the members of the G7. But then there was that post on Truth Social urging residents of Tehran to evacuate, and it seemed like the situation was really escalating. And then there was this announcement from the president's press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, that the president intends to leave this event early, intends to leave after the dinner tonight. So you saw that footage just a moment ago of the president and other world leaders in the G7 posing for that family photograph, which is kind of stock and trade of gatherings like this one. What's unusual is he stopped to field questions and commented on his departure, and he says he has to get back. Caroline Leavitt cited the Middle East as the motivating factor, the reason why he's going back to Washington, D.C. And he was gracious in telling Mark Carney why he had to go. Mark Carney, the Prime Minister of Canada, seemingly understanding of why the president has to leave. But here we are at a moment when other world leaders who aren't in the G7 are making their way to this remote corner of Canada. We have Narendra Modi just landing here in the province a few moments ago. Vladimir Zelensky was supposed to meet with these leaders tomorrow, so he will be missing a full day of meetings, and we were preparing for a press conference at the end of the proceedings tomorrow as well from President Trump. Now, you mentioned those strikes in Kyiv at the top of the show. Obviously, this is another worrisome sign. It does feel like there are so many confluent global issues taking place at this time, maybe adding urgency to the president's desire to get back to Washington, D.C. But of course, it reminds folks of what President Trump said earlier today when he was standing next to Prime Minister Mark Carney, expressing some regret that Russia was expelled from the G8 back in 2014 and suggesting with a counterfactual that had that not happened, maybe this conflict in Ukraine wouldn't have happened either. That's something that we've heard the president say over and over again. But just to recap everything, a lot has happened here in these last few hours. We understand the President of the United States is going to be on the ground here, is going to have that dinner with the other world leaders, head back to Washington, and he'll get back there very early in the morning, Washington time.
And what we were focused on just maybe a few hours ago that maybe was a bit of relief for markets was what the Journal had reported, that Tehran was maybe open to continuing on these nuclear talks with the U.S. as long as D.C. doesn't join in on the Israeli attacks here. What more do we know at that point, on this point, David?
So this has been what the president has been saying over the course of the day, indeed in the weekend leading up to this summit, is that he really thinks diplomacy is the path forward here. He was asked about the path forward at several bilateral meetings today, and he said there really has to be a diplomatic solution. Iran is effectively at the table. They have to make a deal here. That's still fundamentally what he believes, but we're in this kind of crucible of crisis at this moment. The conflict continues, and the open question is, how does that happen? Another big question is, what is the U.S.'s involvement going to be? Is President Trump going to return to Washington and decide that the U.S. gets more involved in this conflict? I should say there's a more optimistic read on the situation, and that's one that's been advanced by the French President Emmanuel Macron. At that family photo just a few moments ago, he said, if there's a way in which President Trump can go back to Washington and convince both of these sides, the Israeli side and the Iranian side, to reach some sort of ceasefire, that well be worth him leaving this event early. So what we're trying to figure out here, what we will be trying to figure out over these next few hours, again, are the motivating factors for his departure and indeed what the White House has planned in terms of its continued engagement with that crisis in the Middle East.
David Gura, fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us there in Banff with all the headlines that have been crossing here in the last few hours. And of course, let's bring in our next guest. He says that this week specifically is a make or break one when it comes to risk assets. Chris Weston of Pepperstone Group thinks market conditions are morphing and it may be premature to buy the dip now. He joins us right now. Maybe to flesh out that view for us, Chris, and how the trading environment has really changed for everyone.
Well, I think you'd seen such a low volatility environment. Ranges were so suppressed and everything was very much in a holding pattern. Income strategies were the way forward. People were looking at carry and FX in select currencies, certainly in LATAM. And that was because we saw this sort of positive grinding, very low range kind of situation. You wanted to be paid to be in the position. Now, I'm not necessarily giving up on buy the dip completely. I mean, I think there's clearly a bid coming back into the market. We saw that yesterday, obviously, on the back of the Wall Street Journal article. On Friday, when oil prices spiked up, we did see the buying coming back in, did tail off at the end, but there's certainly still a bid in the market. So I don't think we can necessarily give up on buy the dip yet. I mean, it's been a very successful strategy, and I think the situation in the Middle East is obviously something we're watching very, very closely over the next 12 to 24 hours to see how this develops. And we're obviously looking at the tail risks around that situation and looking at the probabilities and the distribution. But I think the way that I want to play this right now is more on let the market come to you. Use the market feeling a little bit more compelled about what they're seeing, and buy strength rather than actually buy a pullback and buy the dip. So I think 60.50 is the level on the S&P futures. There's been a ceiling above that. I think we want to wait for a close above that level, and then that will be, for me, the market saying that they're feeling comfortable about where we are at the moment. Obviously, that would probably coincide with a pullback in crude volatility, which is still pretty elevated. And I think then the market can move on to other factors, thinking that there's the supply issues in the Middle East are well contained, but it's obviously still a very fluid situation over the next 12 to 24 hours.
Chris, you mentioned, David here, by the way, you mentioned buy into strength, and somewhat that is an asset that's somewhat caught somewhat of a bid recently, given I guess what's going on in the Middle East is the U.S. dollar, which, as we all know, has been on the back foot going into, let's call it the last few days or so. What do you think is behind that sort of bid underneath the U.S. dollar? Is that positioning, or is the market rethinking now the role of the dollar as a haven?
Well, we're seeing a little bit of buying in the dollar today. Certainly against the yen, it's coming nicely above where it's really been a ceiling, about 145.05, really since throughout most of May into June, and it looks like it's sort of poking its head above the precipice there, and that may continue to get a bit of a run on into the Bank of Japan. Obviously got the Fed meeting, and then we've got the Ministry of Finance call on the duration side of things on Friday, which will be quite interesting. Probably the bigger event for the yen in some capacities. But yeah, I think that positioning is absolutely at the heart of that. You know, if you look at the flow data from the flow desks, yeah, we know that the real money accounts are really very, very short of US dollars at the moment. And they are the big drivers of the move. Yeah, the hedge funds love to get set in positions and start at early doors. And I think they did in January. And obviously we've seen a 8% move down in the real effective exchange rate in the US dollar. But it's the real money accounts, your pension funds, your insurance companies, that when they get going, they can cause a really, really strong move. Now, positioning in real money is very short. Positioning in the hedge fund community, in the leveraged account side, has cut back quite substantially. And I feel like that's probably the short-term trade for me, is given that the real money are still very short, retail have been buying US dollars, is that there's probably got a little bit of upside in the US dollar going through this week. I think we'd probably trade up to, I would probably be looked to flip the position and initiate shorts probably into sort of 99.50, maybe 100 in the dollar index. And that would just give us a little bit of a positioning flush out to get set for another leg lower. So there is a very strong consensus trade that the US dollar is going lower over time. But I think short term, there's probably some upside risk from that positioning. But I don't think people are giving up on the US dollar. I don't think people are giving up on US assets. That's not the case. I mean, it's more about that massive investment pool that is being somewhat neutralized in some capacities. And that's got more to go. But yeah, obviously the US dollar is still the reserve play, and that's in my mind not going to change for a long, long time.
You mentioned about it might be too early to buy the dip, but maybe it's time to hedge in some ways. And you're saying there is more of increased demand to pay up for protection in some ways. What is the best hedge right now, Chris?
It's difficult to say. I mean, I'd say the volatility channels are cheaper. Gold's been the best hedge, obviously, and you can choose it. You can cherry pick why it's been a hedge after the fact, of course, but that's near all-time highs. So it's very, very difficult to chase the gold price here. I like buying strength as well. If it starts moving up, it doesn't really matter what I think. It's the market is telling you that they still like the story, and that's good enough for me. So there are still some attractions, but again, for me as a short-term trader, I want to see the market, find a collective view of that it's still very nice to own at these levels and add to that position. But from a volatility perspective, I mean, the VIX sub 20%. Yeah, it's been a bit of a reduction in tail risk hedging. You've seen that in S&P 1 month 5 delta puts relative to 1 month at the money volatility. That sort of those 5 delta puts have blown out to about 15 volatility difference, which is not dramatic. It's not extreme by any means. But I think if you thought that there's something was going to happen in the Middle East that affected the Straits of Hormuz, which is not going to happen, but if you thought that there was going to be some big downside, then obviously that's not expensive at those levels at the moment as well.
Chris, so I guess back to your earlier point that you want to lean into what seems to be a stronger trend. So if people are trying to figure out, okay, if it's equities that I buy this week, where across the equity complex do you think there is momentum? And I guess along the same lines, you think that Europe is the weak link in the equity complex. Tell us why as well.
Well, I think Europe led us higher. That was the outperformer on the through April and May, and we saw the DAX making continuous all-time highs. That was the first market to hit an all-time high. And we saw a bit of a rally overnight. But, it was down 5 consecutive days in a row. And I think maybe that is the canary in the coal mine that other equity markets are going to look at and say, well, we've had a good run. Maybe it's time to increase hedging a little bit. It's cheap to do so. I know hedges obviously subtract from alpha and the performance of the fund, but obviously, it's not overly expensive to do so. But the DAX has underperformed in the last couple of weeks, and maybe that's something that people can look at from a long-short strategy. But yeah, I think you've seen a situation where you asked me where the momentum is at the moment. Well, it's in semis. Semis are up 50% since the recent lows. They're not cheap anymore. Not that you buy semis because of valuations, but I think you take a stock like Meta, for example. I had a nice move last night on the back of that they're bringing out ads on WhatsApp, which is bringing them a potentially new revenue source. But I think that looks quite nice, and I think everyone owns Meta at the moment. But I think that pushes higher. I think the story in NVIDIA is still very, very strong as we go into margin expansion in the coming quarters. So I feel like that if market is going to chase that stock, if it kicks, I'll be looking to buy that stock as a momentum trade. So, for me, a body in motion stays in motion. I like to do that. I like to wait for the collective views and beliefs in the market to be all shared, and that's kind of what I'll jump on. I think if it's going to come, it's probably going to come from those consumer discretionary plays and also the high beta tech and AI names at the moment. I think that's where the trade is going to be.
Chris, fantastic. Chill and let it come to you. Chris Weston, thank you so much. Great context, sir.
Absolutely.
Thank you. As always, head of research at Pepperstone Group over in Melbourne for us. Right, coming up here in shows, T. Rowe Price joins us as well to talk about risk and opportunities. Well, what don't we talk about when it comes to risk and opportunities there? Anyway, Thomas Pulowek joins us at those times on the screens for how they're looking at markets specifically and how they're weighing really weightings across these different asset classes.
And we're counting on the open of trade in Shanghai, Shenzhen, and Hong Kong. This is the China Show.
I'm Jason Kelly, and this season on Power Players, we're taking you behind the scenes to see how the business of sports has gone global.
I want sports to grow. I want sports to be bigger because we have talent.
What we have achieved in the NWSL from an investor perspective over 2 years is the equivalent of what it took other leagues 25 to 30 years to achieve.
You've got to have a business that's sustainable. The only way it's sustainable is got to make money.
Who is the market for? It's for all of us. Because when you invest in ETFs from iShares, the market is yours.
Every small business should be a growing business. Paramount can help. Advertise on TV in just a few clicks with Paramount Ads Manager. Your next customer is already watching. Get started at ParamountAdsManager.com.
I am Dracula.
He came to me, and he made me drink.
You're crazy to know who I am, aren't you? I'll show you who I am and what I am.
Now I know his horrible plan. He's going to kill her, make her a living mummy like himself. I shall awaken memories of love.
Tomorrow, the Fed decides.
You can't set policy because you don't know what policy is going to be.
The Fed is codependent on the president.
They're worried about stagflationary shock.
Trust Bloomberg to bring you the fastest coverage and exclusive analysis, including Powell's press conference.
We're going to be watching the data.
The policy tool that is communication is now filibustering.
The economy could go either way. They're watching like we are.
Tune in to Bloomberg Surveillance. The Fed decides, starting at 1:30 p.m. Eastern.
Right, welcome back. Well, the story across markets is with headline risk, and the calm from Monday has somewhat gone away. Now, but to say as well the other extreme, where it's a day for a pure haven play is also a disservice. But you're looking at gold, for example, catching a bid, but the yen, Swiss franc, as you can see, slightly on weaker footing as the dollar. I guess repositioning is towards a stronger dollar today. 10-year yield is down 2.5 basis points as we speak.
Yep, we're looking ahead to the BOJ decision later on today, with the central bank largely expected to stand pat when it comes to rates. But the focus is really going to be how they're going to reduce their whole bond purchase program here. For a preview, let's bring in Taro Kimura from Bloomberg Economics. He joins us live from Tokyo. So, Taro, tell us a little bit more about the implications of the BOJ's new JGB purchase plan, and what does it mean when it comes to trimming that balance sheet?
Right. So the market focus is really upon the new BOJ's purchase plan. It's going to lay out for it's going to extend 1 year, and most expected, it's going to reduce the tapering plan, slow the tapering plan from latest 4,000 billion to have it to 2,000 billion. it matters. The math matters for the JGB traders, bond market participants, but for economists, in a broader picture, there's no significant change that in that the Bank of Japan's balance sheet is going to shrink, because there's also a existing big holdings of Japanese government bond in its balance sheet, and many of it is coming to mature for redemption. So because of the redemption, the runoff will continue, even though the BOJ might slow down its new purchases. So therefore, the big picture won't change regarding how the JGB, the Bank of Japan's JGB is going to taper the long-term yields.
Right. And I mean, you mentioned big picture, and the question when it comes to the Bank of Japan is, when is the next hike? And I can't help but think, and I know you've written research about this, what does this spike in oil prices mean for inflation signaling in Japan, what they might say about inflation today in their statement or at the press briefing, and what that could mean for the timing of the next BOJ rate hike?
Right. So the market shouldn't forget that it's a human tragedy, but also the tension in Middle East is closely tied to Japan's economy via oil prices and inflation. So the picture shown is my estimate on how the latest shock reflecting the Israel-Iran conflict will impact Japan's core CPI year-on-year gauge. And orange and yellow line is the shock already happening yesterday, the $73.5 per barrel. It's already a 0.7 percentage point shoot at most to Japan's core CPI inflation. And the Bloomberg economics have a worst case scenario, which I really hope that won't happen, $130 per barrel. If that happens, it's going to game changer for the BOJ. BOJ won't be able to say anymore that we should be very cautious. Rather, the BOJ has to shift to a inflation fighting mode if that happens. So in a nutshell, the huge dependency on the Middle East oil for Japan's energy is linchpin for Japan's economy. And I think the BOJ, the BOJ in the previous price outlook, they were expecting the oil prices will decline and kept in check because of the increased supply for the OPEC plus. It was May 1st, by the way. But I think the latest oil price hike hit the Bank of Japan off the guard, and I am closely watching how the weather will react to this move.
Taro Kimura, thank you so much, out of Bloomberg Economics in Tokyo, for us giving us a preview of the BOJ. Coming up into the open today, under 7 minutes away, Hang Seng Index, Dollar China on your screens. A preview of the day ahead coming through. This is The China Show.
A Showtime original movie.
We're gonna be daddies.
Drink up, 'cause you're gonna need it.
Sometimes to start a new family,
You know you're taking this job, right?
I have 2 babies on the way.
you need your chosen family.
The millennials love a daddy. So do I.
Get a nanny. What will you do when the babies wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning?
Hey Siri, how do I stop a baby crying? I get it. We're a mess.
I heard that.
Noah's Ark the movie, streaming June 20th on the Paramount Plus with Showtime plan.
Once you kill a man for revenge, there's no going back. A voice in your head saying over and over, "That was awesome."
Police Squad has always been the elite of the elite.
Hi, Daddy. Love you.
Hey, Dad. Boy, do I miss you.
And you, Frank, are the best of the best.
Need a bathroom. I need this room immediately.
There's a line, man.
Police business. Oh, I'm gonna ruin another suit.
Over here, Lieutenant. I think someone murdered my brother.
I'll find them. This is what I do. Says you served 20 years for man's laughter. You mean manslaughter? Must have been quite the joke.
They're going to shut down Police Squad if you do not solve this case. Do this by the book.
Show a little respect.
What do you want, little one?
Playtime's over. Rest assured, I won't stop until I've found justice.
We've
upgraded your car with the most advanced crime-fighting tech.
Drive forward 30 feet.
Oh!
This place is falling apart.
Futures a little bit on the back foot here this morning. Take a look at when it comes to some of the oil plays, and we're seeing some downside for PetroChina and really that catch-down story in Shanghai crude here right now. But then again, it's really been headline-driven what the oil price is doing, given what we're seeing in Iran and Israel there. Trump cutting his trip short and telling people in Tehran to evacuate as well. We're watching Chow Tai-fook here today this morning.
Yeah, convertible bond there, due 2030, $8.8 billion. That's a convertible. We'll talk more about this. Stocks are down, of course, 2.4% today. Casinos, too.
Yeah, casinos, a big one here. So the U.S.-listed operators traded higher here on the prospect of June gross gaming revenue was trending higher than expected. Also, there's the Macau allowing visa-free access to citizens from the Middle East. So you are seeing the casinos up this morning. Welcome back. You're watching the China Show. No shortage of headlines here this morning. Everything from what we're seeing with the gyrations in oil, with President Trump with that Tehran warning, and then cutting his G7 trip short here to deal with the situation in the Middle East as well. You add that to another sort of missile attack in Ukraine. That certainly is adding to the volatility here this morning. You are seeing futures pretty much flat here. Hang Seng is just slightly to the upside. We're watching very closely what happens with dollar China. It was actually a pretty strong fix from the PBOC here today, the lowest that we've seen in 3 months. So we are actually seeing a little bit of a strength coming through in the currency. But yes, a lot going on still.
Yeah, the added complication potentially from central banks, what the BOJ might do and say. There's also the Taiwan dollar story, which is now we're back below the 29.50 handle as far as that's concerned. So again, the sort of broader FX overlay. And I'll just add to that, too. We're, again, very, very close. We're still watching it, though. We're very close to the week end of the trading band here in Hong Kong.
Yeah, dollar is catching a bid, right? You asked whether it is regaining that haven status there. That certainly is one thing we're dealing with in this market. The onshore markets are doing this right now. It's a pretty mixed picture, but slightly higher in the CSI 300 by just 0.1%. We're watching very closely what happens with crude, right? So there you go. It's a catch-down story for crude here. We're down now some 2%. So coming back from some of the highs that we saw yesterday, but certainly it's certainly a very volatile volatile space here right now, just given what we've been hearing in Calgary, what's going on in Israel, as well as in Iran. So you take a look at what's going on in Hang Seng. It is looking slightly better when it comes to the tech space here today. We're flat when it comes to 8 shares. The property sector also in focus. Goldman had a pretty interesting line coming through when it comes to China properties, saying housing demand is going to stay at 75% below the peak, which is basically back in 2017 sort of levels here. So one thing to watch is the property space. Tech seems to be doing slightly okay. We talk about the Hong Kong dollar is edging towards that weaker part of that band here as well. And we're watching, of course, casinos. So there's been a lot of talk about what's been going on. The U.S.-listed Macau casinos, or the operators, were trading higher on the back of what we heard was from gross gaming revenue in June looked pretty good. Also, Macau will allow visa-free access to citizens from the Middle East as well. You add the retail sales beat yesterday from the activity data, that certainly is helping the consumer space. Macau casinos seem to be benefiting from that as well. Sands China up some 2.5%. And pharma stocks as well. If you want another reason to buy, we certainly got it, right? China planned to shorten the innovative drug clinical trial approvals there. So might possibly light another fire on this rally, Dave.
From 60 days to 30 working days in an attempt there to support the new drug R&D. So yeah, lots to watch today. So among the many things, of course, we also have some job numbers coming through out of Hong Kong. I believe right now that John Lee is in fact just beginning his briefing as well, so keep an eye on that. We talked about crude. President Xi Jinping is in Kazakhstan, and we talked about dollar weakness and of course casinos. In fact, let's get on that note on the casino stocks and that big rally that we had overnight, 6 to 8% in some of the U.S. listings there. Min Min Lo, our China correspondent, is here to talk us through what the casino story is today. What's driving this higher revenue story?
Yeah, we actually haven't gotten the official revenue yet, but this is driven by forecasts from analysts who are saying and citing industry sources that the revenue trend is higher than expected and also higher than Macau's government's average monthly target. And there are a few different things that could be at play here. One is Macau allowing visa-free access to countries in Saudi Arabia, including countries in the Middle East, including Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Oman, and others. And remember, we have the May retail sales data out just yesterday, I believe, that really showed a big bump in retail sales that may have floated all boats and maybe benefited spending in Macau as well. And at the same time, we know the Macau government has been trying to diversify its economy to bring in more non-gaming revenue. So it's been trying to hold more exhibitions, events, concerts, and that has yielded some results and perhaps also benefited the casino sector at the same time as well. So we had a very strong month in May because of the May Day holiday, and it looks like this momentum is continuing into June.
We talked about the biotech sector, so it seems like regulators are really helping to at least speed up the approval process here. Tell us a bit more about what's to come.
Yeah, so the approval process, or when you apply to conduct a clinical trial, usually the process takes 60 days, and regulators are proposing to shorten that to 30 days. So this will definitely speed up the process of developing new drugs in China, and already we are seeing this a surge in the biotech sector in China. Stocks up about 60% so far this year. And many of these drug companies, they have been coming up with new drugs, experimental drugs that are attracting the attention of overseas buyers that are paying billions of dollars to license out these drugs. And so the government policy is now coming in to bolster the sector further. And yesterday we had Sang Mi, our equities reporter, saying as well that there is this talent pipeline flowing back to China, these high-profile scientists that are coming back to China as a result of the stalling of the U.S.-China trade war to help push this homegrown development of the drugs sector.
Yep, certainly a lot going on there. Min Min Lo, thank you, our China correspondent, with the latest on those two different industries there. We're going to focus away from some of the benchmarks and what we're seeing here, really focus on what's going on in the small cap space, right? Because what we're seeing in the CSI 2000, for example, that gained about 11% this year. You compare that to the main benchmark, that's actually declined about 1.5%. So there is a bit of an opportunity here, but it looks like maybe this small cap rally is at risk of losing some steam. That is our taking stock here this morning. Let's bring in our Asia equities reporter, Charlotte Young, with the latest. What are you seeing? Why are small caps losing a bit of shine?
Yeah, so market watchers are saying that we see some warning citing this world of small caps in the Chinese onshore world. So this cohort companies, they're known for weaker fundamentals, but like more volatile moves, and they're liked by retail investors that like to seek, faster and quicker returns despite the risk. And also quant funds like them, known for program trading. So now, but this outperformance, as you mentioned, the CSI 2000 index has been gained over 10%, while the blue chips are in the down territory. And also you're seeing trading concentrated, the near record level, about 30% of the mainland turnover. So, and a couple of things coming up that investors are worried about this rally. The valuations on the expensive side, you also have the semi-annual earnings, which is, like analysts say, is a historically weak window. And also the Shanghai and Shenzhen Stock Exchange have refined their rules when it comes to program trading, which the details of it, targeting those abnormal activity could hurt, the trading volume of these small caps. And also you have the outstanding margin balance have come down a bit, which shows, investors' the risk appetite come down.
Yeah, I think you're starting to see, to your point, the conditions that led to, I think, the previous crash, right? Start to form. But this is really one group of stocks that retail investors really like. What appeals to retail investors about this the small caps group? I think to understand how they have come, to now, I think it's also to look at the broader market. Onshore stock this year has really been, quite lukewarm if you compare to Hong Kong stock, because they don't really have, those AI companies, big cap AI companies, and some of those new consumption stocks, they all listed here. So which is why, you don't really have blue chips that yield those high returns, and which is why they turn to the small caps. And usually, they also known for has some sort of the concepts. And whenever that comes, these small caps, they just give out really high returns in really quick time. So which is why some of those mom and pop retail investors like these cohort. Charlotte, thank you so much. Fantastic there. Charlotte Yang, our equities reporter there on today's Taking Stock piece. Right, some breaking news right now out of Israel. The IDF has identified, and again, I'll mention this very short detail, but just one line coming through, identified missiles launched from Iran towards Israel. Live pictures, as you can see on your screens, in Tel Aviv. So we'll keep you guys updated once we have more details on the story coming through. One line coming through, bottom of your screens. Plenty more ahead. This is Bloomberg.
I'm Jason Kelly, and this season on Power Players, we're taking you behind the scenes to see how the business of sports has gone global.
I want sports to grow. I want sports to be bigger because we have talent.
What we have achieved in the NWSL from an investor perspective over 2 years is the equivalent of what it took other leagues 25 to 30 years to achieve.
You've got to have a business that's sustainable. The only way it's sustainable is got to make money.
On The Young and the Restless, it's a soapy summer of scandal in France.
It's time for me to make myself known.
The Young and the Restless, new weekdays on CBS.
Is integrated into every aspect of our lives, from finance to defense, AI to entertainment, and from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories from the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers and the politics that shape global tech markets. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. Watch the new Bloomberg Tech Europe. Premieres Friday, only on Bloomberg Television.
Here's some big corporate stories that we're following for you today. SoftBank is looking to raise up to $4.9 billion through an unregistered overnight block sale of American T-Mobile shares. According to terms of the deal seen by Bloomberg, the firm is offering 21.5 million shares for $224 to $228 each. Now, this is a discount of up to 3% from T-Mobile's Monday closing price and could be the biggest U.S. share sale since February. American Express teased updates to its travel-focused Platinum credit cards, calling it the company's largest investment ever. The updates will apply to both the U.S. consumer and business Platinum cards, but no specifics on the changes have been provided. Amex has faced intensifying competition for premium credit card customers since it raised its annual fee in 2021. And Meta has tapped Alexander Wang, co-founder of Scale AI, to lead CEO Mark Zuckerberg's superintelligence group. Meta will also be investing around $14 billion in Scale. Known as a prolific networker and well-connected in the AI startup world, Wang's company also has large government contracts. Those ties could benefit Meta as it works to break into the defense tech sector. Chow Tai Fook is said to have increased the size of its convertible bond sale to around $1 billion, making it potentially one of Hong Kong's biggest this year. Proceeds will be used for the jewelry business and general working capital as the company works to lift its image to that of a premium brand. The offering also comes as New World Development, which is controlled by the same family, grapples with around $26 billion in debt.
Yeah, in fact, our team at Bloomberg Intelligence have now just come out with a reaction piece on the Chow Tai Fook, and they've tied that to the New World story. The headline goes, Chow Tai Fook must prove its bond usage lacks ties to New World, which, as Yvonne is pointing out, financial distress there is really causing concern here in Hong Kong as, well, it could drag down, of course, home prices, impair, this bank loan conversation. That's the big one, of course, coming through, and whether or not they're able to secure, of course, that loan. I think it's end of this month. We're waiting for that. Shuli Ren, our Bloomberg Opinion columnist, is here with us to talk us through the developer, whether it's too big to fail, and how important New World is to Hong Kong. And surely I need to also bring in the Chow Tai Fook story, which is part of the conglomerate of the group that's doing very, very well. And it's hard to disentangle both stories. So where's your head at right now when you look at New World in one, and you have Chow Tai Fook being able to tap the markets and almost sell anything it wants to?
Yes, it's quite interesting, right? Like Chow Tai Fook is the very capable left arm, and the New World is a limp right arm, basically. And it seems like the Chen family has been distancing itself from the New World development. Basically, they're not putting in much self-rescue measures. The family siblings, they are not on the New World's board. Whereas on the other hand, Chow Tai Fook Jewelry is starting to do pretty well, and you see their stock price has more than doubled this year, and it's catching up to the gold rally. So in a sense, I can see why Chow Tai Fook Jewelry is coming up with a big convertible bond sale to show that they can stand on their own, perhaps, that they still have access to financial markets and investors despite New World's woes. Having said that, I'm not sure they can really disconnect themselves all that well.
You mentioned whether New World is too big to fail. What if we see some sort of default? What are you looking at in terms of scenarios? What does this mean for the banking sector here?
So New World, in a sense, is more important to Hong Kong than Evergrande was to mainland China. New World's commercial real estate, New World's bank loans account for 7% of Hong Kong's commercial real estate loans. And unfortunately, most of these loans are unsecured. So if they go default, Hong Kong banks, from Hang Seng to Bank of China Hong Kong, they are going to see a sharp spike in non-performing loans.
Which, I guess, incentivizes this next question, whether or not we will see state banks come in and provide some of that financing.
I think the New World's systemic risk is now so high that Hong Kong is going to come up with a Lehman-like collapse. The local banks are well capped. But it all goes back to what it means to be too big to fail, right? New World does account for 10% of market share in terms of property sales. Its total assets account for 10% of Hong Kong's GDP. And I mean, Hong Kong, we do have Futures Fund. And the mission for the Futures Fund is to ensure the long-term success of Hong Kong, right? During COVID, the Hong Kong government bailed out the Cathay Pacific. So the question is, what is considered too big to fail? Are we at the point of early stage of an economic rebound, and would New World's failure drag Hong Kong back into a slum? I think that's a legitimate question for the policymakers.
Right, and it's not as if we're showing pictures of K11 there, Victoria Dockside, right, which is really the crown jewel in terms of assets. It's not as if New World doesn't have assets. If you look, if you're a lender, there's certainly assets there to be collateralized. So are you confident that they might get a loan? What's the conversation right now ahead of this last week of June?
It seems like the biggest chunk of the refinancing loan deal is sealed. There might be some smaller banks that are still hesitant, and there has been reports that the Chinese government has asked the state-owned mainland banks to step in case the smaller foreign banks come out. Even if the refinancing loan goes through, New World still has a lot of financial distress, and they have to do a little bit more, perhaps more liability management exercises to go through this whole process.
We started this out by talking about how Chow Tai Fook obviously has done well, stock's done well, it can issue convertible bonds. This is a market that a lot of companies are tapping for financing. Why can't New World tap this market for financing? Because
its equity is worthless. I mean, at this point, it's not even repaying convertible bond holders. And what are we talking about? The equity really is worthless, and no one really wants to, right? Like, unless you're a strategic buyer who has non-economic concern, say like a state-led bailout, or the family doesn't want to give up on New World and they come in to do some self-rescue. It's also possible.
All right. Thank you. Shirley Renner, Bloomberg opinion columnist on all things New World, and Chow Tai Fook here this morning. Of course, you can take a look at her column this morning. Also, if you want an insider's guide to the money and people shaking up the finance hub in our Hong Kong edition newsletter that's out every Thursday, you can sign up through the website, bloomberg.com/newsletters. Just want to bring you the latest when it comes to what's going on in Iran and Israel. Here, live pictures out of Tel Aviv this morning. And what we're hearing from the Iran news agency is that Iran is extending its airspace closure to 2 p.m. local time today. This on the back of what we heard just a few minutes ago with the Israeli Defense Forces identifying missiles launched from Iran towards Israel. So we're heading into the 5th day, basically, of this conflict, Dave, and still we're not seeing any end in sight.
Yeah, waking up to the same situation, 4:48 in the morning in Tel Aviv, 5:18, I believe, in the morning in Tehran. We'll keep on top of the story here for you and more developments as they come through. Now, just digging deeper into the story, an Israeli official says that these operations, military operations to be more specific, will continue against Iran's missile and nuclear programs, regardless of any potential talks with the U.S. Strategic Affairs Minister Ron Dermer also told Bloomberg that he's not too convinced by reports that Iran wants to de-escalate the conflict.
There's some reports, and then the Iranians denied it, and then they may be passing messages through interlocutors to the United States. I mean, you never know with the Iranians what they're actually doing, but what I can tell you is what's happening in the battle is they're losing. As the president said, I think he was very diplomatic, and he said Iran is not winning this war. They're losing this war. Because Israel's determined to remove two existential threats to our country. I mean, remember, Iran is a country that openly calls and actively works to destroy Israel. And they're on a path to building nuclear weapons, and we want to remove that threat. We want to remove the ballistic threat. I'm sorry?
No, understood. So then, is it too late, is my question. Do you need to see the destruction of Iran's nuclear program, its nuclear facilities, before you ever consider going back to the table?
Well, let's remember what happened a couple months ago. The president talked about a 60-day timeline. I was with the prime minister when he went to Washington, and the president told the prime minister, look, he wants to give Iran a last chance to see if we can reach a deal. But what were the outlines of that deal is that Iran was going to have to dismantle its military nuclear capability. That's what was put on the table. And the president has been very clear about this from the beginning, not just the beginning of his presidency. He's been saying this for years. Iran must never have a nuclear weapon. And he's been very clear that Iran cannot have a nuclear enrichment capability, which is how you get the fuel for nuclear weapons. So then you don't have to really trust whether Iran has it or not. If they have no fuel for the car, then it's not a problem. And he gave it time, several weeks. His special envoy, Steve Witkoff, had several rounds of discussions, about 5 rounds of discussions. We were in close contact with them throughout, and they were very clear of what was going to be their red lines in a deal. And unfortunately, Iran thought that they could string these talks on forever and that there wasn't going to be any deadline. And it was clear to us in the last few days that there was no chance that Iran was going to agree to it. Will Iran agree to something else? Now, I don't know. But remember, one of their sites has already been dismantled by us. That's the Natanz enrichment facility. And we're also basically taking out their missile production factories as well. So we're going to go about our operation to remove these two threats. Whether Iran will decide to meet with the United States and agree to terms that they should have taken a month ago or 2 weeks ago or 2 months ago, that's up to Iran to decide.
And that was the Israeli Strategic Affairs Minister Ron Dermer there speaking with Bloomberg's Joe Matthew. Now to some of the other political stories that we're following for you today. U.S. Senate Republicans have drafted a new version of President Trump's signature economic package. The bill expands some tax breaks, raising the debt ceiling by $5 trillion, and makes permanent 3 business tax breaks that were set to expire after 2029. The plan comes at the expense of curbing health coverage for some low-income Americans and makes no mention of a deal on state and local tax deduction. President Trump has directed federal officials to expand efforts to deport migrants in the largest U.S. cities, including L.A., Chicago, and New York. The move comes after protests erupted in hundreds of U.S. cities over his anti-immigration efforts. Trump campaigned on carrying out the largest deportation in U.S. history and has moved to deliver on the agenda, with immigration officers saying they're arresting 2,000 undocumented people a day. President Trump's family is getting into the mobile phone business with Trump Mobile. The service will use network capabilities from all 3 major U.S. carriers. The new venture unveiled by the president's sons also launched a golden phone costing around $500, which they claim is made in the U.S. The family's entry into the mobile phone business could escalate concerns about conflicts of interest.
Yeah, that was a weird headline. Okay, let's take it back to markets now. Gold futures 34.12. Gold spot is just under 3,400. We're looking at havens on your screens, dollar yen, and it's also BOJ day. And this time in the next hour, we could actually get the results of the 2-day meeting, which is, I would imagine, wrapping up as we speak. 10-year yield on your screen. It's also Fed week, by the way. Keep an eye on that. 2.5 basis points to the downside here on the 10-year yield. Risk assets, Asia's looking like this. U.S. futures were down, still are down, 0.3%. Off lows of the day, though. VIX futures are back above the 20 handle, and Bitcoin, of course, is almost like a risk asset here, down about 1,500 a pop. You're down about 1.5%.
We're watching Meituan shares here this morning. Interesting note from the likes of Bernstein, and they're downgrading the company, saying the food delivery giant's challenge to expand overseas is going to be quite tough there, as well as increasing competitions at home. So they said UAE, Brazil markets won't be easy for Meituan to get into. Also, this 3-player market with the presence of Alibaba and JD in the food delivery business will bring competitive instability. That price target has been slashed to 150. And we'll take a look at Henderson Land as well. Citi with an interesting note saying central office leasing beats expectations there. There's the stock slightly higher. Coming up, we're going to have T. Rowe Price to join us and talk about these markets and volatility and the like here. Brandywine also Global to tell us what to expect out of the BOJ.
I'm Jason Kelly, and this season on Power Players, we're taking you behind the scenes to see how the business of sports has gone global.
I want sports to grow. I want sports to be bigger because we have talent.
What we have achieved in the NWSL from an investor perspective over 2 years is the equivalent of what it took other leagues 25 to 30 years to achieve.
You've got to have a business that's sustainable. The only way it's sustainable is got to make money.
It seems that the Gladiator is getting a lot of positive social sentiment.
Innovation changes everything. One ETF, 100 innovators rethinking the world. Before investing carefully, read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more in prospectus at Invesco.com.
Our vision is to make search effortless so that people can truly ask anything. People used to use very specific keywords, and now you can use more natural language with complex questions, with your voice, with your camera. As search gets more helpful, it just creates more opportunities for you to engage with customers from both discovery to decision. If you're using manual tactics, you are just not going to be able to keep up. AI is catalyzing this consumer experience, and it is the driver of how you can effectively meet users in these new moments of discovery.
Welcome back to the China Show. Here's a look at the CSI 300, a half hour into the session. Not much to really tell you about. We're seeing a little bit more action when it comes to offshore markets, with the MSCI China up about 0.4%. Equities, for the most part, are kind of treading water, are actually kind of staying okay in the face of all these headlines that we're seeing when it comes to Iran and Israel, with Ukraine, what's happening in Canada, and we have that BOJ decision that could happen any minute now. I think we crunched the numbers, Dave, right? The average time that the BOJ has announced something since Ueda became governor is 11:47 local time.
So that's in about 47 minutes and 5 seconds from now. There we go, just to be more exact when it comes to that. So to the point Yvonne was making, right? So we're in a holding pattern for markets. In fact, we're actually seeing equities move up from like 15, 20 minutes ago. And I think the point we were making here is we know what to watch. And there has been some new information, for example, as it pertains to what's been happening in Israel and Iran. There's been some updates, by the way, out of Ukraine, in case you missed that. And, of course, we'll get an update on why the U.S. president is cutting his trip short at the G7 in a moment. But, yes, all things equal, markets in a holding pattern ahead of some fairly potential event risk out there in the next, let's call it 1-2 hours or so.
Yeah, we have a team all over the world here this morning to tell you about it. President Trump is cutting short, as we just mentioned there, the G7 summit in Canada, hours after he took to social media to call for the evacuation of Iran's capital, Tehran.
President, any statement on why you're leaving the G7 early for Washington?
Well, I have to be back. Very important.
Let's bring in our panel now, our team, really. Bloomberg desk editor Jill Deesis, joining us from the G7 summit as well, is our Bloomberg correspondent David Gura. Jill, I'll start with you. On the latest in Iran, we're hearing that there might be some more missiles going through this morning as well. It doesn't seem like day 5 we're hearing much different.
No, I mean, I think at this point it seems pretty clear that this may become a conflict that lasts not just days, but potentially weeks. You did obviously have that statement from Trump just a couple of hours ago, saying that people in Tehran should evacuate. Now, again, this is a city of 9 million people. It's not clear whether Trump has any sort of special insight into whether there's additional, fresh attacks from Israel. But I think, again, at this point, it just seems incredibly clear that this is an evolving conflict. You did have the White House press secretary come out and say that part of the reason, or the reason why Donald Trump was leaving the G7 summit early was because of matters in the Middle East. So clearly, some sort of threats of further escalation here. We'll have to see how this continues to unfold, but it does seem very significant, obviously, that Trump is leaving this meeting and heading back to Washington.
Yeah, David Gura, I'll bring you in. You're in Canada, where we understand that the U.S. president, before he heads back, is, and correct if I'm wrong, still having dinner, but he is headed back to Washington immediately after that. Stitch together the story in Israel-Iran for us and why he is headed. What do we know about that? What does his schedule look like, David?
And just to pick up on what Jill was saying, that was such an extraordinary moment when that post came out. We kind of looked at each other and wondered what he was referring to. We still don't have a very clear answer about why he issued that warning. But just looking over the course of the day, there was a lot of conversation about a path forward with Israel and Iran. There was an effort by the leaders of the G7, absent the U.S., to kind of come to some sort of unified agreement, to tell those two countries to de-escalate, to stress the importance of doing that. President Trump did not want to be party to that agreement and had the opportunity to talk a bit about why he thought that's the case. He began to push once again for there being a diplomatic solution, said that Iran is effectively at the table because it has no other options. And then he took questions before he issued that statement on Truth Social. He was side by side with Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, talked again about diplomacy, talked again about the seriousness of the situation. And then it wasn't long after we got that post that we heard from Caroline Leavitt, the President's press secretary, that he intended to leave early. And we understand there were many members of other delegations who found out about that through the media, not through official channels. So it did take people here by surprise. Unlike back in 2018 when President Trump left that G7 in Charlevoix, Canada early, it wasn't apparently out of any sort of pique or anger toward the group or the institution. He said, as he said during the family photograph moment, that he has to get back, he has to deal with what's going on, and Caroline Leavitt underscoring it has to do with the Middle East. So it just raises a series of questions. Does that signal that the U.S. is bound to get more involved in this conflict? And President Trump and his administration so far have taken a back seat, said they didn't want to get involved. Are things going to change, or is he going to have some sort of hand here in trying to broker a temporary peace or a ceasefire in this crisis?
Yeah, that was what our oil markets were a bit relieved about, that Iran still wants to continue with these nuclear talks, Jill.
Yes, I mean, certainly that's what Iran is saying here. And I think also to David's point, you have had several officials within the Trump administration pushing back against reports that they're escalating U.S. military involvement, saying that the defensive posture that the United States is they're saying it's, maintained there. I think there has been a little bit of confusion over how exactly Trump would like to get involved. Over the past couple of days, you've had somewhat conflicting statements where, he's obviously, as David has pointed out, Trump has been saying that, he wants them to pursue a deal, saying that Iran cannot have nuclear weapons. It's in their best interest to come to the table, but also at the same time, some sort of, in a different way, sort of backing, this idea that, Israel is continuing with this kind of escalation, as David just mentioned there, the idea that Trump's not backing the broader, G7 statements about this. So I do think that does raise a bit of confusion there. But again, I think all just, pointing to the fact that Trump at least sees this as something that he needs to be back in Washington to ultimately deal with. And so we'll have to see how that eventually escalates. But again, yes, I do think significant that at least for now, the Trump administration is, saying that, this is still sort of a defensive posture from the United States.
Team, thank you so much. Jill Deese is here on set with us in Hong Kong, and David Gura, of course, joining us, our Bloomberg correspondent in Canada as well. Right. The other big story we're tracking, it could come out this hour, is the Bank of Japan. So it's wrapping up its two-day meeting today. It's decision day, of course. And generally speaking, you ask economists, they're expecting, as far as rates specifically go, expected to stand pat. But you have other potential complications in the form of maybe a change in the forecast. More details on the bond reduction plan. Sherry An, our co-anchor, joins us, in fact, outside the Bank of Japan in Tokyo for us this morning. Yeah, Sherry, what are we expecting exactly today?
You said it, really no change expected when it comes to the rate. We are expecting it to keep steady at 0.5%. That's the consensus by economists. Of course, we'll be watching any hints of future rate hikes. Right now, 1/3 of economists surveyed by Bloomberg expects the BOJ to move in January. But the complications that you mentioned, the volatility in the JGB markets, will we see a review and perhaps a slowdown of that quantitative tightening that the Bank of Japan has been carrying out since last August? We're talking about paring back bond purchases at a pace of about 400 billion yen a quarter. Economists expecting perhaps that to be pared back to around 200 billion yen. The volatility in the JGB space, the $7.8 trillion debt market, will be key, and whether the Bank of Japan prioritizes and listens to the market commentary right now, and if it doesn't, if the bond purchase plans remain the same, what does it mean for yields going forward?
Yeah, it'll be interesting how he communicates all this, and even a lot of focus on what the inflation trajectory is going to be too, Sherry. I mean, what are we likely to hear from the governor about the inflation side of things?
If we hear any caution about inflation risks, that would be a signal about when rate hikes could come. Remember, core inflation now coming in at 3.5% in the month of April. That just means that core inflation has been above that 2% target for the past 3 years or so. But of course, the key question right now, given the issues around growth, is what the Bank of Japan is also very careful about. We're talking, of course, about the fact that we did not get a trade deal between President Trump and Prime Minister Ishiba during the G7 summit. Now, that, of course, is pressuring the Japanese economy. We're talking about an auto sector that takes up about 10% of Japan's GDP, more than 5.6 million people employed in the auto sector, and we have those 25% tariffs. We'll be watching very closely what happens to those comments by Treasury Secretary Bessent about extending that pause that we've had on that across-the-board tariffs coming from the U.S. that are supposed to go up to 24% from 10% right now. But as I said, is really what happens to JGB yields. Remember, treasuries have been also very impacted by the moves in the JGB markets, and really that runoff and the pace of that runoff will be key in what happens in global debt markets as well.
Yep, obviously watching from 400 billion yen to 200. That certainly is the adjustment the market is expecting there. Our co-anchor of the Asia trade, Sherry An, joining us outside the BOJ here this morning. And we're going to get plenty of analysis on the central bank's upcoming decision with Brandywine. The firm really watching closely, of course, what the signal the BOJ is going to have in terms of those government bonds and JGBs. That interview is coming up with Carol Lai pretty soon. Yeah,
just before we head to a short break, an update here coming through out of Hong Kong Chief Executive John Lee and that policy address, that policy speech, by the way, the weekly one, I believe, that he's speaking right now, that China's top Hong Kong official, Xia Baolong, will be visiting Hong Kong from tomorrow, June 18th, all the way to the 22nd. That's an update there. Plenty more ahead. This is The China Show.
Echo of the Earth. Terre d'Hermès. New eau de parfum intense.
I'm Jason Kelly, and this season on Power Players, we're taking you behind the scenes to see how the business of sports has gone global.
I want sports to grow. I want sports to be bigger because we have talent.
What we have achieved in the NWSL from an investor perspective over 2 years is the equivalent of what it took other leagues 25 to 30 years to achieve.
You've got to have a business that's sustainable. The only way it's sustainable is got to make money.
On The Young and the Restless.
This is something else.
A mysterious invitation to the south of France.
Who does this guy think he is?
One of the most reclusive billionaires in the world.
Ignites a soapy summer of scandal.
As if there wasn't enough mystery and intrigue already. It's like a human board game.
Anything can happen.
This just gets weirder and weirder.
Can somebody please help? And shocking revelation.
It's time for me to make myself known.
The Young and the Restless, new weekdays on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
A Showtime original movie.
I'm gonna be daddies.
Sometimes to start a new family,
Drink up, because you're gonna need it.
you need your chosen family.
Good grief. Is Ricky pimping your baby?
Noah's Ark the movie, streaming June 20th on the Paramount Plus for Showtime plan.
Tomorrow, the Fed decides.
You can't set policy because you don't know what policy is going to be.
The Fed is codependent on the president.
They're worried about stagflationary shock.
Trust Bloomberg to bring you the fastest coverage and exclusive analysis, including Powell's press conference.
We're going to be watching the data.
The policy tool that is communication is now filibustering.
The economy could go either way. They're watching like we are.
Tune in to Bloomberg Surveillance. The Fed decides, starting at 1:30 p.m. Eastern.
Right, welcome back. An update. Brent, West Texas, and as you can see, these should be session highs right now, 72.50 on West Texas. You do the math, that's a bit of a spread there, about $1.30. An update, of course, about in the last hour or so out of Israel, and of course the IDF has identified some missiles there from Iran. And of course the broader context, at least for today, is the post out of the U.S. president of calling for the immediate evacuation of Tehran. So that's really what set us up in terms of the trading session today. So we're up now. There we go. As I speak, we're continuing. Okay, something must be happening. Anyway, 1%, 1.2 now. On Brent crude.
Yeah, the Iran News Agency also in the last couple of minutes extending the airspace closure, the government there, to 2 p.m. local time on this Tuesday. Let's bring in Thomas Pulawek, head of multi-asset solutions for APAC at T. Rowe Price. He joins us here in the studio. You mentioned, how do we separate the signal from the noise? You say the signal actually is in the oil price. What are you seeing?
Yeah, so we have seen the oil price reacting very abruptly last week. It was one of the biggest weekly jump in terms of oil price that we have seen in the last 40 years. So what we are now expecting is some tensions to stabilize so that the oil price is not going up. But if the oil price is really under pressure, that is really what will be impacting the economy. And that's why I say it's more the signal for us as asset allocators rather than trying to predict what Israel or Iran will do. In that sense, I have no hedge on what would be next.
What does it signal as far as actionable advice for, say, equity investors right now in terms of, because you guys have been, are going long energy as a trade?
Yes, so I think there are two signals that I would take. One is at the sector level. You can be long energy to for a sector that has been quite depressed for quite some time with low valuation. So expect a re-rating on the back of that oil pricing moving higher. But the second most important signal is the feed through inflation. So I think we have been on a camp where inflation should be rebounding from a low base in May. You have tariffs potentially coming, and definitely you have all of these reshoring, deglobalization, which is basically a bullish commodity. You need to build stuff, so you need to buy stuff. So we have been not only long energy, but we have been long gold miners, long copper miners. All of these sectors, natural resources, are typically in favor in this environment.
It sounds to me that you're saying that the Fed might have to be sort of in inflation fighting mode soon in some way. Does that mean that we're not going to see that Fed put?
No, I think the Fed is more on a wait-and-see mode, waiting for not repeating the same mistakes that they did in 2022 and being a bit more upfront on fighting inflation and then wait for the growth data to be saved in a way. So not expecting the Fed put anytime soon, and it's more waiting for the inflation data to come in and wait for a reaction from the Fed. But a Fed cut would be later this year at best, or even in 2026.
And how does that inform you about how you trade duration at this point?
Yeah, so on duration, we have been quite underweight for quite some time. We see yields moving higher, not only on that inflationary pressure, but also on a lot of issuance coming into the market. So the supply demand that we have seen, which are lower demand for U.S. assets from overseas investors, and more supply coming from further issuance should push yields higher. So we have been underweight U.S. duration. But in fixed income, we see opportunities still in credit sectors where we have overweight in Asian credit or even in high yield.
Okay. Well, we've been talking to our guests about this bid that we're seeing in the dollar amidst all these geopolitical headlines. Do you think the dollar is gaining some sort of haven status again, or what do you see overall?
Not as much as before. I think if we are really seeing that the incremental capital or incremental dollar is now not necessarily invested into the U.S. It can be invested in Europe. It can be invested in Asia. And what that means is that structurally we see a weakening of the US dollar. So you have also the growth exceptionalism that we have seen before that is not as much in favor of the US as before. So we should see the US not benefiting as much on the trend-wise. Then you have some events like that can have some demand for the US, but the US dollar, but you have seen Japanese yen reacting more, or even I prefer gold in that scenario to hedge as a haven.
Amidst all the issues, equity markets have actually been okay and good in some cases. Do you trust this equity market rally?
I think we are at a stage where complacency is quite high. Okay. For example, the trade policy uncertainty is back to January level, and to me, we are only in that truth period. And in a couple of weeks, we might see tariffs coming back. So I think there is a risk that tariffs are coming back. Growth is definitely slowing, so that push earnings at risk. So I think earnings are still too optimistic going forward. So that's why we have a cautious position on equity underweight relative to benchmark.
Okay, can you tell us what the equity sort of allocation is right now? You said there are better opportunities outside the U.S., but you've also reduced your underweight in the U.S. as well.
Yeah, so that was a bit of a risk management. We were a bit more concerned from a U.S. underweight perspective. So that was in March, April. And then you have the AI theme coming back, earnings being strong. So we reduced that conviction, and we are a bit closer to benchmark now on the U.S. Still underweight, but we see more opportunities, I would say, in Europe and emerging market. including China, where these markets should have better earnings forecast, and they come with a cheaper valuation.
I actually got, this is going to make sense, I actually got an email yesterday from a bank. I'm not going to name the bank. They're offering, get this, 9% on dollar time deposits. How do I look at cash at this point in time? Dollar cash, for example, because it seems to be banks are struggling, or not struggling, but they're scrambling for dollar funding. And how does that affect, where you park your money defensively in an environment like this? How do you feel about cash?
So we are underweight equity, we are underweight duration, and we are overweight cash.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
So I think you can respond to that proposal.
Thomas says yes.
Yes. But definitely on the short term, given the uncertainty that we see rising again, we have a low vol environment, volatility is likely to pick up. I think having some cash, having some gold, having some safe haven could be a good hedge.
Tell us a bit more about the slight overweight in China here right now. Obviously, this is an equity market that's done quite well, especially here in Hong Kong. What's going to be that next leg that makes things even better or actually continue on this momentum?
Yeah, so we have been overweight China since January. We kept that overweight. It was under scrutiny last month. And I think what we debated is that, in a way, China is a bit the last place of certainty, in a way, compared to a lot of uncertainty that we see outside China. So in China, you have, yes, we know that growth is challenged. We know that you have potential for further stimulus, but at a low scale. But at the same time, we got good news yesterday with retail sales really taking the baton from industrial production. So I think we should expect consumption to take some relief, and then you have good stock opportunity in China. So that's what I like about China. Is as much the market, but more the companies that can benefit from a trend of rebound in consumption.
Is it easier to sell the long China story now to non-Chinese investors?
It's still hard.
Okay.
It's still.
What's the sticking point so far? What seems to be the that mental gap that they need to get over to buy into the story?
Yeah, I think the issue is more how volatile this market could be to news and the retail sentiment driving really upside, downside quite fast. The uncertainty regarding the scale of the stimulus and the fact that the housing sector is still a big challenge in China. So there are still some headwinds, but I think tactically the market was too cheap to ignore, and that was something that we took an opportunity to overweight in our portfolio.
Right. The final question. We have the Bank of Japan. The Bank of Japan today. The Japanese equity market story has sort of taken a back seat. It's been range bound. We're nowhere near the highs just yet. How are you looking at Japanese equities? Within your sort of broader equity allocations.
Look, if you give me 5-10 years, that would be a market that I would be overweight for. But tactically, I'm a bit more neutral now. So I have a bias to be overweight, but now I'm more neutral, given that you have the tensions on the trade tariff. So we got some news that maybe there is no agreement yet between the US and Japan. That was expected to be the next after the UK.
The easiest to be made after the UK.
Yes. So this is in the background. You have an election also coming in July, so some political uncertainty. The BOJ also we are more on hold for now, but potential rate hike later. So all of this shows that earnings could be a bit more at risk with the Japanese yen also improving. So that creates some headwinds in the short term, but corporate governance is definitely there in Japan. Inflation is back, so this is a market that we should see good nominal growth in the years ahead.
Okay, good longer term, sir. Fantastic. It's always great to speak with you, Thomas. Thank you so much.
Very much.
Thomas Pulowek, the head of multi-asset solutions, Asia Pacific at T. Rowe Price. We have some breaking news.
So this is quite interesting. So what we're hearing from New World bondholders, at least some of them, is that they have received the interest payment on that dollar note that was due on Monday here. So they have paid interest due on that dollar note. That does give New World a bit of breathing room now as it works to complete, of course, that 87.5 Hong Kong billion, I should say, loan refinancing deal. So they were initially facing that $5 million in interest payments. Yeah. We're hearing at least that some of it has been paid. And of course, if they had missed that deadline to pay that coupon within 14 days, that would have triggered a default. So we've basically stepped back from that, at least for now, according to what we're hearing from bondholders this morning. We got plenty more ahead. This is Bloomberg.
On August 1st, see Liam Neeson like never before.
I'm gonna ruin another suit.
They are threatening to shut down police squad if you do not solve this case.
Says you served 20 years for man's laughter. You mean manslaughter? Must have been quite the joke. Car, drive forward 30 feet. Oh! This place is falling apart.
Right, we're about 56 minutes into the cash market session here. We have swung, and as you can see, session lows right now. Not a lot of volume out there. A lot of event risk, I guess, is the mirror image of that, sort of the different side of the same coin here. There are some bright spots. The casino stocks, big rally overnight, against the grain today, on the back of, I guess, high-frequency data that indicates that, you know, the industry is doing well for the month of June so far, up 4%. Drug makers. So the conversation is to shorten the cycle from 60 days, the approval time that is, to 30 days. That's still a conversation, but as you can see, these are stocks that have rallied substantially of late. And chip stocks, of course, very much in focus.
Yeah, so of course, this continued AI optimism. You have more U.S. incentives as well, so chip stocks doing quite well. SK Hynix really leading the charge here. Aventis as well, up some 3%. This is Bloomberg.
Echo of the Earth. Terre d'Hermès. New eau de parfum intense.
I'm Jason Kelly, and this season on Power Players, we're taking you behind the scenes to see how the business of sports has gone global.
I want sports to grow. I want sports to be bigger because we have talent.
What we have achieved in the NWSL from an investor perspective over 2 years is the equivalent of what it took other leagues 25 to 30 years to achieve.
You've got to have a business that's sustainable. The only way it's sustainable is got to make money.
11:29 a.m. in Tokyo. Japanese markets are heading into that lunch break here, and we could be hearing any minute, any hour now from the BOJ. We're likely to see nothing in terms of what the rates outlook is going to look like, but really it's all about the forward guidance, right? What is the inflation trajectory going to be? What is going to be this whole issue of trimming the balance sheet and what that debt issuance is going to look like in the next 3 to 6 months is going to be quite telling for the market. And JGBs, we are seeing yields tick slightly higher on the 10-year at 145 here right now. There is some obvious weakness in the currency, but yes, it's going to be all about what Ueda says in that presser too today.
Yeah, and how he frames, well, for one, to pick up at inflation, right? It's something that our folks at Bloomberg Economics have flagged, that inflation is already on an uptrend, and then you have the spike in oil prices. So, from focusing on core inflation, we now have to focus on not just core, but headline inflation and what that means really for the broader story. Then might that indicate, of course, a future window or earlier window to hike interest rates. So we are on standby, of course, for the Bank of Japan, which could come out any time now. No rate change, of course, is expected, but we are watching, of course, the plan on bond purchases, as Yvonne was pointing out there, and certainly the lack of a buyer as big as the BOJ stepping into those shoes, providing really demand. And, we're coming off, if you take it back all the way from about second week of May, we're coming off not too good bond auctions, right? When you look at bid to cover, for example, you had a 10, 30, 20-year. What this really means for policy. And you know what? Our rate is going to keep going up in Japan. Carol Lai is with us right now, portfolio manager and senior research analyst at Brandywine Global. Carol, good morning, and thanks for joining us. The question I immediately have when I think about the BOJ is there anything that puts at risk the trend that began last year of just higher interest rates in Japan, higher JGB yields, to be more specific?
Yes. I think there are two risks really here. The first one obviously stems from, the growth metrics here. And that's really related to, number one, Trump's tariffs, right? The trade negotiations are still ongoing between Japan and the U.S. And if the conclusion is not in favor of Japan, then I think it's going to be tougher for the BOJ to be raising rates more actively, right? I mean, you already had the first quarter growth, which was not great. And then the second quarter should not be too great either, right? Given that there were tariffs. So therein lies that issue. Now, the other thing that people would want to think about, the market would think about as well, is the fiscal risk, right? Which is why the JGB long and JGB yields have been weak. Is that there is a fiscal issue? The debt is very high. Government debt is high in Japan. So there's also a limit to how much the BOJ would, at the end of the day, be able to raise interest rates. So I think from that perspective, from the growth perspective and that fiscal perspective as well, that could limit the BOJ to some extent.
Talk us through what you're expecting in this whole bond purchase reduction plan, right? This exit strategy that the BOJ has to lay out. What do you think is going to, there's obviously a lot of reports out there, but what do you think could actually satisfy the market and really kind of limit and mitigate some of the volatility on the long end of the curve?
Yeah, I think, well, the thing about the BOJ and things like that and that tapering, well, I mean, there was already a Nikkei report yesterday, I think came out yesterday, that, there's going to be an easing from that 400 billion yen per quarter to about 200 billion yen per quarter. So that's already halving that QT program, right? The thing is that if they do not go ahead to halve it as per what was reported, then I think the market's not going to be very happy. As it is, you have got 30-year interest rates now at 2.9%. If they are not going to satisfy the market, it could easily shot up above 3%, which is where we were the highs a couple of weeks ago.
Carol, do you expect so from our perspective, I want to ask you about demand for a lot of these JGB auctions. And from our perspective, we see bid to cover, and that's trended lower. But I want to get your sense, in the markets of how you would describe demand right now for these offerings.
Right. I think, when we looked at the JGB market, and it is, the JGBs are a sizable portion in global indices, right? So there is some demand still from foreigners to buy JGBs. If you compare the yields of, the JGBs versus other DM markets, then, there is still a yield gap that is, is still lower. But from the perspective of the locals themselves, the problem here is that what we have been hearing all the while is that locals are not, the pension funds, the insurance companies, the banks, they are not supporting their own domestic market. They obviously think that, there is fiscal risk. They want volatility to come off. But if you look at it from their perspective, you look at U.S. Treasury 10-year yields versus JGB 30 years yields, actually that gap has been narrowing a lot. So we suspect that at some point, it makes a lot more sense for the locals, the domestic buyers, to come back into the market. So that's how we are viewing things at the moment.
Yeah, the narrative right now still remains a long and steepening of the curve. Does that stay that way, Carol? And what part of the curve do you think is the most vulnerable right now?
Right. I mean, the curve may still, it's been, if you look at the 10-30s curve, right, it is as steep as it can get. Even the 230s is extremely steep still. So, I mean, from the perspective of an investor, it still looks, it looks attractive. What we can see here is that if the BOJ were to eventually start raising rates again, the curve could actually flatten out, right? All it needs to do is the long end remains roughly at where it is. The short end would go up. The curve would flatten itself. Now, there is a risk, of course, that the long end would sell off, but I think, the BOJ, knowing that the super long end is, the demand is still not as good, precisely the QT program, the reduction in QT, if it's announced today, that would really, really help the long end yields to remain more stable.
Carol, speaking of your, the idea that we might and maybe we'll get a rate hike at some point. We spoke with our Bloomberg Economics economist who covers Japan, and what's happening, he says, in the Middle East, and I'll let you listen to that soundbite, but what's happening in the Middle East might actually force the hand somewhat of the BOJ to move sooner. Let's play it out, guys, please, if we can.
Bloomberg Economics have a worst-case scenario, which I really hope that won't happen, $130 per barrel. If that happens, it's going to game changer for the BOJ. BOJ won't be able to say anymore that we should be very cautious. Rather, the BOJ has to shift to a inflation fighting mode if that happens. So, in a nutshell, the huge dependency on the Middle East oil for Japan's energy is linchpin for Japan's economy.
Yeah, Carol, maybe the example given there was quite extreme, 130 oil, but I guess, the point being, what kind of tail risks should one consider right now when it comes to, the JGB or the BOJ conversation?
No, I think, the Bloomberg economist, the reporter there, has really been quite spot on, because if you look at where headline and core inflation is for Japan, the headline core inflation has actually reaccelerated recently. Now, headline to some extent was driven by like food prices, rice prices, especially. Well, they have, in Japan, the government has tried to put it in certain measures to kind of push that down back again. But if you see core inflation has actually accelerated, if you look at the global core inflation, which is X food and energy, it has reaccelerated to about 2%, right? So that is a sign that, the BOJ is actually increasingly getting caught in a bind. And that is a risk because you have got tariffs, so growth is coming down. Growth is going to be, slightly weaker, but your inflation is going to go up. So, rising oil prices doesn't help. So that really puts the BOJ in a bind. They at some point, if this current situation continues of rising oil prices, that totally does not help their decision making. And at some point, they might be forced into raising rates, just to ease off the situation in inflation. Of course, the hope, I think they're trying to push it down the road, and only when it gets to a point where, they are pushed to raise interest rates that they would. But I think at this point, given the growth concerns still, they are, at least for this meeting, they're obviously not going to do anything for now and just leave rates at
Carol, I was going to get, before we go, I was going to get your yen outlook. I mean, we've seen a lot of policy shifts. There's a bit of dollar fatigue that's going on in this market. And of course, you have the haven flows coming to the Japanese currency right now. Where to next, do you think, for the yen?
Right. I think, if we look medium term wise, we do still like ex-dollar currency. So we do like it on two, on a couple of reasons. The first being, the US dollar is very expensive. The second one being the weighting of, US growth differentials, because you are already seeing that kind of payroll growth in the US coming down at the margins. Trump's policies are also reducing growth further. The third, like you said, there is a lot of fatigue in U.S. assets and the reassessment of, capital inflows, and, it creates a kind of self-fulfilling prophecy, right, towards a weaker dollar overall. So if you look at the yen, I think medium term, we do think that it should be able to move at least, somewhat below 140. But I think at this point, at this juncture, given how much, investors have already, are quite positioned in the yen, there is a risk that, if the BOJ, in his press conference later, if he's not even, he's going to continue going to be dovish, or, the Fed in 2 days' time, they are more hawkish, then the yen could actually sell off a bit more from here towards the 150 level. So there is, unfortunately, there's a bit of a range that I think that the yen is going to be in at this period of time until, I think some positioning gets cleared out. The yen should be able to then rally towards, below 140.
All right. Carol, thank you. Carol Lai there, portfolio manager and senior research analyst at Brandywine Global. Of course, we are still awaiting that BOJ decision. She's standing by until we get anything in the next few minutes or so. Subscribers can also turn to the terminal for more on this. TLive Go is your function for the latest updates, commentary, and analysis from our expert editors. Plenty more ahead. This is Bloomberg.
Tech is integrated into every aspect of our lives, from finance to defense, AI to entertainment, and from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories from the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers and the politics that shape global tech markets. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. Watch the new Bloomberg Tech Europe. Premieres Friday, only on Bloomberg Television.
Right, welcome back. You're watching the China Show. Let's talk about Israel and Iran here. So an Israeli official says military operations will continue against Iran's missile and nuclear programs, regardless of any potential talks with the U.S. Strategic Affairs Minister Ron Dermer also told Bloomberg he's not too convinced by reports that Iran wants to de-escalate the conflict.
There's some reports, and then the Iranians denied it, and then they may be passing messages through interlocutors to the United States. I mean, you never know with the Iranians what they're actually doing, but what I can tell you is what's happening in the battle is they're losing. As the president said, I think he was very diplomatic, and he said Iran is not winning this war. They're losing this war because Israel's determined to remove two existential threats to our country. I mean, remember, Iran is a country that openly calls and actively works to destroy Israel. And they're on a path to building nuclear weapons, and we want to remove that threat. We want to remove the ballistic threat. I'm sorry?
No, understood. So then, is it too late, is my question. Do you need to see the destruction of Iran's nuclear program, its nuclear facilities, before you ever consider going back to the table?
Well, let's remember what happened a couple months ago. The president talked about a 60-day timeline. I was with the prime minister when he went to Washington. And the president told the prime minister, look, he wants to give Iran a last chance to see if we can reach a deal. But what were the outlines of that deal is that Iran was going to have to dismantle its military nuclear capability. That's what was put on the table. And the president has been very clear about this from the beginning, not just the beginning of his presidency. He's been saying this for years. Iran must never have a nuclear weapon. And he's been very clear that Iran cannot have a nuclear enrichment capability, which is how you get the fuel for nuclear weapons. So then you don't have to really trust whether Iran has it or not. If they have no fuel for the car, then it's not a problem. And he gave it time, several weeks. His special envoy, Steve Witkoff, had several rounds of discussions, about 5 rounds of discussions. We were in close contact with them throughout, and they were very clear of what was going to be their red lines in a deal. And unfortunately, Iran thought that they could string these talks on forever and that there wasn't going to be any deadline. And it was clear to us in the last few days that there was no chance that Iran was going to agree to it. Will Iran agree to something else? Now, I don't know. But remember, one of their sites has already been dismantled by us. That's the Natanz enrichment facility. And we're also basically taking out their missile production factories as well. So we're going to go about our operation to remove these two threats. Whether Iran will decide to meet with the United States and agree to terms that they should have taken a month ago or 2 weeks ago or 2 months ago, that's up to Iran to decide.
Israeli Strategic Affairs Minister Ron Dermer there speaking with Bloomberg's Joe Matthew. And subscribers can watch us live and see our past interviews on our interactive TV function, TV Go. You can also dive into any of the securities or Bloomberg functions that we talk about and become part of the conversation. You can send us instant messages or questions for our guests throughout the shows. Check it out at TV Go.
I'm Jason Kelly, and this season on Power Players, we're taking you behind the scenes to see how the business of sports has gone global.
I want sports to grow. I want sports to be bigger because we have talent.
What we have achieved in the NWSL from an investor perspective over 2 years is the equivalent of what it took other leagues 25 to 30 years to achieve.
You've got to have a business that's sustainable. The only way it's sustainable is got to make money.
Who is the market for? It's for all of us. Because when you invest in ETFs from iShares, the market is yours.
On The Young and the Restless, it's a soapy summer of scandal in France.
It's time for me to make myself known.
The Young and the Restless, new weekdays on CBS.
Welcome back. You're watching The China Show. Chinese President Xi Jinping is in Kazakhstan for talks with Central Asian leaders. Now, the meeting is seen providing a counterpoint to the G7 summit taking place in Canada. Let's bring in Min Min Lo, our China correspondent, with what is on the Chinese president's agenda on this trip.
Yeah, it's a 3-day trip, and President Xi met with the Kazakh president yesterday, and there are a few things that stood out to me in his messages to the public, because there was a readout that was published on Xinhua, and the first thing he said is to call on both countries to fight for the common interests of developing nations, which is not a surprise. China has always positioned itself as the advocate for the global south and to erode what it sees as this U.S.-led international order. The two countries also committed to cooperate on counter-terrorism efforts, and this is particularly important to the Xinjiang Autonomous Region in China because it borders on 8 countries, including Kazakhstan, and President Xi also touted the Belt and Road Initiative, calling for better cooperation when it comes to railroads, ports, energy. And remember, the Central Asia is a place with a lot of resources, especially when it comes to rare earths, oil, uranium, and that's why it is the nexus of this geopolitical competition with many countries, including the Italian Prime Minister just last month visiting Kazakhstan, the European Commission President visiting Kazakhstan as well in April, and a few days ago you have Marco Rubio, the U.S. Secretary of State, speaking with the Foreign Minister of Kazakhstan. So President Xi is also there to jostle for more political influence and power in this region.
Yeah, as he tries to cement sort of those ties in Central Asia, tell us a bit more about the leaders that he's meeting with while he's there.
So he is meeting with the other Central Asian leaders as well, and it's part of this China Central Asia Summit. And again, these are some of the regional platforms that China favors when it comes to building its alliances with other regions, right? There is the China-Africa Summit, there is the BRICS, and then there is the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. And remember, this is the third overseas trip that President Xi has made. And just looking at his destination, the first one was Southeast Asia, the second was Russia, and the third is Kazakhstan. So it really shows that these neighboring regions surrounding China, they are much more important to China for Xi's personal diplomacy when compared to some of the further regions, the Western countries that are taking a backseat when it comes to President Xi's overseas trips.
All right, thank you, Min Min Lo, our China correspondent. Let's check into some big political stories that we're following for you today. U.S. Senate Republicans have drafted a new version of President Trump's signature economic package. The bill expands some tax breaks, raises the debt ceiling by $5 trillion, and makes permanent 3 business tax breaks that were set to expire after 2029. And the plan comes at the expense of curbing health coverage for some low-income Americans and makes no mention of a deal on state and local tax deduction. President Trump has directed federal officials to expand efforts to deport migrants in the largest U.S. cities, including L.A., Chicago, and New York. The move comes after protests erupted in hundreds of U.S. cities over his anti-immigration efforts. Trump campaigned on carrying out the largest deportation in U.S. history and has moved to deliver on the agenda, with immigration officers saying they're arresting 2,000 undocumented people a day. President Trump's family is getting into the mobile phone business with Trump Mobile. The service will use network capabilities from all 3 major U.S. carriers. The new venture, unveiled by the president's sons, also launched a golden phone costing around $500, which they claim is made in the U.S. The family's entry into the mobile phone business could escalate concerns about conflicts of interest.
There we go. I mean, if it is made of gold, it's
quite cheap for $500.
I was about to say, trading at $3,400 an ounce is maybe that's another way to go long on gold. So we're looking at, this is a very nuanced story here. So I think this time yesterday, I think it was the Global Times, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, the Global Times reported that China's first clinical trial of this technology that actually allows signals from the brain to control an external device. In other words, brain implant race, China's joining the U.S. with that. Markets are reacting right now, maybe day 2 of this, and you have brain tech stocks surging on the back of that story. So you take a screenshot of that in case you are curious what that cohort looks like in the event we got more news as far as that is concerned. Okay, we have
some latest lines crossing when it comes to Axios, reporting about possible U.S. and Iran talks. So Axios is saying that the White House is now discussing the option of having a meeting this week, and it would be between Witkoff and Iran's Abbas Araghchi. So this is the details that we're getting here. And of course, as we've been talking about, what really led to a bit of a relief in oil prices just overnight was the fact that, Iran reportedly was still interested in continuing discussions with the U.S. on these nuclear talks, despite what's going on in the air right now.
Yeah. You know what? VIX futures, I'm just looking at that. If we could get that up, that's UXA. Coming off a little bit, maybe on the back of this potential path to de-escalation. But I think, the other point we want to make, and we just played an interview out with that Israeli official a few minutes back, that agnostic of what happens with talks and whether or not Iran wants to de-escalate the situation, they will continue on this military offensive that's taking place right now. But yeah, that's the line so far.
Oil markets are sort of gyrating all morning here, but we are seeing maybe a little bit more of that pressure now relieved here on the oil price. We're trying around that 73.88 sort of level here this morning. This is Bloomberg.
Echo of the Earth. Terre d'Hermès. New eau de parfum intense.
I'm Jason Kelly, and this season on Power Players, we're taking you behind the scenes to see how the business of sports has gone global.
I want sports to grow. I want sports to be bigger because we have talent.
What we have achieved in the NWSL from an investor perspective over 2 years is the equivalent of what it took other leagues 25 to 30 years to achieve.
You've got to have a business that's sustainable. The only way it's sustainable is got to make money.
A Showtime original movie.
I'm going to be daddy's.
Drink up, because you're gonna need it.
Sometimes to start a new family.
You know you're taking this job, right?
I have 2 babies on the way.
You need your chosen family.
The millennials love a daddy. So do I.
Get a nanny. What will you do when the babies wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning?
Hey Siri, how do I stop a baby crying? I get it. We're a mess.
I heard that.
Noah's Ark the movie, streaming June 20th on the Paramount Plus with Showtime plan.
Once you kill a man for revenge, there's no going back. A voice in your head saying over and over, "That was awesome."
Police Squad has always been the elite of the elite.
Hi, Daddy. Love you.
Hey, Dad. Boy, do I miss you.
And you, Frank, are the best of the best.
Need a bathroom. I need this room immediately.
There's a line, man.
Police business. Oh, I'm gonna ruin another suit.
Over here, Lieutenant. I think someone murdered my brother.
I'll find them. This is what I do. Says you served 20 years for man's laughter. You mean manslaughter? Must have been quite the joke.
They're going to shut down Police Squad if you do not solve this case. Do this by the book.
Show a little respect.
What do you want, little one? Playtime's over. Rest assured, I won't stop until I've found justice.
We've upgraded your car with the most advanced crime-fighting tech.
Drive forward 30 feet.
Oh!
This place is falling apart.
That's the sound of the police.
President, any statement on why you're leaving the G7 early for Washington?
Well, I have to be back. Very important. I want to just thank our great host. We did a fantastic job. Thank you in Canada. But you probably see what I see, and I have to be back as soon as I can. I'm going to have dinner with these wonderful leaders, and then I get on the plane. I have to be back early.
The U.S. president cutting short his time at the G7 summit while posting a message on social media warning Iranians to immediately evacuate Tehran. Investors are cautious again as Trump deflated earlier optimism that the Iran-Israel conflict will not escalate into a broader war. Live from Singapore, this is Insight with me, Haslinda Amin. The spike in oil prices posing a serious risk to Japan's inflation, just as its central bank was hoping lower energy prices will ease consumer prices. We're awaiting the BOJ decision to find out how this is being factored in. As the threat of high inflation rises, we speak to Morgan Stanley Investment Management's Senior Portfolio Manager, Andrew Sliman, about his market outlook. And with gold shining as investors rush to havens, the London Bullion Market Association CEO Ruth Crowell will be joining us with her view on why Bitcoin was unable to chip away at the metal's popularity, and how can Iran and Israel de-escalate before things spiral into a wider war. We asked Trita Parsi, author and U.S.-Iran relations expert. He's also the executive vice president at Quincy Institute. We have breaking news, some headlines to tell you about out of the G7. People familiar with the matter saying that the G7 nations have agreed to a statement on the Middle East. And linked to the Middle East, we have Axios' website saying that the White House is discussing the options of U.S.-Iran meeting this week. Also, that meeting would be between Witkoff of the U.S. and Iran's Abbas Araghchi. That's according to Axios' website. Again, G7 nations agreeing to a statement on the Middle East. That's according to people familiar with the matter. And that the White House is now discussing the option of U.S.-Iran meeting this week. Now, of course, we have the G7 meeting happening in Canada. President Trump leaving the G7 Leaders Summit in Canada early to attend to many important matters in Washington. His change of plans came hours after he took to social media to call for the evacuation of Iran's capital, Tehran. His warning led to oil prices rising and U.S. futures dropping. Trump also earlier urged Iran's leadership to sign a deal to limit its nuclear program.
I gave Iran 60 days, and they said no. And the 61st, you saw what happened. Day 61. So I'm in constant touch. And as I've been saying, I think a deal will be signed, or something will happen, but a deal will be signed. And I think Iran is foolish not to sign one.
Joining us now from the G7 summit is Bloomberg correspondent David Gura. David, the latest line out of the G7 is that there'll be a statement on the Middle East. What else do we know?
So this has cast a huge shadow over the official agenda of this meeting, what this group is going to say about the conflict in the Middle East. And there's been a lot of disagreement over the course of the first day of the summit on that front. There was an agreement among all of the nations except for the United States, centering on a message, a unified message they wanted to send to Israel and Iran, that being to de-escalate. And President Trump earlier today said he didn't want to be part of that. He again talked about the need for there to be diplomacy, for Iran to come to the table. Indeed, he felt like Iran is already at the table by virtue of what's happened over these last few days in terms of the campaign that we've seen waged by Israel on Iran. This is an extraordinary moment, and that Axios reporting, which I should say Bloomberg hasn't confirmed, gets to the heart of this big question that looms over President Trump's early departure from this summit. And that is, what happens next? Is it an indication that the U.S., the Trump administration, which has been reluctant to become more engaged with this conflict, will do that militarily, or if that doesn't happen, is there another outlet here? And that is something that President Emmanuel Macron brought up tonight, that the U.S. could play the role of something of a peace broker here, at least a temporary peace broker, and get these two warring sides to a temporary ceasefire as they begin to negotiate. We'll see what happens in the hours ahead, but just to reiterate again, President Trump was supposed to have a full day of meetings tomorrow. Narendra Modi of India landed here tonight. There are going to be participants in the meetings tomorrow. President Zelensky of Ukraine is here as well. President Trump will now miss all of that. He'll fly back to Washington tonight. He's scheduled to land in Washington early in the morning, early Tuesday morning, and we'll see what happens next. But it is a dramatic turn of events here at the G7 summit in Canada.
A dramatic turn of events. A lot of questions as well on whether there'll be a statement on Ukraine. Given that Trump is leaving early, it is unlikely, isn't it?
It is unlikely, and as I said, we'll have President Zelensky here on the ground talking with these world leaders. And I should say, going into this summit, there was a lot of caution on the part of the organizer of this event, that being Mark Carney, the Prime Minister of Canada, not to do anything that would upend the apple cart or cause any sort of disruption to the proceedings here. So this is something that he, suffice to say, didn't want to have happen here. But there was a recognition early on that there was not going to be kind of a broad joint communique, the likes of which we've seen at previous G7s and G20s. That wasn't going to happen here. There was a recognition that with the U.S. playing the role that it is today, it's unlikely that they would agree to all of the points, all of the policies that would be discussed by the members of the G7. So what we have instead are these kind of piecemeal agreements. The Middle East one is one of them. Ukraine is another. There's one on artificial intelligence and critical minerals. Countries can sign on to those if they want to, but again, there won't be this kind of overarching statement. And so it's an open question what that statement on Ukraine will look like. But as you indicated, no indication that the U.S. would sign on to that statement, especially since President Trump is leaving tonight.
David, thank you so much for that. Bloomberg correspondent David Gura in Banff, Alberta. Let's get perspective from Andrew Sliman, Senior Portfolio Manager and Head of Applied Equity Advisors at Morgan Stanley Investment Management. Good to have you with us. I'm just wondering how you're assessing all the risks right now. When you take a look at the pricing in the markets, how much has been priced in already?
Well, my view, Linda, is that the economy has been, but companies have pulled their guidance for the year because of tariffs. But analysts are required to still give an outlook, and they've cut their numbers. So Q1 earnings turn out to be very strong, but the full year guidance has been very much negative. So the point of this is that there is an expectation that's embedded in stocks that the economy is going to weaken, earnings are going to weaken, but it hasn't happened yet. And I think that's why the stock market is back to the all-time high, because of the fact that Wall Street is being forced to ratchet up the numbers because of the strength of the economy. Now, this very much reminds me, Linda, of COVID, which is companies, pulled their guidance during COVID. Analysts were required to still give a number. They lowered their numbers, and it turned out to be too low. So I think this is the story of why the market has rallied so forcefully. It's tough to get bullish at these levels, but I think that explains why we're back to where we are.
The thing is, Andrew, as you said, markets at all-time highs, S&P at all-time highs. Where do you still find value? Can you still find value, and value is already expensive?
Well, it depends on your time frame. First of all, the comment that, U.S. exceptionalism is over, that's all, anytime anyone says that to me, I always ask, why do you think that? It's all about politics. And I think what's going to happen next year is that the return on all this investment is going to pay off for these hyperscalers. So if your time frame is out a year, I think U.S. large cap tech will do very well. If your time frame is the next 3 months, I'm not so sure, because they're making investments now, but they haven't seen the return. We're about to loosen up the capital requirements of the big banks, and they're trading still at a 25% discount to the S&P. It's crazy. but that's because of great financial crisis. So I think there are opportunities, but again, we've had a very good run, and I could argue the positives and the negatives at this point.
It is interesting that you brought up big tech, because big tech is trading at 29 times projected profit. That's still higher than a 10-year average. I mean, how do you keep buying big tech?
Sure. But that includes, a couple of ridiculously priced, automatic car companies and so forth. Most of them, the valuation has come down. And what I'm saying is they have invested for the first time billions and billions of dollars. And they're telling us, as Linda, don't worry, we're going to make a return on this investment, but you haven't seen it yet. And this is why the S&P has lagged the rest of the world, because the incremental return on invested capital of these very big companies is lower today than it's been in the past. But I wouldn't bet against them. And I think next year could be the story of where it pays off. And if that's the case, I think these companies will come roaring back and their earnings will reaccelerate. So right now you're seeing a growth slowdown because big investments haven't led to return on it yet. I think it will next year.
I guess another big question is where the dollar goes from here. We saw the gains on Friday on the back of Israel's attack on Iran. I'm just wondering, it's already given up those gains. That story of a weakening dollar persists.
That's a tough one. I mean, I have been in this business for 35 years. I have yet to see anyone who can consistently predict currencies. So I look and say dollar's weak, probably is due for some correction. I wouldn't bet that the dollar goes down meaningfully forever. I think there's some political opinion driving the dollar lower. But at the end of the day, I try to stay very neutral on currencies because I have yet to see, a very good ability to predict, the currencies. And when I talk to people mostly about currency, it comes down to their political opinion. If they're bullish on America or bullish on Donald Trump, they think the dollar is going to strengthen. If they're bearish, they think that the dollar is going to weaken.
As it stands now, though, Andrew, the dollar is weaker. It's expected to go weaker from here, as it stands now, according to the markets. So weaker dollar, higher oil, that must be playing into the Fed's calculations. How do you see the Fed moving from here?
Well, it's very little movement in the Fed. So if that happens, well, then, it won't affect stocks. But if they actually move more aggressively to cut rates, that would substantially improve the stock market. And one of the things that I notice, and I'm not an investor as much in this area, but there is a persistent bid for these very speculative stocks. So the quantum computing stocks, the nuclear stocks, companies that have very little earnings, they continue to do well. Even on days where the market is lower, they continue to do well. So it does lead me to believe that the stock market is again saying, hey, we think there's a chance the Fed will cut more than what is perceptions. But you can't lose sight of the fact that kind of what I would call exuberant growth, which was true in 2021, are coming back. And it scares me, but that's reality.
Andrew, hang tight. Andrew Slimman, Morgan Stanley Investment Management, is sticking around. Now, coming up, the London Bullion Market Association CEO Ruth Crowell will be joining us with her view on why gold's haven appeal endures despite the crypto fans touting Bitcoin and other crypto assets. And we get a view on how Iran and Israel will de-escalate Before the conflict turns into a broader war, author and U.S.-Iran relations expert Trita Parsi will be joining us ahead. Keep it here with us. This is Bloomberg.
I'm Jason Kelly, and this season on Power Players, we're taking you behind the scenes to see how the business of sports has gone global.
I want sports to grow. I want sports to be bigger because we have talent.
What we have achieved in the NWSL from an investor perspective over 2 years is the equivalent of what it took other leagues 25 to 30 years to achieve.
You've got to have a business that's sustainable. The only way it's sustainable is got to make money.
Discover how one of China's largest financial services companies serves 240 million customers with AI-powered solutions. Hear from Ping An's co-CEO and chief scientist.
We're on a gold mine of data integrated to provide tailored solutions to our customers.
Public domain text 3.2 trillion tokens, 7.5 billion images.
Tune in to our technology-powered growth podcast. Find it at group.pingan.com, Spotify, or Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back to Insight. It's decision day at the Bank of Japan, and analysts expect the central bank to keep rates on hold as it reviews its bond purchase reduction plan. Investors will also be on watch for BOJ's commentary on oil prices, with Israel and Iran's clash posing a serious upside risk to Japan's inflation. For more, let's bring in the Asia Trade co-anchor Sherry Yan, joining us from outside the BOJ headquarters in Tokyo. Nothing yet so far, Sherry, but it is expected to stand pat.
Yeah, the rate is expected to stay steady at 0.5%, as you mentioned. So economists now seeing that potentially January could be the next BOJ move. But what will be important in this decision is, as you said, the review of the tapering process and the quantitative tightening that the Bank of Japan has carried out. Of course, we are talking about bond purchase reductions right now happening at around 400 billion yen per quarter. Could that be reduced and slow down to 200 billion yen, given, of course, the uncertainty that we have seen in JGB debt markets? We're talking about volatility that has sent the 30 and 40-year yield to record highs last month. And of course, the implications for the JGB markets have been big for treasuries as well. And we have seen that impact continue to gain ground, according to Bloomberg analysis. Not to mention that you mentioned the implications about inflation given oil prices. Bloomberg Economics expecting a 0.7 percentage point rise in core inflation here in Japan if, in an extreme case scenario, there was a shutdown of the Strait of Hormuz and oil prices were at $130 a barrel, which of course we're far off from that scenario at this point. But what is important is that core inflation has been above the 2% target for the BOJ for the past 3 years. So it's a fine balancing act for Governor Ueda. Will it be really the focus on inflationary pressures or growth concerns? Remember, we didn't get that trade package from President Trump and Prime Minister Ishiba on the sidelines of the G7, implications that are huge for the auto sector that takes about 10% of Japan's GDP.
Sherry Yang, thank you so much for that. The Asia Trade co-anchor Sherry Yang outside the BOJ headquarters in Tokyo. As we await the decision from the BOJ, now we're back with Andrew Sliman from Morgan Stanley Investment Management. Andrew, no change, BOJ set to stand pat.
Yeah, yes, that's correct. But I think you have to take a step back and think about, I've heard for 10 years experts say to me, Japan's cheap and you should buy it. And I said, yeah, but I don't see a change in the profitability metrics. But that's changed. I think ROEs are going up in Japan, and that makes me bullish. But what bothered me is coming into this year, I think it was the most consensus trade that Japan was going to do very well, and then it really pulled back hard in April. So it gets me more optimistic on Japan. I think it is a very attractive market because I think there is a change at the company level in terms of a desire to improve profitability. And that is the key difference. You can buy cheap markets, but until there's a change at the company level, it really doesn't move. And I hear now about Europe kind of the same way I've heard about a decade for Japan, and I don't see the kind of ROE change in Europe. So I like Japan a lot. I think it's a very attractive opportunity right here.
But where are the opportunities? We know that when you look at the inflows, they're definitely going to the equity market.
Yes, I think I would focus on the banks. They're they're selling their cross ownership. They're buying back stock. They're focused on improving profitability. Over time, that is one of the best metrics to evaluate companies is change in ROE. And I see that in the Japanese banks.
And when it comes to the JGBs, what are you anticipating? I guess steeper curve, long term?
Well, it would be nice if the yen would weaken a bit because the carry trade would be back on. And I've been wrong about this, but again, what I said is I'm not very good at predicting currencies. Dollar weak, yen strong, seems to me a good opportunity for the dollar to strengthen a bit, just reversion mean the yen weaken, and that'll help Japan. But look, again, Japan was red hot, the market early in the year, and then has weakened. So I think the setup is quite good here.
Well, the thing is, the yen is likely to get a boost if the BOJ starts hiking rates, and expectations are that it may move in July. Do you see that happening at all?
I can't answer that. But the flip side is, I don't think the Fed is going to move at all. So I'm not sure that the differentials will change that much in terms of currencies. So I think the dollar could actually strengthen here relative to the JGB, even though maybe the BOJ doesn't change.
Andrew, how are you looking at opportunities in Europe at this point?
Well, look, Europe has done very, very well. And I think the bullish commentary is it's cheap, and Europe is going to have to move inward, look inward to stimulate their economies. And I get that. But again, when I hear that argument, it's usually from strategists. And then when I say, well, what stocks are you buying? It's, I don't do that for a living. So the problem that I have is I don't see the ROE improvement that I see in, say, Japan. And so I think there are some great companies in Europe, But to make a wholesale shift from the US or from Japan to Europe, I'm dubious of, especially since when you're buying Europe, you're making a bet on pharmaceuticals. They're a big portion of the top part of Europe. So I think that's a very, we're in our strategies, we're very underweight healthcare right now. And that implicitly means underweight Europe. So I'm more optimistic on Japan, more optimistic on China,
Right.
more optimistic on the US than I am on Europe.
Andrew, before we let you go, just give us a sense of how your portfolio is looking and how that might change in the next 12 months.
Well, look, I mean, at the end of the day, we're coming into the summer. I think Q2 earnings are going to surprise on the upside. It is clear to me that even though the market is up a lot, sentiment is too negative relative to the rally. The sentiment usually follows the market. And with this magnitude of rally, the sentiment should be much higher. It's not. I believe that's because the politics in Washington is so divisive right now. It's leading people to be more bearish than they should be. And so my belief is the path of the most pain right now is actually higher. It's not lower. And you saw that today. The market rallied.
Andrew?
So, yes.
We have to leave it there, Andrew. Andrew Slimmon, Senior Portfolio Manager and Head of Applied Equity Advisors at Morgan Stanley Investment Management. Just a couple of lines out of the G7 that I want to tell you about. The G7 leaders, including Trump, urging de-escalation on Iran. The G7 statement saying that Israel has the right to defend itself. And that's from the G7 statement coming out of Canada. Still to come, the Quincy Institute will be joining us to talk about the Israel-Iran conflict. Keep it here with us. This is Bloomberg.
Your ads are ready for their big break. Now you can run them on TV. Introducing Paramount Ads Manager, TV advertising made easy. You can create, manage, and track campaigns online in real time. And get started in just 3 easy steps. Set your schedule and budget, pick your targeting, upload your creative, and you're ready to launch. Sign up today, be on TV tomorrow. Put your business in show business with Paramount Ads Manager.
On The Young and the Restless.
This is something else.
A mysterious invitation to the south of France.
Who does this guy think he is?
One of the most reclusive billionaires in the world.
Ignites a soapy summer of scandal.
As if there wasn't enough mystery and intrigue already. It's like a human board game.
Anything can happen.
This just gets weirder and weirder.
Can somebody please help? And shocking revelation.
It's time for me to make myself known.
The Young and the Restless, new weekdays on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
We have more headlines coming out of the G7 meeting in Canada. G7 leaders reiterating their support for the security of Israel. They're also saying that Iran's principal source of regional instability. The G7 joint statement saying Iran can never have a nuclear weapon, and that the leaders, including Trump, are urging for a de-escalation on Iran. So lots of headlines coming from that G7 leaders meeting in Canada. And President Trump, of course, leaving the G7 summit in Canada a day early, citing the situation in the Middle East. He also put out a post on social media saying Iran should have signed the deal and called for the immediate evacuation of Tehran. Let's get perspective from Trita Parsi, Executive Vice President at the Quincy Institute and author of The Treacherous Alliance, The Secret Dealings of Israel, Iran, and the United States. Trita, good to have you with us. What are you making of the developments in Canada calling for a de-escalation on Iran right now, but still supporting that Israel has the right to defend itself?
Well, what we're seeing here is the very same impunity that Western states have provided Israel over the course of a very long time, but particularly in the last 2 years. And we know that when there is no pressure put on Israel, there is no de-escalation that will take place, because de-escalation means that both sides or all sides need to de-escalate. There is no such thing as just a unilateral de-escalation. And as long as there is no pressure on Israel from Western powers, particularly the United States, we're not going to see much of a de-escalation. At the same time, I think it's very important to recognize that the statements that are coming out from the G7 right now have also failed to condemn some very fundamental things, such as the bombing of nuclear facilities. These are war crimes. When the Russians did it in Ukraine, there was no hesitation. Western countries rightfully condemned that. They have failed to do so in this case. And that further provides a license for the Israelis to continue to do what they're doing, which has destabilized the entire region.
Trita, where do we go from here? 4 days on, what's the capability of both sides in terms of their fight against each other?
Well, the Israelis are clearly in a superior position in terms of weaponry and capacity. What has been surprising to them, and I think to many, is the Iranians' ability to penetrate their air defenses and inflict significant damage on Israel as well. Now, of course, the Iranians are taking major hits. It seems like both sides probably could go on like this for a couple of weeks. Then the internal situation will be uncertain on both sides. Perhaps the Israeli public would turn against the war in some ways or shape or form. Perhaps the Iranian public would turn against the regime, which already is extremely unpopular. It's uncertain. But the longer this goes on, the more difficult it will be to find an off-ramp. In some ways, it's very good that the Trump administration wants to meet with the Iranians and try to see if there's a way to end this. However, if the offer from the American side continues to be that Iran has to completely give up all of its nuclear program, including the civilian aspects of it, then I fear that the Iranians will say no, and then Trump will be in a bind, because on the one hand, then he has to make through on his threats. On the other hand, if he makes through on his threats and attacks Iran, then he will turn a very large part of it, his own base, against him, who voted for him precisely because they did not want to see any more U.S. involvement in Middle East wars.
Trita, just hang tight. We have a couple of headlines from the BOJ. We've been awaiting their decision today. The BOJ will be trimming its bond buying by 200 billion yen per quarter from April 2026. It's reducing its purchase amount of JGBs in a predictable manner. Of course, it's capped its overnight call rate at 0.5%, as pretty much expected by the markets. Again, the BOJ to trim its bond buying by 200 billion yen per quarter from April 2026. We'll get more analysis of that when we cross over to Sherian slightly later. Trita, just to continue our conversation, we talk about how Israel is, in fact, targeting Iran's nuclear capabilities. How much damage do you think Israel can do without the support of the U.S.?
Well, the Israelis are not only targeting nuclear facilities, they're targeting also apartment buildings. They've been targeting town centers in Iran. A hospital has been bombed as well. So it's not limited to the nuclear facilities. They have done damage to the Natanz facility, which is largely above ground. And that was not a surprise to anyone. No one felt that that was particularly well protected. Their ability to damage the Fordo facility, however, is much, much more limited. This is part of the reason why they want and need the United States to enter the war. Only the U.S. has the capacity to do so, at least through air. Whether the Israelis have contemplated sending commandos, etc., remains unknown, but there's been rumors that that would be their actual plan because they cannot bomb it. But even if that were to happen, it is not clear that that actually destroys the nuclear program, because the Iranians already have significant know-how and could reconstitute this. This is part of the reason why even the Israelis admitted that their military option would only set back the program a year or so, after which they would have to go back and bomb it again, which is essentially saying that this is not the end of the story. This is going to be another one of these endless wars.
Isn't it true that the U.S. can end this conflict if it wants to?
Oh, absolutely. This conflict would probably not even have begun, at least this phase of it, had it not been for some form of a yellow or a green light from the United States. The United States can put pressure on the Israelis to stop the bombing. They can put pressure on the Iranians to agree to a new start to the negotiations. But as I said earlier on, if the negotiating position of the United States is complete capitulation from the Iranian side, I fear that that is not going to work. It has never worked before, and it will put Trump put himself in a corner in which he will have to constantly escalate militarily in order to get what he wants. And this is exactly why we are here. When Trump began the negotiations, he had a much more realistic and reasonable negotiating position, which was no weaponization. Then he shifted towards zero enrichment, and it is since then that we have seen a deadlock in the talks and further escalation from all sides.
The U.S. has been pretty cryptic when it comes to whether or not it will get involved in this conflict between Israel and Iran. What would it take for the U.S. to be involved in a more significant way? Would it take for Iran to attack its bases, for instance?
So there's essentially two ways that the United States could end up involved more openly in this conflict. One is if the U.S. is attacked. And that was clear from the outset. This is part of the reason why the Iranians have not attacked the U.S. bases or anything like that, because they don't want to have a direct confrontation with the U.S. The other way is if Trump simply decides that he wants to go in and bomb Iran's nuclear facilities and probably a lot of its conventional sites as well. So in the first case, it's more a reaction and a defensive move. The other case is essentially a war of choice.
Even if there is a deal, isn't it true that a deal would take time? Because when you take a look at the Iran-Iraq war, that deal took 8 years to conclude.
Well, the war took 8 years to conclude, and there were obviously negotiations throughout that entire period, by and large. But a deal that would be technical from its negotiation to its implementation could definitely take some time. But what I think is very crucial to understand, there was essentially a pathway to a very good deal when Trump had his original, more realistic negotiating position. And technically, while there would be some challenges, it could have been finished within those 60 days if Trump had not shifted his position. And we have already experienced seeing that when the Obama administration struck their deal, the technical aspects were resolved, inspections did take place, they were all very successful, all sides abided by the deal. So there is a precedent for a deal of that kind being successful and very, very effective.
Trita, is there any sense or signal that perhaps China may be assisting Iran? There have been some reports suggesting that a Chinese cargo plane landed with military aid in store. Is Iran getting help from China in any way, or Russia for that matter?
There's not been any confirmation that that is taking place. It is not unlikely or beyond the realm of possibility that it could take place. Now, we have to remember, simultaneously, Western powers are massively helping the Israelis, including shooting down missiles. So there's military engagement, not just sending weapons. So it wouldn't be an escalatory move in that way, mindful of the fact the massive amount of weapons the United States, Germany, and others have been sending Israel over the course of the last year and a half, 2 years. But I don't think we have seen any credible reports of that taking place yet.
Trita, thank you so much for your assessment today. Trita Parsi, Executive Vice President at Quincy Institute and author of The Treacherous Alliance, The Secret Dealings of Israel, Iran, and the United States. Just recapping the BOJ decision, the BOJ keeping its overnight call rate at 0.5%. It will trim its buying by 200 billion yen per quarter from April 2026, and it will make that reduction in a predictable manner. In fact, the BOJ voted 8-1 on that bond plan. For more, let's bring in the Asia Trade co-anchor Sherry An, joining us from outside the BOJ headquarters in Tokyo. Sherry, some key takeaways.
Really, the decision coming out pretty much as expected by economists. More than 60% of economists surveyed by Bloomberg were expecting this reduction, this slowdown when it comes to a bond purchase tapering. We're talking about that 200 billion yen per quarter that you mentioned. Currently, we're at that rate of 400 billion yen per quarter. The BOJ now saying that this is really, when it comes to rate rises, if there are more rapid gains in JGB yields, that they could in fact increase those JGB purchases. We're very much wondering if the Bank of Japan would be sensitive to the latest market moves. Still, they're cognizant to the fact that normalization needs to happen. They're saying that reducing these purchases will improve the functioning of the JGB markets. Remember, the BOJ still owns more than half of Japan's debt market. But when it comes to the rate decision, it's as expected, 0.5% holding steady, and that was a unanimous decision, 9-0, as opposed to the bond plan where Naoki Tamura, BOJ board member, actually opposed this slowdown in quantitative tightening. He wanted to keep the pace at that 400 billion yen per quarter. Of course, the implications very big when it comes to JGB yields. These days, very sensitive treasuries to the moves of the debt markets, because it's not only the BOJ pulling back from those debt purchases, but also the fact that we're seeing global fiscal deficit concerns.
Sherry, despite concerns about inflation, no change to its assessment of the economy.
Yes, inflation really accelerating here in Japan. We're talking about core inflation coming in at 3.5% growth in the month of April. We're expecting the core CPI numbers to come out again on Friday. Another acceleration for a third month is expected. And of course, we have the risks coming from oil prices also rising. Japan, a big energy importer, so that will have repercussions for price trends here in Japan. But at the same time, Hazinda, of course, we know that Japan is grappling with a sluggish economy. The first quarter GDP, in fact, contracting, and we still don't have a trade package between Japan and the United States. What that means is that if we don't get an extension of that pause of the across-the-board tariffs on Japan, we could see tariffs go up to 24% from the current 10%.
Sherry, thank you so much for that. The Asia Trade co-anchor Sherry An outside the BOJ headquarters in Tokyo. Still to come, we unpack the outlook for gold with the London Bullion Market Association as market uncertainty pushes investors towards safe haven assets. Keep it here with us. This is Bloomberg.
I'm Jason Kelly, and this season on Power Players, we're taking you behind the scenes to see how the business of sports has gone global.
I want sports to grow. I want sports to be bigger because we have talent.
What we have achieved in the NWSL from an investor perspective over 2 years is the equivalent of what it took other leagues 25 to 30 years to achieve.
You've got to have a business that's sustainable. The only way it's sustainable is got to make money.
A Showtime original movie.
I'm gonna be daddy's.
Sometimes to start a new family,
Drink up, because you're gonna need it.
you need your chosen family.
Good grief. Is Ricky pimping your baby?
Noah's Ark the movie, streaming June 20th on the Paramount Plus with Showtime plan.
On August 1st, see Liam Neeson like never before.
I'm gonna ruin another suit.
They are threatening to shut down police squad if we do not solve this case.
Says you served 20 years for man's laughter. You mean manslaughter? Must have been quite the joke. Car, drive forward 30 feet. This place is falling apart.
Welcome back. Markets are risk-off as investors weigh potential escalation of the conflict between Israel and Iran. The haven plays are also in focus as even treasuries catch a bid and gold flirts with a record high. Yet, even then, there are signs that volatility indices are looking complacent. Avril Hong, we've been here before. There's so much complacency in the market.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this movie play out, right? And it seems like increasingly investors getting accustomed to reacting to geopolitical news, and then the markets ease off once this de-escalation rhetoric starts creeping back in. That's one of the points that MLive's Garfield Reynolds has been making. Are markets underestimating the potential for fresh turmoil given a more volatile world that we live in? Not just about Israel, Iran. Think about the US and China, Ukraine and Russia, India, Pakistan. And if you look at this gauge of treasuries implied volatility, not only is it the lower level than when we saw it in April, it's also lower than the 30-day moving average. Even if you're looking at other traditional haven plays such as gold, yes, it is flip the board, flirting with that fresh record, and we are seeing that these gold shares, ETFs, 1 month call skew, it's around the highest that we've seen it since mid-April. But you also get the sense that despite these bullish signals, that it's playing out to a smaller extent than during the tariff turmoil. Now, flip the board, a bit more context for you when it comes to that conversation on gold. We are seeing it supported by central bank buying. It has, of course, risen about 30% so far this year. And indeed, if you look at central bank reserves, it's actually eclipsed the euro as the second largest asset based on the annual assessment from the ECB. And of course, this year, a number of other drivers that we have to mention. It's also about the weakness in the dollar and also the concerns about the global growth trajectory amid Trump's economic agenda. The bigger question here, Haas, is still whether investors have properly accounted for markets that could quickly change course.
And where gold goes from here, how high does it go? Avril Hong, thank you. Well, gold is suddenly the big talking point at the Asia Pac Precious Metals Conference, which is taking place here in the Lion City. Let's get more insights from Ruth Crowell, CEO of the London Bullion Market Association. Ruth, good to have you with us. So, what's the fundamental case for gold as you go for gold in 2025?
Well, I think gold has always been that safe haven for investors. And I think we in the gold industry have always known the important role it plays during times of uncertainty. And certainly that is something we see happening around the world. Uncertainty in terms of geopolitics, uncertainty in terms of macroeconomic. And I think this point about central banks is very important. So we've got record highs on the price price. But I actually think it's a new era for gold because you see central banks turning to it, and that has been going on for a few years. But you also see the ECB and others talking about it, reporting on it in a way that we haven't seen. And in terms of tonnage, if you look at the central bank holdings around the world, we're actually starting to approach a Bretton Woods level when it comes to tonnage held by central banks.
Who's leading the pack? Is China the key buyer of gold?
I think that there's quite a few there. I think it's not the ones who still have the most because they tend to not be as active in the market. But I think we certainly have seen some central banks coming to the fold. And what has been interesting from my side of things, it's central banks who are key producer nations, so China is one of those, seeing the benefits of their producing this metal within their domestic economy and seeing the value of bringing it into the central bank portfolio. I think it's not just what we would call the emerging economies, but also in places like Ghana. This is the 6th biggest producer of gold annually, but they haven't added to their own portfolio reserves for decades. And that's something very publicly they're looking to change.
You talked about how gold is a haven play against a backdrop of rising risks, for example, in the Middle East. I'm just wondering whether it's also a case of diversification for a lot of these central banks, pulling away from U.S. assets and putting it somewhere else.
And so gold is that neutral currency. I think the other thing that sometimes people forget is that it's also nobody's liability. You're not basing the value of your assets on the strength of the economy and the strength of the national currency. It's as long as you have central bank grade, which is London Good Delivery, you can rest assured in terms of the safety of that asset. So certainly there's a move in terms of diversification, moving to more of a neutral approach. And also if you're a nation that has natural production, taking advantage of that domestic production.
How much of unreported gold buying is there? Because I recall back in 2015, China came out to say, you know what, we have 600, I think, tons more gold, which was not reported the last 6 years. Might that be happening now as well?
You know, I think there's always going to be things that are outside of the statistics we have. If you look at LBMA trade data, which we've been publishing on a daily basis for 6 years, we oblige our members to report, but we know that that's just rings within the onion. That's what we can oblige and ensure that we have the transparency, but you know the pie itself is actually a lot bigger than that. So I think we're certainly encouraging transparency. And, you know, when you have these high prices, investors around the world are flocking to gold, and we want them to look at the data we have out there and to be confident that they can invest safely.
How are you encouraging transparency?
So from our...
And what's the traction? How's the traction been?
It's been good. You know, I think we've spent a lot of times talking to central banks because of this interest. And there tends to be a lot of staying power in terms of central banks who maybe the last time they touched it is actually when they sold a lot of it in the 80s. There's been a huge amount of news in terms of transparency and governance in the gold market. We celebrate 10 years since the price was transferred to independent administration. We celebrate 6 years in terms of daily statistics. So we do know that the volume just from January to now in the local London market is up 23%. And you just didn't have that. You didn't have the stock information. I'll tell you a little bit about the importance of transparency if we go back to talking about tariff fears. Certainly that was a big focus for the gold market in Q1. Lots of rumors about, is London running out of gold? Now we've been putting out vault holdings since 2017, and I think my marketing team advised me this isn't really exciting data. It has been very exciting data because when that data came out and it demonstrated transparently, there were strong stocks in London. Most of that was sitting with the Bank of England and slowly moving to the commercial sector. And you saw that story go month after month in terms of demonstrating. Investors around the world felt confident that they understood what the dynamics were. So it's putting it out there, one, to allow markets to operate, but also to allow new investors who are learning for the first time, perhaps, the value gold can play during periods of uncertainty. They can invest with confidence.
As we talk about surging demand for gold, we have to talk about sustainability of gold mining. How are you encouraging that? What are we seeing?
So we focus more on responsible sourcing, and I would say as the price rises, so does the importance of our work. So we, on the financial market side of things, we're obviously making statistics in terms of trade data, vault holdings transparent. We've also just announced in the last few weeks that we're fast-tracking transparency when it comes to our refiners. So we also run accreditation for the London Good Delivery List. If you're a refiner producing bars, it's a must-have if you want to be able to trade on the world's largest market, which is local London. So it's not a nice-to-have, it's a must-have. It's an access to that local London market. And we've said from next year, you're going to need to publish which mines you're sourcing from in terms of country, mining company, and location. And this was planned, but it's something we've brought forward because we want to give people confidence and demonstrate our commitment to these principles.
Ruth, before we let you go, final question is where you see gold headed from here? Where do you see gold trading by the end of the year? Well, especially bearing in mind, I mean, there is a gold alternative. We talk about lab diamonds. Now there is the lab gold as well.
Well, I think it's been a great one to be at the conference here in Singapore because, of course, price is certainly on the agenda. And the strong view from the audience was looking at $4,000 gold by the end of the year. I think we didn't have any takers for looking at 5,000, but I mean, to me, as someone who's been in the industry a long time, we broke through 2,000 in COVID. If you remember, is this big ceiling. That is the sub-basement these days.
Ruth, thank you so much for that. Ruth Crowell, CEO of the London Bullion Market Association. We have a line from the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem. It will be closed on June 17th. That is it for Insight. Horizons Middle East and Africa is next. Keep it here with us. This is Bloomberg.
Our vision is to make search effortless so that people can truly ask anything. People used to use very specific keywords, and now you can use more natural language with complex questions, with your voice, with your camera. As search gets more helpful, it just creates more opportunities for you to engage with customers from both discovery to decision. If you're using manual tactics, you are just not going to be able to keep up. AI is catalyzing this consumer experience, and it is the driver of how you can effectively meet users in these new moments of discovery.
Good morning. This is Horizon's Middle East and Africa. Our top stories this morning. President Trump calls for the immediate evacuation of Tehran. That comes hours after urging Iran to sign a deal to limit its nuclear program, and Israel signaled strikes would continue. As Trump leaves the G7 meeting early, the other leaders issue a joint statement urging a broader de-escalation of hostilities in the Middle East, including a ceasefire in Gaza. And Bank of Japan holds rates at 0.5%, but will trim bond purchases by 200 billion yen per quarter starting in April 2026. It has just gone 8 a.m. across the Emirates. I'm Jumana Bersachi in Dubai. Another morning, geopolitics still front and center. It is a moving fast, very fast-moving news cycle over here in the region with the latest between Iran and Israel, and the fact that President Trump has decided to leave the G7 meeting earlier than expected to deal with the situation in the Middle East. So how are markets reacting this morning? As you can see behind me, both the S&P and the Nasdaq futures are tilted towards the red, down about 0.3 respectively. Not a significant amount, but still does tell you that there's somewhat of a reaction to the latest and the fact that things continue to escalate between Iran and Israel over the course of the last 4 or 5 days. The USD not seeing so much of a bid today. We're trading sideways. Not a lot of movement, though we have seen in the past 24 hours money pour in to the safe haven alongside other safe havens, including the likes of gold, which is getting very close back to all-time record highs once again. And then Brent, you can see this morning up once again, up about 0.5%. This as well after President Trump put out a tweet or a post, I should say, on Truth Social calling for the full evacuation of Tehran. So not really mincing his words there. On the back of that, we did see a bit of movement in the price of oil. And speaking of oil, just I want to show our terminal chart today, which is telling you how much upside volatility has been priced in to the options market for oil. And you can see that implied vol on Brent is the highest level it's been since 2022. And of course, back in 2022, that was when the Russian invasion of Ukraine kicked off. So we are at implied volatility levels not seen in 3 years in the energy complex. Okay, we're also keeping track of central bank decisions this week, a major week for central banks, but Bank of Japan are really kicking things off. We just got the meeting out of the Bank of Japan. No surprise, really, on the interest rate decision, Avril, but how are some of these Japanese assets reacting, particularly because they have announced that they're going to be trimming bond purchases from April 2026?
Yeah, Jumana, I mean, as you know, the job of central banks, including Japan's, has gotten very complicated of late because of the bond market ructions, I should say, as well as what we're seeing in the oil price spikes and the worries about cost-push inflation. So today, the BOJ decision, it left rates unchanged. This was as expected, but the concern was actually more about how it would slow the pace of tapering. And indeed, this was it acted according to what markets as expected, and it will slow the pace from April of next year. Now, the problem was that there was actually a hawkish holdout. It wasn't a unanimous decision. So JGBs will likely remain on offer, and we are seeing already JGB futures sliding. In terms of dollar-yen, we didn't get much support from the BOJ, so the focus will shift to Ueda's presser later today. Joanna.
As always, Avril Hong, thank you so much. That was Avril in Singapore. Now, President Donald Trump will depart the Group of 7 Leaders Summit, the G7 Leaders Summit in Canada, a day early. It comes hours after he took to social media to call for the evacuation of Iran's capital, Tehran.
President, any statement on why you're leaving the G7 early for Washington?
Well, I have to be back. Very important.
For more, let's bring in Bloomberg correspondent David Gura, who is inbound for the G7 meeting. I know it's late over there, David. Good to have you with us on the show. It's no surprise, really, that the developments in the Middle East have eclipsed this G7 summit. Perhaps what was a bit of a surprise is the fact that President Trump has decided to cut it short and is leaving one day early. What do we know about this decision and the statement that has just come through from the G7 vis-a-vis the latest developments in the Middle East?
So you're absolutely right that this cast a long shadow over these meetings, and it wasn't part of the official agenda, but it was something that was talked about an awful lot as world leaders made their way to Canada and on the sidelines of the meetings today as well. And there was this hope throughout the day that all of these world leaders would be able to come together and issue a statement on this conflict in the Middle East, effectively telling Iran and Israel to de-escalate that conflict. And for most of the day, it seemed like the United States was not going to be a signatory to that particular statement. President Trump said he didn't want to. He began to talk more and more about diplomacy is the only track forward here. We know that before he left, before he had dinner with everyone gathered here, all of the G7 leaders posed for that family photograph that's part of all of these gatherings, he did sign on to that document, and in it they affirm that Israel has a right to defend itself. The group reiterated its support for the security of Israel, called out Iran for being a source of terror, said it should never have a nuclear weapon, and then, quote, urged the resolution of the Iranian crisis that leads to a broader de-escalation of hostilities in the Middle East, including a ceasefire in Gaza. That last clause, something that the Europeans were really pushing for over the course of the summit thus far. And there's also a nod into that statement, if you'll allow me to read just a bit more here, to market volatility. We will remain vigilant to the implications for international energy markets and stand ready to coordinate, including with like-minded partners, to safeguard market stability. To the second part of your question, why this happened, why the president decided to leave, the official line from the White House is he needed to get back to Washington to deal with this crisis. And that, of course, Jemana, opens up this broader question of what does that mean? Are we going to see the U.S. administration, the Trump administration, becoming more involved militarily in this conflict, or is it going to be something the likes of which we heard from President Emmanuel Macron, who speculated kind of optimistically that the U.S. could play a role here as a peacemaker, could call for a temporary pause in hostilities, get some ceasefire in place. We'll see what happens. The president isn't due back in Washington until very early in the morning Washington time.
Yeah, absolutely. And to your point, David, it could go in either direction at this point. But the hope from the market and of course, the international community is that there is going to be a push from the U.S. side to restart those diplomatic channels. Let's just go back to the G7 because ostensibly many of the talks that were scheduled to take place were going to be around trade and these so-called trade deals that the U.S. administration has been pushing for. Has there been any success on that front?
Yeah, that was the hope certainly on the U.S. part going into these talks before that conflict in the Middle East escalated. And of course, at a summit like this, there are so many opportunities for each of these nations to talk on the sidelines, have these bilateral meetings. Some of that has taken place here. There weren't a whole lot of bilateral meetings involving the U.S. president, but there were some. And we saw the U.S. and the United Kingdom codify this deal that was announced a few weeks back in the Oval Office in Washington, D.C. Not a hugely comprehensive trade deal, but one that the White House holds up as a sign of progress and sort of rewriting the rules of trade between the U.S. and a close ally. Yes, the hope was we'd see more of that. The president did sit down with the Prime Minister of Japan, who was very outspoken about the fact that he wanted to have that audience with President Trump, wanted to talk about trade. And somewhat disappointingly to the Japanese, there was no agreement reached. There's talk of there being continued progress in those talks. But that deal between the U.S. and the U.K., which for so many weeks has been the only thing the White House has been able to hold up as a trade deal since the president announced that trade war now a couple of months ago, is really the only one that we have yet. So it was signed by the Prime Minister and the President, but nothing beyond that yet. And now with President Trump gone, unlikely that we'll see anything more here. We did hear some good rhetoric from the Canadians that they're hoping over the next 30 days they'll be able to reach some sort of agreement, but nothing more concrete than that.
Bloomberg correspondent David Gura in Banff, Alberta, Canada. Great to have you with us on the show. Thank you for the overview. Now, Israel is vowing to pursue its military operations against Iran regardless of the progress of any potential negotiations involving the U.S. Ron Dermer, Israel's Minister for Strategic Affairs, told Bloomberg Television Israel will continue to act until it eliminates Iran's missile and nuclear programs.
We're going to go about our operation to remove these two threats. Whether Iran will decide to meet with the United States and agree to terms that they should have taken a month ago or 2 weeks ago or 2 months ago, that's up to Iran to decide.
Joining us now is Shibli Tilhami, Anwar Sadat Professor for Peace and Development at the University of Maryland, College Park, and non-resident senior fellow at the Brookings Institute for Middle East Policy. Really good to have you with us on the show. Look, two developments have happened. Really good to have you with us on the show. Look, Over the course of this morning. The first is that President Trump decided to leave the G7 summit early, presumably to focus on the events that are taking place in the Middle East between Iran and Israel. But simultaneously, he also put out a post on Truth Social warning Tehran residents to evacuate. How do you dovetail the two and a real push from the international community to restart the diplomatic channels, but at the same time, President Trump warning Iranian residents to leave their homes in the capital?
Yes, it was surprising. Yeah, I was surprised by it. It's definitely echoing the Israeli call for Tehran residents to evacuate. And it's really peculiar to take that posture, which is essentially echoing the demand of Israel at a time when you're also saying you're going to negotiate a deal, you're going to mediate between the two parties. I cannot tell you that I have a full understanding of how our president operates. And I say that as someone who studied him. I have a book forthcoming with some colleagues addressing his first administration, and we've had lots of interviews with people who work with him closely, his top advisors who gave us interviews. And, you know, he's really an unpredictable man. He doesn't follow the issues very carefully. He takes positions impulsively, and then everybody has to adjust. He doesn't always consult. So what he meant by this is really hard to know. The best I could tell is that he thinks of himself as using this as pressure to maybe still make a deal. The problem that I always had, I don't think he had intended from the beginning to be drawn into a war. He understood, I think, that the Israelis were trying to throw him into a war, but I think he put himself on a slippery slope, particularly making demands that the Iranians couldn't meet, and I fear that he's doing the same now.
So my colleague spoke to Ron Dahmer yesterday, and he was saying that Israel is still pursuing twin goals to eliminate Iran's nuclear and missile capabilities. The National Security Advisor for the Israeli government also gave an interview yesterday to the Israeli army where he said that he still thinks that Iran are sitting on thousands of ballistic missiles. We also know that many of the uranium enrichment facilities are deeply embedded, particularly in the Fordo nuclear enrichment sites. Therefore, it's going to be difficult for Israel to achieve those two aims in a quick fashion. What is the likelihood that this becomes yet another Gaza situation and a war that just goes on indefinitely in order to achieve those two aims?
Put aside what Israeli officials do. Of course, I'm not an official, I'm an analyst, and they can say what they want, and they have to say what they want. This is part of their foreign policy. But the truth of the matter is this war was unnecessary. It could have been avoided. A deal could have been made. There was a deal already that Obama administration had negotiated, that the rest of Europe accepted, the rest of the world accepted, from which President Trump withdrew during his first administration. They could have had another deal similar to that. And obviously, this war happened just a couple of days before there was a planned meeting between the American negotiators and the Iranian negotiators. So this was an unnecessary, unfortunate, ruinous war. So put that aside. Now we're in it. And yes, you're right. I think that the Israelis obviously have very, very great capabilities supplied by the U.S. They're using the top American weapons that practically no one else other than Israel and the U.S. and NATO have. So they have excellent capabilities, but they cannot finish a war because, number one, they cannot end Iran's nuclear capabilities. They can damage it, but they can't end it. And number two, they can't end the weapons program of Iran. And so then what? What do they do? Even if they were to destroy what Iran has, what do they do then? So I think the third aim they have, which has already been stated, and you didn't mention, obviously the officials didn't mention, is regime change. This has been something that Prime Minister Netanyahu has wanted to do for years, not just recently. And now it's become more pressing for them because they didn't see a win in some ways that they could sell to the public without that. And the U.S. has been not favoring, including President Trump. President Trump has said he doesn't want to, regime change and nation building. But I think now it's become a real possibility of trying to do just that.
Shibli, really good to have you on, and looking forward to speaking to you in the coming weeks and months as things evolve. Shibli Tilhami, Anwar Sadat Professor for Peace and Development at the University of Maryland, College Park, and non-resident Senior Fellow at the Brookings Institute Center for Middle East Policy. Thank you. Now, still ahead, Deutsche Bank says rising geopolitical tensions have taken center stage for global markets as rising tensions between Iran and Israel show no signs of abating. More on their market strategy next. This is Bloomberg.
I'm Jason Kelly, and this season on Power Players, we're taking you behind the scenes to see how the business of sports has gone global.
I want sports to grow. I want sports to be bigger because we have talent.
What we have achieved in the NWSL from an investor perspective over 2 years is the equivalent of what it took other leagues 25 to 30 years to achieve.
You've got to have a business that's sustainable. The only way it's sustainable is got to make money.
If we had more variety of creative for advertising campaigns, we could drive better performance.
With Gemini, we were able to change the copywriting, the core content at scale. Now we can deliver ads at the personal level. With AI, we can do the impossible.
Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, but the process was painful. So he ordered the supplies he needed from Amazon Business.
Peter Piper picked peppers, but run, rock, rhyme, Humpty Dumpty fell down. Kids are time.
Soon, he possessed profound pepper proficiency. And Peter Piper, the pepper picker, positively prospered. Amazon Business, your partner for smart business buying.
The future of trading is here on Robinhood. Purpose built for how you trade. With new ways to execute your strategies and analyze, buy, and sell. Seamlessly trade stocks, options, crypto, and futures in one place.
Welcome back to Horizons Middle East and Africa. I'm Jumana Bersachi in Dubai. Global markets fluctuated as investors weighed the Israel-Iran situation after President Donald Trump called for the evacuation of Tehran. Joining us is Deepak Puri, America's CIO at Deutsche Bank Wealth Management. Let me just start off asking you, what is the level of concern of the clients that you speak to around the developments in the Middle East right now?
Well, they're heightened for the time being, and that's not out of the ordinary, right? You're looking at a region that is the source for so much of the crude energy that flows through the rest of the world. Yeah. So I think the transmission mechanism everyone is concerned about is the price of oil, because that's really how the geopolitical situation sort of transmits itself to the broader markets.
We had a bit of a bumpy ride for equity markets around April, that month, April to May.
Sure.
Fully recovered now. S&P is up 2.5% for the year. What are people saying about the outlook for risky assets? What could dent this recovery that we've seen?
Quite a few things in the near term. I think the recoveries, because I think the sell-off was a little bit out of the ordinary, right? The sell-off in April was a little bit because you're looking at the most aggressive tariff regime that was going to take into place. And as we see, President Trump started to renege or pause some of those agreements, and market took a sigh of relief that it's not going to be as severe as what initially anticipated. I think now the market has too many narratives that it needs to build a consensus on. The first is with regards to the Fed. We're going to have a Fed meeting tomorrow, so we're going to get more insight there. But also the size of the reconciliation bill. I think from a U.S. perspective, it makes a lot of a big input in terms of what is the size and scope of this bill. The third thing would be the deregulation aspect. We haven't really seen that kick into the market psyche yet. That could really propel the market, but that's, I think, is a second half of the year story, not really the next couple of months. So next couple of months, I think the geopolitical and the fact that we had such strong may hover upon the market sentiment before the market gets ready for another takeoff.
What about July 9th? You know what happens on July 9th? That's when the 90-day pause comes to an end on tariffs. Are investors being too complacent about the possibility of these tariffs going up again?
I think we know how high they are going to go now. So the level of uncertainty is not there as it was on April 2nd, right? We know what the worst case scenario is. So you can sort of model that in your market outlook. I also believe that from now till July 9th, it's not too many days left, but you are going to see some bilateral trade agreements being reached. And last but not the least, as President Trump has shown, he can easily put a pause or put another deadline on some of these.
The taco approach, as some people are calling it, I guess investors push him to that point, and they know that at some point they either back down or there's a deal reached. Let's just talk about the reconciliation package. Sure. From an equity standpoint, are you expecting any tailwinds to corporates on back of some of the corporate provisions, say on CapEx, on R&D, on interest rate deductions? I mean, could those provide somewhat of a tailwind to equities at the end of this year?
Absolutely, and you're seeing it. Cash is. Corporate America is in a very good health. You can see that with the earnings season. You can see it with how much cash they're carrying. You can see it from guidance they're giving. Yes, some of the companies are not really upfront with it, but if you look at the spreads, let's see on the corporate IG side, you see it's fairly tight, and that tells you that the economy is okay and the corporate, health is okay. I think some of these things that you mentioned might play a bigger role, along with the buybacks, which has been a common feature of this market for quite some time. So I think along with the depreciation probably is the number one, and some of the regulatory relief, both on the banking and telecom and tech side, these things might play a big role.
Is it fair to say then that in the second half of the year you think that fiscal policy will move back to being in the driving seat for equity markets?
At least that's what the markets are hoping for.
Right.
As of today, you expect that the summer months are going to be a little bit tricky because we still haven't realized the base case for what the cost of tariff is going to be for the market. And that cost is higher inflation and lower growth. Once that is established, I think the next moving point is going to be the fiscal.
Do your clients believe U.S. exceptionalism is back on the table again?
I think it never went away, frankly speaking. I think we had such strong flows for 2022, to 2024, a little bit of a rebalancing was in the order, and that's exactly what we saw.
Final question, because I always think this is interesting to see where individuals and retail accounts are positioned right now. What would you say is the most overcrowded trades that people have on?
I think most Americans, they love the home bias, just like we all do. And within the home bias, there's a lot of push for big tech, which again has done reasonably well. But when I look at clients' portfolio, I do try to talk about some other parts of the markets, both within the U.S. and outside, because I think it's a good time to look in elsewhere. European equities have a nice bid, some nice prospects, and so also in the Asia side.
Yeah, really good to speak to you, Deepak. Thank you so much
Likewise.
for coming on our show. Enjoy the rest of your time here.
Thank you.
Deepak Puri, America's CIO at Deutsche Bank Wealth Management. And coming up, Israel's economy faces mounting challenges after more than 20 months of war in Gaza and an escalating conflict with Iran. We'll hear from the chief economist at Israel's Ministry of Finance later in the show. This is Bloomberg.
This is a chessboard. It's a playing field where people test their skill, imagination, and daring. But a chessboard is also a math problem. The number of possible chess games is 10 to the 24th power, more than the number of atoms in the universe. The first computer program for playing chess was created in 1952 by AI pioneer Alan Turing. Less than 50 years later, a supercomputer beat the world chess champion. Because a chessboard is also a map, complex logistics and global supply chains can be reinvented with AI. Thanks to reliable and secure connectivity from AT&T Business, goods are delivered quickly and efficiently, with full visibility into manufacturing warehouses, and transportation that lowers costs and improves sustainability. A chessboard is also a bridge, connecting generations, creating new friendships, and encouraging us all to be thoughtful about our next move. And the one after that.
Shopping, working, and relaxing online can attract various digital threats. To improve your protection against them, just turn on NordVPN. This cybersecurity app will block web trackers and malware-infected sites. It will also encrypt your internet traffic without losing a smooth connection. Get the deal now. NordVPN, cybersecurity built for every day.
On The Young and the Restless, it's a soapy summer of scandal in France.
It's time for me to make myself known.
The Young and the Restless, new weekdays on CBS.
Welcome back to Horizons Middle East and Africa. I'm Jumana Bersachi in Dubai. Ukraine's capital Kyiv is facing another massive drone and missile attack. Air defense has been operating all over the city, but 12 civilians have been injured. That's as residential areas and private vehicles have also been damaged, and electricity supply has been interrupted in several districts. Israeli troops opened fire on Monday as crowds tried to reach Israeli and U.S.-supported food distribution centers in Gaza. AP reports that 34 people have been killed, according to health officials. That would make it the deadliest day of such shootings since the new aid system launched in May. The Israeli military didn't immediately comment on Monday's shootings. The Red Cross Field Hospital nearby received around 200 injured on Monday, the highest single mass casualty event it has seen, according to the International Committee of the Red Cross. And coming up, hear why Goldman Sachs expects no disruptions to oil supply in the Middle East, even as missile strikes continue between Israel and Iran. This is Bloomberg.
Who is the market for? It's for all of us. Because when you invest in ETFs from iShares, the market is yours.
We are Selkirk. We are pickleball.
Pickleball?
Yeah, pickleball.
All ages, family, friends, dinks, drives, Ernies, ATVs, and whatever this is. 10 years in and just getting started. Here and not going anywhere. We are you, and you are who we work for. Family-owned, USA-based, pickleball proud. Selkirk Sport. We are pickleball.
Once you kill a man for revenge, there's no going back. A voice in your head saying over and over, "That was awesome."
Police Squad has always been the elite of the elite.
Hi, Daddy. Love you.
Hey, Dad. Boy, do I miss you.
And you, Frank, are the best of the best.
Need a bathroom. I need this room immediately.
There's a line, man.
Police business. Oh, I'm gonna ruin another suit.
Over here, Lieutenant. I think someone murdered my brother.
I'll find them. This is what I do. Says you served 20 years for man's laughter.
You mean manslaughter?
Must have been quite the joke.
They're going to shut down Police Squad if you do not solve this case. Do this by the book.
Show a little respect!
What do you want, little one? Playtime's over. Rest assured, I won't stop until I've found justice.
We've upgraded your car with the most advanced crime-fighting tech.
Drive forward 30 feet.
Oh!
This place is falling apart.
Showtime original movie.
I'm gonna be daddies.
Drink up, because you're gonna need it.
Sometimes to start a new family,
You know you're taking this job, right?
I have 2 babies on the way.
you need your chosen family.
The millennials love a daddy. So do I.
Get a nanny. What will you do when the babies wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning?
Hey Siri, how do I stop a baby crying? I get it. We're a mess.
I heard that.
Noah's Ark the movie, streaming June 20th on the Paramount Plus with Showtime plan.
Good morning. This is Horizons Middle East and Africa. Our top stories this morning. President Trump calls for the immediate evacuation of Tehran. That comes hours after urging Iran to sign a deal to limit its nuclear program, and Israel signaled strikes would continue. As Trump leaves the G7 meeting early, the other leaders issue a joint statement urging a broader de-escalation of hostilities in the Middle East, including a ceasefire in Gaza. And Bank of Japan holds rates at 0.5%, but will trim bond purchases by 200 billion yen per quarter starting in April 2026. It's just gone 8:30 a.m. across the Emirates. I'm Jumana Bersachi in Dubai, and we should be getting images soon of President Trump leaving that G7 summit in Alberta, Canada. So when that happens, we'll bring them to you live. But for the time being, let's go back and check on how these markets are faring. Yesterday, S&P and NASDAQ brushing off some of the concerns of the geopolitical risks in the region, ending the day up in the green. S&P futures, though, down 0.4% now. NASDAQ also down a similar amount. All eyes will be on retail sales today, and of course that Fed meeting that is set to take place tomorrow. Will they sound less dovish than what the market is currently penciling in, around 50 basis points of cuts throughout the rest of this year? Does that get dialed back tomorrow? Big question for markets, given some of the upside risks to inflation coming through from oil. USD not seeing a lot. It's trading sideways today. And then Brent once again in focus. We're going to talk more about the energy complex shortly with Anthony DePaula, but this is where we are right now, just shy of $74, another 0.5% firmer on the session. This as well after President Trump tweeted that the residents of Tehran need to be evacuated. Take a look at this terminal chart. This is implied volatility in Brent. It is at the highest level since 2022. So options markets, vol markets are once again accounting for a lot of volatility in the energy complex. All right, let's check in on how markets in Asia are faring as well. Avril Hong is in our Singapore studio. Run us through what you're looking at. And of course, Bank of Japan, one of the major movers in the last couple of hours, Avril.
Yeah, the Bank of Japan decision was more or less as expected. It kept rates unchanged. The bigger story was behind its plan to slow taper, and indeed it acted as markets had anticipated. It will start slowing the pace of taper from April of next year. But the issue, as I mentioned in our previous conversation, was about how this was not a unanimous decision. There was one hawkish holdout, so JGBs will likely remain on offer. Now, we have seen the Japanese yen in the past 30 minutes or so. That climb has been gaining a bit more steam. We will see if
Ueda's comments later provide a bit more fuel for the Japanese currency, but we're seeing dollar yen now hovering at the 145.5 handle. Jumana.
Avril, thank you so much. Avril Hong in Singapore. Now, oil jumps higher this morning after U.S. President Trump calls for the evacuation of Tehran. That's as fears rise of an escalation in the Israel-Iran conflict, which could disrupt crude supply. So far, Iran's crude exporting infrastructure has been spared, and there are no signs that Tehran is seeking to escalate hostilities by disrupting flows through the Strait of Hormuz. For more on this, we're joined by Anthony DePaula, our Middle East energy reporter. It is very tricky to sort of weed through all of the headlines that are coming through. But for the most part, we have seen oil move dramatically higher on Friday. Yesterday, there was a bit of a relief, I guess, because things didn't escalate even further as far as energy infrastructure is concerned. How much geopolitical premium do you think is actually priced in to where Brent is trading right now, Anthony?
Yeah, I mean, I think this movement in the oil price is all geopolitical premium. So as you see it going up and down, that is going to be what it is. So where we started before this was we were looking at prices around the 60, 65 realm. So, we're talking about roughly $10 higher than where we were kind of last week going into this. Now, we have seen that movement going up and down, and I think we are going to continue to see that volatility as the market reacts to headlines. As a headline comes out, they're very reactive to the geopolitical issues, as the market and traders then look and see what the actual implications are for supply and for the oil price. So we haven't seen that come through yet. So at pricing, where we are now, around $74, I think when I spoke on television yesterday, it was around 75. We're not at interruption levels yet. So traders are not concerned about the interruption of supply. We're just kind of reacting on those headlines. We did see that big move higher at the start of trading yesterday on those headlines from the weekend that the first strikes were starting to hit some energy infrastructure. However, that hasn't been the key production or exporting infrastructure that Iran needs.
People have been talking about the Trump pump, that expression. I've been reading it a lot in comments over the last couple of days, because what OPEC did was bring forward the supply, the production to the market in a way that actually surprised market participants. And now people are saying that if they hadn't done that, then oil prices would be trading a lot higher than where they are right now. Do you think there is perhaps somewhat of a political element to the OPEC Plus decision-making that took place in the run-up to these events?
I mean, of course, when you're talking about governments getting together and deciding on these big issues, there is some element of politics in that. So OPEC will tell you that they're looking very much at the fundamentals of the market, but they are a group of governments that come together. So even between OPEC and themselves, there's a lot of politics in terms of keeping the group together. So that decision was based a lot on politics around keeping the group together, because countries like the UAE, which have a lot of spare capacity and have invested a lot of money in that spare capacity, want to get that oil to the market. So we saw this even as long as a year ago, when OPEC Plus decided to start putting in place this plan to increase barrels. That was a political issue to keep cohesion. And now we're seeing it. OPEC is saying that this round was caused because they saw lower stockpiles, because the market could take it. Well, what we were looking at up until last week was the market could take it until about the first half, and then we were going to very weaken. Now we've got this geopolitical concern in there. So those barrels are helping, but OPEC still has a lot of spare capacity that they could still bring on. Of course, they're not going to be complaining about the higher price. Trump might be, but this is out of anybody's control right now as we react to these headlines. And if the conflict does escalate, then things could go even higher and that's a big if those supply is impacted and production and export facilities are hit.
Yeah, Anthony, well, let's continue the conversation. It was Anthony DePaula, our Middle East energy reporter. Joining us now is Nikhil Bhandari, the co-head of APAC Natural Resources and Clean Energy Research at Goldman Sachs. Nikhil, I'm sure you heard Anthony sort of just give an overview. I'm going to actually put the same question to you, because I'm curious to hear how Goldman are thinking about the upside risk to the Brent and to energy complex based on the geopolitical developments in the region, and just how much premium you think is priced into the curve here.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me on the show. Look, it's a complex moment for the oil market. On one hand, when you look at the markets in the near term, inventories are not very high, demand is seasonally rising, and the geopolitical premiums have risen. As it was mentioned in the prior discussion, the rally in oil price from 60 to 65 range towards now around Brent 74 is mostly on account of the building geopolitical risk premium. However, when you, if assuming there is no physical impact on the infrastructure for oil, and we look forward 6 months out, we're still looking for a surplus building up in the oil market. We do have non-OPEC supply growth rising. That is the long cycle project completing in Guyana, Brazil, and Canada. And at the same time, we have OPEC releasing more barrels. We're expecting another release in the month of August. So again, from an oil market perspective, without any physical disruption, we are expecting Brent back to $60 by the end of the year. Now, in terms of scenarios, if there is a physical disruption to Iran crude, and let's say we assume that half of that is is offset by OPEC releasing even more barrels into the market. Now, if you look at the historical context, when we had such large disruption, we have seen OPEC offsetting that impact by up to 80% within 2 quarters. But let's say the OPEC strategy is a little unclear at this point, but even if you assume it's a 50% impact being offset, then oil prices could head towards a little over $90 in that scenario.
Let me ask you about the demand side of things, because you articulated the extra supply that's to come from non-OPEC producers. What about demand? And the reason I ask this is because equity markets seem to have recovered. There's a lot more optimism in other risky assets. Is that being adequately reflected in terms of how you're thinking about demand panning out the rest of this year?
Sure. So, look, in a normal GDP growth year, oil demand grows about 1 to 1.5 million barrels per day. We think oil demand growth is going to be about 0.6 to 0.7 million barrels per day growth this year. We have to admit the demand growth has been better than feared so far. We have had strong prints of demand in the U.S. year to date. We have had pretty strong print for the core products like diesel, gasoline, and jet fuel in markets like India. And overall, oil demand growth has been stronger than feared. I would say when you look at the latest print of the May jobs data point from the U.S., all of that is still pointing towards a bit of slower economic growth, but not a recessionary demand setup yet. So again, we are in a camp of slower economic growth environment, looking at 0.6 to 0.7 million barrel per day of oil demand growth, accelerating back to about 1 million barrel per day growth next year. But against that, when we look at the context of supply, non-OPEC ex-US supply growth between this and next year can be close to 2 million barrel per day. That alone offsets the oil demand growth between this and next year. So OPEC releasing barrels on top becomes more bearish. And that is why, without any physical disruption to the infrastructure for crude, we are looking at 60 Brent by the end of the year and 56 Brent by the end of next year.
And yet, I see that Goldman have put out a note on the outlook for refineries, and you and your colleagues are saying that the setup there echoes the 2015 to 2017 upcycle. Why are you bullish on the outlook for refineries then?
Sure. Look, refining story is looking different than crude. On one hand, inventories are tight. When you look at diesel and gasoline inventories, they are fairly at the low end of the last 5-year range at a global observable level. However, structurally, refining is more tighter. If you look at post-COVID, we have roughly seen about 5% of global refining capacity closing permanently, while oil demand growth is 3% roughly higher than the pre-COVID level. So there is no slack or spare capacity left in the system. In fact, this and next year, we are again seeing net refining capacity add in the system as pretty muted. We do have some gross addition, but every quarter from start of this year until mid of next year, almost every quarter, we have one refinery permanently closing. So the net capacity addition is again negligible this and next year on top of very low spare capacity. So for oil market, a decent level of oil demand growth is not enough given the surplus we are talking about from a non-OPEC and the OPEC plus barrels coming in the market. But in the case of refining, given the supply side is so tight, even modest oil demand growth in a slower economic growth environment should be enough to tighten the refining market. Again, back to your point about the setup like 2015 to 17, what we saw in 2015 to 17 is a more supply of crude environment. OPEC releasing barrel, looking for market share. We had non-OPEC supply growth. That's a good environment for refiners because as a refiner, you want more supply of crude, of your feedstock, so we don't have to overpay for that. And at the same time, refining supply demand was tight back then. The only difference is back in 15 to 17, it was more demand-led tightness in the supply demand. This time around, it is more closures and supply delays led tightness. So again, both the crude and the refining supply demand equation is looking more constructive for refining.
Great to have you with us on the show today. Thank you for your perspectives. Nikhil Bhandari, co-head of APAC Natural Resources and Clean Energy Research at Goldman Sachs. Coming up, Israel's mounting war costs weigh on the country's budget as the conflict with Iran shows no sign of ending. We hear from the chief economist at Israel's Ministry of Finance next. This is Bloomberg.
I'm Jason Kelly, and this season on Power Players, we're taking you behind the scenes to see how the business of sports has gone global.
I want sports to grow. I want sports to be bigger because we have talent.
What we have achieved in the NWSL from an investor perspective over 2 years is the equivalent of what it took other leagues 25 to 30 years to achieve.
You've got to have a business that's sustainable. The only way it's sustainable is got to make money.
Who is the market for? It's for all of us. Because when you invest in ETFs from iShares, the market is yours.
Our vision is to make search effortless so that people can truly ask anything. People used to use very specific keywords, and now you can use more natural language with complex questions, with your voice, with your camera. As search gets more helpful, it just creates more opportunities for you to engage with customers from both discovery to decision. If you're using manual tactics, you are just not going to be able to keep up. AI is catalyzing this consumer experience, and it is the driver of how you can effectively meet users in these new moments of discovery.
Israel's war costs continue to climb as the country's conflict with Iran enters its 5th day, while the war in Gaza drags on after more than 20 months. Joining us now to discuss the impact of the wars on Israel's economy is Shmuel Abramson, chief economist at Israel's Ministry of Finance. Good morning to you. Let me start out by just asking you about the state of the economy, because Israel has been at a state of war for over 20 months now, and even before this latest front opened up in Iran, there was a budgetary overrun of about 1 percentage point. To what extent do you think that we are going to continue to see mounting costs as a function of the war that has been going on, and in addition to the new costs that will be associated with the front that has just opened up in Iran?
So thank you. Good morning. As you said, we've been experiencing more than 20 months of geopolitical tensions and substantial military expenditures and needs. Looking forward, it's hard to say at this point, but our baseline scenario is actually very, very positive, and we believe this is a matter of not very long for it to end. Therefore, we don't expect very substantial future costs for this situation.
Let me just repeat those comments to you. So your expectation is that the war in Iran will not go on for a long period of time then?
This is our baseline scenario. I think as we look at the news and the way things are unfolding, and I think there's very, very good reasons to believe that it's a matter of weeks and not many weeks.
Have you updated your forecast for the costs associated with the multiple wars and conflicts that Israel are engaged with right now? And you've got indirect costs as a function of the economy having to shut down and airspace closed, but then you've got the direct costs as well associated with actually purchasing munition and ammunition.
Right. There's definitely several costs. So you mentioned the 20 months. So if we look at the whole very, very wide event, we're talking about between 13% of GDP to 15% of GDP over 20 months. When we're looking specifically at this Iran-Israel situation, we're talking about roughly, I would say, at the higher levels, at roughly 0.5% of GDP. As you can imagine, you can understand in the long run, these are not very, very substantial costs for an economy. Israel has all the ability to absorb these costs. We have been very, very successful in financing our needs. We have a very strong financial base, very, very high demand for lending. Just yesterday, we had a very good, smooth bond issuance of Israel, and markets show very, very high levels of trust in our finances.
What are your plans to ultimately bring down debt to GDP? Because the number shot up obviously to 68% last year from 60%. Are you even thinking that far ahead? Are there going to be plans for fiscal consolidation, or is it too early to think about that now?
Absolutely. And one of Israel's strengths and our ability to really weather these challenges is our fiscal discipline. It's a very, very strong anchor for Israel's policy for more than 20 years. And our base plan for this year was to stabilize that debt to GDP at around 70%. This might change a bit because the last needs because of the Iran escalation, but it's very, very likely that debt to GDP will be stabilized soon, and 1-2 years ahead already starting to lower itself.
Can I also just ask you about the number of soldiers that are serving right now in Gaza, about 50,000? That obviously is having a detrimental impact on the economy. At what point does it actually make sense for those soldiers to return back to the workforce, to provide productive capabilities to the economy, as opposed to being deployed and a big focus on the security situation at the expense of the economy?
So, of course, the deployment of soldiers, reservists, has an effect on the economy. And I'm not sure I understood the question. Of course, as economists, we prefer them to be home, to be productive, and not engage in this war. And we hope this will end sooner than later, so they can come back. And it's very, very clear from our perspective.
Yeah, fair. Let me just ask you another perspective as well. In the last few weeks, we've been reporting on the fact that especially countries from Europe may look to reevaluate some of the relationships or even trading relationships that they have with Israel on back of the ongoing war in Gaza and frustration with how it's being handled. Are you expecting that to have knock-on effects to the Israeli economy as some of the relationships with your partners in the West come under strain?
Yes, of course, we're not happy about any of these statements, and we don't take them lightly. However, I believe that given the optimistic forecast for the situation, and we believe there's going to be a cessation of these events fairly soon, that I believe that also these statements and these relations will go back. At this moment, it's merely statements, and we're sure and hoping that things will get back soon. Well, very, 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 very soon. I will say there's also huge upside for our future, and knowing that the security situation is going to be much better, and there's a lot of signs of optimism. Hopefully, this whole war will end soon. The opportunities are huge with all our trade partners and new trade partners, including in the region. So we keep very, very optimistic.
Shmuel Abramson, Chief Economist at Israel's Ministry of Finance, thank you very much for joining our show today. Now, prices for cocoa on the global market since 2023 as bad weather and disease outbreaks exacerbate supply issues. But farmers in Ivory Coast have found it hard to cash in as the government-run regulator sets the price at about a third of the global level, fueling smuggling of the crop to neighboring countries. For more, Bloomberg's Ondiro Ganga joins us now from Kigali, Rwanda. Ondiro, talk to us about the incentive to smuggle cocoa and how smugglers actually get it out of the Ivory Coast, looking obviously to take advantage of these higher cocoa prices now.
Jumana, smuggling is a dangerous but highly lucrative business. Now, when you're caught, you face up to 10 years in prison or pay a fine of up to $86,000. But on the flip side, if you're not caught, you can make up to $240 a week in comparison to $80, which is a monthly living wage in the country. So that is incentive enough. You also look at the prices of cocoa in the international market. They've nearly tripled. They peaked at $13,000. Now they've settled at $9,000. And in the intro, you mentioned that there are a couple of other factors that are fueling shortage, bad weather, diseases, underinvestment in the industry. And all these are factors that are just leading to price gains in the international market. And as a result, we are seeing prices soar, but farmers are not feeling the gains because most of their beans are bought by government-run institutions. And this is because the government is trying to insulate farmers from volatility in the international market. Now, when the prices are low, the farmers enjoy the cushion, but when the prices are high, they can't help but feel shortchanged, particularly when countries like Togo, Liberia, and Guinea are offering to pay nearly twice what the government is paying in Cote d'Ivoire to buy just a ton or a bag of the beans. And so we are seeing smuggling on the rise, motorbikes and trucks taking alternative routes in the night, trying to smuggle cocoa out of Ivory Coast into neighboring countries like Guinea. And as a result, despite Guinea not making enough investment to boost domestic cocoa production, their shipments have grown by 15%. And while they're reaping the benefits, the pain is being felt across the border.
And Anziro, how is the smuggling actually impacting the economy both in Ivory Coast, but also just more broadly in the region as well? What sort of an impact is it having?
Jumana, it's unfolding quite fast. In 2023-2024, shipments of cocoa at the port dropped by over 30%. And while there are other factors contributing to this, the government says over 100,000 tons were smuggled out of the country in comparison to 1.7 million tons that they produced in that season. And because cocoa accounts for up to 40% of total export revenue for the government, this could leave a big dent in their national budget and also their development plans in the country. Other people who are also feeling the pain are international buyers. Sourcing has become more difficult because, one, there's shortage, and two, you cannot trace the beans, particularly now that EU regulations are going to come into effect on the 30th of December. If you cannot trace the beans, then you're unable to rule out deforestation and child labor from the value chain, and that means that it will be harder for these beans to be absorbed in the international market. Exporters and traders are also feeling the pinch because when there's a shortage, then they're torn between either breaking the law or paying exorbitant prices at farm gate to be able to get their hands on these coffee beans, and that means cocoa beans rather, and that means that these prices are being passed down to the consumers. A cup of chocolate is higher, and also above chocolate, prices are going higher and higher.
Yeah. Not good for my personal expenditures. Bloomberg's Anziro Ganga in Kigali, Rwanda. Thank you so much. A quick look at equity futures. Things are actually leaning towards the green despite heightened geopolitical risk in this part of the world. That is it for Horizons Middle East and Africa. I'm Jumana Versace in Dubai. Stay with us for Daybreak Europe. This is Bloomberg.
On The Young and the Restless.
This is something else.
A mysterious invitation to the south of France.
Who does this guy think he is? One of the most reclusive billionaires in the world.
Ignites a soapy summer of scandal.
As if there wasn't enough mystery and intrigue already. It's like a human board game.
Anything can happen. This just gets weirder and weirder.
Can somebody please help? And shocking revelation.
It's time for me to make myself known.
The Young and the Restless, new weekdays on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
Good morning, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. These are the stories that set your agenda. Early exit. President Trump heads home before the conclusion of the G7 summit as conflict continues to simmer between Israel and Iran. G7 leaders call for de-escalation in the Middle East, even as President Trump warns people in Tehran to evacuate the city. Plus, oil gains and stock futures fall as the markets go risk off, gold pushing higher. Good morning. So after a solid session on Wall Street yesterday with gains of 1.4% for the Nasdaq 100 and 1% for the S&P 500, getting back above that 6,000 level, today it is risk off as we focus on what the U.S. response is going to be as President Trump heads home early from the G7. Are we getting closer to talks between the U.S. and Iran, as some are reporting, or further and deeper involvement from the U.S. in that conflict? The U.S., of course, saying it has been just on a defensive posture when it comes to the war between Israel and Iran. In terms of European futures, currently pointing lower by 0.7%. FTSE 100 also a little softer as we build up to the open at 8 a.m., pointing lower by 48 points. S&P futures then, after the decent gains again of around 1% by the end of the close yesterday, pointing lower by 0.4%. And the Nasdaq 100, after that decent session on Monday, looking to drop 102 points so far in the session. Let's flip the board and have a look cross asset. You had a 20-year auction in the US, relatively well received. The 10-year currently yielding 4.44. Not much movement across the Treasury markets today. It is the Fed decision, of course, that will take the limelight for markets exposed to Treasuries tomorrow. That decision, of course, and what we hear from Fed Chair Jay Powell. 135 on the pounds. You did see the leaders of both the US and the UK agreeing to implement the trade deal that they've come to. That happened at that G7, of course, between the UK Prime Minister and Trump. $73 a barrel on Brent right now. This continues to be the asset of the moment, given the geopolitical risks. Up 0.8% so far in the session. The comments from President Trump around the Iranian capital leading to those further gains in the oil space. Gold at 3,394. The yellow metal up 0.3%. Let's take a closer look at Japanese assets, of course, because you had the BOJ standing pat as expected. Ava Hong in Singapore with the details.
Yeah, Tom, the job of the BOJ has gotten a lot more complicated following not long after these bond market ructions and then more recently the spike in oil prices prompting concerns about cost-push inflation. Today it stood pat on the benchmark rate. This was expected, but the more important picture is what it decided on the slowing of slowing on the reduction of bond purchases. It is going to be slowing that from April of next year. This was as markets had anticipated, but the problem was with that it was one hawkish holdout. It wasn't a unanimous decision. So we're seeing JGBs, they'll likely remain on offer. Already a 5 basis point move on the yield on the 10-year. Taking a closer look at the yen as well, the moves today quite interesting. Initially, we saw the Japanese yen, if you can flip the board, getting a bit of a safe haven bid, then weakening just before the decision, now climbing along with what the BOJ has just announced, and maybe also modestly supported by the higher yields on the long end. We'll see what the BOJ governor has to say. Tom.
Ava Hong in Singapore. Indeed, we'll be listening out, of course, for the BOJ governor at 7 a.m. UK time. We're going to bring you some live pictures right now. We are awaiting, of course, the departure of President Trump from Calgary in Canada. Of course, he's been meeting with other G7 leaders at and in the Rockies. He's had conversations one-on-one with the likes of Prime Minister Keir Starmer, the Japanese leader, the Italian leader Meloni as well. There is the presidential helicopter. We're expecting to see live pictures then of President Trump coming out of the helicopter, and we're expecting, of course, to board Air Force One. Those are live pictures from Calgary in Canada. We can bring in Oliver Crook now, who's been following the G7 summit for us. Of course, the headline is that President Trump is leaving early, and the question is, for what purpose, Ollie?
That's right. That's a line that crossed about 6 hours ago. We heard from the White House that President Trump will be departing the G7 meeting early, a full day early, in order to bring his attention fully to the situation between Iran and Israel. And just an hour before that news crossed, we got this out of Truth Social from the President of the United States, saying that Iran should have signed the deal I told them to sign. What a shame and a waste of human life. Simply stated, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I said it over and over again. And then this is the part that got everybody's attention. Everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran. Those were the pronouncements of the President of the United States about 6 or 7 hours ago on Truth Social. What that means precisely is not exactly clear. It is obviously clear that there is going to be a continued bombing campaign, as far as we can tell, on Tehran. Even if the G7 statement that we got a little bit earlier was fully supportive, basically tacitly, of all of Israel's activity. And there is, of course, adding to speculation that the United States itself may take a more active role in deploying potentially military action against Tehran. We do not know, again, if that is what is in the president's mind. He was asked a few hours ago about that very question, asked if the United States would take a more active role in Tehran in a sort of wide-ranging press conference he gave alongside Mark Carney. He had answered every other question sort of, in Trump style to that point. And when he was asked if the United States would take a more active role in Iran, he said he didn't want to answer that question, and he moved on. And he was saying that he got a reach out from the Iranians, that they would like to talk. He says that the Iranians are not winning the war. These are all the sort of pronouncements he's made at the G7. And also, we should say that the State Department has closed the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem for the day today. But, again, Trump is still wanting to push, I think, Iran to the table. He still expects a deal. He still would like to see a deal, though it is clearly the case that he is, at this point, endorsing the course of maximum pressure on Tehran and the Iranian government.
And we see President Trump, he's departed the presidential helicopter, as you can see, giving a fist pump and a wave. And he is expected, of course, to board Air Force One as the US president leaves the G7 summit early. And we continue, of course, to try and get detail, as Ollie was saying, as to exactly why the US president is leaving early. And it could be consequential in terms of a step up in US involvement, or indeed talks, as some have reported, between Iran and the US. You see there President Donald Trump making his way to Air Force One, having left the G7 summit early, giving a wave, of course, to the cameras. These are live pictures. And Ollie, the leaders did, as we watched the president climbing the steps, of course, up to Air Force One, the leaders at the G7 did issue a joint statement on Iran and Israel. What did they say in that statement, Ollie?
Yeah, remarkably also a statement that included the United States. This, of course, was the great fear that the U.S. would not join any sort of joint statement by the G7, though we understand the United States also exerted its influence in what the contents of that statement would be. And just as Trump embarks on his voyage back to Washington, D.C., it's about 4 or 5 hour flight from Calgary to D.C., we got the statement from the G7 basically saying that they reiterate their commitment to peace and stability in the Middle East. In this context, they affirm that Israel has the right to defend itself. They reiterate their support for the security of Israel, and also that Iran is the principal source of regional instability and terror, and have consistently been clear on the issue that Iran cannot be permitted to gain a nuclear weapon. So you get that G7 statement that is basically a tacit endorsement, as far as any sort of reading can tell you, of what Israel is doing. There is not really any criticism. We also understand that the United States had insisted on withdrawing, was saying that they basically oppose seeking restraint from both sides. The U.S. was opposing this statement to basically indicate that both sides should show restraint in accordance with international law. An earlier version also had said that the diplomatic solution was the best way to resolve the crisis. That language was also removed. So when we think about kind of what we got from this G7 meeting, the first under the Trump administration, really nothing new as far as the Trump administration is concerned, but this continued undermining of the multilateral system that the G7 was really meant to create, and with Trump going in there and basically saying that this should be the G8 and that Russia should be at the table, and the war in Ukraine would never have happened if Russia had been included in the G8. Of course, the reason Russia was expelled was because of the annexation of Crimea, and of course the G7 is supposed to be a forum to create global stability economically and militarily, and now you leave this meeting of the G7 leaders with a new war effectively seemingly escalating in the Middle East between Tehran and Israel.
Okay, Bloomberg's Oliver Crook, thank you very much indeed. The White House is said to be exploring then the possibility of a meeting with Iran this week. This is according to a report by Axios. Let's get the latest with Bloomberg's Jumana Pasechi in Dubai. What do we know, Jumana? Because I guess the question is, even if they have a meeting, the US and Iran, we've seen, of course, conversations between the two sides. They did have those talks about the Iranian nuclear program, and yet to no avail. So even if they do meet, what can we expect actually to come out of that conversation?
So first, let's talk about the hypothetical meeting if it does happen, but then also the signal that this sends, because for many days now, the question the world has been asking is, what role are the U.S. going to play in this conflict? We know that they didn't actively participate militarily in any of the actions or the attacks, the airstrikes that Israel has conducted so far. Over the weekend, President Trump tweeted at some point, or in off-the-cuff remarks, suggested that perhaps the two sides should fight it out, but then also has been pushing once again for Iran to sign on to the nuclear deal. And so they have a choice now whether they want to actually get actively involved militarily to fully eliminate the nuclear program, especially with the provision of some of those larger bunker buster bombs that are necessary to hit some of the nuclear enrichment sites that are buried deep in the mountains, or whether to push for the diplomatic channel. And this is why the story and the fact that President Trump has left G7 this morning is so significant for markets, because it does perhaps give a signal that the U.S. want to give diplomacy one last try. In terms of the story itself, what Axios is reporting is that Steve Witkoff, who is the special advisor for Trump and has been working on many of his different portfolios on the foreign policy side, is scheduled or might be looking to have a meeting with the Iranian foreign minister to discuss both, one, a ceasefire, and two, the possibility of re-engaging in those nuclear deal discussions. The sixth round of discussions were supposed to take place this Sunday. They no longer happen, of course. But what we do know from the Middle East side as well is that Oman too, and remember, the talks were scheduled to take place in Oman. They also are intensifying diplomatic efforts to contain the escalation as well. So it seems as though this morning there is a sliver of hope for the diplomatic channels to come through.
Okay, a sliver of hope. Steve Witkoff, of course, despite those efforts, has failed, of course, to bring together Russia and Ukraine in any formal ceasefire, and has failed, of course, to create a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. That has, of course, failed to last, at least. And the conflict, of course, Jumana, between Israel and Iran, meanwhile, is showing no sign of letting up in terms of the bombardments by both sides.
Yeah, so Oliver was talking earlier about the post that President Trump put up a short while ago saying and warning residents of Tehran to evacuate. There are 10 million residents in Tehran. There's nowhere to go. The airspaces are closed. People on the ground are talking about massive traffic jams, cars doing anything they can to make it to the mountain areas. And also, for the first time ever, the Israeli military also issued an evacuation notice to District 3 in Tehran, which is home to about 300,000 residents as well. So this is both unprecedented in nature. The airstrikes have continued, and blasts have been heard in Tehran shortly after those evacuation notices were issued. And then you may have seen the scenes overnight of the Iranian state TV also getting hit by a blast. This morning, the Iranian state TV is saying that the death toll on back of that blast at their station has now climbed to 3 people, which brings the total tally to almost 230 people killed since this war kicked off. I should also just mention that on the Israel side as well, there is a state of high alert. We're hearing that the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem is going to be shut today on back of security concerns. And then yesterday, our colleagues on Bloomberg Television spoke to the Minister of Strategic Affairs, Ron Dermer, and he said that their 2 objectives are, number one, removing Iran's capabilities on the nuclear side, but then also removing their missile capabilities. No explicit mention, of course, of regime change, which is what many people have been speculating since this conflict kicked off. But in the absence of them achieving those objectives, you have to wonder how much real chance there is for
Japan, Ishiba, yesterday didn't seem to come to any fruition or any breakthrough with those two talks. Ishiba addressed the media shortly after, saying the two sides are still very far apart on these trade talks. President Trump was also due to meet the new president of South Korea today. It seems like that meeting will not happen at all. So anyone wanting some dollar strength on the back of some good trade news isn't getting it as Trump departs the G7 early.
Bloomberg's Friday Title with a market reaction. Thank you very much indeed. Coming up, Japanese bonds under pressure today after a split decision by the BOJ on its bond buying plan. We're going to look ahead to the governor's press conference next. This is Bloomberg.
I'm Jason Kelly, and this season on Power Players, we're taking you behind the scenes to see how the business of sports has gone global.
I want sports to grow. I want sports to be bigger because we have talent.
What we have achieved in the NWSL from an investor perspective over 2 years is the equivalent of what it took other leagues 25 to 30 years to achieve.
You've got to have a business that's sustainable. The only way it's sustainable is got to make money.
Who is the market for? It's for all of us. Because when you invest in ETFs from iShares, the market is yours.
Our vision is to make search effortless so that people can truly ask anything. People used to use very specific keywords, and now you can use more natural language with complex questions, with your voice, with your camera. As search gets more helpful, it just creates more opportunities for you to engage with customers from both discovery to decision. If you're using manual tactics, you are just not going to be able to keep up. AI is catalyzing this consumer experience, and it is the driver of how you can effectively meet users in these new moments of discovery.
A Showtime original movie.
We're gonna be daddies.
Sometimes to start a new family,
Drink up, because you're gonna need it.
you need your chosen family.
Good grief. Is Ricky pimping your baby?
Noah's Ark the movie, streaming June 20th on the Paramount Plus with Showtime plan.
The Bank of Japan has left its benchmark rate unchanged and announced plans to slow its withdrawal from the bond market. Let's get more from Bloomberg M-Line strategist Mark Cranfield. Mark, the BOJ decision then triggering higher bond yields. Talk us through the market reaction to moves that were largely, or at least announcements that seemingly largely expected by the markets, and yet we have this reaction.
Yeah, there was a lot to digest, but from a trader's point of view, probably the key point was that the Bank of Japan will reduce its regular purchases of the bonds which are up to the 10-year maturity mark. Now, they normally do it 4 times a month. They're only going to do it 3 times a month, starting from July, I believe. Now, this is quite significant because it ties in also with the fact that the Ministry of Finance is going to meet with bond dealers later this week, and they're trying to skew the issues of debt more towards the short end of the curve. So it's a bit of a double whammy here for bond traders. On the one hand, the Japanese government is probably going to shove more bonds towards shorter dated maturities, and the Bank of Japan won't be around to buy up the surplus. So it's all going to rest on the bond traders' hands themselves. That's a lot for them to absorb, a lot to digest and to price into the market. Now, Governor Ueda will not be too unhappy with the reaction in the market here, because inflation has been very sticky in Japan. He's been talking about looking for the next window when he could raise interest rates, even though the Japanese government is not too keen on the idea. If the market continues to price the way it is, by the time we get to the July BOJ meeting, the 2-year area of the curve would have fully priced for the next interest rate hike. Doesn't mean to say it's a guaranteed to be done, but it gives the BOJ optionality, which they haven't had for a very long time. Governor Ueda will be pretty satisfied with that outcome. So in today's press conference, he probably is going to continue with that theme and not try to move the market away from what it's assuming is that it's pricing for the next hike of 25 basis points either in July or a little bit later in the year. Either way, it's exactly moving the direction that the BOJ wanted, because inflation is not going down in Japan even before we had this recent jump in oil prices. So all in all, it looks like a pretty good day's work, and Governor Ueda will probably have a big smile on his face by the time he finishes his press conference today.
OK, Bloomberg M-Life strategist Mark Cranfield on higher yields in Japan on the back of the decisions from the BOJ and the optionality then for that central bank. Mark, thank you. Some redheads crossing the terminal right now. President Trump, who's back on Air Force One, of course, and is leaving the G7 early, says his return to D.C., to the US capital, of course, has, quote, nothing to do with a ceasefire. His return has nothing to do with a ceasefire. There have been reports from Axios that the US and Iran may be getting closer to talks around the Iran-Israel conflict. The US president says his return to Washington, D.C. has nothing to do with a ceasefire. He's also saying that the reason why he is going back to D.C. is much bigger than that. It's hard to think of what could be bigger than the Iran-Israel conflict right now, but the president says the reason he's going back to D.C. is much bigger than that, nothing to do with a ceasefire. Oil is slightly higher on the back of that move. Brent is up 0.8%. Coming up, the CEO of Barclays weighs in on Brexit, the US dollar and Trump and the administration's tariff policies. We're going to bring you some of our wide-ranging interview next. This is Bloomberg.
There's a sense of urgency that we all must do something.
We shouldn't feel defeated.
We can do it.
Perpetual planet means protecting nature as if our lives depend on it.
We have to keep hope alive.
How can we use our skills to solve these global problems?
I love for my research to have an impact in the life of people.
It takes a collective effort from all of us to inspire, to educate.
Putting all the knowledge together.
Más gente involucrada, más gente. We are not going to stop until we get the job done.
It was just the beginning. Fantastic.
The CEO of Barclays says Brexit has damaged the UK economy in the long run. In the latest episode of Bloomberg Wealth, CS Venkatakrishnan also gave his thoughts on the US dollar, how technology is transforming the banking industry, and his own journey into finance. Here's a preview of his sit-down with David Rubenstein.
The disruption of trade relations with Europe, I mean, they are still there, but it has more friction in it. It is a country that has been growing at approximately 0 to 1%. And for all the advantages it has, it can grow much more. And it needs the investment to grow. It needs the investment in human capital, in infrastructure, and in companies to engender that growth. And that is, I think, the single biggest problem.
So today, would you say, or is it not appropriate for business leaders in England to say that Brexit was a mistake?
Well, I can say it, I'm a US citizen. But I think Brexit has, in the long run, damaged the UK economy. Yeah.
But nobody will say, let's have a vote to go back into the EU because nobody wants to admit they made a mistake, or why won't you have another vote?
Well, so I think one of the things that's happening in this world now is that having had Brexit, so to take back a little of what I said, having had Brexit, the UK has a freedom in its economic policy and its trade relationships that it would not have had under Brexit. In the current environment, that could be an advantage if it takes advantage of it.
So recently, the Prime Minister of England met with the President of the United States and gave him a letter from King Charles inviting him to have a state visit, which is the only time somebody's had 2 state visits. Was that popular in England to ask for a second state visit for President Trump?
Yeah, I think actually people in the UK and the UK press have admired the Prime Minister for having created that offer and found a way to have strong relationships with the President.
Okay. So right now, what do people think in England of the U.S. tariff policy?
They're worried about it. They're happy that, at least until the pause came, that they were at 10%, which was a lower number. And I think they're happy that they can negotiate that number differently from Europe, of which once they were part.
So does the United States have a trade deficit with the UK, or do you have a trade deficit with us?
I think the U.S. has a small trade deficit with the UK, if I remember right. Yeah.
So today, would you say that the UK is feeling more aligned with the countries on the continent of Europe, or still more aligned with its great partner, the United States?
I think they see the long-run future for the UK as much better off with the alignment with the US. It's a special relationship. When I think about Barclays, we've been around for 330 years, and our US relationship is very strong. Ben Franklin had an account with us.
Okay, to watch more of David Rubenstein's interview with the Barclays CEO, watch Bloomberg World tomorrow evening, UK time on Bloomberg Television. Banco Sabadell is assessing the possibility of selling UK lender TSB, staying with banks, as it seeks to ward off a takeover by rival BBVA. Sabadell said in a regulatory filing that it has received expressions of interest in the bank. TSB has more than 5 million customers and is the UK's 7th largest network with 186 high street branches. Coming up, President Trump's call for the evacuation of Tehran helps push oil prices higher. We're going to take a look at the oil market next. This is Bloomberg.
Every small business should be a growing business. Paramount can help. Advertise on TV in just a few clicks with Paramount Ads Manager. Your next customer is already watching. Get started at ParamountAdsManager.com.
On August 1st, see Liam Neeson like never before.
I'm gonna ruin another suit.
They are threatening to shut down police squad if you do not solve this case.
Says you served 20 years for man's laughter. You mean manslaughter? Must have been quite the joke. Car, drive forward 30 feet.
Oh!
This place is falling apart.
Good morning, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. Happy Tuesday. These are the stories that set your agenda. Early exit, President Trump heads home before the conclusion of the G7 summit as conflict continues to simmer in the Middle East. G7 leaders, meanwhile, call for de-escalation between Israel and Iran, even as President Trump warns people in Tehran to evacuate the city. Plus, oil gains and stock futures fall as the markets go risk-off, gold pushing higher. Let's check in on the markets then. After a decent day for US and European stocks yesterday, it is risk-off today on the geopolitical angst, of course, and particularly the comment from President Trump that people should evacuate the Iranian capital. He's recently, of course, boarded Air Force One on his flight back from Calgary in Canada, back to the United States, and he's been posting on Truth Social saying that he is not going back to discuss a ceasefire between Iran and Israel. He says his return to DC has, quote, nothing to do with a ceasefire. European futures down 0.7%. FTSE 100 futures looking to drop 48 points. S&P E-minis after a decent session yesterday with gains of 1% and crossing back above 6,000, now pointing lower by 0.3%. NASDAQ 100 futures gained 1.4% by the end of the close yesterday, currently pointing lower by around 0.4%. Let's quickly look cross asset. The Bank of Japan, of course, has made the decision to keep rates on hold, but will be slowing its reduction in terms of bond purchases, and we will see how that, of course, transpires. We have seen yields up on JGBs. The US 10-year, though, currently at 4.43, largely unchanged in the session. The pound in focus after the Prime Minister agreed to implement the deal with his US counterpart. 135 right now on the pound. Brent is higher in the session, up 0.8% on the geopolitical uncertainty, and gold also getting a bid as that safe haven asset gains 0.2%. So Israel and Iran continue to exchange missile salvos despite reports that Iran is seeking talks. Israel targeted Tehran, including the state television station. President Trump, meanwhile, has said Iran should have signed the deal he told them to sign.
I gave Iran 60 days, and they said no, and the 61st, you saw what happened. Day 61. So I'm in constant touch. And as I've been saying, I think a deal will be signed, or something will happen, but a deal will be signed. And I think Iran is foolish not to sign one.
OK, let's get more with Bloomberg's Dan Williams, usually, of course, based in Jerusalem. Dan joining us bright and early once again. Dan, in terms of the latest on reports from Axios that the two sides, or at least Iran, is looking and putting out feelers in terms of potentially a deal with Israel. Israeli government officials telling Bloomberg that they have two key objectives right now that they continue to pursue. One is the missile program in Iran, and the other is the nuclear facilities. How do we square these two things? What is the latest in terms of how both sides are approaching this conflict?
Well, Tom, I think it's fair to say that in statesmanship there are people who believe in paper and there are people who believe in power. Israel is in the latter party now. They've given diplomacy a chance, they say. Now they're on a roll militarily. They want concrete gains. They don't want a ceasefire, which is by definition temporary, where both warring parties are serving their own interests. They see this in a binary fashion. So, to judge by Israeli statements, they will pursue a military operation in Iran that is going better than planned, that still has a target list to fulfill, except if diplomacy would be basically a unilateral capitulation by Iran, especially on the core issue of uranium enrichment, which the Israelis and the Americans have said Iran has to abandon completely for there to be a negotiated deal.
How do we fold in the US president's reactions to this then? At one point yesterday suggesting that they're getting closer to some kind of agreement, the two sides, and then, of course, most recently suggesting that he's not going back to DC. He hasn't left the G7 summit early to go and pursue ceasefire talks or at least conversations with Iran. We'll see what actually transpires when he lands in Washington. But how do we understand the US positioning around this, particularly if Israel is any closer to pulling the US into this conflict?
I think it's fair to say that Trump is a showman. We saw this late last week. To a degree, it appears that the Americans were playing along with an Israeli ruse designed to lower Iran's guard. It's very possible that the mixed messaging here is designed to create a fog of war, a degree of confusion on the part of the Iranians, which presumably would stoke their own concern for their own future and perhaps reduce their expectations of any diplomatic achievement. Trump, we just heard him say that he gave the Iranians 60 days and they failed, according to him, to deliver diplomatically. We know the American position regarding uranium enrichment, and I think also Trump admires success. Nothing succeeds like success. He said also at the G7 that this is going well for Israel, in his words. He said Iran is not winning this war, in his words. So I think he would also believe in his business sense that this is a time to press the Israeli achievements to the full, so that if there is a diplomatic achievement, if there is a diplomatic deal, it accords with U.S. expectations and Israeli expectations more than Iranian expectations heretofore.
Dan, there have been a lot of questions about the domestic support in Iran for that regime as it faces this unprecedented pressure and assault on its own apparatus and many senior leaders, of course, within the military scientific community and now politically as well. The domestic support in Israel, what is your understanding of how solid that is at this point for this stage of the conflict?
Well, Bloomberg got a first look at what I believe was the first poll. Keep in mind, this is really only the fourth day of this war, which was a streak from the blue. It was a bolt from the blue attack by Israel with perfect tactical surprise. The first poll issued late yesterday found 70% for the Israeli opening of this operation, sustained solid majority support in Israel. Keep in mind that this war against Iran is really coextensive with the war that's been raging for over 20 months against Iranian proxies. So many Israelis see it as a natural culmination and would hope that it will naturally bring to a conclusion of the wider regional war. There is an exception when it comes to whether Israel can complete the job itself against nuclear program. Many Israelis don't believe it has the means to do that. Some Israelis also have misgivings about continuing the war if it causes thousands of civilian casualties on the Israeli home front. Right now there are casualties, but they're not in the thousands, so it would appear that in terms of popular support, Netanyahu has a way to go yet.
OK, Bloomberg's Dan Williams, thank you very much indeed. Meanwhile, oil prices gaining after President Trump called for the evacuation of Tehran. And as Israel vowed more strikes, let's bring in, at this point, Bloomberg Middle East energy reporter Anthony DePaula from Dubai. So that call, Anthony, from Trump to evacuate the Iranian capital clearly spooking the markets.
Yeah, I mean, we saw oil kind of all over the place yesterday, starting off high in the morning because of those initial attacks on some, granted, more domestically focused Iranian energy facilities. And then we saw oil fall sharply when there were some reports that there were talks, that the Iranians wanted to have talks about ending a war. And then we saw it again rising based on Trump. So we are really reacting to geopolitical headlines here. The underlying fundamentals of the oil market have not really changed in that we've got a lot of oil on the market. We have been seeing inventory starting to build. So that was going to be weighing on the oil market going into the second half. But now we are really reacting to these geopolitical headlines as you see the oil price simply bouncing up and down whenever we see any kind of news on that. But what the oil market and what traders are really looking for in terms of prices is if there's any risk of an interruption of supplies. And we haven't yet seen that. So if you look at the price now, just below $74. We were around 75 yesterday. We're higher than where we were last week, but we're not at those levels that would indicate that the market is concerned that there's not going to be oil coming through, that flows are going to be interrupted. So it's really just reacting to headlines and then kind of waiting to see what those headlines actually mean, Tom.
And the focus, as you suggest, of course, still very much on the Straits of Hormuz and whether or not we see any disruption to that key artery for the oil trade. Freight rates have jumped, Anthony, as a result of this conflict. Talk us through what has happened in terms of pricing around freight and the adjustments there.
I mean, any issue like this is going to cause friction in the system. People have to take precautions in terms of protecting their vessels. So we've seen some owners saying they don't want to send vessels into the Gulf. We'll see the freight rates go higher because people will have to, pay more to get a vessel on certain routes, and because of those higher costs in terms of insurance, in terms of fewer vessels willing to go to a certain area, that's going to create some friction. That's going to bring prices up on the freight rates across the market. And so that's something that we're seeing in terms of the oil prices. So that's also factoring into those higher prices as well, along with that geopolitical risk. So we are seeing some of that coming through, and it is getting riskier to travel around the Strait of Hormuz, because we have seen that there have been interruptions in some signals, which help the vessels navigate, which help the vessels figure out where they are. So that creates some safety issues in terms of vessels navigating. Now, this could be linked as well to trying to interrupt military signals in the region, but that's having that impact on the vessels. So people are needing to go a little bit more cautious, a little bit more slowly. But that said, there's always going to be that risk around that area of Strait of Hormuz, but we don't see any distinct effort to close it or block it off yet, Tom.
Okay, Bloomberg's Anthony Di Paola in Dubai with that important update around the oil markets. Anthony, thank you. Later, watch out, by the way, for an interview with the son of the last Shah of Iran, Crown Prince of Iran, Reza Pahlavi. That conversation is at 12:30 p.m. UK time. Coming up, we're going to take you live to the Paris Air Show. We're going to switch focus for a conversation with the CEO of Takiva, which recently secured a contract to make military drones for the UK's RAF. This is Bloomberg.
I'm Jason Kelly, and this season on Power Players, we're taking you behind the scenes to see how the business of sports has gone global.
I want sports to grow. I want sports to be bigger because we have talent.
What we have achieved in the NWSL from an investor perspective over 2 years is the equivalent of what it took other leagues 25 to 30 years to achieve.
You've got to have a business that's sustainable. The only way it's sustainable is got to make money.
On The Young and the Restless, it's a soapy summer of scandal in France.
It's time for me to make myself known.
The Young and the Restless, new weekdays on CBS.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. Now, the heightened geopolitical uncertainty means defence is taking, of course, a more prominent role at this year's Paris Air Show, with the latest tech being showcased as countries look to spend more on defence. Let's take you back live to the show now. Bloomberg's Guy Johnson standing by with another great guest. Guy.
Morning, Tom. This was not the show that we were anticipating. Let's start off there. This was a show that was anticipated to be full of all kinds of orders. This is an industry that is currently seeing huge demand, both on the military side, on the civil side, but events have basically got in the way and disrupted that. So the CEO of Boeing, for instance, we already know, is not here. But you've also had all kinds of other things happening as well. You've got a situation developing within the European defence industry. Do we need 3 fighter jets? We're going to be speaking to Dassault a little bit later on. There's all kinds of controversy around who is going to be making what and what Europe needs to do to consolidate its defence industry. You've also got the evolving situation around Israel and Iran. That is causing controversy here as well. The Israeli stand in one of the huge hangars behind me has been boarded up. The French government has made the decision that the Israelis cannot showcase some of their offensive weapons that they were hoping to display here at the Paris Air Show. The wider question really for Europe at the moment is how does it coordinate and consolidate its defence industry and try and figure out what it does next. And one of the key areas that we're focusing on is the drone industry. So we've got the perfect guest to talk to about that. Ricardo Mendes is the CEO of TechEver. We've spoken in the past. This is a fast evolving industry, so it's nice to catch up with you. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having us.
How busy is the show? How different was this show 2 years ago to where we are now? How much interest are you getting?
For us, it's been extremely busy. With all I think autonomy is at the center of what's happening in defense in nowadays, and us being one of the main players in Europe. Yep. We've been receiving delegations every single time of the day, so it's been super exciting.
In terms of what is happening right now, you don't do offensive weapons. You do reconnaissance, surveillance drones. Just talk to me about where the evolution is right now. There's obviously a lot of hardware evolution, but you were telling me before we sat down, this is a story that is moving week by week, Absolutely. Day by day in terms of the evolution you're seeing on the software. How fast are products evolving?
At a tremendous pace. So I think what's very relevant to understand is the technology potential is increasing very significantly with compute, yep. with the evolution of computing, but also you're finding always, every day, new ways of using this technology, which means that the products need to evolve really fast, and the products that were useful yesterday will yep. not be useful tomorrow. And so basically what you need to optimize for is adaptation and the speed of evolution. Not necessarily having a product that is perfect today, but you can't move really fast. Yep. You need to optimize for speed, essentially.
So what are the challenges of speed? What are the challenges that you're facing right now?
The biggest challenge you have is, so it's not difficult to evolve something really fast if it's not deployed or if it's not produced at scale. The really challenging thing to do is how do you evolve something that where you have hundreds or thousands in the field, you keep evolving the product, you need to train people, you need to produce at this scale, yep. and you need to keep moving. So how do you manage the entire thing? And that's basically the problem we solve.
So where are the bottlenecks, where are the kind of the key restrictions, bottlenecks that you're facing right now?
So it goes all the way from, obviously, how do you create a company and an organization that yep. can evolve things at this pace. So it's a tremendous engineering effort from yep. from all the software engineering, all the aeronautical design, etc., mechanical, so forward, then producing at this scale. But then how do you support an end user at this scale? So right. how do you train, how do you keep people current, how do you maintain, how do you keep the entire chain working?
So what does Europe need to learn in terms of what the situation is in Ukraine right now? Mm-hmm. What does the European defense industry need to learn from that?
So I think, first of all, it's very important that Europe understands that Ukraine is a tremendous learning process from a defense industry point of view. So what's happening in Ukraine is basically teaching us how autonomy needs to work. And so looking at that, we need to be able to, in Europe, we need to be able to have the different countries. Europe is not one market like in the US, right? It's a number of countries with their own philosophies, strategies, and so forward, and approaches to technology, and we need to make this a more consolidated market.
How easy is that?
It's extremely difficult.
We're going to be talking about fighter jets later on. There's potentially 3 fighter jets Europe is producing. Yeah. People are saying that's way too many. There isn't interoperability. There's all kinds of challenges that come with that. You deal with this every day.
Yeah.
How far away is Europe from producing kind of one product that everybody can use, that works, that everybody can evolve?
It's still very far away, I would say,
okay,
but it's coming closer as governments understand that, first of all, Europe needs to rely on itself and on its defense industry to support it. It needs to grow really quickly the capabilities and the industrial base to do it. And this is all about creating an ecosystem. It won't be about one company, one product.
Yeah, but the technology is here.
The technology exists, and Europe has tremendous companies in this area. What needs to happen is a European ecosystem of companies that work together, that have products that work together, that can be scaled throughout Europe.
And you've got the challenge of the drone industry, but the drone industry is increasingly working with the fighter jet industry.
Absolutely.
Again, the conversation with Dassault is about swarms of drones working with. How difficult is that?
It's extremely challenging. So we're very happy that finally a project that we've been working on for quite some time with the Royal Air Force was made public about a month ago, called Storm Shroud. And it's basically precisely about that, about teaming products, autonomous systems drones, so our AR-3 drone, for example, with fighter jets to basically increase their capabilities in the field. So providing, in this case, signal intelligence and jamming capabilities to a fighter jet in a way to protect the very expensive equipment. So I think what all of this is moving to, and this is not the future, it's the reality today, is you team manned and unmanned. Unmanned being, desirably not shut down, but more attritable. But it doesn't carry a human, it's cheaper, etc., to protect the most important and most expensive and obviously human life.
The decision maker, though, the decision maker sits at the center of this is the human. How long does that last for?
It's an excellent question. I think today it's possible to do pretty much an entire autonomous mission from A to Z. So our drones, for example, but many others are fully autonomous. So you do the entire mission autonomously without human intervention. But we strongly believe that for some specific decisions, there should be always a human in the loop. I think it's not a technical necessity, it's an ethical need. I think the answer to that question is not on the realm of technology, it's on the realm of ethics, basically.
Carlo, great to see you. Thanks for stopping by to see us. Really appreciate it. Carlo Mendes, CEO of TechEver. We've got some great guests lined up. We're going to carry on the conversation we started with Ricardo. We're going to be speaking to the CEO of Dassault Aviation, the maker of the Rafale fighter jet. We'll have that conversation a little bit later on. Some antagonism maybe with the Airbus partner on the next generation aircraft. We're also going to be speaking to Sean Duffy, the US Transport Secretary, a little bit later on as well. Get his update on what was happening in India. What information has he got about the 787 that crashed there and what we need to take forward from that? So some great conversations coming up from the Paris Air Show a little bit later on. Tom, for now, back to you.
Bloomberg's Guy Johnson on the ground at the Paris Air Show. Thank you very much indeed. In other news, UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer has reached an agreement with President Donald Trump to implement terms disclosed last month to cut US tariffs on key British exports, as well as increase imports of American farm products. The two presented a document signed at the G7 in Canada, which moves forward on measures easing trade in cars, agricultural and aerospace products, but the agreement did not promise an immediate cut to US steel tariffs. There's plenty more coming up. Stay with us. This is Bloomberg.
There's a sense of urgency that we all must do something.
We shouldn't feel defeated.
We can do it.
Perpetual planet means protecting nature as if our lives depend on it.
We have to keep hope alive.
How can we use our skills to solve these global problems?
I love for my research to have an impact in the life of people.
It takes a collective effort from all of us to inspire, to educate.
Putting all the knowledge together.
Más gente involucrada, más gente.
We are not going to stop until we get the job done.
It was just the beginning.
Fantastic.
A Showtime original movie.
We're gonna be daddies.
Drink up, 'cause you're gonna need it.
Sometimes to start a new family,
You know you're taking this job, right?
I have 2 babies on the way.
you need your chosen family.
The millennials love a daddy. So do I.
Get a nanny. What will you do when the babies wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning?
Hey Siri, how do I stop a baby crying?
I get it. We're a mess.
I heard that.
Noah's Ark the movie, streaming June 20th on the Paramount Plus with Showtime plan.
Tech is integrated into every aspect of our lives, from finance to defense, AI to entertainment, and from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories from the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers and the politics that shape global tech markets. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. Watch the new Bloomberg Tech Europe. Premieres Friday, only on Bloomberg Television.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. So Iran has not yet reached that stranglehold around the Straits of Hormuz, but already you are seeing adjustments in terms of tankers making their way through, of course, that channel that is, of course, responsible for about a third of the world's global oil supply. 17 million barrels a day go through the Straits of Hormuz, and already, despite the fact we haven't seen specific efforts by Iran to try and squeeze that channel, you have seen, of course, freights and tankers diverting away from that. So we continue to watch that story, of course, and it doesn't have to be a complete closure. It could be, for example, the detention of some of those tankers. That is something that Iran has done in the past. So we continue to watch the Straits of Hormuz. So far, of course, you're seeing tankers diverting already, despite the fact Iran has not taken specific measures. So let's flip the board and have a look at another geopolitical mover in terms of asset classes. That, of course, is gold. It's gaining in the session today. Citi, though, says the best days are behind the yellow metal after the gains of 45% over the last 12 months. They say that's because growth is going to improve in 2026. You're going to get Fed cuts, and they forecast gold at between 2,500 and 2,700 by the second half of next year. The opening trade is up next. This is Bloomberg.
Good morning from London. I'm Anna Edwards alongside Kriti Gupta and Lizzie Burden. We're an hour away from the opening trade. Here's what you need to know. Donald Trump makes an early exit from the G7 meetings as tensions escalate in the Middle East, but says his departure has nothing to do with any potential ceasefire. Equity futures dip and oil gains after the US president takes to social media to call for an evacuation of Tehran's 9.5 million residents. Plus, the Bank of Japan holds rates and shows caution in its plans to withdraw from the bond market. Governor Ueda speaks in half an hour.
In the meantime, of course, we are monitoring what's going to happen in dollar yen. At the moment, we're at a 144 handle, just shy of 145. A lot could change, however, in 30 minutes' time. So perhaps some stability in that currency pair. I'm going to work my way up because, as Anna mentioned, the Middle East very much in focus there. A 73 handle on Brent, paring back some of the gains we've seen on Friday's session and yesterday's session as well. In the meantime, risk sentiment when it comes to equities really taking a turn for the lows. A Euro Stoxx 50 that's down almost 0.8%. The countdown to the opening trade starts right now.
I gave Iran 60 days, and they said no, and the 61st, you saw what happened. Day 61, so I'm in constant touch, and as I've been saying, I think a deal will be signed, or something will happen, but a deal will be signed, and I think Iran is foolish not to sign one.
Welcome to the programme, everybody. This is the opening trade on Tuesday, the 17th of June. Lizzie, the violence continues in the Middle East, but of course a lot of the market's focus, the geopolitical focus, has actually come from the G7 overnight.
And indeed, the president has left early, and we don't know why.
We don't know why, and the market's not feeling so great about it, but a little bit of a reversal from what we've seen in the last couple of days.
Yeah, let's get an update on some of the news lines we've had coming from the G7 and the significance of the departure of President Trump. Let's bring in Bloomberg's Oliver Crook, who's monitoring all of these international geopolitical developments for us. Oliver, take us through the latest.
Yeah, Anna, so listen, it's been a very sort of consequential few hours. And again, the headline about 6 or 7 hours ago is that Donald Trump is leaving the G7 meeting early to go to Washington, D.C. in order to give his full attention to the escalating situation between Iran and Israel. But the precise way in which he's going to give that attention, we do not know why. For that, we go to Truth Social to see what he has posted over the last couple of hours. And the one that has really grabbed the attention was about 6 or 7 hours ago, saying that basically Iran should have signed the deal, that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, and that everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran. Those were the pronouncements of the President of the United States just a few hours ago. And then following up to that, as we're seeing now on the screen from commenting on the comments of Emmanuel Macron, who had said that Trump was going to D.C. to basically work on a ceasefire with Iran, saying that that is basically entirely wrong and that this is something much bigger and to stay tuned. This, of course, creates speculation in two directions. One, that there could be an imminent deal with Iran, that there is going to be a discussion. We had some reports a little bit earlier from Axios saying that Steve Witkoff could potentially meet with the Iranian foreign minister in the next couple of days. But of course, the other side of the spectrum is that there is speculation that the U.S. could take a more active role in Israel's military campaign, potentially joining on. Again, we do not know in which direction this is going to go. This is potentially a part of the design from the Trump administration, who clearly has said from the very beginning he wants to get a deal with Iran. But it seems as if we are currently in the sort of maximum pressure part of the sort of negotiation between the United States and Iran. And we should say that the G7 also collectively basically made no criticism of Israel in the sort of way that it was attacking and bombing Iran. And we should also say, just as a final point, that this is the G7 meeting. This is supposed to bring geopolitical stability across the globe. We went into this meeting with very high tensions. It is a much more explosive situation going out. And we should say one of the many consequences of this is we're not talking, for example, of the massive bombing campaign that happened overnight from Russia into Kyiv that has killed 14 people. So all of this sort of adding up as the president is on Air Force One on his way back to Washington, D.C. as we speak.
Oliver, thank you very much. Bloomberg's Ollie Crook there in Berlin, but keeping his eye on all of the global geopolitical developments pertaining to the G7. Let's think about what we've learned from this G7. It is interesting, as Ollie said, that we did manage to get to a joint statement, although it does seem as if it was watered down from initial versions. The initial versions maybe were a little more critical of Israel and calling for more of an immediate ceasefire on a number of fronts. Some of that language was removed, but they did manage to get to something that resembled a joint statement, and they're very keen to emphasise the fact that they they see Iran as the source of the tension in the Middle East. That's the G7's view. But then, having digested the way they came together and coalesced around the statement, then we see this explosive language from President Trump about Emmanuel Macron, about the fact he's not right, he gets things wrong, either intentionally or not. And you do wonder whether multilateralism lives to fight another day.
Well, yeah, leaving a summit early on which Donald Trump has formed, by the way, and we know that he thinks that they're a bit of a bore, is surely the opposite of a coordinated international response. And then, as you say, following up by speaking ill of Emmanuel Macron and questioning those comments from Macron. Look, what else is Trump leaving for, if not to go and get a ceasefire between Iran and Israel? What could be bigger is my question. What else is he going home to work on? And then also, you know, when Ollie sets out those two potential options here, the good option being maybe they get to a nuclear deal, the bad option being that the US gets involved with Israel's attacks on Iran, the market's pessimistic here. And remember, when Steve Witkoff's been involved in negotiations before, it's not necessarily led to the peaceful outcome, particularly when we've looked at Ukraine.
Well, and the fact that in just the last 48 hours or so, Donald Trump has also reached out and spoken to Vladimir Putin as well as a key player, a stakeholder in some of these discussions, specifically when it comes to Iran. But there are others as well, and I think notably absent from his conversations in terms of approaching Israel outside of G7 is how he's interacting with European leaders, and that's going to be something to watch in this region.
Yes, and Lizzie's already nodded towards this, the way that the market is hanging on all of these words, the market responding, the ups and downs of risk appetite, very much being dictated by the US president and his stance, but all of the day-to-day developments, what Iran is prepared to agree to as well.
Absolutely.
It's interesting that you've seen commodity tankers avoiding the Strait of Hormuz, regardless of the idea that it's so politically and logistically unfeasible that Iran would block the strait. We heard that from analyst after analyst yesterday. But you've seen almost 60% in less than a week freight rates anyway, and surely that's going to add to inflation. So the market's seeing that as well.
Absolutely, and I think this is crucial as well because the oil market paired a lot of those losses, and it feels like there's a little bit of a ripple effect here. And you saw the commodity market in the last 48 hours take a bigger move in terms of in both directions. Now is the equity market's turn. The conversation we had literally 24 hours ago here was that the equity market perhaps wasn't as pronounced of a reaction in yesterday's trade. Today, it seems the opposite, and a lot of that weakness concentrated here in Europe.
I do think it's interesting the way the market is responding and not to the things that President Trump is saying here, because of course we're hanging on the every word, but there is a sense that maybe there's some fatigue setting in as well. I mean, if you look yesterday, this wasn't from Trump, but in terms of the Middle East developments, yesterday the reports that Iran was willing to talk to the United States, that sent risk appetite higher. Then overnight, when President Trump calls on the residents of Tehran to leave, we saw risk appetite drop. Then we saw a little bit of a tick upwards when we got some other comments from him, reports of discussions actually around Iran and the US and whether they could meet. And the most recent lines around, you know, this is nothing to do with the ceasefire, Emmanuel Macron gets it wrong. Markets didn't really know what to do with that, and they just sort of stalled. And we are at a position where US futures are down around 0.3%, looking for the next signal.
And European futures down even more. Well, let's look over to Asia while we digest all of that. Of course, the Bank of Japan holding rates as expected, but more of a focus on the bond buying program and the fact that they're going to slow tapering that from the start of the next fiscal year from 400 billion yen a year to 200 billion yen a year. Again, it was kind of expected. And when you look at the market reaction, you've seen 10-year JGB yields up. Again, it's not really a surprise. And the way analysts are kind of talking about it is that they've bought the rumour and now they're selling the fact.
It's fascinating as well, though, because as we said at the top of the show, dollar yen kind of in a cautionary moment right now. And I think it's interesting what the BOJ and what Governor Ueda is going to have to say about the oil price move, because Japan is one of the biggest importers of oil, and a lot of the inflation moves that they have is driven by the oil price. So if you see a sustained level, I'm looking at 73 handle on Brent here, stay above 70, does that make the BOJ more dovish, or excuse me, more hawkish in the next couple of months?
And that's the way that the Middle East agenda finds its way into the Bank of Japan's agenda, just as for many central banks we're watching this week. What's the inflation outlook? And so with that in mind, interesting to think, what are we going to be watching for from the press conference? I mean, one of the core things is what kind of guidance do we get from Ueda around the next hike, the timing of it, the extent of it, the likelihood of it, because there are those in the market who are starting to question that. Food prices, obviously a big issue, and stability at the long end of the Japanese market. That's something that has gone gone global, and that is something that no doubt will be coming up. There'll be questions asked about.
And with so much uncertainty on the table, as you say, hard to keep hikes on the table clearly. As you say, Christy, a headwind for the yen, especially when the ECB is signalling that it's near the end of rate cuts, that Lagarde wants a stronger euro, saying so in an FT op-ed just this morning. So, you know, a difficult position for a wader in that press conference.
Let's tell you what else is coming up in the show then. We have plenty of voices around the table and joining us remotely as well to take us through the latest news lines. Eric Lonergan joins us from Calibrate Partners, discretionary macro head. We'll get his perspective on the latest news developments, but also his views on including, the BOJ, where he has some interesting things to say. Lotfi Karui joins us, Goldman Sachs chief credit strategist. We're working our way towards a Fed meeting. What's the outlook for the credit markets? Ian Harnett, Absolute Strategy Research co-founder, will be with us. And taking on the G7 topics and Israel-Iran latest, we'll also be speaking to Jose Manuel Alvarez, the Spanish foreign minister. That's ahead of a European foreign ministers meeting, and the Spanish have been a bit more critical of Israel within the EU than other voices, so we'll get a perspective there. We'll also speak to Jane Kinnamont, Middle East watcher, with a lot to say on the future of multilateralism.
And lots to look ahead to on the data front as well. At 9 a.m. UK time, so just less than 2 hours. We do get the IEA oil report as well. What are the oil dynamics, especially going into perhaps one of the more sustained periods of higher oil volatility that we've seen in quite some time? Plus the German ZEW or ZEW survey coming in at 10 a.m. UK time. But then all the focus, I think, from a consumer standpoint, shifts right to the United States. At about 1:30 p.m. UK time, those retail sales are going to come in, perhaps throwing a little bit of cold water or tailwind to what the FOMC is thinking.
So we've got a busy day ahead. Here's what else you need to know this morning. US Senate Republicans have drafted a new version of President Trump's signature economic package. The bill expands some tax breaks, raises the debt ceiling by $5 trillion, and makes permanent 3 business tax breaks that were set to expire after 2029. The plan comes at the expense of curbing health coverage for some low-income Americans and makes no mention of a deal on the state and local tax deductions. US President Trump has signalled that he's in no rush to impose tougher sanctions on Russia. Trump expressed concern that imposing sanctions would cost the US, quote, billions and billions of dollars. European leaders have pushed Trump on new sanctions, arguing that it's critical to forcing Russian President Vladimir Putin to negotiate in better faith to end his war in Ukraine. And Prime Minister Keir Starmer has reached an agreement with President Donald Trump to implement terms disclosed last month to cut US tariffs on key British exports, as well as increase imports of American farm products. The two presented a document signed at the G7 in Canada, which moves forward on measures easing trade in cars, agriculture and aerospace products. But the agreement didn't promise an immediate cut to US steel tariffs. So that an important win for Keir Starmer, but actually very, very disappointing on the steel front. And it looks like we're going to have to wait for Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary, to actually decide when those steel quotas are going to come in and what level of the quota will be.
Yeah, it's really interesting how, you know, there are trade deals and there are trade deals. And I thought we'd agreed this deal. And now you seem to have to assemble to agree to implement the deal that you previously agreed to. And even at that point, you can't agree to everything. So it does seem as if we are, you know, symbolically, we're talking about deals being done, perhaps, but not necessarily with all of the detail. And, of course, this means that, yes, this is a win, as you say, for Keir Starmer, and he's managed to get this done before lots of other countries. Canada not having a deal, Japan not having a deal, and there had been some expectation, given the trade-heavy team that Trump had taken with him, that those kind of deals might be hammered out around the G7, or at least progress made. Well, with President Trump leaving early, you wonder if any progress can be made on that front.
And that was certainly something high on Mark Carney's agenda as well, given that he was hosting the G7 summit and wanted to lead with that as well. I thought it was interesting, though, that defense continues to be a key carve-out from this deal as well. And I think that's crucial, given that that has been a legacy of the transatlantic trade relationship for quite some time. But the steel, to your point, is a piece that he's dealing with some domestic pressures as well that he's unlikely to change on. So that's going to be something we watch very, very closely. We also know that the cracks, or actually the progress between Donald Trump and Japan's Toshiba also didn't quite come to fruition. Lots to digest in the show ahead, lots for the markets to price in. But coming up, we're going to go right back to Guy Johnson. He joins us from the Paris Air Show with interviews from the Dassault Aviation CEO and the Director General of the European Space Agency. Plus, as we discussed, the BOJ held rates, but Japan watchers now waiting for Governor Ueda to speak. We'll bring you the headlines and the market reaction as they break. But up next, as I said, right back to the markets. Futures are lower on both sides of the Atlantic, extra concentrated right here in Europe, but oil continuing to rise. Markets facing those heightened risks out of the Middle East. We'll digest and discuss coming up next. If you have any questions of your own for us or for our guests, get involved in the conversation. IB plus BBTV Go is the function on your terminal. This is Bloomberg.
I'm Jason Kelly, and this season on Power Players, we're taking you behind the scenes to see how the business of sports has gone global.
I want sports to grow. I want sports to be bigger because we have talent.
What we have achieved in the NWSL from an investor perspective over 2 years is the equivalent of what it took other leagues 25 to 30 years to achieve.
You've got to have a business that's sustainable. The only way it's sustainable is got to make money.
Our vision is to make search effortless so that people can truly ask anything. People used to use very specific keywords, and now you can use more natural language with complex questions, with your voice, with your camera. As search gets more helpful, it just creates more opportunities for you to engage with customers from both discovery to decision. If you're using manual tactics, you are just not going to be able to keep up. AI is catalyzing this consumer experience, and it is the driver of how you can effectively meet users in these new moments of discovery.
On The Young and the Restless.
This is something else.
A mysterious invitation to the south of France
Who does this guy think he is?
One of the most reclusive billionaires in the world.
ignites a soapy summer of scandal.
As if there wasn't enough mystery and intrigue already. It's like a human board game.
Anything can happen.
This just gets weirder and weirder.
Can somebody please help? And shocking revelation.
It's time for me to make myself known.
The Young and the Restless, new weekdays on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
Integrated into every aspect of our lives. From finance to defense, AI to entertainment, and from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories from the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers and the politics that shape global tech markets. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. Watch the new Bloomberg Tech Europe. Premieres Friday, only on Bloomberg Television.
Welcome back. This is the opening trade. Tuesday, the 17th of June. European equity market futures are pointing lower. US futures also pointing lower this morning. And it does seem as if some of the commentary we've had from President Trump overnight calling on residents of Tehran to evacuate, that kind of commentary is sticking to the market sentiment, and that weighed on sentiment. We have seen that sentiment be a little bit volatile. Just yesterday, we saw a boost to sentiment driven by what's, talk in various media sources as to what Iran is and is not prepared to sign up to when it comes to conversations with the United States. But all of that, the market keeps under review, of course, and sentiment right now on the back foot just a little bit. So that's where we are on futures. Let's think about how markets are watching developments in the Middle East and what the focus is. Eric Lonergan joins us, discretionary macro head at Calibrate Partners. Very good to have you with us, Eric. Nice to see you. So there's lots to discuss. It's a big week for central banks. We've had the BOJ, we'll get to that, lots of other central banks meeting as well. But in the more immediate moment, the market is very focused on developments in the Middle East. From a market perspective, narrowly from a market perspective, is it all about inflation? Is that the lens that you use to look at this?
Yeah, the oil price is the most obvious metric. Now, if you looked at a 4-year chart of the oil price, to be honest, you wouldn't even know anything particular was going on. So at the moment, from a market standpoint, in terms of the critical asset price, that is a barometer of Middle East tension, for want of a better term, is really the oil price. And oil price, there was an initial minor spike, but if you actually look at it now over a longer period of time and stand back, the market's interpretation is there's nothing economically significant going on. I mean, in terms of the course of human history, this could be profoundly significant, particularly if things change in Iran. I mean, I think the really interesting story in some respects that gets underreported about the Middle East is really social and political change in Saudi Arabia. I mean, Saudi Arabia has been transformed from being a religious state to being a sort of secular authoritarian state, and that is profoundly important in terms of the context of the region. The big question is whether an economy and a country of the scale of Iran could also shift along those lines, but, you know, nobody really knows in that regard.
Yeah, we feel like we're at the foothills of that story,
Absolutely,
if indeed that is the way that things work today. And we've no idea, have we? So in the here and now, and in terms of dealing with this inflationary impulse, if that's what it is that we get through these markets, through that move higher in oil prices, I suppose in a sense the move higher has not been that huge. But given that it fell into a market that was used to getting lots more oil from OPEC Plus, and the direction of travel had been downwards, and central banks were able to cut rates because they didn't have to be quite so worried about inflation as they had been, it falls into a market that's sort of taken its eye off inflation a little bit. Is that why it matters as well?
Yeah, to be honest, I don't really think it changes the inflation outlook materially at all. I think the really interesting thing about the inflation facts of late is that the impact of tariffs seems to be less than we would have anticipated. So there's already been some research out of the New York Fed on this, which is suggestive that not only is the pass-through from tariffs lower than what we might have had, but it looks like the underlying trend in inflation was more disinflationary. And so far, you know, tariffs are everywhere except for in the inflation data. And so I think, you know, you mentioned the BOJ earlier. I'd interpret the BOJ as being a moderate easing of policy. And I think we're going to see that from the Bank of England and the Fed as well, because actually what's happening to the developed world is that inflation is coming in softer than anticipated and growth is slowing and labor markets are weakening.
There was, however, you talk about this kind of undercurrent of kind of disinflation that has been baked into this macro. There has been a worry that some of the tariff increases around the world is going to create an inflationary impulse that has yet to show up in the data. For those that are concerned about positioning a portfolio to navigate inflation, does this bring back macro tourists into the oil picture? Is oil the solution to that, the way it was 3 years ago?
No, I mean, I would not take, you know, oil is not a very good hedge in my view in that regard. I think, personally, I wouldn't be looking to hedge against inflation. If anything, I think concerns are overstated. Yeah, because, you know, there's a huge, I'd say probably the biggest fundamental macro inconsistency out there is people worried about the long end of the bond market and bullish on AI. And those are fundamentally inconsistent. Like, if you listen to, and funnily enough, they're coming from the same people. So if you look at all the tech evangelists are saying, excuse me, we should be really worried because everyone's going to lose their job. And at the same time, they're saying budget deficits are unsustainable. That's actually a totally inconsistent perspective. I mean, if AI is coming after our jobs and creating productivity, interest rates are going to collapse. If interest rates collapse, there's no interest to pay on the federal government's debt. So I actually think the really big theme here is about when do we start to see the impact of AI on the economy. I think we're already seeing that. To be honest, tariffs history are going to look back on and go say this was the largest amount of noise. You know, it's a classic distraction a la Trump. It's really not the big picture in my opinion.
So Eric, let me push back on that. You're talking about if interest rates collapse and you see interest kind of dissipate on the long end, but that's not really what the concern is around the deficit. It's about pre-existing interest that we're already haven't been paid. That doesn't go away necessarily if you have interest rates drop.
The point I'd say to you is that if you look at the behavior of bond markets, even the long end of the yield curve, as an empirical fact, there's simply no relationship between gross public sector debt and the long end of the yield curve. In fact, this is, if you look cross-sectionally, the countries with the largest amount of debt in the world have both the lowest and the highest. So if you look at Japan's at one extreme and Greece is at the other, Greece has the highest rate of interest and Japan is the lowest. If you look at even the long end of the 30-year bond yield. Even if you look at somewhere like the UK, which is at the high end, ex the Eurozone, ex the UK, you've got the 30-year close to 5.5%. Actually, UK gross public sector debt to GDP in the context of the G7 is at the lower end. There's just no relationship. What dominates is where short-term interest rates are in inflation. So the problem Japan has had at the long end of the yield curve is look at the trend of inflation in Japan. You know, Japanese inflation continues to trend higher. So the real call about the bond market is what happens to short-term interest rates and what happens to inflation. Because the part of the equation that people miss out, you know, you listen to Ray Dalio panicking about the bond market because he does supply and demand forecasts. You can't forecast demand. Right? If economies start to slow and inflation comes down, there's going to be a huge amount of demand for government bonds.
Eric, I've got to ask you about Section 899. You've got the US Senate starting to debate the tax bill today, and already Republicans, planning to delay and scale back Section 899. If we just take it as it was, what would be the consequences for the market? Are you worried about it?
Yeah, I think markets in general are worried about the institutional predictability and stability in the United States, for sure. And this is just yet another example of that. I mean, I think the Fed is a much more profound question because, you know, Fed, we're going to have an issue about who's going to head up the Fed next year. It's going to be a political appointment. It's going to be a political appointment with an assumption that the political appointment does exactly what they're told to do by the executive. Exactly. So that's compromising central bank independence. If you challenge the rule of law, institutional independence, predictability of policymaking, you will get a risk premium. Doesn't matter what country you are.
Okay, Eric Lonergan, always good to have you around the table. We thank you for joining us on the early shift. Eric Lonergan, discretionary macro head at Calibrate Partners. Good to see you. Well, coming up on the programme, how is elevated uncertainty playing into the credit market? We're going to get the view from Goldman's Lotfi Karui next as we await that Bank of Japan press conference from Governor Ueda. So do stay with us. This is Bloomberg.
What if all I do for my type 2 diabetes isn't enough? Or what if?
Once weekly Mounjaro could help. Mounjaro helps your body regulate blood sugar and can help you eat less food. Plus, 3 out of 4 people reached an A1C of less than 7%. And people lost up to 25 pounds. Don't take Mounjaro if you're allergic to it, or if you or someone in your family had medullary thyroid cancer or multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2. Stop and call your doctor right away if you have an allergic reaction, a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or vision changes. Serious side effects may include inflamed pancreas and gallbladder problems. Taking Mounjaro with sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar. Tell your doctor if you're nursing, pregnant, plan to be, or taking birth control pills, and before scheduled procedures with anesthesia. Side effects include nausea, diarrhea, and vomiting, which can cause dehydration and may worsen kidney problems.
I can do diabetes differently with Mounjaro.
Pay as little as $25 per month. Ask your doctor about Mounjaro.
Once you kill a man for revenge, there's no going back. A voice in your head saying over and over, "That was awesome."
Police Squad has always been the elite of the elite.
Hi, Daddy. Love you.
Hey, Dad. Boy, do I miss you. And you, Frank, are the best of the best.
Need a bathroom. I need this room immediately.
There's a line, man.
Police business. Oh, I'm gonna ruin another suit.
Over here, Lieutenant. I think someone murdered my brother.
I'll find them. This is what I do. Says you served 20 years for man's laughter. You mean manslaughter? Must have been quite the joke.
They're going to shut down Police Squad if you do not solve this case. do this by the book.
Show a little respect.
What do you want, little one?
Playtime's over. Rest assured, I won't stop until I've found justice.
We've upgraded your car with the most advanced crime-fighting tech.
Drive forward 30 feet.
Oh!
This place is falling apart.
A Showtime original movie.
I'm gonna be daddy's.
Sometimes to start a new family,
Drink up, because you're gonna need it.
you need your chosen family.
Good grief. Is Ricky pimping your baby?
Noah's Ark the movie, streaming June 20th on the Paramount Plus with Showtime plan.
Welcome back. This is the opening trade, 7:30 here in London, and it is a BOJ day, which means we are focused on what is happening there. More on that in a moment. Let's check the markets for you. And futures here in Europe are pointing lower. We are nervous. Markets are nervous still about developments, of course, in the Middle East. The focus still is on whether we see any expansion in the current conflict between Israel and Iran, whether there is any US involvement. President Trump leaving early from the G7 and calling from on the residents of Tehran to leave their homes has certainly added to the nervousness in markets. And so we wait for further news lines as to what the purpose of that early departure was, and all of that plays into the market thinking. In terms of bond markets, then, the focus, of course, is, well, over in Japan, it's around the BOJ. Here in Europe, we see very little movement, as you can see, around the 10-year horizon on European debt. We see a little bit of a move lower, and those yields coming up just a couple of basis points or so. Critty, I see that Governor Ueda is speaking in Japan.
Governor Ueda started speaking, and as we wait for those headlines to kind of cross the wire, I believe the press conference is happening in Japanese at the moment, so we need to wait for this to be translated. It is worth re-mentioning the fact that the BOJ has not changed their ultimate rate outlook at the moment, but they have pulled back when it comes to their bond purchasing program, and this was something that they had kind of had been reported in the media for quite some time in terms of them perhaps negotiating or talking with, for example, banks within Japan about how they could proceed in terms of some of their issuance as well. So we're going to see what he has to say on that, as well as perhaps some of the inflationary impulses from around the world. But he has indeed started speaking. In the meantime, we should bring in perhaps another guest who can help us maybe interpret how the world of macroeconomics and the world of all this geopolitical volatility is showing up in the credit space. Our chief credit strategist at Goldman Sachs, Lotfi Karoui, hopefully I'm saying that right, joins us around the table. Lotfi, pleasure to have you on the program. Talk to us a little bit about your initial impulse when it comes to just the movements of the last 3 trading days that we've seen, specifically in the oil space. You're a credit analyst, but that has a very clear read-through into things like high yield. How are you thinking about it?
I'm thinking about it in terms of persistence, basically. I think, the key takeaway right now is that the market has sort of treated this as a local shock in the oil market. If it persists, and by that I really mean beyond like a week or two, then I think it's a bigger conversation, and you'll likely see a spillover, to the broader sort of risk environment. You're absolutely right. I mean, there are pockets of the credit universe that are overexposed to energy and more broadly commodities. High yield in the U.S. is a great example. 11% of the index is actually oil and gas company, and if you add up metals and mining, you get to like 15% of the market. So you do get a little bit of an embedded hedge when you own high yield because of that sensitivity. But I would say the key is really the persistence of the shock, and we'll see what happens over the next couple of days.
Would that be a positive, though, the persistence of the shock? Would that be a positive for the oil sector, the oil credit sector specifically?
For the sector, yes. For the broader index, I don't think so. I think if this morphs into a bigger supply shock that weighs on consumption, demand, et cetera, I think the market will treat that as risk off. But for the sector, yes.
As we keep an eye on that press conference in Japan, you've got the ECB signalling an end to rate cuts, and Christine Lagarde again in the FT today calling for a stronger euro. But the Bank of Japan, seemingly stuck in place when it comes to rates. What's the knock-on effect of that divergence for global credit?
Well, the Bank of Japan has been an outlier for quite some time. It's sort of the last G10 central bank to sort of normalize monetary policy. What I found actually interesting is the 2 weeks prior to this press conference, where we had that big sell-off in the back end of the curve in Japan, 30-year kind of touching 2.8, 2.9. We haven't seen a lot of spillover, to your question, to the rest of the G10 complex. So To me, that tells you that the market is sort of still treating Japan as a little bit of an outlier within that sort of broader G10 complex. But so far, no spillover, to U.S. rates, for example, or European rates for that matter. And I think that will remain the case.
But do you have to factor in rising oil prices to your outlook for Japanese credit more? Because, as Kriti's pointed out earlier, there's more of a reliance on the imports of oil for Japan, say, than for the U.S.
Yeah, I will have to see how persistent that shock is. But I think if we're talking a week or two, the market will likely look through that, in my view, and so will central banks, by the way.
So what's the strategy right now, then? When you look at the credit universe, I'm thinking about US debt. We've talked a little bit about the oil place in that and some of the global dynamics coming into credit markets. But when you look from IG, high yield, are you talking about going up in quality at this point because you're nervous about where things go, or down in quality? What's the driver?
Slightly down in quality. And I say that just mainly because of valuation. We're sort of back to square one a little bit. But if you look at thematically, the credit universe, spreads are sort of back to where they were at the beginning of the end, which is sort of uninspiring from a valuation standpoint. And so we like being down in quality, not because we expect spreads to overshoot valuation constraints, but really because we think it's worth grabbing that excess carry. So double B bonds over triple B bonds, single B bonds over double B bonds, et cetera. As a source of excess carry, yes, but not as a bet for further compression.
When we see the geopolitical developments such as happened on Friday and over the weekend, I mean, in the immediate moment, does that make it, or have you seen evidence that this makes it more difficult for global corporates to go into the market and raise the money they need? It didn't have, because there have been episodes this year where we have seen bond markets, stall for a moment, corporate credit markets stall, but this was not one of them.
No, I mean, you're right. We had a 2-week period, late March, early April, where I would say the high yield market specifically kind of shut down. IG rarely shuts down. In fact, even if you go to 2008, at the height of the global financial crisis, the investment grade market did not shut down. But in leveraged finance, we saw a little bit of a pause. This was not like that.
But that was all trade related, wasn't it?
That was all trade uncertainty, yes.
Yeah.
And a very aggressive repricing of recession risk, too, which you haven't seen this time around.
Lutfi, hold that thought. I just want to bring you some of the latest headlines we're getting from Governor Ueda as he continues to speak at his press conference in Tokyo. He's talking about long-term rates being formed in financial markets, reiterating a lot of what we heard from the BOJ statement as well in terms of reducing bond buying in a predictable manner. He also talks about, and as expected, really confirming the reports that the BOJ has actually reached out to market participants. He's also addressing the fact and the possibility of a sharp yield rise. I think that's really interesting. He's saying they're responding, they have the potential to respond nimbly, but in the meantime, Japan's economy is recovering moderately. Lutfi, this is a conversation we've heard from central bankers around the world, and they're trying to address some of the slowdown in bond purchases while also increasing issuance. This is something we've heard as a potential around Scott Bessent as well in the States. What happens if you move the issuance from the long end of the curve to the front end of the curve? How does that affect corporate credit?
Well, you'd have to see both markets kind of pushing in the same direction to see an effect. And the reality is so far we have not seen that. And so it would have been problematic if we were in a world where government supply is increasing alongside corporate supply. I would say outside of the Euro investment grade market, which is having a pretty good year, it's up 6% relative to last year. In the U.S., this has been sort of a below average year. I mean, high yield new issue volumes are down 22% relative to last year. Investment grade is up a little more than 4%, which is sort of an average year. So that crowding out concern, that you're describing, I think would be problematic if we saw both corporates and governments issuing at the same time. That hasn't happened so far. And so what you've seen is governments issuing more, corporates behaving more conservatively, which is the historical pattern, by the way.
You referenced the fact that corporates are issuing a lot more in Europe. That reverse Yankee issuance trend has been quite popular. How long does that sustain, though, especially when you've seen the equity markets, the currency markets start to recover in the opposite direction? Does that show up in credit anytime soon?
You got to remember, this is the perspective of an issuer. So what you're trying to solve for is essentially minimizing the relative funding costs. The carry differential between the dollar market and the euro market is very elevated at the moment and will likely remain so because the U.S. is in a different sort of macro setup a little bit. So I actually think reverse Yankee issuance, particularly from multinational companies that have, multi-currency liabilities, that have a natural hedge. They sell a lot of their products in Europe, and so they're naturally hedged on the FX side. That will remain the case in my view. And it's really reflecting sort of some kind of an opportunistic behavior where you're trying to solve for the market that gives you the better funding cost.
Luffy, can I ask you about the longer-term picture for rates and what you're thinking about at the moment? We just had an interesting conversation with Eric Lonergan, who was talking about something that sounded maybe a little bit like great moderation. You know, rates much lower, perhaps driven by AI and a lot of productivity gains and that sort of narrative. Others are preoccupied by the fact that a lot of the forces around demographics and climate change and all of those sort of drivers might lead us to more inflation in the future and therefore higher rates. What's the big picture, sort of medium, long-term outlook for you?
I would offer two observations. I think the first one is that there is a new floor on the term premium, which is that risk premium that you're demanding as an investor to hold duration. And I think a lot of that is a reflection of a new reality on the fiscal front. And so, for example, if tomorrow we have a recession, I don't think 10-year yields in the U.S. will go to 2%. Highly unlikely. It's possible, but it's highly unlikely. So there is definitely a floor. Now, would I take it as far as saying that Treasuries have lost their sort of value proposition as a hedging instrument for a multi-asset portfolio? The answer is no. I do think that if tomorrow we get hit by a growth shock in the U.S., I actually think, yields will likely go lower. And I think that correlation will protect multi-asset portfolios exactly as it should. And by the way, there's been a lot of negative buzz around that, that correlation's kind of breaking down, dollar rates and risk assets. I'll give you one stat. From January 1st to early April, the Barclays Agg was up 3.7%. The S&P was down 13%. So actually, if you look at that correlation from a low-frequency standpoint, it worked.
Okay.
Sometimes people try to cherry pick a little bit and point to some sessions where it didn't work.
Okay, so Treasuries can still be that haven.
I think so.
Okay, Lutfi, thank you very much. Lutfi Kariri, Chief Credit Strategist at Goldman Sachs. Thank you for your time. Coming up, we'll be back with Guy Johnson at the Paris Air Show. He'll be speaking to the Dassault Aviation CEO live from the event. That's next. This is Bloomberg.
I'm Jason Kelly, and this season on Power Players, we're taking you behind the scenes to see how the business of sports has gone global.
I want sports to grow. I want sports to be bigger because we have talent.
What we have achieved in the NWSL from an investor perspective over 2 years is the equivalent of what it took other leagues 25 to 30 years to achieve.
You've got to have a business that's sustainable. The only way it's sustainable is got to make money.
Well, for those of you who are missing Guy Johnson, let's get straight to him now. He's on the ground at the Paris Air Show, and he's with a guest. Guy.
Lizzie, thank you very much indeed. Yeah, Eric Treppier is the CEO of Dassault Aviation. Europe's trying to figure out what it does with its next generation of fighters. How many does it need? How interoperable should they be? Obviously, the challenges are mounting, particularly given the situation that is occurring in Ukraine, but it goes wider than that. We're watching what is happening, obviously, in the Middle East very carefully as well. Eric, good morning.
Good morning.
Nice to see you. Always a pleasure to speak with you. Does Europe need multiple fighter jets?
Yes, for sure. There are concerns everywhere in the world, and everyone now wants to reinforce its defense capacity.
But don't we just need one? One that everybody can buy, that everybody can operate, that we can bring all our resources and knowledge together in?
No, I think there are some US fighters, French fighters, maybe other fighters as well, and all countries need to reinforce its own capacity. Then we'll have to see what is going to be the future.
Right.
We are preparing the future, but when you are preparing the future, you have some time to prepare.
Okay.
Financing, technologies, and who may say what is going to be the mission in 20 years.
Yep.
So now we are really focusing on reinforcing the air capability with Rafale, for example, in France, and with unmanned vehicles.
Sure.
Working together.
But aren't there overlaps, aren't there resources that get wasted if we end up producing multiple fighters? Do we need a French fighter and a British fighter? Should we just have one European fighter? Should we have a European fighter that is led by Dassault? Wouldn't that be ideal?
Look, it's a good idea, and I think the Europeans should do so, but then we'll have to see whether we may be capable to be together with a really effective organization, with a team which wants performances, because we are not developing peanuts, we are developing fighters, and the armored forces need to get the best one. I mean, so it's true in the US, it's true also here in Europe. So the idea of cooperation is not only to cooperate, it's also to design and develop the best fighters in the world. We are part of these very few companies who are able to master really the technology from A to Z, including with our partners, engines, avionics, radar, countermeasures. So we have this know-how, we have this capability, and we want to continue to get it. If there are some partners who want to join, we may join. I mean, we did the Neuron demonstrator, which was with 6 countries, 6 companies, and that was a real success in order to develop and master the technologies for air vehicles.
At the moment, you're in partnership for the next generation of fighters. You currently produce the Rafale. Obviously, the iconic Mirage came before that. You're in partnership with Airbus, which kind of makes up the German side, effectively. And you've got Indra in there with the Spanish side. Can you see a situation where, like with the Rafale, the Dassault just goes it again, goes on its own? Because there appear to be difficulties in that consortium.
What we say is, in defense, there is no reason why to look at profit. You need to look at performance. And we may see everywhere in the world today, when you have to face Russian fighters or even Chinese fighters tomorrow, you need to be the best. If the cooperation between Dassault and Airbus, or between France, Germany and Spain, is to do so, I will support. If it is only to say Germany wants this type of job, France wants this type of job, Spanish wants this type of job, it's a kind of bureaucratic organization.
So politics is getting away with performance at the moment.
Yeah, they need to say what they need. They need to put the financial investment to do so. But then, what I recommend them is, in the past, you have a leader in the governmental side, armored forces, and then you have a leader for industry. That's nothing more than that.
And Dassault should be that leader?
Yes, I feel that we should be the leader, not because we want to be the leader, but because we are the only one to really master the technology. If you give a look at the Rafale, who else in Europe can do something like the Rafale?
Okay. Would you be happy, therefore, to see Airbus join the other consortium, which is led by BAE?
No problem, but maybe BAE also. The question was that at that time, in 2017, We were with BAE to try to develop a future combat vehicle, but there was a change in politics.
Yes.
They wanted to get us to be with Germany. So we start with Germany.
But you're not happy with Germany, is the impression I'm getting.
Well, it's not that I'm not happy with Germany. I'm not happy with the governing system which leads for a very performance vehicle supposed
So
to
you
be.
will end up with a subpar, an aircraft that can't deliver on performance if we keep with the current structure.
Yes, and I may say also that the French Air Force has a certain experience in Europe. We have the deterrence capability, the nuclear capability, which means that we have independent technology to do so. So we have this long outstanding experience in the fighters. I think if Europe wants to do something, they need to rely on this experience.
Right. So you could see a situation. It sounds like you're moving towards a situation where you think Dassault goes it alone and builds a fighter jet.
We may go
for
alone.
France.
If there is a good cooperation, well organized, why not?
But you could still see a situation as well, if that is the case, that where Airbus departs, joins maybe the GCAP consortium, and we see that as...
I saw that before. The name is Eurofighter.
Right.
So I prefer the Rafale. This is not a surprise for you.
Okay, no, it's not a surprise. We're heading to, but you see we're heading basically towards a Eurofighter slash Rafale kind of environment.
Yeah, if there is a very clear requirement from the armed forces, and mainly for the French Air Force, as far as I'm concerned. I am French, I support the French armed forces. If there is a very clear requirement, if there is a good spirit and a governing situation, or not situation, governing process.
Led by Dassault.
Led by the French and by Dassault. In this field, maybe in other fields, maybe Germany or Italy or British, or, no problem.
What about interoperability between the two programs? Is there an argument for sharing engines, ammunition?
Yeah, you may get interoperability without having the same equipment. Interoperability, by definition, means that you can operate together. And we are part of NATO in France. We operate with the US fighters during the crisis, whatever they are.
Yep. You brought up what happened about performance. So let's just talk about performance. Has there been any concern coming from customers as a result of the Indian Air Force's operations against the Pakistanis?
Not at all. We have been able to talk through our French official with the Indians. They are happy with the results.
Why did we lose so many Rafales?
How many aircraft the US lost during the Second World War? They won the war. The idea is to be able to complete your mission, to hit your targets. You may lose aircraft. We'll see whether in this conflict now no aircraft will be lost or some aircraft will be lost. When you are at war, you need to accept that you may lose fighters, tanks, even soldiers.
Fewer the better, though.
And that's unfortunately what is war.
Was there the right equipment operating with the Rafales? Was that the problem? I.e., was there early warning? Is that where the gap in the technology existed? Was it within the Rafale or was it within?
I think the technology step by step improved. We need to improve the sensors, radar, countermeasures for the future, as we did before. We have been upgrading all these sensors for the last 20 years. The Rafale is not the one which was designed at the beginning. It's really upgrade every 5 years with new standards. And maybe this is what we are pushing. If we may design and develop a UCAV in order to work in patrol with the Rafale, we will improve the capacity of stealth, because the UCAV may be stealth, but really stealth, not half stealth like some fighters may be, totally stealth, and that will be an advantage in the timing we have to develop.
Eric, great to see you. Thanks for stopping by to see us. We really appreciate it. We really appreciate your time that you give us. Eric Trappier, the CEO of Dassault Aviation. Anna, the Open's about to happen. We'll see how Dassault stock opens this morning. Watching that one carefully as ever. Back to you in London.
Thanks very much, Guy. Of course, on the ground there at the Paris Air Show. Really fascinating conversation there about the extent to which European players can work together when it comes to the defence sector. Let's just detour around the world to wrap things up. We've got the BOJ press conference ongoing. Some interesting lines around UEDA saying they looked at the long end of the bond market when thinking about what they did today on their bond buying, but not much movement in markets as a result of the BOJ.
Not much movement, but I think the one headline that's sticking out, and I think very well encompasses the conversation every central banker and every investor is having around the world. So Governor UEDA says there is a risk that inflation affects price expectations, and said ultimately that the price expectations, or the fact that a sustained oil price may actually keep people worried, actually has a reverse effect when it comes to the inflationary measures, and that's something he's going to be talking about. As you say, Anna, 144 handle on dollar-yen still. Some tick-by-tick moves, but not so much. The bigger moves happens in European futures. Those continue to sell off. Stick with us as the opening trade next. This is Bloomberg.
Our vision is to make search effortless so that people can truly ask anything. People used to use very specific keywords, and now you can use more natural language with complex questions, with your voice, with your camera. As search gets more helpful, it just creates more opportunities for you to engage with customers from both discovery to decision. If you're using manual tactics, you are just not going to be able to keep up. AI is catalyzing this consumer experience, and it is the driver of how you can effectively meet users in these new moments of discovery.
On The Young and the Restless, it's a soapy summer of scandal in France.
It's time for me to make myself known.
The Young and the Restless, new weekdays on CBS.
Welcome back. This is the opening trade. A few minutes to go then until the start of trading this morning. Let's have a look at yesterday's session and remind ourselves of what has been driving sentiment on these markets. Interesting that yesterday we were caught moving lower in terms of risk sentiment. This is the Stock 600 in Europe, of course, ahead of the US Open. But then at the time we saw the US markets opening up, we saw those reports that perhaps Iran was prepared to talk to the United States, and that added a little bit of risk sentiment. Overnight then, we've lost momentum, Chrissy, and futures have been hit by some of the commentary we've had from President Trump around what's going on in Iran and his recommendation for those in Tehran to evacuate, essentially. All of that weighing on risk sentiment and the fact he departed very early from the G7.
Absolutely, and headlines crossing the terminal now about simply how this may actually proceed from other media outlets as well, talking about the fact about the urgency in the Middle East and how the White House is approaching it. That is not assuaging some of the moves you're seeing in the likes of the DAX, for example. Almost 1% declines, Lizzie, when it comes to here. The FTSE 100 perhaps a little bit spared from the same carnage you're seeing on the continent, but a lot of that has to do with the oil price exposure that the FTSE has in its index.
Well, speaking of energy, we keep an eye on clean energy stocks at the open, Chrissy, because they could be weaker in Europe after US Senate Republicans released that bill that would end tax credits for wind and solar earlier than for other sources. So we keep an eye on the likes of Ørsted, Vestas, SSE, RWE, also Lottomatica, because Gamma intends to sell its entire stake in the Italian gaming operator. And we must watch Deutsche Telekom as well on the news that SoftBank's selling its T-Mobile stake to fund the AI push. Deutsche Telekom, of course, T-Mobile's biggest shareholder, so we watch for the European read across. Anna, take us to the open.
Yeah, absolutely. So some interesting individual sectors and individual stocks that could be on the move. But big picture, we're still very much focused on developments in the Middle East. The way that the G7 is trying to forge a path ahead on this subject. We saw them coming to an agreement, a joint statement, but some fallout between the US and France, very clear to see from some of the things we've heard from President Trump on Truth Social. So we watch all of those geopolitical developments. We watch the developments within the Middle East, and all of that has left markets a little bit nervous heading into the start of trade this morning. So the futures were negative, as you rightly pointed out, Chrissy. We're down 0.4% then at the start of trade on European equity markets. The FTSE 100 is down by around 0.4%. Oil prices had been resilient because, of course, of the geopolitical tensions in the Middle East. We saw that certainly on Friday, a little bit yesterday, and a little bit the early part of today, but actually just dropping in the most recent couple of hours. But still, the relative performance of oil majors might benefit the FTSE 100. The CAC 40 down by 0.7%. The IBEX under pressure as well. Chrissy, what catches your eye this morning in terms of the way that the session has started?
Absolutely. Well, I mean, your guess is 100% accurate here. And then when you're looking at the index contributions, it is a sea of red in terms of the risk-off sentiment. The gains, or I should say the losses, are broad. The gains are sparse, except for when you look at the oil sector. And Anna, you pointed this out rightly. Total, Shell, BP, and a lot of the renewable energy names that Lizzie mentioned as well. Those are your gainers this morning. But again, not by some marginal moves. Your biggest index contributor to the upside is Total, and it's only higher by 0.3%. I think that really indicates and underscores some of the risk-off sentiment you are seeing in this market, including the fact that your traditional defensive sectors, like healthcare, for example, or even technology, are not actually lifting this market. They're dragging it down.
Yeah, so you've got energy as the best performing sector, but not eking out any gains as a sector. And if you look at the oil price now, WTI crude down 0.3%, as is Brent. You mentioned some of those renewable names, Chrissy. You've got Ørsted down more than 2%. Same for Vestas. SSE down 0.8%. So it's a miserable day off the back of what's happening on Capitol Hill. But let's get some analysis now. We're joined by Ian Harnett, who is Absolute Strategy Research co-founder and chief investment strategist. Good to have you back, Ian. It's a negative start this morning. Of course, we've got lots of headlines coming out of, it was Canada, but on Iran and Israel latest. How are you feeling about how to price in that geopolitical risk?
So I think actually the surprise to me is just how limited the response has been in these markets. We haven't seen much more of a shift into those more defensive areas. The scale of the moves that we've got both in the United States and in the European feed through this morning, but still I think, probably underestimating some of the risks that you've got, particularly bearing in mind the global uncertainty from tariffs that are overlaying this. So when we look at things like our own measures of equity risk premia, we've hardly seen any move at all. And, that I think is a very dangerous situation for these markets. Clearly, we're still being driven by momentum, by liquidity, and that is holding these markets up. Could go further, but it's still a very risky environment.
I mean, when you look at the commodity tankers already rerouting around the Strait of Hormuz, does that give you particular cause for concern when it comes to inflation?
So I think that there are clearly inflationary pressures. I think we'd already seen some of those supply chain indicators coming through, some of the consensus expectations as well about inflation, and things like the Philly Fed and the NFIB inflation numbers also pointing to rising inflation. So our economics team definitely think that inflation pressure will rise and inflation volatility will rise. And I think this is one of the reasons why you still need to be slightly nervous about these bond markets. And, I think that's the thing that strikes me, the talk about about, well, we're not seeing bond yields coming down, we're not seeing the US as a safe haven asset. Well, would you expect to in a world where inflation risks are rising, oil price risks are rising, and we ought to therefore see bond yields go up?
Well, Ian, you mentioned those oil prices. As you were speaking, we were getting some headlines, this time coming out of CBS. It looks like Donald Trump has spoken to CBS, saying that Iran is very close to having a nuclear weapon, also talking about working on helping Americans leave the Middle East. And this, of course, follows headlines that we saw earlier on in our show, talking about the fact that he is not only leaving the G7 early, but potentially doing it and monitoring the situations in the Middle East from the Situation Room. Naturally, the expectation is we're going to see some sort of bigger move in oil, and oil is doing nothing but dropping. And I think that's really interesting, Ian, because how do you position a portfolio on an expectation that oil may or may not come back up?
Well, I think what we've seen a lot of clients saying this year is that they wish they just sat there and done nothing, because we've had this whipsaw effect since April with the tariff events, So I think we'll actually see a lot of resistance to doing hasty moves at this point, Critty, and that instead we'll see people waiting for the outcomes. Remember also the role of passive investors here, because once the market starts to move, it could get its own momentum driving on. So I think, the interplay between active investors and passive investors could see things start to move very dramatically when we do get some outcomes. But at the moment, it's still conjecture, and on conjecture, markets haven't really been moving.
Well, in previous iterations of these kind of geopolitical risks in the Middle East, but I would argue in the war in Ukraine as well, the onset, oil was used and commodities broadly were used as a macro hedge by people who are not traditionally exposed to the commodity market. Do we see perhaps a re-entry into that era?
So I think so, and some of the analysis that we've published for clients, just this morning, just highlights that when you look at the 1 month move or the 12-month moves, it depends how much has been anticipated. You're absolutely right. Is it an oil effect? That tends to be the biggest driver of these change. But then when you look further out, it actually comes back to the economics. It's the macro. And is this a large enough move to drive us towards recession, to drive us towards inflation, or create a stagflationary environment? That really has been the driver of what the outcome of these geopolitical events has tended to be. And so, I think this is one reason why we're still sitting here. Lots of uncertainty from economists, record levels of uncertainty from economists, actually, about what's going to happen in the next 12 months. And I think that's leaving investors, very much saying, right, we're going to stick to our knitting, stick to our growth strategies or our value strategies, and we're not going to make hasty moves at this point.
How resilient is the global economy then, Ian, do you think, at this point, or otherwise? Because we're sort of torn by the latest news headlines can lead you in one direction. On the other hand, we're reminded often about the corporate earnings story, the way that a fully developed financial system just sort of motors on anyway. I mean, how resilient are you looking at?
So I think we're looking at a global economy that's likely to slow, as we go to the end of the year. I think one of the things that's still lacking as a big driver is that Chinese story. Europe's recovering to some extent, but the US is lacking a certain degree of activism. And I think the question is there that the economics is waiting for that next stage of investment. We're being carried along in those hard data by the investment that was started prior to the tariff hiatus. What's going to happen next? Will it be that rebuilding America, or will it be, okay, we're going to hold off?
Yes, and with all of the uncertainty, a lot of business leaders talk about, okay, holding off perhaps on investment decisions. Do they also, are they increasingly tempted in that kind of environment with the uncertainty to invest more at home rather than overseas? Are we moving towards a world where finance is more balkanized, where investment and corporate activity is more balkanized?
Yes, this has been one of the themes that we've been emphasizing with our clients in recent months, which is the weaponization of trade will inevitably lead to the weaponization of capital. And so, this, I think, your point there, Anna, is well made. It's not just the US. We're going to see it in Europe as well. We've already seen it in the BRICS group, where they've been running down their debt holdings of US treasuries. But I think the big surprise to people will be that rise in US exposure in the equity market, now almost 18%, has been going on uninterrupted, whereas the bond sell-off has has been coming through since the GFC. So really, it's actually the equity exposure to that balkanization of capital that you said is the really critical issue here.
So there's more money, so there's more rest of world money in the US that will leave as a result.
Potentially. And it's actually, not just a big share, but it's actually a larger quantum of cash as well. And remember, about 2% of the US equity market is owned by foreign sovereign wealth funds that have had the advantage of tax-free investing. It's not clear whether this Section 899 discussion is going to change all that. So lots of uncertainty still out there.
Exactly. On the weaponization of capital, I mean, you were writing about that in the context of tariffs before. Someone dug out Section 899. Now we see Senate Republicans trying to scale that back, delay it somewhat. How much would they have to do that to prevent a rotation into Europe, a diversification of capital?
I think what we've been saying to clients, Lizzie, is we're now being forced to ask questions that we never thought we would have to ask about the trustworthiness of US assets. Stephen Myron's suggestion that they might, force China to put their US treasuries in escrow. These are the kind of things that really change perceptions. And, we do think that will drag down on the US dollar going, longer and further out. But remember, the offset to that in America is you will have this sovereign wealth fund coming through. And, we've been talking to clients about the fact that that could be a much bigger issue if we see America start to fund itself via privatizations, replacing some of that international money.
We're already seeing a little bit of that happen in Europe as well, where private equity players are coming in to fill in the sovereign financing gap. Ian, you mentioned this exodus from the United States. Where do they go, if not the U.S.?
I don't think it's an exodus yet.
Potential exodus.
Potential exodus. And clearly people are looking towards Europe. But actually, we're talking more about the South-South trades. Emerging equities would tend to do well in a world where, the dollar tends to come down. But I think the challenge here is that for Europe, without its own common single credit market, credit union, then that balkanization of European capital will hinder the investment opportunities and the investment capabilities that we have. And that's one of the questions about how do you fund this defense spending? How do you fund this infrastructure spending here in Europe? So, but remember that historically, it's hard to break the US exceptionalism. You've needed stronger global growth. You've needed US earnings disappointment, so the Mag 7 will need to disappoint, and you've needed that weaker dollar. Those are three hard, challenges that the rest of the world has to confront to really break that US story.
Ian, thank you very much. Thanks for spending time with us this morning. Ian Harnett, Absolute Strategy Research co-founder and chief investment strategist. Let's have a look at the core six then. Some heavy-weighted European equity names and see how they are performing this morning. It is a risk-off day. We are down by 0.8% on the Stock 600, actually down by more than perhaps we'd anticipated. US futures worsening just a touch. ASML is a decent faller. Novo Nordisk also falling at the start of trade. So the chip sector, the healthcare sector, both of those in focus. And elsewhere, we see some fairly well-distributed losses across European equity markets. Let's get more on the individual stocks in focus. Joe Easton has a briefing. Good morning, Joe.
Morning, Anna. So another piece of the market really in the red today is renewable energy stocks. This coming following news of this bill out of the Senate in the US yesterday. This bill proposing that tax credits for both wind and solar would actually end in 2 years' time, and that would be sooner than had been expected. There's been a back and forth on this for a few weeks. Seems to be changing all the time, but at the moment it does look worse than feared in terms of those tax credits actually being not available by 2028. So Vestas, Ørsted, Nordex, EDP, all of those significantly weaker today. Then we do have share placings everywhere you look. It's the busy day for all of those ECM bankers, those capital market bankers. We've got share sales. Universal Music, that was a decent sized one, but the biggest one over in Italy, Lottomatica, which is their gambling group, the big one over there. That's about $1 billion worth of stock being offloaded. One of their investors selling their entire stake in a placing last night. Amadeus in travel and Allied Allied Irish Banking, as the Irish banking, or the Irish government, I should say, looks to actually exit it. So they're selling their entire stake, looking to exit AIB, the Irish bank. I'm not sure why they've done all these placings all in one go, but potentially it is because we saw that gain in stocks yesterday, so a good opportunity to sell out perhaps. Then, in terms of placing, but in another region, we had SoftBank selling a bit of a stake in T-Mobile in the US, Deutsche Telekom being the biggest owner of that company, as was mentioned on the show earlier. So we're seeing Deutsche Telekom coming down almost 2% in Germany today. So share placings pretty much everywhere at the moment. Then Ashtead, that one was a little bit higher than that when I stepped away, but it's come down a little bit. That is the equipment rental company. Most of their business done in the US, a pretty good indicator on the US construction market, and the numbers look pretty strong, or at least in line with expectations, in the stock a little bit higher in London, but not a huge move on that one today. Then finally in the ratings, just to bring you, we have got a bunch of initiations from Bernstein on chips. They're actually pretty positive on the sector, saying that the auto chip sector looks better than expected, but looks like the broader market is weighing on the sector today. Infineon is an outperform, but actually the stock declining 1.2% this morning.
Joe Easton from our equities team, thank you so much. Walking us through some of those early movers, we certainly appreciate it as the market starts to digest where we should go with the geopolitics. Coming up on that subject, we speak to Spain's foreign minister on the European efforts to end the Israel-Iran conflict and the role that they play. That conversation next. This is Bloomberg.
I'm Jason Kelly, and this season on Power Players, we're taking you behind the scenes to see how the business of sports has gone global.
I want sports to grow. I want sports to be bigger because we have talent.
What we have achieved in the NWSL from an investor perspective over 2 years is the equivalent of what it took other leagues 25 to 30 years to achieve.
You've got to have a business that's sustainable. The only way it's sustainable is got to make money.
Who is the market for? It's for all of us. Because when you invest in ETFs from iShares, the market is yours.
You know I'm never afraid to lay it on thick. Like with my 100% beef patty melt with 2 melty cheeses and grilled onions all on my famous toasted sourdough. It's beefy, it's melty, and it's back. Starting at $5.49. Get so much more. Welcome to Jack in the Box.
On August 1st, see Liam Neeson like never before.
I'm gonna ruin another suit.
They are threatening to shut down police squad if you do not solve this case.
Says you served 20 years for man's laughter. You mean manslaughter? Must have been quite the joke. Car, drive forward 30 feet.
Oh!
This place is falling apart.
A Showtime original movie.
I'm gonna be daddies.
Drink up, because you're gonna need it.
Sometimes to start a new family,
You know you're taking this job, right?
I have 2 babies on the way.
you need your chosen family.
The millennials love a daddy. So do I.
To get a nanny. What will you do when the babies wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning?
Hey Siri, how do I stop a baby crying? I get it. We're a mess.
I heard that.
Noah's Ark the movie, streaming June 20th on the Paramount Plus with Showtime plan.
Welcome back to the opening trade. Headlines crossing the Bloomberg terminal, latest to weigh in when it comes to the conflict in the Middle East. China is now making comments saying that the abrupt crisis in the Middle East serves no one's interest, and emphasizes that those with influence over Israel should help de-escalate. They're also standing ready to help all de-escalate in those Middle East conflicts, and expresses deep concern. This, of course, comes as we also hearing CBS Anna report that there is a potential of some of Donald Trump's representatives to have direct conversations with Iran.
Yes, so we continue to monitor the fallout from the G7, the way the US administration has left there and is now setting out its latest thoughts on what's going on in the Middle East, and at the same time Europe trying to find a common voice perhaps. The EU's foreign policy chief Kaja Kallas has called a video conference of foreign ministers for later today to discuss the military escalation in the Middle East. She says the meeting will provide an opportunity to exchange views and coordinate diplomatic efforts. Joining us now is the Foreign Minister of Spain, Jose Alvarez. Thank you very much, Foreign Minister, for joining us. So you'll be going into this meeting of foreign ministers across Europe, bringing all of your views on Israel and Iran. What message will Spain be bringing to that meeting?
That we need the de-escalation, that war will be of no help to anyone, and that diplomacy and negotiation are the real way. So we have right now to de-escalate this exchange of missiles and bombs from Israel and Iran, between Israel and Iran. We have to make sure that everything related to the nuclear program with Iran is well settled, and we get Iran out of the nuclear weapon through negotiations of diplomacy, and to have a broader picture on the Middle East, to make sure that the inhumane war on Gaza is over, that humanitarian assistance, especially food stuff, gets unimpeded into the street, and that we move forward toward the two-state solution that we know that it's the final solution to bring peace, stability, and security for everyone in the region, of course, including Israel. And we will also continue claiming for the immediate liberation of all hostages.
Jose, do you see any signs that de-escalation is in any way imminent? We've heard these calls from European leaders and from foreign ministers that de-escalation should be the focus, but both countries remain under attack. Iran says it has the right to develop its nuclear capabilities, and Israel says it faces an existential threat. Does this sound like de-escalation is going to happen?
No, unfortunately not. I agree with you. I don't see sign of de-escalation. But the voice of Europe is a very strong voice. 27 countries together. We have to be very clear. We are a region in the world that believe in peace and negotiation. Our own history shows that diplomacy and not war is what brings peace and prosperity for everyone. We understand the legitimate claims of security of everyone in the region, but it's not through waging war that they will be achieved. It's through peaceful coexistence. It's through having good neighboring relations. And that's what Europe must stand for relentlessly. We have our own weight in the region. Politically, economically. I've been talking all the weekend with all my colleagues, all the ministers of foreign affairs of all the countries in the region, including I've been in contact with the ministers of foreign affairs of Iran and Israel with the same message. Let's stop the exchange of missiles. Let's de-escalate. Let's resume negotiation on the nuclear file, and let's diplomacy be the tool.
Minister, thank you so much for joining us this morning. It's Lizzie here in London. You just called Israel's war in Gaza inhumane. I wonder, how should the EU sanction Israel for its role in that war?
I call it inhumane because I don't see any military objective to this war. Unless we want to make a huge graveyard of Gaza. I call it inhumane because Israel is preventing humanitarian assistance, food stuff to get to babies in Gaza. So for me, it's very clear. The time of declaration and war, it's over. We have to move to action. That's suspending the Association Council between Israel and the European Union, enlarging the list of people that are sanctioned. We cannot allow spoilers of the two-state solution, people that only want war to continue traveling to European Union with all normality. And we must impose an arms embargo of selling weapons to Israel. The Middle East, the last thing, as we are seeing these days, the last thing need is weapons. And of course, we have to continue talking about the immediate liberation and unconditional liberation of all hostages and the reality of trying to help to put in place a real and viable state of Palestine that living in good neighborhood with Israel will guarantee mutually, reciprocally, security, prosperity, peace, stability for the whole region.
Mr. Creedy in London, the view that you are putting forward at the moment comes into direct conflict with some of your peers in the European Union, notably the United States as well, which is very much, at least publicly, backing Israel in this conflict right now. Would you say that the EU even has a say in a situation where it feels like the international reaction is largely being driven by Donald Trump?
We should have a say. We are a region that has always upheld peace, multilateralism, human rights. Many millions of people around the world look to European Union because they know that all those flags, we are the last one, the only ones that can really raise it with credibility. Our own credibility as European is at stake. That's why today my voice will be very strong, asking European Union to move to make a step forward. We can be with a policy focusing on backing this or that country. Instead, I'd rather European Union and Spain does to be backing peace for everyone, dialogue, diplomacy. That's what we have to back.
Well, Minister, I hear you on that, and I hear you on the human rights component to this conversation as well. But internationally, you would argue, or a lot of folks would argue, watching this conversation, that those who are ultimately supplying the defense have the largest say. We know the United States and arguably the UK as well, from that point of view, have a bigger say. So how, outside of the human rights that you were talking about and the human rights violations that you were talking about, can the EU actively change the dialogue when it comes to what Israel is doing, either with Iran or in Gaza?
As I was saying to your colleague, we have this Council of Association, and in its Article 2, it's very clearly stated that the relationship between European Union and Israel is based on the respect of human rights. It couldn't be any other way. So I'm calling to suspend, precisely based on Article 2, that Council of Association. Then we have the possibility of establishing sanctions, individual sanctions or other ones. We are the largest trade partner of Israel in the world, the European Union. And thirdly, we must impose from European partners an arms embargo not to sell weapons to Israel as long as this war continues. So we have already very powerful tools. Basically, what I'm asking is European Union to say the same things when it comes to Kiev that when it comes to Gaza, when it comes to Ukraine and Eastern Europe, that when it comes to the Middle East, for the same reason, for the same principles, to achieve the same objectives, the protection of civilians, peace and diplomacy.
Yes, Minister, I hear you. We thank you so much for your time. Jose Alvarez, Spain's foreign minister, joining us this morning on the conflict in the Middle East. Coming up, we're headed right back to the Paris Air Show. More interviews from our very own Guy Johnson. Stick with us. This is Bloomberg.
On The Young and the Restless.
This is something else.
A mysterious invitation to the south of France.
Who does this guy think he is?
One of the most reclusive billionaires in the world.
Ignites a soapy summer of scandal.
As if there wasn't enough mystery and intrigue already. It's like a human board game.
Anything can happen.
This just gets weirder and weirder.
Can somebody please help?
And shocking revelation.
It's time for me to make myself known.
The Young and the Restless, new weekdays on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
This is the opening trade. About 30 minutes into today's session, we are seeing the losses pile up when it comes to these equity markets. The Stoxx 600 down over 1%, and a lot of that concentrated specifically in the DAX as well. You would think that defense bid would show up. It hasn't yet when it comes to the DAX. In fact, double down on those losses. We'll continue to watch these markets and the reaction to the geopolitics around the world. But in the meantime, let's get back to our very own Guy Johnson standing by at the Paris Air Show. Guy.
Kriti, thank you very much indeed. You're talking about things that are going down. Let me talk about things that go up, and go up quite quickly. The European space story is one that a lot of people here at the Paris Air Show are monitoring carefully. It feels like we're at a kind of step change moment for European space right now. Obviously, we've been watching what's been happening over in the United States, the revolution that SpaceX and others have created. How replicable is that here in Europe? Joseph Aschbacher is the Director General of the ESA, the European Space Agency, and is sitting next to me. Good morning.
Good morning.
Just out of the corner of my eye, I see a couple of massive Ariane rockets which dominate the skyline here. Why doesn't Europe and its space industry dominate in the same way that we see in the United States? What is it that we're not doing here, not funding here, that we need to fund to be on par?
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't say that Europe is not dominating. We have some of the programs that are the world's best programs. I take Earth observation. The Copernicus program is delivering the largest amounts of data of our planet. We say we take the pulse of our planet from space with our satellites. And we use this data for agriculture, for forestry, for civil protection, for all kinds of applications that actually create a real economic value. We have a multiplier. If €1 is invested in our Copernicus program, it brings back about €5 into the economy in terms of value added and new businesses created and new services that are being sold within Europe and outside Europe. So there's a very good example where Europe has really, I would say, leadership globally in terms of space technology.
If you had more money, but is it a money thing? Do we just underfund space here in Europe?
We do underfund space in Europe. Let me give you some figures. This is Bloomberg. You like
we like numbers.
You like economic figures. No, we have an investment globally of the space economy from the public side of about 100 billion euros today or last year. 60% of it is invested in the United States, mostly through NASA.
So 60%?
60, NASA and the Space Force in particular. Europe's share is 10%. So you already see 10% compared to 60%. There's a factor of 6 between the US and Europe in terms of public money put into space investments. And that, of course, is seen in public. You mentioned SpaceX. Why do we not have a SpaceX in Europe? Of course, if there's a huge investment on the public side, commercial companies can develop because there are contracts and opportunities given by the space agencies in order to really develop huge programs. And certainly then private money flows in and helps it accelerate, and this is exactly what happened in the US. Of course we want to do the same in Europe, but with 1/6 of the budget on the public side, it's a bit difficult to have the same speed and the same acceleration.
You're coming up on a funding round though, aren't you, in terms of what you're going to see from governments for the next 3 years. Does that number go up?
That's exactly my point. I'm talking to decision makers every single day here in Le Bourget, but every single day we need to step up. We have the excellence, we have the engineers, the scientists, the capacity to do it. We can run large projects, we know how to do it, but of course we need to fund them. And this year in November we have a big funding round. We have it every 3 years where we are making a proposal. I'm putting one together right now. We're working on this since about a year already to really make sure that Germany, France, Italy, but also medium, smaller countries are satisfied with what we put on the table. And this is quite a complicated exercise, as you can imagine, but absolutely fundamental to really make sure that Europe steps up. But I think the argumentation today is much easier than, say, half a year ago or a year ago. On one side, you have the economic argument that it's an economic sector that grows very fast, about 10% per year, the space economy is growing. On the other side, you have now something that has become much stronger, which is the strategic argument of independence, security, also defense, which of course has to do with the geopolitical
So you're going to take
situation.
on a defense role? Is that the next step for the ESA?
I would not call it the defense role, but certainly we are proposing now, and I've been just last week requested by my member states to propose a program for European resilience from space, which is security and also meeting defense needs. That means we build up a constellation, or we are about to build up a constellation for security users.
Does that mean that you could focus there? Because what we have is the combination, the coming combination, we'll wait and see whether it happens later this year, between Airbus, Leonardo and Thales. Their space businesses are coming together in Europe. So we're seeing some consolidation in Europe within the space business. Do they do the telecom stuff and the technology? You've got Iris at the moment, but should we leave that side to the civil side, and the ESA becomes effectively the security story? Do we need some segmentation?
I think we will always invest in all segments of space. So when we do everything from space science, that means exploring the universe and really asking some very the questions about the very existence of...
The big questions.
The big questions are, where are we? Where do we go? Is there life out there? All these big questions we are addressing, and we have satellites or telescopes looking at that. But then, of course, we focus on our planet Earth, from climate to natural resources to the daily economy that we are supporting. We have navigation, telecom, but also, and this is a new dimension that's coming now, which is the security and defense part. It's new. It's not completely new, but certainly something that is expanding more. And yes, this is something where certainly also Europe in general, including the European Space Agency, will be engaged further, always on request of our member states, because they need to invest in defense and security, and we are the vehicle in space to do that.
So you should be part of the defense budget. Is that something that we should look to include?
There are some, and this I'm expecting now, that at the funding round at the end of this year, in some countries, not in all, but in some countries, there may be defense budgets contributing to our ESA budget.
Within the NATO kind of 3, 5, whatever you want to call that number, we should include space.
Exactly, and this is, I think, the good part of it, or the good part in the sense of that the funding that comes from the Ministers of Defense into the ESA ministerial can be accounted against these thresholds of NATO, whether they are 2% or 3% or 3.5 is yet to be defined. But yes, this can account against this threshold, and I think this is a good way also of investing in R&D technologies, because defense and space go hand in hand. We have a European Commissioner in Brussels in charge of defense and space, and this becomes more and more an activity also in Europe, and also ESA is getting more and more requests from our member states to invest and develop technology in this domain.
How big a difference will the Airbus, Leonardo, Thales merger make? How does that change the landscape? Consolidating European defence know-how, space know-how. How big a factor is that going to be?
Yeah, I mean, there's the discussion between Airbus, Thales, and Leonardo now to merge the space part of it. That's an ongoing process, so it's really up to them. It's not for me to do.
But I'm just wondering how it changes the landscape for you.
It does change the landscape because you will have one very large company in the future, or whatever the name will be, in the space sector. You still have other LSIs, so large system integrators. OHB is one of them. Others may emerge. So for me, as European Space Agency, of course, I'm on one side. Our job is to develop space industry in Europe, large and small. Of course, if we have one very large one, we need to make sure that the supply chains, the competition is manifested. And I'm in very good discussion here, really, with the three CEOs of these three companies to make sure that we find a good way, because ESA can help in this process. While industry consolidates, we can help to make sure that we remain competitive and we build up a very competitive landscape. And that's my job, and that's what I'm doing all day in, all day out.
Ariane, we've had a couple of launches. You maybe get 4 or 5 this year. We'll see what the number finally looks like. But we need more launch capability in Europe. You're just closing in on a competition that's been run. How much more capability could we have in Europe in terms of launch?
Yeah, I mean, Ariane 6 was really designed to meet the launch requirements that we have in the heavy lift sector. We have a medium-sized rocket called Vega C, which also regularly launches, but there's something completely new, and this I have actually looked very much across the Atlantic to see how the US has been doing it. NASA had a program called the COTS program, where they have been not developing the launch anymore themselves, as we have been doing it also in Europe, but now we want to become an anchor customer of launch services. So we would like to encourage industry to come with the best technical solution with whatever partner they want to team up with, and we buy a launch service, as NASA is now buying a launch service from SpaceX. So we're doing more or less a similar model, of course, made in Europe and adapted to European conditions, but yes, this is exactly what we do. So we just closed this competition to companies to express their interest, make very concrete proposals how they plan to do it. We've got a very high response, much more than I expected. Now we're evaluating them right now, and we prepare them for funding in the November funding round.
So when do they become the SpaceX of the US model? When do we see some of these companies?
I hope sooner rather than later, but of course they will start as smaller rockets.
27, 28, 29?
No, I think it takes a bit longer to...
Okay, so...
I mean, don't forget that also SpaceX, it took them, I would say, from the beginning until the reusability operationally, it took them 15 to 20 years. So it takes time, more than a decade, to really develop a heavy lift launcher of a new generation. So yes, these are new launchers that are coming on board. It will take quite a number of years. I think we learn a lot from the investments we have already. We can be faster than in the past, but yes, it will take a couple of years. But my expectation is that, of course, Ariane 6 is a really good rocket in terms of technology and performance, the same class as the Falcon 9 rocket, for example, in terms of payload into space. But I assume that in the mid of the next decade, this will be replaced by one of these new launchers that will go by then into a large, that means a heavy lift rocket.
Just great to see you. Thanks for stopping by to see us. We'll look forward to hearing all the news that's going to be coming over the next few months. Joseph Aschbacher, the Director General of the European Space Agency. Thank you in the studio.
All right, Guy Johnson, we thank you joining us from the Paris Air Show. As we look at equities here in Europe, right across the screen, the Stoxx 600 weaker 0.9%. Particular underperformance for the DAX in Frankfurt. It's down 1.3%. As you look at the sectoral picture, every single sector is in negative territory, except energy, up 0.8%, as we see the oil price switching to the positive. Brent and WTI crude both up about 1.5%.
Coming up on the programme, then, Donald Trump cuts his trip to the G7 leaders summit short, but the US president denies an Iran-Israel ceasefire is the reason for that. He's gone back to Washington. We've had plenty more commentary from him and what he's watching from the Situation Room in Washington. We'll speak to Middle East watcher Jane Kinninmont. That conversation coming up shortly about what the conflict means for the US and its allies. This is Bloomberg.
I'm Jason Kelly, and this season on Power Players, we're taking you behind the scenes to see how the business of sports has gone global.
I want sports to grow. I want sports to be bigger because we have talent.
What we have achieved in the NWSL from an investor perspective over 2 years is the equivalent of what it took other leagues 25 to 30 years to achieve.
You've got to have a business that's sustainable. The only way it's sustainable is got to make money.
Our vision is to make search effortless so that people can truly ask anything. People used to use very specific keywords, and now you can use more natural language with complex questions, with your voice, with your camera. As search gets more helpful, it just creates more opportunities for you to engage with customers from both discovery to decision. If you're using manual tactics, you are just not going to be able to keep up. AI is catalyzing this consumer experience, and it is the driver of how you can effectively meet users in these new moments of discovery.
The future of trading is here on Robinhood. Purpose-built for how you trade. With new ways to execute your strategies and analyze, buy, and sell. Seamlessly trade stocks, options, crypto, and futures in one place.
Thank you.
President came out. Why are you leaving the G7 early for Washington?
Well, I have to be back. Very important. I want to just thank our great host. Fantastic job. Thank you in Canada. But you probably see what I see, and I have to be back as soon as I can and have dinner with these wonderful leaders, and then I get on the plane. I have to be back early.
US President Donald Trump cutting his G7 summit trip short in Canada, but denying that it was to work on a ceasefire between Israel and Iran, saying his reason was, quote, much bigger than that. Let's get the latest with Bloomberg's Oliver Crook. Ollie, what do we know about why Trump is leaving the summit? Lots of conflicting reports here. Is it because the US is about to get involved in Israel's attacks on Iran?
Yeah, Lizzie, let's unpack a little bit of what we've had over the last couple of hours. So what you had first before the White House confirming that Donald Trump would be leaving the G7 early was this Truth Social post by the President of the United States that said that Iran should have signed the deal earlier and that basically Iran could never get a nuclear weapon. And then it ended by saying that everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran. That was the pronouncement from the President of the United States. And then we discovered that he would be leaving the G7 early in order to go back to Washington, D.C. to be more be better apprised of the situation. Then Emmanuel Macron came out and said that he was going to leave to D.C. to basically negotiate a ceasefire, to which, you know, there was another Truth post in which Donald Trump said that, no, it has nothing to do with that. Actually, this is about something that is much, much bigger, has nothing to do with a ceasefire. And so it leaves everybody sort of guessing of what the Trump administration is really up to here. And we got a little bit more detail from one of the reporters on Air Force One that is currently on its way to Washington, D.C., from Jen Jacobs over at CBS, saying that he didn't want to look at a ceasefire. He wants basically a deal in which Iran will give up the nukes entirely. He says that he does not expect the Israelis to relent at all on their barrage over the next couple of days, and that they'll see what happens after that, and that he needs to be present at the White House in order to not basically be reliant on telephones and to be briefed in person by a number of the people within the Pentagon and the White House. He also said that he was undecided about sending Steve Witkoff or J.D. Vance to negotiate with Iran. This is something that's on the table, but he has not made a decision yet. And he also critically here, and this is the big question, he declined to say if the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staffs and the Secretary of Defense had provided him with planning options should Iran attack the U.S. bases in the Middle East. He said he cannot tell you that. So these are the situations here where basically we go with the president who has left this meeting early in order to, one, potentially try to get negotiating table with Iran, try to get a deal, a more comprehensive deal over the line, or could it be that the United States wants to get involved and potentially could be take a more active role in this conflict between Israel and Tehran? I suspect part of the goal of the Trump administration at this stage is to have that strategic ambiguity, that all the cases are basically on the table. I think what it is fair to say at this point is, though Trump, we know, wants a deal with Iran, we are at the point of maximum sort of pressure in terms of the negotiations right now.
And so that's Trump's departure from the G7, Ollie. Did we get any agreement before he departed? There was a statement. They did all manage to coalesce to some degree on some thoughts around Israel and Iran.
Yeah, so interestingly, I'll just give you a quick summary of what they said in that statement. Basically, that they're committed to peace and stability in the region, but they also affirmed Israel has the right to defend itself, reiterated support for the security of Israel, and that Iran, I should say, is the principal source of regional instability and terror. And they've been consistently clear that there should never be a nuclear weapon available to Iran. This is after the United States got involved with the statement. We understand that they took out some of the language. They took out language talking about seeking restraint from both sides on international law. Also took out language on a diplomatic solution as being the ideal course for this conflict. So this is the influence from the United States, and we should say this is coming at a time when, again, this is distracting from a whole host of other issues that are going on across the world. The EU leaders really would have liked to have seen some more action against Russia, and as a consequence of what's going on in Iran and Israel, we're not even talking about, for example, the huge bombing campaign that the Russians have led over Ukraine. So this is just another one of the issues that are facing the G7. The leaders that still remain there, without the United States, it's going to be hard to see them making any progress.
Absolutely, a crucial conversation that it feels like the Europeans not so much a part of. Bloomberg's Oliver Crook giving us the update from Berlin. We thank you so much. Let's bring in another expert. Jane Kinnamont, Middle East watcher and co-host of the Disorder podcast, joins us around the table. Jane, you're joining us on day 3, or I should say day 5 now, of the conflict, day 3 from a trading perspective. What comes next? What are the flashpoints here?
The million-dollar question is about whether the US is going to become more directly involved in this. And as everyone sits trying to parse the social media postings of the president, really conflicting messages have been given. On one hand, Donald Trump has been saying that he wants there to be peace, that his focus is on nuclear. On the other hand, he's been saying that everyone in Tehran should evacuate. So it's left everybody unclear. Most of the other G7 leaders have been largely out of the loop. Now, the Israelis will be asking the Americans to come in and help them to take out the underground Iranian nuclear facility at Fordow. That is what the speculation is currently focusing on. They will be saying to the US, we cannot properly defeat Iran's nuclear program unless we have US assistance to do this. The US has been moving more military assets into the region because of that. But this is obviously also very divisive inside Trump's base, because this is a president who campaigned on no more forever wars, etc. The other possibility, which may appeal more to Trump, is can he get Iran back to the negotiating table and get them to back down on their previous position on nuclear. But Iran also has national pride to think about, and the leaders don't necessarily want to be forced back to the table. They have said they would stop attacking Israel if Israel stopped attacking them.
When, as you say, this is so at odds with the foreign policy that Donald Trump ran on, why do you think he would potentially get involved actively supporting Israel here? Do you think that it's because there's a real threat to the Strait of Hormuz, or that Iran really would attack US bases in the Middle East?
Iran may be quite cautious about taking moves that would widen the war unless they think that the US is definitely going to get drawn in. I think at the moment they may still be hoping that they can keep the US out because the US is a much bigger threat to them. But at the same time, now that the war is underway, Trump faces a really difficult choice himself. You know, does he leave Israel's job essentially half finished? And he has many people in Washington also saying they are our ally, you have to defend them. So for once, a president who has tried to look extremely decisive actually looks like he's not certain what to do.
Jane, what is our experience of flare-ups and violence in the Middle East, and how quickly those things can be brought to an end? Because we keep hearing from Europeans in our conversations with the Spanish foreign minister earlier, and in all of the weekend narrative from various European governments, it was all about de-escalation, de-escalation. But what is needed to actually bring that about?
Well, there is one question about ending the hot phase of the conflict or preventing it from widening. There's another question about getting to longer-term stability. And what we've seen in the past recent years from Israel is that the Israeli military and intelligence services are incredibly effective at going after their enemies. But there isn't a strategy from Israel to stabilise the region. And indeed, they don't really see that as their job. They are focused essentially on firefighting, decapitating enemies. But then if you look, for instance, at Syria, where one of Israel's traditional adversaries, Assad, was overthrown, there's then no plan to actually build a peaceful relationship with the new government. It ends up being military only, with not much more stabilisation. Now it seems that one of the lessons the US and others learned from Iraq was not to go into other countries and try to nation build, but instead there's a big risk of leaving a vacuum, and this is something Iranians are also worrying about. Many of them would like to see the back of the Islamic Republic, but what comes next, and is there a risk of chaos and disorder there?
Well, you make a key point, because domestically, this is exactly what Donald Trump is playing to. We saw this under Joe Biden and the withdrawal of troops from Kabul and Afghanistan, and that the U.S. shouldn't be, at least from a domestic point of view, getting involved in the Middle East. That being said, you talk about kind of the bombings in terms of targeting underground bunkers in Iran. Does that put perhaps the conversation of some of the early elements of the JCPOA back on the table when it comes to access, inspections? If Iran was to come to the negotiating table, does that help or hinder that case?
I would say it hindered, but that's because, you know, up until the attack started, Iran was already negotiating. But it was negotiating unilaterally with the US. There were not other parties involved in that. Perhaps if it had been, it would have been more difficult to derail it. The issue now is, why would the Iran, this anti-Western country that has always said the US can't be trusted, why would they now think they can get a deal with the US that the US will abide by?
Just really briefly, Jane, to what extent does the higher oil price help Putin in Ukraine?
Well, it's a boon for Russia to get more income in, and you can also see that he's benefiting from distraction, that while the world is focused on the Middle East, there's less attention paid to what's happening in Ukraine, including strikes on residential buildings in Kiev today.
Well, it seems like everybody's round the table except for the EU at this point. You've got the Middle East on the table, the US, Russia and China. Really good to get your perspective. Jane Kinnimont, Middle East watcher and co-host of the Disorder podcast. Really good to get your insights. We thank you. Well, it's a busy day in markets, and we've seen already the European equity story red across the screen as things stand. Futures pointing lower stateside as well. Oil higher now, but we keep to digest these headlines coming out of Washington.
Yeah, a lot of nervousness, it would seem, being created then in futures. Certainly in the United States, Chrissy, those are weaker, partly as a result of what we're hearing from President Trump and the lack of certainty about the position there. Here in Europe, energy stocks, the only area where we see green. Some of those on the rise this morning.
Absolutely, and this, of course, comes as the European stocks are dropping as well. And you mentioned the energy piece of this. We're now at a 1% decline on the Eurostoxx 50. It gets worse if you look at the likes of the DAX or even the IBEX. That's where you see the pain. And yet, oil in the, well, marginally in the green now, but briefly in the red. That does it for the opening trade. The Pulse is up next. This is Bloomberg.
A Showtime original movie.
We're gonna be daddies.
Sometimes to start a new family,
Drink up, because you're gonna need it.
you need your chosen family.
Good grief. Is Ricky pimping your baby?
Noah's Ark the movie, streaming June 20th on the Paramount Plus with Showtime plan.
Once you kill a man for revenge, there's no going back. A voice in your head saying over and over, that was awesome.
Police Squad has always been the elite of the elite.
Hi, Daddy. Love you.
Hey, Dad. Boy, do I miss you. And you, Frank, are the best of the best.
Yeah. Need a bathroom. I need this room immediately.
There's a line, man.
Police business. Oh, I'm gonna ruin another suit.
Over here, Lieutenant. I think someone murdered my brother.
I'll find them. This is what I do. Says you served 20 years for man's laughter. You mean manslaughter? Must have been quite the joke.
They're going to shut down Police Squad if you do not solve this case. Do this by the book.
Show a little respect.
What do you want, little one?
Playtime's over. Rest assured, I won't stop until I've found justice.
We've upgraded your car with the most advanced crime-fighting tech.
Drive forward 30 feet.
Oh!
This place is falling apart.
President Trump makes an early exit from the G7 summit as tensions escalate in the Middle East, but says his departure has nothing to do with a potential ceasefire. The US president warns people in the Iranian capital to immediately evacuate amid fears of further escalation in the conflict. And in markets, US equity futures fall on Trump's comments. Investors also weigh the BOJ rate hold and look ahead to tomorrow's decision from the Fed. Let's check in on markets then. Pronounced downside coming through across European equities. Every single sector in negative territory now, apart from energy. US futures pointing lower on the S&P 500 by 0.4%. You did cross above 6,000 yesterday with gains of 1% by the end of the close. Today, a more risk-off sentiment filtering through the equity markets. The benchmark US 10-year currently at 4.43 as we look ahead to the Federal Reserve, of course. The Japanese yen in focus on that decision. Not unexpected, of course, by the BOJ to remain on pat with rates. 144 right now on the Japanese yen. Brent is the assets in focus for us this morning. $74 a barrel on Brent. The volatility is there again. Gains of 1.3% right now on the comments from Trump around the Iran-Israel conflict. Let's check in on the European map and see how things are breaking down across the region in terms of the downside that is becoming more pronounced right now. As I mentioned, the only sector in positive territory right now is energy. Here in the UK, the FTSE 100 is down 0.5. You're seeing losses of 0.8% over in France on the CAC 40, and heavier losses over in DAX, down 1.1%. We are, of course, focused on the here and now of the oil story, but longer term, here's the forecast coming through from the IEA. This is a redhead across your terminal right now. Breaking news, the IEA's latest report with a projection around 5 years. China's oil demand will peak earlier than expected. The International Energy Agency saying the oil demand growth will slow, and I'm quoting, to a trickle beyond 2026. Today, though, the focus is on the Middle East, geopolitical tensions, and whether or not Iran goes for the chokehold of the Straits of Hormuz, with Brent up 1.4%. The countdown to the Pulse starts right now.
Newsmakers and market movers. This is The Pulse with Francine Lacqua.
Good morning. Welcome to The Pulse. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. These are your top stories. The US president has made an early exit from the G7 summit, but says his departure has, quote, nothing to do with a ceasefire between Israel and Iran. Donald Trump left the gathering in Canada, having earlier called for the Iranian capital to be evacuated, fueling speculation of greater US involvement in Israel's offensive. In a Truth Social post shortly after boarding Air Force One, President Trump took a swipe at the French president, saying, quote, he has no idea why I am now on my way to Washington, but it certainly has nothing to do with a ceasefire, much bigger than that. Let's get more from Bloomberg's Oliver Crook, who has been following all the twists and turns of this G7 summit. Ollie, what do we know about why Trump left early? If it's not big enough, if a ceasefire and those conversations aren't big enough, what could be?
Yeah, that's the big question, Tom, and that's what everybody's trying to parse, trying to get through all the sound bites of what Trump said over the last couple of hours, going through all the truth posts that we've got over the last couple of hours. And again, just to get the sequencing down for people who have not been following this to the very last moment, basically we had this Truth Social post by the President of the United States calling for the evacuation of Iran, saying that they should have signed a deal basically when they had the opportunity. Then we got the confirmation from the White House that Trump would be leaving the G7 early. We then boarded Air Force One. He's currently on Air Force One on his way back to Washington, D.C. And from Air Force One is where we are now getting a little bit more information, most recently from Jen Jacobs over at CBS, that she just had a conversation with Donald Trump saying that basically he's not interested in looking for a ceasefire. He wants a, quote, real end with Iran giving up entirely on its nuclear ambitions. He says that the Israelis, he does not expect them to relent on the barrage of attacks over the next couple of days. He says, we don't know for sure, but he doesn't expect that to relent in the short term. He says that he needs to be present at the White House, not in Canada, so that he can be briefed by his team in person in terms of reacting to what to do next on the United States' part. And he also said that he was basically undecided about whether or not he would send Steve Witkoff and or J.D. Vance to negotiate with the Iranians. He was then asked about if he had been briefed on if any sort of military hardware of the United States gets struck by Iran, does the United States have a plan to respond, and in what way? He said that he cannot tell you that, and that he would not basically respond respond to it. So, of course, the speculation at this stage is which way is this going? Is this going into a direction where there's going to be a huge amount of pressure on Iran and the sort of bigger than a ceasefire is a deal that's negotiated by the United States, or does the United States take a more active role in this conflict between Israel and Iran, potentially deploying some more, making more readily available to Israel bigger bombs, or potentially taking a direct hand in itself? We should say that if the United States were to get involved directly, that goes very strongly against, the principles of the Trump doctrine of foreign policy, which has really been to not get involved in foreign conflicts. But at this point, I think deliberately by the Trump administration, there is a lot of strategic ambiguity in terms of what Trump is going to do next. That is going to play into his hand, and ultimately he wants to have a deal. But I think it's fair to say we are in the maximum pressure part of the negotiation.
Okay, strategic ambiguity. Bloomberg's Oliver Crook, thank you very much indeed. Let's stay on this topic then. Israel and Iran continuing, of course, to exchange missile salvos, despite reports that Iran is seeking talks. Israel targeted Tehran, including the state television station. Let's get more with Bloomberg's Dan Williams, who is usually based in Jerusalem. So, Dan, Iran wants to de-escalate, but Israel is determined to push on with its goal, and it has framed them in two specific ways. What is Israel's ultimate strategy here?
I think we can know for sure that de-escalation, it's not a strategy that would be considered rather thin gruel as far as the Israelis are concerned, having committed themselves to a very well-planned and, according to them, very successful so far offensive. So their plans, as at the outset, their demands are for an end, whether through their military force or perhaps combined military force with the United States, time will tell if that will happen, or through a negotiated deal, an end to the Iranian nuclear program, an end to the missile program. Netanyahu has also added that he described an end to the Iranian reign of terror in the Middle East. He said this in an interview last night. That's a bit hard to pass right now, but it would suggest he wants to see a dismantling of its regional connections, especially with groups on Israel's borders, which Israel has been battling for the last 20 months. So Israel has no patience right now for talks for the sake of talks. If there are going to be talks, it wants a conclusive deal.
Okay, that's interesting context, given what we're hearing around potentially US officials getting involved in conversations with their Iranian counterparts. We have lines crossing from CNN right now saying that the US intelligence assessment is that Iran was years away from a nuclear weapon, that being reported by CNN. In terms of the domestic support for this conflict in Israel, where does that stand?
Domestic support is very strong. Bloomberg reported yesterday, had a first look at what I believe is the first poll issued. Keep in mind that this flare-up, it seems quite long in duration. It's only 4 days old. That poll found strong 70% support across Israelis for this. The one weak point of their support is on whether Israel can alone tackle, finally, Israel's nuclear programs without US support, be it diplomatic or military. Also, Israelis in the long run, should they suffer thousands of casualties, and there have been casualties, but it's not in the thousands, there would be a third of them that would, at that point, suggest it's not worth the cost.
Dan Williams, thank you very much indeed. Usually, of course, based out of Jerusalem for us. Now, joining us for a market look, at least a market reaction, an assessment as to the Middle East tensions, the geopolitics, but also looking ahead to the Federal Reserve and central banks tomorrow. Let's bring in Jim Reid, Head of Global Macro and Thematic Research at Deutsche Bank. Always putting out morning notes as well, that a must-read for the team here at Bloomberg. So we appreciate that, Jim. Let's start with what's happening in the Middle East then, and how markets should be reacting, because up until this point, we've got negative picture in terms of the futures stateside, so it looks like there can be downside pressure on equities. You're certainly seeing that in the European equity space, but there would be an assessment from many that ultimately the equity markets have looked through this historic flare-up in terms of the conflict between Iran and Israel. Does that relatively benign take by the equity markets on this unprecedented conflict remain, do you think?
Well, I think the market is probably getting a little bit more used to geopolitical risk. So our equity strategists have got a table where they bring out on these sort of events, which shows that the normal kind of playbook is that the S&P falls around about 6% in around, on average, around about 3 weeks, and then makes that ground up over the coming few weeks. So normally geopolitical events have a short negative impact on the market, and then within a month or two you're back to where you are. So I suppose as geopolitical risk gets more prevalent, we get used to that, and therefore maybe you need a real bigger escalation to get a bigger impact on markets.
Would that be, for example, disruption, major disruption, or attempts by Iran to block the Straits of Hormuz? What kind of move would that be? How would the equity markets react to that, what is still seen as the worst case scenario for many, looking at the conflict right now, would be Iran's attempts to close the Straits of Hormuz, which so far they have not attempted to do.
Oh, if the Strait of Hormuz got closed, then our guys think oil will go to 120 or head to that direction, depending on how long the Strait was closed, etc. And that would be a negative, a big negative for the equity market. You would still think that it would be resolved at some point and you would have the same kind of playbook of a sharp fall and then a sharp recovery, but it would probably be bigger and it would take longer. So that is the real escalation that would cause this event to be a big factor in the summer.
And you say as well in your latest note that dropped this morning that the bar for a more significant sell-off is higher this time. So you give us that historical context, which is really important and useful. But the bar is higher right now for more significant drawdowns. Why is that?
Well, I think on our analysis, I think the market is still a little bit short on US equities, so or underweight. So I think that probably means that you probably do need a bigger event. Not saying it's not going to happen, but I think the technicals are probably a little bit more supportive than they could be at this point.
I want to run through that scenario again. Worst case scenario, as seen by some, which should be the closure of the Straits of Hormuz, and the inflation impact. Brent at 120 per barrel in that scenario, according to you and the team. What would that do in terms of derailing the central bank's projections around inflation?
Yeah, I think it would cause another major complication in their kind of big formula of what they do with rates. So, I mean, the Fed have got so many conflicting forces at the moment. And, you know, tomorrow I think the Fed are just going to stay put and not really give too much away. And the oil price would give them another reason just to sit and wait.
Do you think Powell sounds hawkish tomorrow?
No, I think he's relatively balanced, but I don't think he gives either side anything to really feed into. I think he wants to keep all his cards on the table, all his options available for when he knows how the tariff situation will evolve. And as I said, the oil situation just gives him another complication.
Do you think there's a mismatch in terms of market pricing for 48 basis points, so almost 2 cuts this year, versus what we have been hearing from Fed officials and the data?
Yeah, I mean, look, the Deutsche Bank's view for this year is that there's 1 cut and that's in December. We don't think the Fed are going to have the luxury to cut earlier than that. Obviously, the futures contracts are swinging in both directions massively. So we would still say the futures contracts are probably a bit too dovish from here.
The BOJ drawing scrutiny again. Less about the decision, of course, to stand hold, which was fully expected at 0.5% for the base rate for the Bank of Japan, but more around the decision around the bond purchases and easing how they're thinking about that, essentially allowing a little bit more liquidity in the system. Because of the volatility at the back end, how much focus is there right now on the BOJ and the bond market there? Have they kind of capped that concern at the long end, do you think?
Yeah, look, after the kind of mini turmoil a month or so ago, I think the Bank of Japan have communicated with the market reasonably well, so that today's decision was pretty much expected by most people. So a kind of a non-event. I think that the real key here is kind of political and fiscal from Japan. So in late July, you've got the upper house election in Japan. Last year, in the lower house, the government lost their majority. And you have the coalition partners and you have the opposition calling for a cut in the consumption tax. And if we move in that direction, then you start to raise concerns about the fiscal again. So I think we've moved on now from monetary policy for a little while to what happens in politics and fiscal in Japan. So that will be the story, I think, in July and August.
OK, very interesting in terms of what to think about in July and August for Japan. Do the bond vigilantes get a prod and a wake-up call again in the US, given the tax and spending bill that we've kind of temporarily taken an eye off, at least some of us have, and that continues to work its way through the Senate?
I think as a minimum, I would say that the US is on a totally unsustainable debt path, but I think everybody in the market doesn't know when that unsustainability kind of kicks in. But I think with events this year, it has definitely been brought forward. And therefore, I think we might be on the kind of last roll of the dice in terms of being able to just expand the fiscal without any constraint, if that makes sense.
And on the BOE, before we let you go, because that decision comes through this week, again, not expecting any move from the Bank of England, but the data has come through weaker. Do we expect a slightly more dovish commentary from the Bank of England? Is there a catch-up in terms of where the BOE was positioned last meeting versus what we expected to hear? Are they going to soften the markets maybe for further cuts?
I think at this stage that's our kind of core view, that they soften the market up for an August cut. And then again, they kind of want a little bit of optionality because there's a lot of moving parts here. But I think...
So 2 for the BOE this year with the next one in August?
Yeah, I think that's probably where we sit. Yeah, okay. So we're not too far away from the street. I think we're a bit more hawkish on the Fed, so the Bank of England a little bit more aligned with the market.
Okay. Jim, thank you very much indeed. What to think about for the BOJ come July, August in terms of potential fiscal stimulus there. And then, of course, December being the rate cuts for the Fed this year. That is the view, of course, of Deutsche Bank. Jim Reed, the team there. Global head of macro research at Deutsche Bank. Also, of course, weighing in on the BOE, expected to cut in August and potentially once again this year. So 2 more potentially coming for the Bank of England. Coming up as the US President calls for the evacuation of Tehran. We break down the latest news coming out of the region. Of course, what we've been hearing from US President Donald Trump as well. We're also going to speak to Nicholas Hopton, the UK's former ambassador to Iran, someone with deep experience on the thinking in Tehran. Stay with us. That is next. This is Bloomberg.
I'm Jason Kelly, and this season on Power Players, we're taking you behind the scenes to see how the business of sports has gone global.
I want sports to grow. I want sports to be bigger because we have talent.
What we have achieved in the NWSL from an investor perspective over 2 years is the equivalent of what it took other leagues 25 to 30 years to achieve.
You've got to have a business that's sustainable. The only way it's sustainable is got to make money.
Our vision is to make search effortless so that people can truly ask anything. People used to use very specific keywords, and now you can use more natural language with complex questions, with your voice, with your camera. As search gets more helpful, it just creates more opportunities for you to engage with customers from both discovery to decision. If you're using manual tactics, you are just not going to be able to keep up. AI is catalyzing this consumer experience, and it is the driver of how you can effectively meet users in these new moments of discovery.
On The Young and the Restless, it's a soapy summer of scandal in France.
It's time for me to make myself known.
The Young and the Restless, new weekdays on CBS.
Tech is integrated into every aspect of our lives, from finance to defense, AI to entertainment, and from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories from the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers and the politics that shape global tech markets. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. Watch the new Bloomberg Tech Europe. Premieres Friday, only on Bloomberg Television.
Welcome back. US President Donald Trump has left the group of 7 leaders meeting in Canada early to deal with the Israel-Iran conflict, but played down the chances of a ceasefire. Israel has continued to bombard Iran in a bid to disable its nuclear program, and Iran has fired masses of missiles and launched drones at Israel in retaliation. Joining us now is Nicholas Hopton, Director General of the Middle East Association and former UK ambassador to Iran, so someone with deep experience of the region and of Iran specifically. Nicholas, thank you very much for taking the time. Are we getting closer to a point, do you think, where the US is drawn more directly into this conflict?
Thanks very much for having me on the program. I think that the last 24 hours have seen some interesting developments on the American side. Clearly, President Trump left the G7 summit early, and there doesn't seem to be a total meeting of minds with his G7 colleagues. And I understand he's meeting with his National Security Council to work through the options for what the US should do next. Clearly, the US was slightly blindsided by Prime Minister Netanyahu's timing of launching these attacks on Israel last Thursday night. And maybe the White House is not particularly comfortable with a situation where there seems to be a lack of US control over developments. And if anything, Prime Minister Netanyahu and Israel seem to be calling the shots and dragging the US unwillingly into another Middle East conflict. So I think the next day or two will be very important to see how the American position evolves, and in particular whether Donald Trump can somehow square the circle of supporting Israel in their offensive and condemning Iran and its nuclear ambitions, at the same time as saying the US still wants to see a deal and pursuing negotiations.
And if the US was to be drawn in, for example, using their aircraft and the bunker buster bombs that they have, that apparently and seemingly, according to the reporting, the Prime Minister Netanyahu is lobbying for, what would the regional response to that be? Could you still have a relatively so-called contained conflict in that scenario, or would that really trigger a risk of a broader conflict in the region?
I think Israel has clearly taken a gamble in its timing and the magnitude of its attacks on Iran, and its ambitions seem to be at the higher end of expectation, and possibly very optimistic in hoping to completely eradicate Iran's nuclear facilities, their missile capability, and implicitly see some sort of regime change. I think if you saw the scenario you just outlined, Tom, where the US came in and there was attacks on Iran's nuclear facilities with a chance of actually doing the real damage that Israel alone is probably incapable of doing, at that point the escalation would ramp up considerably. You've already seen countries in the Gulf talking to the Americans and intervening in the hope of trying to de-escalate and get some kind of negotiations going. I think that would intensify. And of course, as your previous correspondents have said, Iran hasn't played all its cards yet. And the Straits of Hormuz, which would have impact on the global economy and oil supply, is something that Iran may choose at that point to try and close. And that would obviously further ramp up tensions and escalation.
Okay, so that could be the trigger, that could be the catalyst for Iran to look at trying to close the Straits of Hormuz, with all of the implications of that. What is your assessment of how vulnerable Iran's regime is at this point?
It is in its most fragile situation probably for many decades. Your viewers will be aware of the protests that took place from 2022 onwards, after the killing of Mahsa Amini, the lady who was beaten up by the authorities, thugs essentially, and died, and that led to widespread protests. That didn't produce any lasting change in the regime. However, the vulnerability of the regime is clear, particularly given its military inferiority to Israel at the moment. And I think that the risk, though, of that turning into popular protests at the moment seems relatively limited, because actually Iranians are much more concerned at the moment with their own security and safety in Tehran, and I'm hearing that many are leaving Tehran, the capital. Whether that turns into popular protests is quite a big step from here.
We often talk about reformists within the regime, at least the political apparatus of Iran and the hardliners. What is your sense of where the debate may be if this regime survives around the question of whether or not to formally pursue a route towards a nuclear weapon?
The Iranian regime is complex. It's often perhaps depicted too simplistically. It's not monolithic. There are many voices within it. There's a spectrum of opinion, and the top of the pyramid, the supreme leader, listens to the different voices and at different times takes different courses of action. He took one course of action last summer when he allowed and I use the word advisedly, allowed a relatively moderate regime insider to form a government in the hope of engaging with the West and pursuing negotiations, which of course happened with the US once Donald Trump came to power. I think at this point there will be many voices within the regime counselling that Iran should find a way to reconcile with the US and negotiate a deal, even if on unfavourable terms perhaps, but live to fight another day, because at the end of the day, regime survival is at the top of the list of priorities.
Do you expect them to reach out at any point, Iran, more directly to China and Russia in terms of material support or diplomatic support?
I imagine that's happening already. The relationship between Iran and Russia has developed a lot in recent years with mutual support since Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. And the relationship with China is important because, of course, Iran exports most of its oil to China. And so I think both of those countries will have a role to play, particularly in any settlement, as they were supportive of a deal, in fact, when the US was negotiating with Iran.
Nicholas Hopton, we appreciate your time. We've run short of time, but we appreciate your insights. Director General of the Middle East Association and former UK ambassador to Iran. There's plenty more coming up. Stay with us. This is Bloomberg.
Who is the market for? It's for all of us. Because when you invest in ETFs from iShares, the market is yours.
Good morning. Welcome to The Pulse. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. These are your top stories. President Trump makes an early exit from the G7 summit as tensions escalate in the Middle East, but says his departure has nothing to do with a potential ceasefire. The US president warns people in the Iranian capital to immediately evacuate amid fears of further escalation in the conflict. And in markets, US equity futures fall on Trump's comments. Investors also weigh the BOJ rate hold and look ahead to tomorrow's decision from the Fed. Let's get more on one of our top stories, of course, our top story of the day. The US president has made an early exit then from the G7 summit, but says his departure has, quote, nothing to do with a ceasefire between Israel and Iran. Donald Trump left the gathering in Canada, having earlier called for the Iranian capital to be evacuated, fueling speculation of greater US involvement in Israel's offensive. Let's get more with Bloomberg's Bill Ferries, who's been working through the details. Bill, what do we know about Trump's early departure? What may have triggered it?
Yeah, I mean, I think we could spend the afternoon trying to sift through the meaning of some of Trump's comments and tweets over the last several hours. He is still on Air Force One, traveling back to Washington, expected to land sometime in about the next hour. He's put out these statements saying that he's not returning because he wants to work or he thinks a ceasefire is urgent. He did say, however, to a reporter on the plane that he feels like he needs to be in Washington to better stay on top of events. So he has called for Iranians to evacuate Tehran, and he has continued to say that he thinks a nuclear deal is possible. So it's really kind of all over the board. He did say that he doesn't see either side, Israel or Iran, letting up in their barrage of missile attacks and bombings of the other country. So after more than 4 days now, it continues to be a very tense situation. And the world leaders obviously gathered at the G7 in Canada, concerned that this is a situation that could escalate.
And this conflict has clearly overshadowed the G7 summit and any conversations about trade. And yet there were those conversations. Was there anything else that came out of the G7, out of Canada, in terms of progress on the story and the conversations, the dialogue, the negotiations around trade, Bill?
Yeah, so there was this agreement between the UK and the US at the G7 meeting to really kind of follow through on that framework agreement they reached, I want to say, a little bit more than a month ago now. And that would include things like giving the UK civil aerospace industry duty-free access to the United States. It would allow the U.S. to export more agricultural products, including beef, to the UK, really kind of putting the flesh on the bones of that agreement, that framework agreement that was reached previously. Of course, the context of all this is that those so-called reciprocal tariffs are still paused, but that deadline for reaching deals, July 9th, is coming up very quickly. Japan, in particular, had hoped to make some progress with the Trump administration at the G7. They failed to do so far. I think a lot of other leaders would have also liked to have seen a bit more progress made, but as you mentioned, President Trump leaving those talks early. So one of the big questions on the trade side continues to be how firm of a deadline July 9th really will be. Will the U.S. consider extending that? Will the Trump administration just announce what tariff rates are for a whole range of countries? Or will there be some deals in this final, basically like 3 weeks, 3.5 weeks or so before that deadline arrives?
OK, Bloomberg's Bill Ferries in Singapore as we count down to the trade deadline as well, July the 9th. Not a huge amount of progress, as he was saying, in terms of trade moves at the G7, apart from the UK and the US. Now, US President Donald Trump has signalled, meanwhile, that he is in no rush to impose tougher sanctions on Russia. Trump expressed concern that imposing sanctions would cost the US, quote, billions and billions of dollars. European leaders have pushed Trump on new sanctions, arguing that it's critical to forcing Russian President Vladimir Putin to negotiate in better faith to end his war in Ukraine. Airbus has dominated the Paris Air Show, meanwhile, with orders worth as much as $17 billion from Saudi customers. Let's take you live to the show now. Bloomberg's Guy Johnson has been there, of course, since yesterday and continues with key conversations. Guy.
Morning, Tom. It has been a relatively quiet show. Yes, Airbus has dominated. Airbus has dominated because Boeing's not here. I think it's probably the best way of putting that. Its CEO, Kelly Ortberg, has decided he's going to focus on what is happening with the investigation, the ongoing investigation into the crash that took place back end of last week in India. We're still waiting for news on what caused that crash. We understand that the second black box has now been found, so that will further progress that investigation. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about what's happening in the wider industry. Andy Cronin is the CEO of one of the world's biggest lessor companies, Avolon. Great to see you. Always a pleasure. Thank you for the time. You've got some 87s in your fleet. Are you hearing anything? Do you just wait for the FAA at this point in terms of what guidance you give?
Yeah, at this point, obviously our condolences to everyone impacted by the tragic incident. At this point, we do have to just wait for the experts to determine what's happened and then the best course of action thereafter.
The Indians are making some checks, but it doesn't seem to be replicated elsewhere. Is that normal practice?
Yeah, I think any incident like that will involve a certain amount of second guessing or higher level of scrutiny to be sure, as we would say in Ireland. So I think that everyone, including Air India, will await the formal guidance and await the formal feedback from the regulators and from the investigators.
It's one of the factors that has made this show a little quieter than maybe we would have anticipated. I'm sure you've picked on that, up on that as well. But the underlying story is still one of really strong demand. This is an industry that is kind of struggling with a really strong demand picture and a really kind of tight supply picture. Is that still the takeaway? Did you see anything changing? Is anything kind of evolving on that front?
Yeah, absolutely. What we see from our customer base around the world is resilient short-term, medium-term and long-term demand. And we see conviction from airlines in their fleet plans looking out over multiple years. So the demand picture is there all around the world. And these long-term demographic-driven trends continue to drive the industry, continue to drive the growth of the industry. And then we also see quite an attractive investment proposition for the industry as well, up and down the value chain, because you touched on the supply chain constraints. And that's really going to limit the production aspirations of manufacturers and the availability of aircraft, we believe, for much of the next decade. You couple that with the stability of the technology, where we're still bedding in the latest technology platforms, and they will be around for at least the next 15 years before there's any viable large-scale contender. We think those ingredients come together to make quite an attractive value chain for the industry.
Actually, you bring up the next generation, you bring up the next sort of iteration that this industry is going to see. Let's go down that rabbit hole for a moment. Airbus is talking about having a new narrow body by 2030. Does that feel early to you? They've got a backlog that's enormous. Why on earth would you want to build an aircraft that early when you've got so many aircraft on order?
Yeah, and I think they've been clear that for the larger narrow bodies, that's more like the end of the 2030s timeframe before that's actually in service.
But the process starts maybe it started now, but we could start to see aircraft at the beginning of next decade.
But I think that is one of the great advantages of the industry and one of the great disadvantages of the industry. We are in a multi-decade development cycle. It takes a long time to introduce these new technologies, but then bring them to production, produce in scale, and then, as we've seen on the existing platforms, ensure that they deliver the reliability, performance, and durability that's expected from the airline business models. So we think that overall this technology environment that we're in is the most stable that we've seen, with very little risk of leapfrogging technology right through in any kind of scale production right through towards 2040.
So you're seeing stability on production, you're seeing pretty strong demand, you've got a stability picture there. I'm just wondering where the instability therefore comes from. The bond yields, obviously a huge factor, particularly for a lessor. That is one of your huge costs. What is happening in terms of borrowing is one. What happens on exchange rate probably is another. Like I'm hearing 120, 130, 140 in terms of euro dollar. Could there be a financial disruption for this industry?
Yeah, and this industry has shown its resilience to multiple external shocks, be that financial crisis, be that COVID, be that oil crises in the past. Overall, what we're seeing is, you're right, that the production, supply, demand is all there. We've played that trend. We've got 457 aircraft in our committed fleet, the largest of our sector. In terms of resilience and ability to weather the shocks, we've just been upgraded to mid-BBB ratings. That's our biggest controllable factor in how we drive our cost of funds is protecting and improving our credit rating for the business. In terms of overall financing conditions, they're quite benign at the moment. We see the current environment as...
Do you see that changing though? Because credit spreads are super tight right now.
Yeah, credit spreads are, long-term rates are probably in a mid-range, long-term inflation is in a mid-range. So the industry and all industries are always vulnerable to exogenous shocks which change things. The leasing model and indeed the aviation model has shown its ability to really withstand quite extraordinary shocks and deliver continued performance, continued growth. This comes back to it's a demographic-driven growth trend which will continue for many decades to come.
Okay, so tell me where the growth's going to be and the type of aircraft you need to buy in order to satisfy that growth. Where are you looking to expand, and what kind of aircraft are you looking to put into those kind of markets? What are you going to be buying from Airbus and Boeing?
Yeah, so Boeing and Airbus published their own 20-year forecasts last week, and within that they highlight about half of the growth is coming from Asia, is coming from India, is coming from emerging middle class. That's where the bulk of our portfolio is weighted, and that's where the bulk of our committed growth will deliver into. That growth is driven by just simply the rising middle class and the growth of affluence and wealth in those economies. The type of aircraft, the largest growing sector is going to be that large narrow-body sector. So the A321, the MAX 10 type range of product, that is what airlines around the world are looking for as they seek operating efficiencies, deal with slot-constrained airports, and try to drive the best value for their
Airbus need to ramp up even further. Boeing need to get beyond the cap. We need more of those kinds of aeroplanes. Do you see those aircraft coming?
Yeah, I think the manufacturers are constrained by what they can deliver, simply by the upstream production capacity, foundries, castings, engine supplies. Yeah. These take long investment cycles to actually build new capacity. And that's what makes us quite comfortable about that balance of supply and demand for the next decade.
The fights for available slots at Airbus and Boeing is going to carry on.
Absolutely. And that also, of course, drives up the reinvestment into older aircraft, the amount of maintenance revenues for engines, which might get that third investment and upgrade rather than just getting to two investments in terms of the maintenance refits of those engines.
Great to see you, Andy. Thanks very much indeed for stopping by to see us.
Thank you.
Andy Cronin, the CEO of Avolon. Tom, from the Paris Air Show, back to you.
Guy, another great conversation. Thank you very much indeed. Guy Johnson talking to Avolon's CEO, of course, Andy Cronin. And Guy will be speaking with Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin from the Paris Air Show. That's around 10:15 a.m. London time. So stay tuned for that conversation. Oil fluctuating as traders react to comments from President Trump calling for the evacuation of Iran's capital. That's as Israel vowed more strikes on the country. Let's bring in Bloomberg Middle East energy reporter Anthony Di Paola from Dubai. And Anthony has been kept busy, along with the team, of course, on the volatility around oil. So that call, Anthony, from Trump to evacuate Tehran, that really spooked the markets, and now we see prices higher.
Yeah, I mean, we're really reacting, Tom, to headlines here as we see the price bounce around, starting off early yesterday with up 5% and then down later in the day as there were reports that Iran was perhaps looking for talks. And then again, Trump deciding last evening that he wanted to leave the G7, that pushed oil again in the comments today. So we're really reacting to comments as people look at the headlines and then look behind them and try to see what is actually going to happen here. So we've seen a lot of kind of false starts and then pullbacks in this, and I think that's the way things are going to continue. The fundamentals haven't changed. In the previous interview that Guy was doing, you heard that executive talking about demand in the airline sector, and that's one thing that traders have been pointing to underpinning the oil market, that demand has been high for jet fuel as people travel for gasoline, but we were expecting that to weaken going into the second half of the year. So that was the underlying fundamental picture, and we haven't really seen that threatened by the current hostilities in the Middle East yet. There's been no attacks on oil production facilities, the crude oil production facilities that are very important for supplying the global market. We haven't seen any strikes on any export facilities. We're watching very closely shipping. There is an incident that we were looking at that happened last evening where two ships collided just outside of the Strait of Hormuz during the night. We are looking at that. So far, the reports are that it's not involved, not linked to the current conflict, but that is, of course, something that we're watching because the Strait of Hormuz is a vital waterway for getting oil out. But right now, so far, exports are moving, and we haven't seen any impact on production yet, Tom.
And yet freight rates are moving higher as well. So we've got that fundamental story versus the headline impact as well on the oil markets, as you were saying. Meanwhile, a longer term view and the latest forecasts, Anthony, from the IEA this morning. What are they saying particularly about China and the demand from the world's second largest economy?
Yeah, they're bringing forward their estimate for when they think Chinese crude oil demand is going to peak. So they're saying oil demand peaking in China in about 2027. So that's earlier. And then in general, 2030, global crude oil demand peaking. And this has been a discussion in the oil market going back and forth because you'll have countries like those in OPEC, companies like Saudi Aramco that are much more bullish on the future of demand. So they'll say that, China is not going to peak, that we're going to keep seeing increasing growth. Interestingly, we have been seeing record global oil demand for every consecutive year for the last few years. So every time oil demand does grow, that's a new record. Of course, we are seeing slower demand growth, and that's why we're seeing this kind of slack in the market so far going into this year. That's why OPEC Plus is still restricting production. Granted, they are bringing oil back, but they've got a lot of oil still kept off the market. So we're seeing this kind of longer-term view where oil demand is lessening, oil demand for transport fuels is lessening, and that's really what the IEA is talking about there, that key market of China, whether that is going to peak sooner than expected or later than expected. And that's a key question for a lot of the economies here in this region, Tom.
Yeah, the longer-term view coming through from the IEA on peak oil in the here and now. Brent up 1.2% at $74 a barrel. Bloomberg Middle East energy reporter Anthony De Paola from Dubai. Thank you. Later, watch out for an interview with the son of the last Shah of Iran, Crown Prince of Iran, Reza Pahlavi. That conversation is at 12:30 p.m. UK time. Now, UK Chancellor Rachel Reeves is reported to be considering reversing a decision to charge inheritance tax on the overseas assets of so-called non-doms. According to the Financial Times, the Treasury is reviewing the decision to abolish the tax break for non-domiciled residents amid a wave of wealthy individuals departing and lobbying from the City of London. The plan to replace the regime for wealthy foreigners was drawn up by the previous Conservative government, but deciding to apply the UK's 40% top inheritance tax rate to worldwide assets has been a major recent change under the Labour government. Meanwhile, the wealthy in France are intensifying asset protection efforts. That's after the resurgence of tax the rich policies during last year's election raised fears they will be a target as the country seeks to bolster its finances. Wealth and property advisors say well-off residents are taking or considering taking bigger dividends from their companies. They're also diversifying stock portfolios and weighing the sale of high-end real estate in case of more drastic tax changes once President Emmanuel Macron departs in 2027. And Bloomberg has learned that Barclays has hired McKinsey to help simplify its investment bank and identify where hundreds of millions of dollars of savings can be made. The consultants are said to be examining the bank's front office, finance, risk and technology divisions and are looking for where tasks can be automated. Bloomberg has also learned that talks over a minority stake sale have valued hedge fund giant Millennium Management at roughly $14 billion. Millennium is one of the world's largest hedge funds, and its septuagenarian founder, Izzy Ingleder, has been considering a stake sale for more than a decade. Coming up, signs of caution from the BOJ. As the Central Bank of Japan stands pat on interest rates, we will have the details next. This is Bloomberg.
I'm Jason Kelly, and this season on Power Players, we're taking you behind the scenes to see how the business of sports has gone global.
I want sports to grow. I want sports to be bigger because we have talent.
What we have achieved in the NWSL from an investor perspective over 2 years is the equivalent of what it took other leagues 25 to 30 years to achieve.
You've got to have a business that's sustainable. The only way it's sustainable is got to make money.
Our vision is to make search effortless so that people can truly ask anything. People used to use very specific keywords, and now you can use more natural language with complex questions, with your voice, with your camera. As search gets more helpful, it just creates more opportunities for you to engage with customers from both discovery to decision. If you're using manual tactics, you are just not going to be able to keep up. AI is catalyzing this consumer experience, and it is the driver of how you can effectively meet users in these new moments of discovery.
On The Young and the Restless.
This is something else.
A mysterious invitation to the south of France.
Who does this guy think he is?
One of the most reclusive billionaires in the world.
Ignites a soapy summer of scandal.
As if there wasn't enough mystery and intrigue already. It's like a human board game.
Anything can happen.
This just gets weirder and weirder.
Can somebody please help?
And shocking revelation.
It's time for me to make myself known.
The Young and the Restless, new weekdays on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
Welcome back. The Bank of Japan has held interest rates and unveiled a new plan to step back from the bond markets at a slightly slower pace. It's the latest sign of caution from the central bank following heightened market volatility. Bloomberg's Valerie Teitel joins me now. What was announced then from the BOJ and how the market's interpreting this?
Yeah, so it was fairly in line with what the market was expecting, that they are beginning to slow their pace of tapering from fiscal year 2026, reducing the run rate of reductions from 400 billion yen to 200 billion yen. Now, this is important because there has been a lot of volatility going on in the long end of the bond market as they've been undergoing this tapering, and these small tweaks can really play a big part of the market. The Bank of Japan owns 50% of JGBs, so whenever they have a different tact, it can have a big impact on the market. So it seemed to be like the market really wasn't absorbing this pace of tapering before, and so they've gone and adjusted it to a slower pace. They've also announced some other small tweaks. They have increase the number of securities which they're willing to lend out to the market, increasing repo operations, just because the Bank of Japan owns so many bonds. If they're more willing to lend out and borrow these securities at an easier, on easier terms, it adds more liquidity to the market. And I think that really was their end goal today in this decision.
Yeah, it's interesting talking about liquidity. Jim Reed of Deutsche Bank saying earlier that he thinks we should look to July or August in Japan for potentially additional fiscal stimulus as they ramp up around elections and the political story in Japan as well. So that was interesting. On the trade front, and we talked about the volatility and the sensitivity, particularly at the long end of the JGB curve in Japan. But the comments from Governor Ueda about the uncertainty in the current environment at a time when we saw that failure of the US and Japan to strike a trade deal at the G7.
Yeah, Ueda had some pretty strong language, calling trade policy extremely uncertain, and a lot of that does hinge on whether Japan and the US do come to some trade agreement before the reciprocal tariff deadline earlier next month. A lot of the sticking points is assumed to be around auto tariffs. Auto tariffs are huge for Japan, making up around 10% of GDP, even employing around 8% of the nation in the auto industry. So perhaps why Ueda is stressing this extreme uncertainty, because whether they do get some deal on auto tariffs could really impact the economic outlook and the inflation outlook for the nation of Japan. But as you mentioned, Trump and Ishiba did have trade discussions yesterday on the sidelines of the G7 didn't lead to any breakthroughs. If anything, it seemed a bit disappointing. The Prime Minister Ishiba saying to the media that the two sides are not on the same page, and this is the clock ticks down to July 9th.
OK, that uncertainty remains in terms of the trading relationship between Japan and the US. 144 right now in the Japanese yen, largely unchanged versus the US dollar. Bloomberg's Valerie Teitel, thank you very much indeed. To tech right now, OpenAI has won a $200 million contract with the US Defense Department aimed at helping the agency determine how to use artificial intelligence for admin and security tasks. Charlie Wells is here with the details. Charlie, there's a broader significance to this, which is tech companies increasingly getting involved and getting closer with the Defense Department. What do we know about the specifics of this deal between OpenAI and the Defense Department?
So, right, we know this isn't a huge amount of money, but it does represent this kind of shift into defense. And, you know, it's a one-year contract, and OpenAI is supposed to help the Department of Defense figure out how to use AI to do things like get health care to members of the military or prevent cyber attacks. And it's sort of along this idea of, you know, soldiers win battles, logistics win wars. And this is kind of a use case for AI, right? I think one of the questions we hear from a lot of investors is, what can you really use AI for? Clearly, the American military is seeing on the logistical front a very specific use case here on those administrative tasks. But we've also seen a lot of other firms get into defense as well. So Meta just invested $4.3 billion in Scale AI. Scale AI also has a contract with the Department of Defense for planning and operations. Meta itself last year opened up its AI models to defense agencies and contractors. So we're seeing here demand from the likes of the Department of Defense and a willingness by these AI companies to meet that demand.
Yeah, and it's quite a shift, isn't it? Just in the last 6 months or so, that's been quite dramatic. We continue to see that relationship deepening. Meanwhile, on OpenAI, talking of OpenAI, there are reports that its key relationship with Microsoft is under pretty significant pressure right now.
This is a report in the Wall Street Journal that basically says executives there talked about a nuclear option of basically accusing Microsoft of anti-competitive behavior during their partnership. And this just speaks to a deteriorating relationship between OpenAI and Microsoft, which used to be a very supportive one, but it's become increasingly competitive over the years.
Charlie Wells, excellent. Thank you very much indeed. Summing up some of the big moves in terms of the tech sector, the deepening relationship, of course, with defense and tension, it seems, according to reports, between OpenAI and Microsoft. There's a lot more coming up. Bloomberg Brief is up next. Risk off across these equity markets. Oil prices are up. The eye and focus, of course, on the Middle East. Stay with us. This is Bloomberg.
On August 1st, see Liam Neeson like never before.
I'm gonna ruin another suit.
They are threatening to shut down police squad if you do not solve this case.
Says you served 20 years for man's laughter. You mean manslaughter? Must have been quite the joke. Car, drive forward 30 feet.
Oh!
This place is falling apart.
A Showtime original movie.
I'm gonna be daddies.
Drink up, because you're gonna need it. Sometimes to start a new family,
You know you're taking this job, right?
I have 2 babies on the way. You need your chosen family.
The millennials love a daddy.
So do I. Get a nanny.
What will you do when the babies wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning?
Hey Siri, how do I stop a baby crying? I get it. We're a mess.
I heard that.
Noah's Ark the movie, streaming June 20th on the Paramount Plus with Showtime plan.
It's 5 a.m. in New York City. Good morning. I'm Danny Berger with your Bloomberg Brief. Here's what you need to know on this Tuesday morning. President Trump cut short his G7 visit while calling for an immediate evacuation of Tehran. Those comments rattle markets, stocks dip, and oil jumps as the Israel-Iran tensions persist. And readying for a slog, Senate Republicans released their blueprint of the big, beautiful bill, deepening a rift with the House's version. It was risk on yesterday. It was a rally in stocks with no escalation in the Middle East. That changes from the words of President Trump denying that he is working on a ceasefire, saying that Tehran should evacuate. You see a slight dip this morning. Nothing too dramatic. We're down about 0.5% for both the S&P and NASDAQ futures. By the way, with yesterday's rally, we're still within 2% of the all-time highs. Oil, though, that takes a leg higher, basically the inverse of what we saw yesterday. So with that move, we are unchanged on the week for Brent crude. It's higher by 1.4%. And finally, a bid coming into bonds. This is something we hadn't seen throughout the conflict. I should be clear, the bid is very slight, basically unchanged on your 2-year yield to about a basis point lower. Same goes for your 10-year yield at 4.43 this morning. Let's get you some stocks to watch. What's moving underneath the surface? With that is Bloomberg's Joe Easton. Hey, Joe.
Hey, Danny. So we are seeing significant weakness in renewable energy stocks today. Take a look at some of these moves. Sunrun down 27%, Solar Edge 21%, Enphase 17%, First Solar down 9%. It's all to do with the big, beautiful bill, as Danny just mentioned there, and it is around the renewable tax credit, set to end sooner than expected, potentially going to end as soon as 2028, according to that detail in the lines on that bill. So keep an eye on that sector today. Then over in telecoms, T-Mobile significantly weaker as SoftBank sells a lot of stock. Now they are looking to move out of some of their telecoms investments and put it into AI, much more of a sexy kind of space to be in for sure. But that stock down around 4% today. And then over in gene therapy, I had to Google this one. I understand it is related to DNA editing, but there is a report in the Financial Times that Eli Lilly is going to buy Verve Therapeutics, and that stock rallying almost 90% on that report in the FT. And as usual, check out on the Bloomberg Terminal the Before the Bell opening wrap for a summary of all these news and more.
Joe, thank you so much, and we'll catch up with you later this hour. Also this hour, in just moments, we'll be speaking to Mark Dowding of RBC Blue Bay on how to handle risk. Later in the hour, Torsten Slok of Apollo on how oil may change the inflationary outlook. We'll also catch up with Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin. He'll be joining Guy Johnson live from the Paris Air Show. Back to our top story. President Trump has departed the G7 summit a day earlier than planned.
Why are you leaving the G7 early for Washington?
Well, I have to be back. Very important. You probably see what I see. And I have to be back as soon as I can.
French President Emmanuel Macron suggested that the move was to broker a ceasefire between Israel and Iran. But President Trump took to Truth Social, saying he was working on something, quote, much bigger than that. And just moments ago, the president speaking to reporters on Air Force One, saying that he is not too much in the mood to negotiate with Iran. Joining us now for more is Bloomberg's Susan Lynch. Suzanne, what do we know about why Trump departed early?
Well, we know that Donald Trump shot down Emmanuel Macron's suggestion that he was going back to Washington to broker a ceasefire deal. Donald Trump was very clear in his Truth Social post that that was not the case. He said something much bigger. So there are now obviously a lot of speculation about what might be happening in Washington. Would there be some kind of U.S. involvement? We did hear, though, from the U.S. Defense Secretary on a media interview, that they still want peace. But the world here in Europe are waking up to this development overnight. There is concern about what this means now for what's happening in the Middle East in this ongoing and escalating conflict between Israel and Iran.
Suzanne, there's been so much back and forth as to whether the U.S. is, in Trump's word, not too much in a mood to negotiate or negotiate. There was some reporting from Axios on a potential meeting between Steve Witkoff and the Iran foreign minister. Iran itself asking for de-escalation, at least sending those signals. Does it seem like there is a white flag? Will the U.S. listen? Are there underway, does it seem, any negotiations to get something like a ceasefire?
Well, there did indeed to be some signals from Tehran of some move towards or desire for de-escalation. Obviously, we saw those attacks in Tehran yesterday. This reporting from Axios does suggest that some kind of negotiations could be in the offing from the US side. Donald Trump spoke about the need to not just talk over the phone, talk in person. So perhaps there is some kind of background maneuver on this. We know that Donald Trump says that he is the deal maker. He wants a deal. The big question now is he prepared to get involved at this kind of granular level in a deal between Israel and Iran? That's what everybody is asking now. But the very fact that he left the G7 summit in this nature is extremely significant. People were not expecting that. Now, in one way, I think the other partners around the G7 table will be relieved that he did sign up to the declaration calling for de-escalation. It wasn't like the last time we had a G7 summit in Canada, which ended in acrimony after Donald Trump left. This was different. There was a different reason, as he said, that he left. So from that point of view, I think the international allies of the United States will be relieved.
Yeah, the Deutsche Bank pointing out that the G7 leader statement this time was only 121 words. The last one was over 19,000 words, just confining their statement to Israel-Iran. Suzanne, thank you so much for that excellent coverage, Suzanne Lynch. Now, Mark Dowding of RBC Blue Bay stays cautious on risk around the Israel-Iran conflict, writing, quote, at a time of some market complacency, the Middle East and geopolitics more broadly is a source of risk which we cannot ignore. Joining us now is Mark Dowding, CIO Fixed Income of RBC Blue Bay Asset Management. Mark, just how fat is that dangerous tale of risks we might see as we head deeper into this conflict?
So I'd say here that in many respects, if you look at financial market movements on the back of the conflict between Israel and Iran at this point, everything has really been relatively muted. I think that there would have been a point in the past when, if you'd have told me that we'd see a war between these two nations, you'd be sort of half expecting oil to be up at a figure like $150, or you'd be expecting to see a big risk-off move across financial markets. We haven't seen that, of course. Oil prices remain very contained, and at the moment it seems that the majority review is that things stay contained as they are. But in terms of the fat tail, that fat tail is something that you still need to ascribe a 10 to 20% probability towards, I'd suggest, and it could be that the markets get stung there if things do end up escalating in an unpleasant way.
Mark, should markets be prepared for that, though? Because as you say, they've been really sanguine. Is it a moment of complacency?
So I think that something we see more generally is that in a climate of great uncertainty, markets are really struggling to price in multiple scenarios. In a way, you end up with too many scenarios on trade, on geopolitics to effectively analyze all in one go. But I would say that if you sort of look at what is priced here in markets at the moment, with stocks close to their highs, you'd actually say that at the moment risk assets continue to climb the wall of worry, don't they? It's like buy every dip, everything keeps on going up for the time being. But in the here and now, I'd say that it made more sense to me to favour a more cautious stance and then look to be in a position to add risk if markets do blow out, rather than be chasing price action and chasing the run up in risk assets at this moment in time. So from that point of view, we've been more inclined to actually de-risk portfolios. Yeah. We've been inclined to actually put on portfolio hedges over the course of recent days.
Have those hedges including duration, Mark? Because the move has been anything but straightforward. In that initial gut punch reaction of risk off, we did see Treasury yields move higher. How do you understand what's driving them and what your appetite is for them if you are looking at getting more defensive?
Yeah, so here I would suggest that there has been times in the past where using duration as a risk-off hedge has been a strategy that's worked. We're not so clear right here, right now, that using duration in that way is actually the best way to actually hedge some of those risk-off events, particularly because some of the scenarios that could actually take yields risk-off would actually be scenarios that could actually see long-dated debt yields moving up, not down. We actually think that a curve curve steepener is a better way to actually use fixed income assets to actually run a risk-off hedge. Most scenarios in our mind, as we would model them going forward from here, point very much towards a steeper US yield curve. And so in a portfolio context, we think that this is the thing that investors should really be bearing in mind.
All right, so it's a different regime. I'd also love to get your take, Mark, on a Christine Lagarde FT quote that we saw, not a quote, rather, a opinion piece in the FT. By the way, we are just seeing the president exit Air Force One as he leaves the G7 early. But Christine Lagarde writing that this is a moment for change, an opportunity for change for Europe. It is a global euro moment. To seize it and enhance the euro's role in international monetary system, we must act decisively as a united Europe, taking greater control of its own destiny. Mark, we have seen the U.S. dollar continue to weaken. There have been calls as to what takes its place, if anything can take its place. Christine Lagarde actively campaigning for this to be the moment for the euro. How likely or unlikely is that?
Well, I'd say that they are big, beautiful words, aren't they, coming from Mrs. Lagarde, just as I look at the big, beautiful guy sitting in the back of his car there. But the problem for Europe is we need action, not words. Mario Draghi last year was calling for an agenda for change for the EU that I'd very much endorse. I think contained a lot of the right ideas. But investors want to see the substance behind these words. The problem with Europe is it can be a bit too much talk, not enough action. And now is the time, I'd suggest, to see action, substance more than words. So let's see European leaders get this done. Let's see them make sort of steps towards developing the single market sort of union and the financial union and all of these steps which are in their hands, rather than just trying to talk a good game all the time.
Well, Mark, we didn't even have time for the other big, beautiful thing, which is the big, beautiful bill. We'll have to get around to that next time. We're out of time. Thank you so much for joining us, Mark. Always great to get your comments. Mark Dowding of RBC Blue Bay Asset Management. Let's get you some other top stories that are trending on the terminal this morning. The U.S. and U.K. have reached an agreement to implement trading terms disclosed last month that would slash tariffs on British products and raise U.K. quotas on certain U.S. agricultural products. Duties on British exports will be down to 2% from 27.5%. The deal did fall short of an immediate cut to steel tariffs. And speaking of the big, beautiful bill, Senate Republicans have proposed to cut trillions of dollars in taxes for households and businesses in their version of President Trump's tax bill. It would preserve the 2017 tax cuts, but cut Medicaid benefits and add to the U.S. deficit. Notably absent from the bill, a deal on state and local tax deductions. Cantor Fitzgerald has hired about 15 investment bankers and traders in Germany. The bank, run for decades by Howard Lutnick, is looking to push deeper into European markets. Representatives for Cantor declined to comment. Coming up, we're live at the Paris Air Show with Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin. That comes up next. This is Bloomberg.
I'm Jason Kelly, and this season on Power Players, we're taking you behind the scenes to see how the business of sports has gone global.
I want sports to grow. I want sports to be bigger because we have talent.
What we have achieved in the NWSL from an investor perspective over 2 years is the equivalent of what it took other leagues 25 to 30 years to achieve.
You've got to have a business that's sustainable. The only way it's sustainable is got to make money.
Sir, it seems that the Gladiators get a lot of positive social sentiment.
Innovation changes everything. With one investment, you can access the NASDAQ 100 innovators who are rethinking the world. Before investing carefully, read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more in prospectus at Invesco.com.
If we had more variety of creative for advertising campaigns, we could drive better performance.
With Gemini, we were able to change the copywriting, the core content at scale. Now we can deliver ads at the personal level. With AI, we can do the impossible.
Boys Town, Nevada wanted to do our part now. Removing our grass has cut costs and conserved water.
After 2026, watering decorative grass is unlawful. This does not apply to homeowners. The deadline for HOAs, businesses, apartments, and condos to replace non-functional grass is fast approaching. Act now. Replace your grass with Water Smart Landscaping and get cash rebates while they last.
Traditions Health offers a full range of home health care, palliative care, and hospice services focusing on the needs of the patient and their families. Home is where you are most comfortable. That's why at Traditions Health, we provide patient-focused and compassion-driven care in the place our patients call home. Navigating illness or injury can be frightening. Our team meets you where you are with the healthcare you need when you need it most.
It's your Bloomberg Brief. I'm Danny Berger in New York. Let's now head over to the Paris Air Show, where Bloomberg's Guy Johnson joins us live with the governor of Virginia. Good morning, Guy.
Glenn Youngkin is here. I nearly got that out in one go. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
We sit here at the Air Show, and I've talked to you about this over the last few years. This is a really integrated industry, okay? A lot of the companies that are here are headquartered in your state. A lot of Virginians are here. But it's a really integrated, this is a global industry. It's not a Virginia industry, it's not an American industry, it's a global industry, the aerospace industry. And a lot of people here are scratching their heads, wondering, therefore, what happens next in terms of trade? Can I continue to manufacture the aircraft that I manufacture with US parts in them and European parts in them? Do you think there should be some exception made for this incredibly complex, different industry that we see behind us here?
Well, there's historically been arrangements around the world. Yeah, big agreements. I think one of the challenges that we're working through is how much of the content is in which countries and who's buying. And so I think that the next step here is first to understand the mapping of all those supply chains, and then second of all, to see whether there can be an agreement that's reached. At the end of the day, I've been very supportive of the president's position that we need fair trade. And historically, across all the industries, the United States has really been in disadvantage around the world, with trade really being imbalanced. And so he's rebalancing these trade agreements. The result of that we're seeing in the Commonwealth of Virginia, where so many companies now are coming to establish U.S. manufacturing. And the good thing is they're choosing Virginia to put it down. We've had $100 billion of commitments from companies to build and expand in Virginia. And we expect to continue to see that. So this long-term agreement that has existed in aerospace for a long time, I think will be something that will be addressed. But at the heart of it is rebalancing some of these trade agreements.
But this is a reasonably nuanced story here. It's this is an industry that is quite balanced. Boeing, headquartered in your state, exports a lot of airplanes around the world. You wouldn't want to see that put at a disadvantage. That company put it at a disadvantage. Kelly put it at a disadvantage when he tries to sell airplanes around the world, would you?
Well, again, it's a matter of balancing around the world. And if we have open trade agreements with our partners, much of this is done on a bilateral basis with the current administration, then it'll settle out. And if we have certain partners that aren't willing to do that, then it'll be more difficult.
Do you think it's reasonable? It appears at the moment that if you buy lots of Boeing, headquartered in Virginia, that you get a good trade deal.
Yes.
Is that a reasonable kind of thing to talk about?
Yeah, if as an American, yes. I mean, I think one of the real opportunities is for America to recognize, and this is exactly what President Trump is doing, is that access to the U.S. market is really important to companies around the world, and therefore we want fair trade with all of our counterparties. And to date, it has not been very fair, and so they're rebalancing that. And I think this is exactly what all the industries are seeing today, and we hear the same thing in the automotive industry and others, that it is complicated in supply chains. Well, over time, as things settle down and we can see President Trump reaching deals like he's reached with the UK, that we will see fair trade. And when that fair trade is set, then we'll see industries like the aerospace industry settle into it.
Let's talk a little bit more about Boeing, headquartered in Virginia. Makes a lot of airplanes in Seattle, though. And I'm wondering whether or not increasingly there is an argument that says Boeing should be headquartered in Seattle, in Washington, not in Virginia. Can you kind of see the logic of that?
Well, I also see the logic of their very, very large customer being the Pentagon, which happens to be in Virginia. And where they had a huge win just recently as the prime on the new F-47, which is the next generation fighter for the military. And so what I think what Boeing has recognized is that, one, they have the best workforce in the world in Virginia, and so they tap into that for all of their corporate functions. They have great access to their customer, and I know that the flights from Dulles to Seattle are busy as their senior executives move back and forth between Washington and Washington.
Yes. Yeah. Just confusing for the rest of us.
Yeah.
But isn't there an argument that says you need to be close to the shop floor? Yes, the customer is in the Pentagon, but the lesson we've learned is be close to the shop floor.
Yeah, well, so I spoke to Kelly when he came on as the new CEO, and we had this very candid discussion, and he said he was very comfortable with the headquarters being in Virginia, but he personally was going to spend an enormous amount of time with the commercial aerospace business as he set that right. And that's exactly what he's done. And yet their defense business has been growing, not to mention the fact, again, that this F-47 win is a big one for them.
Okay, you bring up defense, so let's just kind of talk about defense for just a second. Again, it comes back to the same argument. Should Europe be buying more US defense in order to balance the books?
I think the U.S. defense industry would very much like for them to.
Sure, but is that a way to get over the trade agreement disagreement that we have at the moment?
I think it's one of the tools in the toolkit, once again, to balance the trade. And when you have large trade imbalances, where we are in fact buying a lot more in the United States from countries than they're buying from us, it's one of the tools in the toolkit. And I do think that the defense military complex has the most advanced military capabilities in the world. And so I think that what we're seeing is the collaborations between U.S. companies and particularly European countries, I've had a lot of meetings in the last 2 days, has never been better right now. And in fact, what I think is happening is the European and international companies are really moving into the United States with breakneck speed. Because what they're hearing from the Pentagon is we want to do more, and we want to do it faster. And so we need more robust supply chains that can deliver what we need faster. And a lot of the international companies are starting to come into the United States either through a proxy arrangement or with partners in order to try to meet that demand.
Before I throw it back to Danny, you're term limited. A cabinet job maybe next year?
I'm going to finish strong in Virginia, and then we'll see what happens. I think one of the great things that I have realized is I don't need to worry about this every day. I'm focused on the Commonwealth, and Virginia is really roaring. We've just touched through $100 billion of capital commitments from companies. We have more people working than ever. We're running our 4th straight year of another big surplus, which is allow us to reduce tax burdens and make big investments. The state's doing extraordinarily well, and I've just loved the job I've had, and I can't wait to finish strong. And so I've got to do that over the next year.
Balance budgets, they're amazing things. Glenn, great to see you. Governor, thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Great, thank you.
Governor Glenn Youngkin of Virginia. Danny, back to you.
Guy, thank you so much. A fantastic conversation. Also, just want to bring you some breaking lines from the president saying he has not reached out to Iran for peace talks. If Iran wants to talk, they know how to reach me, and reiterated that they should have taken the deal on the table. We'll have more coming up on just that. You're watching Bloomberg Brief.
On The Young and the Restless, it's a soapy summer of scandal in France.
It's time for me to make myself known.
The Young and the Restless, new weekdays on CBS.
Let's take a look at the front pages this morning on the biggest outlets. First up, the FT, and indeed most papers leading with President Trump leaving the G7 early in Canada to manage America's response to Israel and Iran on Air Force One. Coming off of it, he said, I have not reached out to Iran for peace talks. And if they want to talk, they know how to reach me. Next up, the Washington Post also has this on their front page: Russia launching a deadly attack on Kyiv. At least 15 people, including an American citizen, were killed and more than 100 injured. This is Bloomberg. It's 5:30 a.m. in New York City. Good morning. I'm Danny Berger with your Bloomberg Brief. Here's what you need to know on this Tuesday morning. President Trump cut short his G7 visit while calling for an immediate evacuation of Tehran. Those comments rattle markets, stocks dip, and oil jumps as the Israel-Iran tensions persist. And readying for a slog, Senate Republicans released their blueprint of the big, beautiful bill, deepening a rift with the House's version. Without escalation yesterday, it was a climb in stocks just 2% away from all-time highs. That changed last night with Trump leaving the G7 early, convening the National Security Council. We are lower by more than 0.5%. Trump on Air Force One this morning saying that he is in no mood to negotiate with Iran. So those de-escalation hopes quickly getting squashed in markets. That's also translating to higher oil prices this morning, higher by more than 1%. That move almost exactly mirroring the drop we saw yesterday, leaving oil unchanged on the week. But we are finally getting a bid into bonds. 2-year yields lower by 1.6 basis points. Your 10-year yield lower by about 2. We had a solid auction yesterday on the 20-year. Let's get some stocks that are moving in the pre-market. With that is Bloomberg's Joe Easton. Hey, Joe.
Hey Danny, so solar energy stocks really hit hard this morning, and it is that update on the big beautiful bill coming out of the Senate last night. We're seeing Sunrun, Solar Edge, Enphase, First Solar all down double digits this morning. Sunrun down 27%. The bill from the Senate Republicans set to end tax credits sooner than expected. Potentially they're going to end by 2028, really spurring some fear in the market for solar stocks today. Then over in telecoms, we got T-Mobile weaker as SoftBank looks to offload potentially a big stake in that company. They're looking to move some of those funds into AI, much more on trend than the telecom space. That stock down almost 4% for T-Mobile today. Then over in pharma, gene therapeutics, something that I'm not afraid to admit I don't know a lot about. It is DNA editing, and according to the Financial Times, Eli Lilly looking to get into this space via a takeover of Verve Therapeutics. Now this is worth around $1 billion or so more in terms of the deal size. That stock soaring 80%. Will probably struggle to see a bigger gainer than that today. Verve Therapeutics soaring on that report of an Eli Lilly takeover. Danny.
A big move this morning, Joe. Thank you so much. Now back to our top story. Apollo's Torsten Slok pointing out that the Fed's own model shows that a $10 jump in oil prices feed through to a 0.4% drag on GDP and a 0.35% increase in inflation. He writes, in short, higher oil prices exacerbate the ongoing stagflation shock stemming from tariffs and immigration restrictions. I'm pleased to say that Torsten joins us now. So Torsten, just another added risk to that tension you're talking about. How close are we to a Fed that is going to have to choose between its dual mandates?
Yeah, this is a really important debate for tomorrow, Danny, because at the moment the Fed is stuck with a dual mandate that's really torn. On the one hand, the upside pressure on inflation from tariffs, from oil prices, from restrictions on immigration. That's saying that inflation will be going up, and that's their forecast. That's also the consensus forecast. And if inflation is going up, the Fed should be hiking. But at the same time, those shocks also will be pointing in the direction of growth slowing down. And if growth is slowing